He had been stabbed in the back in the cruelest, most unforgiving way possible, every ounce of trust shattered. And standing at the center of that betrayal was the very girl he had once thought he could rely on, the one who turned her hands against him with cold precision. She tore through him, stripping away his pride, dismantling his confidence piece by piece, until nothing remained but the hollow echo of humiliation. And now, as if the universe itself had been waiting, fate demanded retribution. She would have to pay the price for her ruthless actions. In this unforgiving game, newcomers were treated as nothing more than disposable trash, discarded without a second thought, crushed under the weight of merciless trials. Help was a rarity here. There were no guides, no moments of mercy, only a relentless gauntlet of challenges that tested every weakness without pause. Jaiwoo, the protagonist, had suffered endless humiliation, mocked for every flaw, beaten down by the world because of his weakness. He struggled desperately, wandering from party to party, seeking even a shred of acceptance, yet always being turned away. That was until he met a girl unlike anyone else, someone whose presence seemed to radiate difference, a beacon in his shadowed journey. She confessed that she, too, wandered partyless, yet somehow, against all odds, she saw him as perfect, the mirror of her own hope. When they stepped away from the bustling city streets, leaving behind the chaos of countless players, she looked at him and smiled, praising him as a true knight, even in his mismatched, humble armor. One simple phrase, yet it ignited a cascade of impossible daydreams in Jaiwoo's mind, visions that danced just out of reach but burned bright. First kisses lingering in the warmth of twilight, shy marriage proposals under cherry blossoms, a small, cozy home filled with laughter, eventually echoed with the joyous sounds of children, a life he had never dared imagine. But all of that fragile fantasy crumbled the moment they reached a quiet, secluded spot beyond the city, where she, with a flick of her magic staff, pierced through the armor of his heart, leaving it raw and exposed. Jaiwoo stumbled back, his breath catching, eyes wide with shock and betrayal. He demanded, trembling yet furious, why she would go to such lengths merely to steal his belongings, unable to reconcile the girl he admired with the one before him. She smirked, her tone sharp and mocking, explaining she had no need for trivial, worthless loot like his, a condescending sneer that cut deeper than any blade. She ridiculed him openly, calling him poor, scorned as the child of a beggar, judging the meager quality of his gear with a cruel, unwavering gaze. After systematically dismantling his pride and shattering his heart, she took it further. She PK'd him without mercy, her declaration cold. She had no time to waste on losers, no patience for weakness. With the elimination of 1,000th hapless newcomer, she unlocked a hidden class within the game, a secret reserved for those who wielded both skill and ruthlessness. She emerged, radiant and unstoppable, the first goddess of chrono life, her new power shimmering around her, and left with a confident smirk, announcing a mission only she could undertake. The player she defeated faced devastation. Respawning in the nearest city, his experience halved, his strength diminished, a stark reminder of the unforgiving world they inhabited. Jaiwoo, burning with every memory of humiliation, resolved to risk everything. He gambled on upgrading his pitiful starter gear, desperate for a glimmer of power. He tried the sword first, and failed spectacularly, each swing ricocheting with humiliation. Frustration boiled over, and with raw anger, he turned to the glove, hoping to make up for his earlier failure, swinging with all his might. But disaster struck again, each strike only amplifying his growing fury and sense of impotence. One after another, the hammer strikes tore through his meager equipment, leaving him exhausted and empty-handed, not a single upgrade achieved. Despair pressed down, tears threatening to spill, when something small and unassuming caught his eye. A lone twig, abandoned and overlooked, yet glimmering with possibility. It was a free starter item, scorned and discarded by other players, yet Jaiwoo felt a spark of daring. He picked it up, heart trembling, and gave it a chance. Miraculously, the attempt worked. The item upgraded once, granting a single extra point of damage, an almost laughable yet precious victory. He tried again, and again, against all odds, each enhancement succeeded, defying every expectation and mocking the cruel twists of fate. Irritated by the irony of his own fortune, Jaiwoo resolved to keep pushing this worthless stick, striking it relentlessly until it could no longer grow. By the final strike, his arm shook violently from exhaustion, muscles quivering, sweat dripping down his brow. Yet against all reason, the stick had reached its peak. Plus Hunt 99, its tiny frame holding a power far beyond imagination. Overcome by disbelief, Jaiwoo fumbled, and the stick slipped from his grasp. The instant it hit the ground, the game interpreted it as an attack, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion the likes of which humanity had never witnessed. A strike so devastating, it seemed to tear the planet itself apart, shaking the very foundations of reality. Notifications erupted before his eyes, chaotic, relentless, declaring that he had shattered the record for the most players eliminated in a single blow. An unfathomable 850,617 players fell, unable to withstand his raw, unparalleled power. A new resolve burned within Jaiwoo. He would wield this might for vengeance, targeting all those who had scorned and humiliated him, especially the goddess girl who had shattered his illusions. He was still poor, barely able to buy a change of clothes, wandering the streets of the city with nothing but determination and his newfound weapon. Another player collided with him, eyes blazing with rage, fists ready to strike. Jaiwoo's reply was calm, almost casual. "You asked for it." With a swing of the stick, the player was obliterated, part of the city crumbling in a fiery instant. Witnesses froze in terror, realization dawning. He was the cause of the destruction, a force beyond reckoning. Confidence surged, yet a system alert brought him back to focus. The stick's durability was 3 out of 5. Only 3 more strikes remained before it would break. He ducked into a narrow alley, mind racing with strategy. Even with the most powerful weapon in existence, he could only strike 3 more times. Squandering it on petty revenge would be wasteful, reckless. This time he would think bigger. He would rise to fame, challenge the ultimate threat, and carve his name into the history of chrono life. Arriving at the ominous Valley of Death, a chilling roar echoed through the mountains, vibrating through the ground, a warning etched into every nerve. Before him loomed chrono life's most fearsome foe, Urus, the two-headed dragon, each head bristling with menace, every scale shimmering with raw, unrelenting power, the embodiment of a challenge only the strongest could survive. Urus reared back, the ground trembling beneath his massive form, and let out a roar so deep and thunderous it was meant to crush Jaiwoo with sheer intimidation. But before the echo could even fade, a single, devastating strike sliced clean through one of his 2 heads. The dragon staggered violently, claws digging into the earth as his wide eyes blinked in utter disbelief, shock radiating from every scale. "What just?" Urus stammered, voice cracking with panic, unable to form a coherent thought. His entire body quivered under the weight of the unexpected blow, the roar of defiance replaced by stunned silence. In an instant, the balance of power had flipped. Urus, rattled and disoriented, tried to negotiate, to reason with Jaiwoo, but the boy's patience had long since vanished. There would be no words this time, only action. With only 3 attacks left, Jaiwoo's mind raced. Every calculation mattered. Every swing had to count. He knew that to truly ascend, he had to defeat the mightiest adversary before him, pushing his own limits to the very edge of human and player potential. With a decisive, flowing motion, he struck again, hammering the dragon's battered body. Scales cracked, blood and dust mingling in the air, leaving Urus teetering on the brink of collapse, each movement sluggish, his fear palpable even to the untrained eye. Jaiwoo's eyes flicked to his weapon, a shadow of sorrow passing over his features. Soon, this mighty tool would be gone, lost to the demands of fate. Urus, sensing a thread of hope, cried out, his voice urgent and trembling, desperate to seize a slim chance for survival. "Speak quickly," Jaiwoo snapped, narrowing his eyes, jaw tight. The air around him seemed to pulse with tension, each second stretching unbearably as he anticipated the dragon's next words. Urus hurriedly explained the nature of ego-class weapons, his tone a mixture of eagerness and caution, like a scholar revealing forbidden knowledge while balancing on the edge of a cliff. "When a powerful soul merges with a weapon," he said, eyes shining with intensity, "it transcends into the strongest weapon in the game, indestructible, unmatched, limitless in both durability and power." But there was a catch. To access this godlike potential, Jaiwoo would have to forge a bond with Urus himself, intertwining their fates in a pact that could not be undone. Through this bond, Urus's essence would persist, embedded within the weapon, tethered inseparably to Jaiwoo's destiny, living on in every strike and swing. Jaiwoo didn't hesitate. No pause, no second thought. He simply nodded, resolve shining in his eyes. He would take this power, no matter the risk. In a brilliant surge, Urus poured his entire soul into the stick, light and energy spiraling outward, fusing dragon and weapon into a singular force that seemed to hum with life. The stick shimmered violently, pulsing with raw energy as it transformed into an ego-class weapon. Infinite durability, immeasurable power, its aura now radiated like a star born of war and fire. Jai Wu felt the surge of limitless potential coursing through him, a raw, intoxicating current of strength and vengeance that made his blood sing. His path of revenge, once tentative and fragile, could now continue without restraint. Boundaries vanished. Limits were meaningless. With this weapon, he could unleash his full might without hesitation. Without fear, his every move a statement of absolute dominance. Far away, in the teeming capital, tension escalated with alarming speed. Rumors of Jai Wu's power had spread like wildfire, igniting fear in every corner. Wanted posters plastered every wall, depicting Jai Wu with stark clarity. The reward staggering. 1 billion gold, dead or alive. A fortune that could buy entire kingdoms. To intensify the threat, a cavalry of elite adventurers had been deployed. Guilds from across the realm converged, each determined to neutralize this unparalleled danger. The 5 strongest guilds of Chrono Life assembled, their leaders imposing and resolute, forming an alliance forged in both fear and necessity. Their mission, hunt down the lone player responsible for annihilating over 850,000 others with a single strike. The weight of that number hung heavy in the air, impossible to ignore. This was no ordinary threat, it was a danger to the entire world. Every strategy, every spell, every weapon at their disposal would be deployed to stop him. To lead this unprecedented force, they selected the realm's most venerated warrior. Castle King Arden, leader of the Justice Guild, cast his sharp gaze over the gathered World Union Guild, and with a voice like steel, formally declared war on Jai Wu. Yet with his stick now infused with limitless power, Jai Wu stood unmatched, a force ready to be unleashed without hesitation, every potential strike carrying the weight of destiny. Strolling through the capital, a casual confidence radiating from him, Jai Wu suddenly froze, eyes widening in surprise at the unexpected sight before him. A strange, small creature emerged from the stick, hovering for a brief moment before speaking. It revealed itself as Urus, the two-headed dragon, now bound eternally to Jai Wu by their newly forged pact. Jai Wu blinked, a rare smile tugging at his lips. Despite the chaos surrounding them, he found the dragon undeniably adorable in its new form. A pang of disappointment followed, though, this companion was visible only to him, a private ally hidden from the eyes of the world. But the fleeting moment of joy was cut short. Darkness lingered, unseen yet threatening, a shadow poised to shatter their brief peace. Jai Wu crouched to pick up a sheet of paper lying on the ground, squinting as he studied its contents, confusion flickering across his face. It was his own wanted poster, a stark reminder of the chaos he had wrought and the price on his head. Every wall, every corner of the city was plastered with identical posters, tens of thousands of eyes glaring back at him, the sheer scale leaving him momentarily stunned. Urus, unable to contain his excitement, leapt into the air, voice booming with exhilaration. This is exactly what I expected from my Hyungnim, taking down 800 players in a single strike. Even in my wildest dreams, I could never have imagined such a feat. And that billion gold bounty? Real wealth, tangible and extravagant beyond any mortal imagination. A temptation that could corrupt kingdoms. Jai Wu frowned, a fleeting doubt crossing his mind. How could an AI like Urus casually drop slang like, fancy? Was it even allowed? Rules, logic, reason all felt secondary now. Urus waved him off with a grin, unconcerned. Who cares? I'm already dead anyway, he said, voice light yet teasing. Then came the warning, Hyungnim, with a bounty like this, adventurers from across the world will come hunting. Maybe we should just wipe out humans entirely. Jai Wu's gaze drifted to the spot where the stick had fallen, then across the endless sea of posters, the weight of impending danger settling over him. Yet despite the looming threat, a subtle smirk curved his lips. Deep down, a small thrill stirred. This sensation, strange as it was, didn't feel unpleasant. He felt celebrated, famous. Even in the chaos, a hint of pride shimmered in his chest. Since things have escalated this far, Jai Wu announced, voice rich with mischief, it's time to adopt the LHS style. Urus blinked, head tilting in confusion. LHS style? What's that supposed to mean? It stands for loser hiding strength, Jai Wu explained, eyes glinting with cunning. It's a strategy where someone ridiculously powerful pretends to be weak, living life in secret while everyone underestimates them. Urus cocked his head skeptically. But won't humans just ignore you if they think you're weak? Exactly, Jai Wu replied, a mischievous spark in his eyes. That's the point. They think I'm nothing, but secretly, I control everything. He leaned closer to Urus, voice dropping conspiratorially. Have you never seen this before? To everyone else, I'm just a weakling, but in truth, I'm the hero of this story. And now, we finally get to play out that fantasy. As he savored the thrill of his secret, the city buzzing obliviously around him, an arrow whistled through the air, slicing the space before him and striking with sudden, deadly precision. Urus froze mid-celebration, eyes widening in absolute shock, his excitement instantly replaced by fear at the abrupt turn of events. Jaiwu crumpled to the hard, cold stone, his body trembling violently as a gush of blood spilled from his mouth, painting the ground beneath him in a deep, unforgiving crimson. Each breath was a struggle, the metallic taste of iron filling his mouth, his vision swimming as pain radiated through every fiber of his being. Above him, Urus hovered anxiously, wings beating frantically, each flap sending gusts of wind that rattled the nearby debris. His voice cracked with genuine concern, calling out desperately for his Hyungnim, urging him to rise. A mixture of fear and determination etched across every scale of his massive form. High on a rooftop overlooking the chaotic battlefield, Hawkeye's piercing cyan eyes tracked every movement with deadly precision. His bow glinted under the sunlight, arrows in the quiver perfectly aligned, and his voice sliced through the din as he announced with deadly accuracy that he had struck the target, his words carrying the weight of lethal intent. Below, the disciplined soldiers of Arden Castle surged forward, moving in tight formation to encircle Jaiwu. Their armor shimmered ominously in the light, polished to reflect intimidation, as the army's footfalls reverberated through the ground, closing in on the barely conscious figure struggling to stay upright. Hawkeye raised his voice above the thunder of marching troops. In the name of the Supreme Commander of the 5 Guilds Union, I command you to bind this abominable man, the one who slaughtered 800,000 innocents, and cast him into prison. His declaration rang across the battlefield like a war horn, met with a chorus of armored warriors echoing their allegiance, ready to carry out the command without hesitation. Urus, panic etched in every line of his face, flapped his wings in frantic bursts, crying out again. Hyungnim, please, you have to get up. His concern was palpable, vibrating in the tense air around them, each feathered beat trembling with urgency. These humans may seem weak individually, Urus warned, eyes narrowing in calculation, but if they coordinate their attack together, his words trailed with a mix of dread and strategy, a silent alarm of the dangers to come. Even with an arrow lodged painfully in his chest, Jaiwu gritted his teeth and forced himself upright. Each movement radiated agony through his body, muscles screaming in protest as he met the unwavering gaze of the Arden army, every soldier reflecting his defiance. The soldiers shouted in unison, their voices rolling across the battlefield. The enemy is standing. Hawkeye barked a sharp command, slicing through the cacophony. Do not give him even a single moment to breathe. Attack all at once. The order was obeyed without hesitation. The soldiers surged forward, weapons raised, forming a tide of polished steel and ironclad intent. Urus's voice rang out again, panic tinged with desperation. Yet Jaiwu's gaze hardened, extinguishing the brief flicker of hesitation that had momentarily crossed his expression. With raw defiance, he wrenched the arrow free from his chest, flinging it to the ground. The metallic clang echoed sharply, a statement of contempt and unwavering resolve. He gripped his staff tightly, knuckles whitening, every sinew braced for the battle that lay ahead. All I ever wanted, he murmured, voice steady despite the pain, was to live in peace, unseen and unbothered. Then, with a blinding surge of raw energy, an immense explosion erupted from his staff, illuminating the battlefield and sky alike. A nuclear-scale force detonated, annihilating every soldier in its reach in an instant, the ground trembling under the sheer magnitude. Hawkeye coughed violently, barely clinging to consciousness, eyes wide in disbelief at the obliteration surrounding him. What just happened? His voice trembled, disbelief choking every word, the reality of devastation sinking in. In a heartbeat, the entire army had been erased, reduced to nothing more than scattered debris, as if swept away by an unstoppable storm. Horror gripped him as he realized the capital of the First Realm had vanished, leaving only eerie, unsettling silence in its wake. Suddenly, Jaiwu materialized directly before him. Hawkeye froze, terror rooting him to the spot. In his hand, Jaiwu produced a summoning orb from beneath his cloak, its magical glow hinting at the endless warriors it could call forth at will. In panic, Hawkeye shattered the orb, triggering a magical circle beneath his feet, while dozens of portals bloomed simultaneously around him, each swirling with contained energy. The elf's commanding voice rang across the battlefield. Answer my call. All members of the Union. Activate large-scale teleportation. From every portal, Tens of thousands of soldiers emerged, their movements coordinated with surgical precision. Jai Wu observed silently, his expression unreadable, as the sea of reinforcements formed, an unstoppable tide converging upon him. The summoned soldiers now encircled him, an army of 3 million from the World Union, each summoned with a single, unyielding objective, to subdue Jai Wu at any cost. Hawkeye, frantically pointing and shouting, unleashed the coordinated charge. Attack! His command sent the soldiers forward in perfect unison, a living wave of deadly intent. Jai Wu exhaled slowly, a quiet, measured sigh cutting through the chaotic roar of battle, his eyes calm amidst the storm of steel and fury. With effortless grace, he swung his staff in a broad arc, cleaving through an entire line of soldiers as if they were mere shadows, the motion fluid and precise, cutting air and flesh alike. Anyone caught in the swing was obliterated instantly, armor and weapons reduced to fragments, their existence snuffed out in the blink of an eye. Urus hovered above, mouth agape, eyes wide with shock, utterly unprepared for the scale of destruction his Hyungnim could unleash with such casual precision. Jai Wu pivoted, staff in hand, his movements deliberate and fluid. With a swift, controlled thrust, he struck again, obliterating yet another massive segment of the advancing army, his efficiency in destruction both terrifying and elegant. The World Union was no ordinary force, they were elite rankers from every corner of the globe. Even Urus, with the full strength of his Dragon Legion, would falter here. Retreat had seemed like the only option. But Jai Wu proved that notion catastrophically wrong. Spotting an opening, a handful of lineage warriors lunged forward, swords and spears raised high, leaping with lethal intent. Jai Wu merely adjusted his staff. A single, calculated touch obliterated them instantly, leaving nothing behind. Another entire line of soldiers fell, cleaved cleanly in two, their coordinated assault rendered meaningless in an instant. In the distance, Abracadabra, flanked by her assistant mages, hastily began to prepare a devastating spell, urgency etched into every movement. Sensing the subtle shift behind him, Jai Wu pivoted to see a colossal magic circle forming in the sky. Abracadabra was casting the ancient enchantment of destruction, designed to erase him completely. A beam of concentrated energy hurtled toward him, elegant yet terrifying in its destructive potential. Jai Wu's eyes widened, noting the intricacy of the spell and the raw power contained within. He thought to himself, appreciating the spell's grandeur. Perhaps it was time he named his own technique, a signature as legendary as the threat before him. Raising his staff high, he swung with calculated precision, cutting through the energy with a strike that soared far above the atmosphere, slicing through the ancient enchantment like a blade through silk. "Arise!" he proclaimed. Naming the technique as his staff obliterated the ancient magic circle and the destructive beam, both dissipating into nothingness. Abracadabra stood frozen, disbelief cracking her voice. How did you shatter my ancient spell?" The royal sorcerers prepared their next incantations, but Jai Wu raised his staff once more, unshaken, an immovable force amidst the brewing storm. "Attack!" he commanded, swinging his staff with relentless, terrifying precision. Every mage caught in the path of his strike was thrown aside, their spells evaporating mid-incantation, their efforts rendered completely futile. 1 man against 3 million was beyond overwhelming. It was outright catastrophic, a display of sheer, unrelenting power. The World Union Guild was utterly annihilated. Hawkeye collapsed to his knees, cold sweat streaking down his face, paralyzed by terror and disbelief. He muttered over and over, words choked with shock, until Jai Wu suddenly materialized directly before him. Calm and resolute, the embodiment of unstoppable force. Jai Wu explained, voice steady and unwavering, that he had never intended to take his own life. His immense strength, difficult to control, had made restraint nearly impossible. Yet against all odds he had survived, and now nothing would stand in his way. The elf's voice trembled with disbelief, cracking as he asked the question that burned in every corner of his mind. Why hadn't Jai Wu simply finished him off? The chaos around them faded into a tense silence. Jai Wu exhaled slowly, his expression calm yet unwavering, radiating control. "It's obvious," he replied, the words lingering in the heavy, charged air, as if the answer carried the weight of inevitability itself. He recalled the earlier moment, the first strike that had set this deadly sequence into motion. How he had fired the arrow, initiating the chain of events that had spiraled into absolute devastation, a memory sharp and vivid in his mind. Panic flared across Hawkeye's features, his eyes widening with raw terror. But before he could even muster a counterattack, Jai Wu's staff moved with fluid precision, striking him squarely. The impact was merciless, leaving Hawkeye staggering, the taste of shock and fear heavy on his tongue. As expected, the events of that day exploded into legend, transforming into a tale that would be whispered and repeated endlessly, not only within the sprawling realms of chrono life, but spilling beyond, infiltrating other gaming communities, eventually reaching even those who had never touched a game, spreading like wildfire through awe and disbelief. Jai Wu analyzed every detail with meticulous calculation, dispatching the elf with cold, measured efficiency. Amid the chaos, his gaze remained unflinching, precise, and utterly composed, as if he were orchestrating a symphony of destruction. Urus hovered above, awe etched across his features, wings quivering in astonishment. Hyungnim, you're truly incredible, he breathed, voice tinged with reverence. Jai Wu, nonchalant as ever, remarked, I was wondering where you disappeared to. Suddenly, movement flickered behind him, drawing his sharp attention. He turned and came face to face with the girl. A flicker of annoyance crossed Jai Wu's features. Is there still someone else left? What a pain. But then recognition sparked, freezing him mid-thought, as her familiar silhouette resolved from the smoke and chaos. In the heart of the battlefield, their eyes locked, tension thick enough to slice through the acrid smoke, bloodied earth, and the remnants of fallen soldiers. Yet the goddess of life remained still, serene, her presence calm and unreadable, unmoved by the carnage sprawling around them. Anger flared in Jai Wu's chest as the realization hit. No one could have predicted this reunion. His heart thumped violently in shock, each beat echoing the bitter thrill of encountering her here, amidst ruin and death. The goddess smiled softly, her voice gentle. It's been a long time, Mr. Hale. The sunset painted the plains in a blood-orange glow. 3 million bodies sprawled across the battlefield, swords and spears scattered like fallen stars. Amidst it all, Jai Wu stood tall, finally reunited with the goddess of life. He swept his gaze over the devastated scene, absorbing every detail, the drama, the chaos, the sheer weight pressing down on them both, feeling the battlefield's oppressive presence settle over his shoulders. Memories flashed sharply. Moments when she had mocked his parents as beggars, words that stung anew with vivid, personal resonance. His hand trembled, fingers tightening around his staff, rage coiling like a spring ready to snap. He wasn't certain whether it was the contradiction of the moment or the weight of old grudges, but a bitter laugh escaped him nonetheless, cutting through the smoke like a jagged blade. The goddess asked casually, How have you been? She added lightly that fate must have had a hand in their meeting, remarking she hadn't expected to encounter him again. Jai Wu scoffed, shaking his head. Nonsense. Just looking at you tells me someone terrible has been hunting for me. His voice carried a mix of irony and accusation. The goddess tilted her head slightly, a faint, curious sparkle in her eyes, clearly intrigued by the impression she left on him. Jai Wu gripped his staff, voice tight with controlled irritation. Although I want to crush you, he muttered. There's still one thing I need to ask first. Did you dye your hair? She beamed, pleased that he had noticed, pride and amusement dancing across her features. She explained calmly that she had taken his life to ascend to the secret class of goddess of life, and that transformation was the reason her hair now shimmered in a new, vibrant hue. Jai Wu stared coldly, eyes narrowing into sharp, unyielding slits, every line of his face radiating tension. He exhaled slowly, letting the weight of his presence fill the space around him, the air thick with impending confrontation. Raising his staff high, he declared, voice ringing with authority and judgment. Your job changed to goddess of life after taking 1,000 lives. It should really be the goddess of death. The goddess laughed softly, finding amusement in his candid observation, the sound light amidst the battlefield's destruction. Absolutely, Jai Wu affirmed, steady and resolute, eyes locking onto hers with unwavering intensity. Then, with a sudden, violent motion, he slammed his staff into the ground. A massive surge of energy erupted, hurtling toward her in a blinding torrent. I've heard your funny story, he shouted. Now it's time for the part where I crush you. The goddess raised a single eyebrow, questioning if he acted too hastily. Yet the explosion surged regardless, leveling everything within the immediate vicinity, with a deafening roar that shook the battlefield to its very core. Through the choking smoke, Jai Wu watched impassively, expression unreadable, a calm eye at the center of absolute chaos. A voice drifted from the haze, teasing and cool. What a shame, I would have liked to talk a little longer. Before he could even react, she appeared behind him, moving with the fluid grace of inevitability. Jai was spun instinctively, staff swinging again, the resulting shockwave tearing through the battlefield. Rocks cracked, debris pulverized, the very earth trembling under the force of his power. Urus cried out, astonishment coloring his voice. Target hit. Admiration threading his tone, he added, as expected of Hyungnim, a perfect strike, like slicing through a catfish. Jaiwoo smirked faintly. Of course, those gentle-looking bastards are usually all talk. But as the smoke drifted away, unease pricked at him. Something wasn't right. The goddess still stood, completely unscathed, eyes locked on him, silently judging, unreadable and serene amidst the devastation. You've grown considerably stronger, she observed calmly. But such a feeble attack is not enough to take my life. Urus gestured frantically, urging Hyungnim to notice. Jaiwoo merely nodded, voice steady, gaze unflinching. I can see. While words passed between them, the goddess maintained her serene, knowing smile, observing with quiet patience. Urus caught her gaze and froze, confusion twisting his features. Impossible! How can she be looking at me and not Hyungnim? Panic rose sharply in his tone. Jaiwoo nodded slightly, acknowledging the strangeness of the moment. His strike should have landed, yet she remained untouched, untouchable. The goddess scoffed softly. Do you think a mere human could ever harm a goddess? Jaiwoo feigned shock, pressing the staff mockingly to his forehead. Now you've really made me angry. He charged at her full speed, each step cracking the earth beneath, his movement a blur of wrath and determination. The goddess stood unwavering, her calm gaze fixed on him as his attack closed in with lightning velocity, culminating in a titanic explosion that shook the entire battlefield to its very foundation. Jaiwoo wasted no time, pressing his advantage with the relentless precision of a predator who knew no hesitation. Without giving the goddess even a split second to react, he swung his staff in a devastating arc, blasting a massive swath of the battlefield into rubble. The ground buckled beneath the force, stones and debris flying in all directions, as his energy tore through the terrain like a raging storm. His relentless assault continued, each strike chipping away at the foundations beneath them. Fragments of the planet splintered into fiery shards, scattering like molten confetti, shaking the very bedrock of the world and sending tremors racing through the air. Urus hovered nearby, awe etched across every scale, wings beating in a flurry. Hyungnim, the entire continent is trembling. At this rate, it could be utterly destroyed. His voice trembled, a mixture of fear, admiration, and disbelief as he witnessed the raw magnitude of Jaiwoo's power. Yet the goddess remained unshaken, calm as a still lake in the eye of the storm, her tone threaded with quiet amusement. It's useless, she stated, eyes locked on him, unwavering amidst the destruction. A serene smile lingering on her lips, she spread her majestic wings and ascended effortlessly above Jaiwoo. Her shadow fell across him like a dark promise, an imposing figure hovering in the sky, radiating authority and unshakable presence. Urus's eyes widened, startled by her sudden display of power, while Jaiwoo felt sweat prickling his brow, exhaustion radiating through his body. Each strike demanded more from him than the last, every movement pushing him toward the very limits of endurance. The goddess's wings began to dissolve into countless delicate feathers, drifting and swirling around her like an ethereal halo, a living aura of grace and mesmerizing beauty that made the air itself seem to shimmer. She descended with deliberate, graceful steps, each one measured and commanding. Her voice cut through the chaos, clear and resonant. She asked what Mr. Heo intended to do next, curiosity and confidence weaving through her tone. You must have been eagerly anticipating this, she continued, stepping closer, eyes gleaming. Dreaming every day about how to take my life. Give up now. No matter how strong you become, no matter how much time passes, you will never succeed. Her words pressed upon him, amplified by the proximity of her presence. Jaiwoo stared at her silently for a long moment, then slowly closed his eyes, the weight of her certainty pressing down like a physical force, forcing him to pause and consider. He exhaled deeply, tilting his head back, chest rising and falling in controlled, measured breaths as he gathered his strength and focus, every fiber of his being taut with anticipation. With deliberate, measured steps, he retreated a few paces, putting space between them, while his mind raced through countless strategies, calculating every possible outcome in the blink of an eye. The goddess tilted her head, a hint of curiosity threading her serene gaze. Where are you going? Have you finally given up? She asked, voice laced with mockery and intrigue. Jaiwoo's response was deceptively simple yet calculated. He swung his staff multiple times through the air, fluid and deliberate, each movement testing not just the limits of his weapon, but her reactions as well. "I'm just testing how hard I can swing it," he said with a sly grin, eyes glinting with mischief and calculation. "Maybe I could even break it in too." The goddess shook her head slightly, a faint frown forming. "That won't work. You'll never take my life." Jaiwa's eyes narrowed, his tone cool and detached. "She's not my target. Not you. The entire planet is." Her eyes widened in disbelief, pupils dilating as she struggled to comprehend the audacity and scale of his claim, shock radiating from her expression. Jaiwa's voice remained steady, unwavering, as he laid out his plan. "Since I can't defeat you, I'll simply destroy the planet. Either you perish in the explosion, or you're flung into the vacuum of space by the impact." Each word carried unshakable conviction. The goddess gaped, her disbelief evident. "Is that even possible for a mere human?" Her tone mixed fear and incredulity, barely concealing her astonishment at his audacity. Jaiwu nodded firmly, determination radiating from every line of his body. "I'll strike with everything I've got," he affirmed, each word heavy with the gravity of his intent. He added almost casually, a hint of dark humor in his tone, "Earlier today I did something similar, but I didn't even use my full strength." The goddess's expression darkened, eyes flickering with concern and rapid calculation, as the realization of his capacity began to sink in. "If you destroy the planet," she warned, voice grave, "you'll die along with it. Your attack would be nothing more than a senseless suicide, not revenge." She questioned whether such an act would truly satisfy him, eyes probing, searching for the reasoning behind this audacious plan. Jaiwa's lips curled into a dark, grim laugh. Memories of lessons learned, sacrifices endured, and the unflinching truths of his world flashed through his mind, each one sharpening the edge of his resolve. "The law of the jungle, that's all that really matters," he murmured, eyes glinting with ruthless determination, a shadow of cold clarity in their depths. He leaned closer, voice rising, edged with controlled fury. "Listen carefully. Now it's your turn to learn. People like you don't understand." Raising his staff high, he declared with unwavering intensity, "Never mess with someone who has nothing to lose." The goddess faltered slightly, a flicker of apprehension crossing her composed features. "Wait," she began, but Jaiwu cut her off, swinging his staff with all the might he could summon. The instant the staff struck the ground, a shockwave radiated outward, obliterating everything in its path. Trees, rocks, and debris were pulverized instantly, the battlefield convulsing under the sheer force. Both the goddess and Urus were caught in the tremendous blast, the air itself vibrating with raw energy, while Jaiwa's lips curled into a dark, macabre smile, unshaken and resolute. The entire planet fractured into 6 massive, perfectly proportioned segments, the world itself responding to his overwhelming power as it erupted into a cataclysmic supernova. Ripples from this apocalyptic event surged outward across the chrono-life universe, a wave of annihilation that erased everything in a single, monumental display of sheer force. Lines of data cascaded across virtual screens, scrolling like a digital waterfall, reflecting the cosmic scale of his destructive capability. Meanwhile, in the real world, a dimly lit room lined with virtual reality pods remained mostly silent, save for a lone attendant dozing lazily, unaware of the catastrophe unfolding in-game. Suddenly, a player shouted in frustration, yanked abruptly from Chrono Life mid-session. "Why was I disconnected? We hadn't even reached the final boss." Confusion and anger laced his voice. Other players echoed his outrage, demanding to know whether the attendant had tampered with the main switch, a grave violation with severe consequences. The employee, now fully awake, waved them down calmly. "Calm yourselves. It wasn't a power outage. Nothing tripped." A young man speculated, "Maybe it's a server issue with Crowley, the company behind the game." Immediately, another player shouted that an announcement had appeared on the homepage, confirming a server problem in Chrono Life and promising that the reopening date would be announced later. Shock and disbelief rippled through the room. Some found it unbelievable the server had actually crashed. Yet one pod remained fully connected, undisturbed by the chaos surrounding it. His pod still registered as active, untouched by the widespread disconnections, a solitary beacon of continuity amidst the pandemonium. Back in the game, a system notification appeared. Synchronization in progress, a soft hum filling the virtual environment. The client updated to version 1.7, scanning for connected users. Only one player remained online. Jaiwu found himself alone in an empty, ethereal room, data streams floating around him like spectral ribbons of light, the space eerily silent and charged with anticipation. He looked around, confusion furrowing his brow, trying to make sense of the unusual surroundings, every instinct alert. Something was off. He should still be battling as usual, immersed in the chaos of chrono life, yet the landscape felt impossibly empty, unreal. Suddenly, a mysterious voice cut through the silence, ethereal and commanding, mentioning ST-389. It explained that this was the name of the planet he had just destroyed, celebrated for its breathtaking beauty in the fourth universe, and that it had been the mother's favorite, a place cherished beyond measure. Startled, Jai was spun to face the voice, eyes narrowing as the floating data shimmered ominously around them, a tangible tension coiling in the air, waiting for his reaction. The blond man's sneer cut through the tense silence, sharp and disdainful. He leaned forward slightly, eyes glinting with a cruel amusement, and spat out a command to Jai Wu, "Shut up!" Then, as if performing for an unseen audience, his expression twisted into a grotesque, almost theatrical smile, his voice dropping into a chilling declaration, "I am God." The words hung heavy in the air, charged with an unsettling finality. Jai Wu's gaze lingered on him for a moment, his chest rising and falling with a slow, deliberate sigh that carried both exhaustion and disbelief. The sound was low, almost a growl of exasperation, as if measuring the absurdity of the claim. "That's your identity," Jai Wu said finally, narrowing his eyes, voice calm but sharp. "So it's none of my business. But, have you seen a woman with black hair around here?" His words cut through the tension, practical and pointed, demanding an answer amidst the surreal scene. God's response was unervingly calm. "It's just the two of us here." Almost instantly, a system screen flickered in Jai Wu's vision, confirming the claim. Only one user was active. The stark confirmation hung in the air like a cold, digital echo. "What's wrong with you?" God's voice sharpened suddenly, slicing through the quiet like a blade. "You ended everyone's lives just now." His tone carried a weighty certainty. "Surely it's obvious. No one could have survived that explosion." The words dripped with incredulity, expecting that the scale of destruction should leave no room for doubt. And yet, every living being had been utterly obliterated. And still Jai Wu laughed. The sound was dark, resonant, filled with the thrill of triumph, echoing off the invisible walls around them. God blinked, a flicker of shock crossing his composed face. This reaction, unexpected, audacious, threw him off balance. Jai Wu's laughter rose, spilling from his chest, echoing through the empty void as he threw his head back. "Finally, my revenge is complete," he shouted, each word vibrating with the satisfaction of vengeance long in the making. His heart surged, pounding with exhilaration. This intoxicating rush of victory was the reason he had endured, the very essence of why he had played the game in the first place. "Urus, come out. I finally got my revenge," Jai Wu bellowed, voice reverberating across the empty expanse, calling for the dragon with an urgent, triumphant tone. But the void swallowed his words. Silence answered him, thick and unyielding. Frustration flared, and Jai Wu slammed his level 99 stick onto the ground with force, sparks of anticipation in his eyes, as he attempted to summon his dragon once more. God's voice cut through, calm yet firm, slicing through Jai Wu's hope. "I already told you, it's just the two of us here. And that child you're wishing for?" he added smoothly. "Don't expect them to appear." The words hung, a soft dismissal loaded with certainty. Jai Wu's eyes narrowed, suspicion sharpening his gaze. "If there's only one active user, then what are you? An NPC?" His voice carried a mixture of curiosity and growing wariness. "Or, the administrator?" He pressed further, suspicion creeping like a shadow through his tone. God shook his head, denying both possibilities. But as he opened his mouth to reveal more, a sudden rift tore through space-time. A sharp, violent crack that silenced him instantly, freezing the moment like shattered glass suspended in the air. He exhaled a frustrated sigh, voice laced with tension. "Something is already interfering." Then, in the center of the room, a soft, radiant light bloomed, spreading warmth and illuminating Jai Wu's face with a golden glow that seemed almost unreal. "This is disappointing, but meeting you was truly a pleasure," God said, voice gentle yet distant. "Farewell, and be sure to greet the little furry one for me." "Wait!" Jai Wu shouted, caught off guard, but a blinding surge of light erupted between them. When it dissipated, God was gone, leaving only the hollow echo of emptiness in his place. Moments later, the game server shut down abruptly, severing Jai Wu's connection without warning. Back in the identity room, Only his capsule remained active, emitting a soft, rhythmic hum that filled the silence. The capsule hissed open slowly, revealing Jaiwoo's real body. He ripped the VR headset from his face, blinking rapidly against the harsh return to reality, eyes struggling to adjust to the familiar yet alien surroundings. "I can't believe this, why now?" he muttered, rubbing his weary eyes. Then, his attention snapped to a blond man standing across the room, cigar in mouth, eyes piercing as he stared with unnerving precision. The man rose smoothly, stepping closer, reciting Jaiwoo's personal details as though reading from a script. "Lee Jaiwoo, age 21. You've been playing Chrono Life for 3 months. Your chosen weapon? The level 99 stick." Jaiwoo's mind raced. He confirmed the facts, then demanded, voice taut with confusion and caution, "Who are you?" Removing his glasses, the man's declaration was crisp, confident, and cold. "I'm the one who's going to steal your stick." Jaiwoo's thoughts swirled. He was just an ordinary college student, fortunate enough to craft a level 99 stick as a beginner, a recent marvel in his small triumphs. With that very stick, he had struck down everyone he despised, exacting vengeance on the woman who had betrayed him, leaving a trail of reckoning behind him. And then, a man claiming to be God had appeared, only to vanish as abruptly as he had come, leaving more questions than answers. Now Jaiwoo found himself in a modest restaurant, encircled by stern, watchful guards, their eyes calculating and wary. Before them, a meal was laid out meticulously, the aroma of rich, simmered flavors filling the room and mingling with the tension in the air. While the blond man attacked the food with vigorous appetite, Jaiwoo simply observed, cautious, analyzing each movement, each expression, each subtle intention. "Eat," the man urged, voice casual yet commanding. "The lady who runs this place is an incredible cook." Jaiwoo nodded slowly, taking in the words while mentally piecing together the strange reality he had been thrust into. The man explained the history of the place, a gukbap restaurant he had frequented when money was tight, a humble refuge in earlier, simpler days. "That was 15 years ago," he continued, eyes distant as he recalled the past. "My company was founded during the early days of Chrono Life's development." The pieces began to snap together in Jaiwoo's mind, realization dawning. No, it couldn't be. The blond man straightened, formal now, introducing himself with deliberate weight. "I am Choi Deokbi, president of Chrono Life." Jaiwoo's voice trembled slightly with disbelief. "Thought you were a gangster. And who are all these guys?" "They're my company staff, modelers, music directors, marketing leads," Deokbi replied, each word precise, matter-of-fact. A shiver ran down Jaiwoo's spine. Mistaking them for mobsters, he asked, voice tight with a mix of fear and incredulity, why the president himself had come after him. "Didn't I tell you in the capsule room?" Deokbi's tone was calm, unwavering. "I'm here to retrieve the level 99 stick." Jaiwoo's jaw fell, disbelief etched in every line of his face. "Why that expression?" Deokbi asked, unbothered. "As a game company, reclaiming bugged items is standard procedure. I enhanced it myself," Jaiwoo protested, desperation and pride mingling in his voice. 3%, Deokbi stated plainly, factual. "That's the official success rate after enhancing an item 10 times. Beyond that, the chances diminish further." The revelation hit Jaiwoo like a cold wave, yet he pushed back, defiant. "If it's not a bug, there has to be some chance, right?" He rose abruptly, the tension in his body coiling, ready to storm out. But Deokbi sighed, a deep, world-weary exhale. "The level 99 stick will remain under my care." Meanwhile, in Chrono Life's world, near the town of Frontal, a massive figure cast its shadow over an open field. It was a level 21 Gurus, its armored scales glinting under the sun, imposing and formidable. The player party readied themselves in unison, voices rising. "It's coming!" they shouted, synchronized like a single organism. A mage unleashed a blazing fireball, a sphere of flame hurtling through the air toward the monstrous foe. The creature roared, a bone-chilling sound, twisting in agony as the searing flames licked over its massive form, smoke curling in the bright daylight. The party leader's cheer rang out. "It worked! Keep the attack going!" Energy surged, coordinated and fierce. But then, a girl named Kion surged forward alone, her scream piercing the air as her aura flared brightly, raw power radiating from her as she charged straight toward the creature. The leader's voice followed, urgent, desperate, warning her not to go alone. Yet the Gurus struck with brutal precision, hurling Kion high into the air, force terrifying and unrelenting. She crashed onto the party's priestess, the two of them tumbling to the ground in a helpless heap, limbs entangled, shock and pain rippling across their faces. Panic swept through the party. "We're in trouble. Get up, move!" came the frantic calls. Jaiwoo, observing from a distance, froze for a heartbeat, breath catching, before exhaling sharply, tension mounting as he weighed his next move. Beside him, Urus nibbled thoughtfully on a piece of chicken, tilting his head with a mixture of curiosity and mischief. "Hyungnim, what are you planning to do next?" he asked, his sharp eyes following Jaiwoo's every subtle movement, alert to even the smallest twitch of his fingers on the level 99 stick. Jaiwoo paused, gripping his legendary stick with a steady hand. He cast a quick glance at his stats, scanning the familiar numbers scrolling before his eyes, each a glowing testament to the overwhelming power he now commanded. Every digit reminded him of the sheer potential he wielded, the endless possibilities at his fingertips. His thoughts drifted back to the tense restaurant conversation. Deokbi's voice had been calm yet unyielding as he declared that the enhanced stick would remain in the company's care. A sinking sense of apprehension had tugged at Jaiwoo's chest, yet the CEO's measured explanation, that the item wasn't a bug, but a matter of company protocol, had given him a pause. Jaiwoo had protested, insisting on fairness, but Deokbi's eyes, steady and resolute, had revealed the results of his meticulous investigation, leaving no room for argument. From that moment, Jaiwoo's in-game account was his alone, untouchable by the company in terms of his actions. Whether he annihilated the game's most formidable bosses, wiped out entire populations, or obliterated planets within Chrono Life, no corporate hand would interfere. As a player, he had total freedom, an unprecedented liberty to explore, conquer, or simply play as he wished. Deokbi added another helping of salted vegetables to his gukbap, nudging the plate toward Jaiwoo with a casual authority. "The choice is yours," he said, voice neutral but carrying subtle weight. Jaiwoo lifted the plate, ready to continue his meal when suddenly, the elderly woman who owned the restaurant whipped around and smacked Deokbi lightly on the head, her face flushed with irritation. "Do you think I'll spend all night simmering bone broth just for you to ruin it with those vegetables?" she scolded, voice sharp but filled with a peculiar warmth. Jaiwoo lowered the plate, a small, amused chuckle escaping him as he observed the comical scolding, the mixture of authority and exasperation painting a vivid picture of the moment. Returning fully to the present, Jaiwoo's gaze lingered on his level 99 stick, the memory of the salted vegetable soup lingering like a warm, comforting echo amidst the chaos of his thoughts. His attention snapped sharply to the nearby party leader, whose voice cut through the air like a whip, laced with frustration. "What kind of useless player is Kion?" the leader barked, eyes blazing. "She can't even hold her position, the most basic requirement for party hunting. Now we're forced to slow down the hunt, all because she joined us." Jaiwoo's mind flicked to the favor Deokbi had once asked of him, the words echoing in his memory. He remembered the assertion, odd as it had seemed, that Chrono Life was no ordinary game. Freedom, romance, adventure. An entire world far larger and more intricate than anyone could truly imagine, awaited inside the game. Therefore, Jaiwoo realized, the game was meant to be experienced, savored, and enjoyed, not destroyed out of spite or recklessness. He paused for a heartbeat, letting that thought settle, the weight of responsibility and opportunity mingling in his mind. Then, with shocking suddenness, the party leader spat deliberately onto Kion's scarf, the act loaded with disdain. "Get lost!" the leader shouted, voice sharp and biting. "I won't hunt with you." With a final, incredulous shake of the head, he stomped away, astonished that she even possessed comparable gear to the rest of the party. Kion was effectively expelled from the party, left standing alone, her anger and pride simmering visibly. Jaiwoo watched silently, letting out a small, reflective sigh, the tension of the moment settling over him like a heavy cloak. It was frustrating, yes, but he understood the harsh logic at play. It was the law of the jungle in this virtual world, unyielding and relentless. Recalling Deokbi's earlier advice, Jaiwoo made a quiet decision. He would enjoy the game on his own terms. After all, he had his preferences, like wanting his salted vegetable soup extra thick. With a playful glint in his eye, he swung his staff, gathering a surge of energy to direct toward the party, but a sudden scream froze him mid-motion. Jaiwoo turned sharply, tracing the source of the commotion. Kion was yelling, a raw mixture of rage and exasperation spilling from her lips as she cursed at the game and the careless players around her. "They have no appreciation for skill," she screamed, sword shaking violently in her hands. "Do they even realize how powerful my weapon is?" I spent a fortune on it. Jaiwoo couldn't suppress a wry smile, recalling his own past frustrations when others had failed to grasp the strength of his weapon. Back then, just as with Kion now, people had stared at him oddly, a mixture of confusion and disbelief marking their expressions. Kion shouted again, her declaration piercing the air. She needed no one, refused any party, and would hunt alone, defiant and unyielding. Jaiwoo reflected silently, uncertainty swirling in his mind. He wasn't sure what to make of her stubbornness, nor how he should respond. Then, without warning, Kion froze, ears pricking at the unmistakable sound of monsters materializing directly before her. Surrounded by jagged, snarling creatures, fear painted her features. Their gaping maws opened wide as they charged relentlessly, closing in with terrifying intent. Kion raised her weapon to defend herself, but before she could act, Jaiwoo appeared, his presence sudden and decisive, leaving him to wonder why he had intervened. With a fluid swing of his staff, he unleashed a devastating surge of energy, cutting a path directly toward the encroaching monsters. Everything caught in the wave of force was obliterated instantly, dust and debris scattering like autumn leaves in a storm. As the dust settled, Kion shielded her head, blinking against the settling haze. Slowly, she lifted her gaze, coming face to face with Jaiwoo, surprise and disbelief etched across her features. Above them, the sky stretched vast and clear, a serene canvas untouched by the chaos below. Jaiwoo's mind weighed the moment. Had his actions been born of compassion, of solidarity? No. He had acted for a far simpler reason. The thrill, the pure, unadulterated fun of it. With a playful grin tugging at his lips, he stepped closer, leaving Kion completely bewildered by his carefree, almost whimsical demeanor. Around them, the battlefield remained chaotic, yet Jaiwoo moved forward with an undeniable sense of purpose. This, then, was only the prologue of their intertwined journey. He asked casually if she would hunt alongside him. Kion spat on the ground, scoffed, and turned on her heel. I don't hunt with newbies, she said flatly. Jaiwoo watched, perplexed, realizing that this partnership would not begin smoothly. Meanwhile, across Seoul, the city pulsed with life. Crowds moved along streets, their phones in constant use, oblivious to the extraordinary events unfolding elsewhere. Yet the world's gaze had been drawn, magnetically, to a single staggering event. An event that would be remembered forever, soon dubbed Judgment Day. Debate ignited across the global gaming community, fierce and unrelenting. The internet ablaze with speculation and outrage. Everyone wanted answers. Who was the player responsible for ending 800,000 lives? Had a god descended into chrono life, an unrivaled warrior, the undisputed strongest? One skeptic refused to believe it. How could anyone be that strong? He demanded incredulously. It must be a bug, or some vile hacker. A reasonable doubt, perhaps, defeating millions shouldn't be possible solely through skill and stats, at least by ordinary means. The community demanded justice, clamoring for the hacker to be permanently banned, eyes glued to the company's forthcoming announcement. Finally, the Chrono Life team spoke. The player was a normal user. Investigations confirmed he had exploited no bugs, hacked nothing. His achievements were legitimate. Shock rippled globally as the truth sank in, and the storm of controversy abruptly ceased. On city streets, people buzzed with discussion, trading astonishment, theories, and speculation in hushed, excited tones. The Chrono Life server itself had crashed due to the actions of a single, extraordinary player. He had claimed countless lives in the blink of an eye, and the mystery of his real-world identity captivated millions. Only a hooded photo had been released, keeping his face hidden. Meanwhile, Jaiwoo walked on, a faint smile curling his lips, following the girl he had just saved, ready to carve his own story into the vast world of Chrono Life. Only the rhythmic crunch of their footsteps filled the otherwise silent path, each step punctuating the tension simmering between them. The forest around them seemed to hold its breath, leaves rustling faintly as if eavesdropping on the unspoken struggle of wills. Kion came to an abrupt halt, irritation flickering across her sharp features. She spun around swiftly, eyes narrowing into slits, and demanded, her voice cutting like a whip. Why do you keep following me? Her posture radiated defiance, fists clenched at her sides, daring Jaiwoo to answer. Jaiwoo remained composed, his expression calm, almost unnervingly so. His voice was steady, measured as he suggested. We should form a hunting party. His gaze locking with hers, unwavering and direct, challenging her stubbornness with quiet confidence. When did I agree to that? Kion snapped back, voice sharp and dripping with disdain. Go hunt with someone as poor and indecent as you. She spat the words, eyes blazing, clearly offended by what she perceived as his audacity. Jaiwoo's brow furrowed in confusion, the insult striking him as odd and unfounded. He couldn't quite grasp her logic, or the reasoning behind such sharp words aimed at him. Kion jabbed a finger toward his tattered cloak, voice rising with exasperation. You're wearing nothing but underwear under that cloak, and carrying a level 1 stick, something only a newbie would dare use. I don't have time to waste on a noob like you. Her stance was rigid, her judgment unwavering. Get out of here. Jaiwoo shot back defensively, flaring with indignation. Indecent? I just saved you. I cleared those monsters in a single strike. His voice carried a mixture of frustration and disbelief, trying to justify his actions. Horus, silently observing, had seen it all unfold. He noted that Jaiwoo's eyes had been closed during the attack, leaving Kion completely unaware of the true depth of his power, the secret strength he wielded effortlessly. Realization dawned on Jaiwoo, a sly smirk curling his lips. She has no idea how strong I really am. A cunning thought took root. Perhaps it was better to keep his true power hidden for a while, letting appearances deceive her. With that strategy in mind, he sprinted after Kion, calling out, voice tinged with faux urgency, Miss, please, carry me. His tone and words crafted deliberately to manipulate her expectations. The girl spun around, bewildered, brows furrowed in confusion. Jaiwoo continued, his tone meek, almost pleading, Actually, I don't know much about the game. I'm a total newbie. Please, master, carry me. The word master sparked a visible shift in Kion's expression. A flash of delight and recognition. Memories of previous condescending party leaders surfaced, and the title seemed to empower her, fueling her excitement. Horus tilted his head, curious. Jaiwoo whispered back, explaining that he was intentionally feigning weakness, hiding his true power as the first step of a careful strategy. The dragon recalled the plan and nodded in understanding, following the strategy Jaiwoo had meticulously devised. Kion cleared her throat, attempting to appear serious despite the subtle amusement flickering in her eyes. It's embarrassing, but I'm the type who should help newbies, she admitted, her voice carrying reluctant pride. She extended an offer, authoritative yet precise. Join my party just this once. This expert will guide you. As a level 24 fighter, Kion had invested her stats entirely into strength, disregarding other abilities. Near the dungeon entrance of the starting town, she charged toward a screaming monster, delivering a crushing punch that sent a level 4 rabbit bear reeling, blood spattering as it slammed backward. Before the creature could recover, another monster appeared behind her, but Kion leapt with precise agility, dodging with seamless grace. She exhaled sharply, executing a flawless aerial flip, her body moving fluidly, each motion a blend of deadly precision and practiced grace. The rabbit bear blinked in shock, eyes wide as Kion descended, her gaze locked on her target, preparing to strike with a devastating kick. Her fallen dragon companion stomped with brutal force beside her, smashing the monster into the ground with thunderous impact. The other rabbit bears hesitated, confusion evident, but quickly regrouped, encircling her with cautious aggression. Kion's stance remained confident, smirking. Come at this master all at once if you dare, she taunted, radiating fearless authority. Jaiwoo sank to the floor, watching every movement intently, analyzing her fighting style with rapt attention. She's a pretty skilled fighter, isn't she? He mused aloud. Horus nodded subtly, acknowledging her prowess with a low, contemplative sound. Yet Jaiwoo's mind remained alert to the dangers. No matter the low level of the monsters, being surrounded by multiple enemies still posed significant risk. Horus reassured him, noting that Kion's equipment was exceptional, giving her a tangible advantage even in overwhelming numbers. Her weapon alone is worth around 10 million gold, Jaiwoo exclaimed, disbelief etching his face. Horus added that her complete gear set likely approached a staggering 100 million. Jaiwoo's jaw dropped further, mind struggling to comprehend how a so-called newbie could afford such an arsenal. The dragon revealed the truth plainly. She's a pay-to-win player. Jaiwoo recalled Kion's earlier outburst about her expensive items, her frustration at their perceived disregard. He wondered if she had truly invested such a fortune into the game to assert her worth. Suddenly, Kion pivoted sharply toward Jaiwoo, eyes flashing with intensity. Even if I'm carrying you, don't just stand there doing nothing, she barked. Hit them with that stick of yours, she commanded, urgency slicing through the dungeon's ambient sounds. Jai-woo tilted his head, caught off guard, unsure how to respond to such direct instruction. Exactly, Kion insisted, voice firm and commanding. You need to fight to grow stronger, faster. Stop acting like a useless bum. As she scolded him, a rabbit bear lunged from behind. Your laziness is unacceptable, she shouted, oblivious to the incoming threat. It's like you don't even want to improve. Jai-woo merely tapped the creature with his stick. In an instant, it disintegrated, vanishing entirely, leaving no trace of its existence. Kion's eyes darted sideways, confusion knitting her brow. What just happened? She wondered, feeling a gust of wind sweep unnaturally through the dungeon corridor. Jai-woo, inwardly grim, realized, I'm screwed. I can't hide my power at all. At that precise moment, a system message popped up on Kion's interface. The sender demanded she log off immediately. A scheduled event was set to begin in 10 minutes. Kion exhaled deeply, letting a small weight lift from her shoulders as she processed the notification. I'll log off for a bit, she told Jai-woo, voice calm but decisive. I'll be back in about 30 minutes. Keep hunting these monsters until then. Jai-woo frowned, baffled by her casual authority. She just leaves whenever she wants? He thought. He also pondered what kind of life allowed someone to invest 100 million into a game. Oris could only speculate. Perhaps she had been born with a silver spoon in her mouth. The scene shifted dramatically to a luxurious apartment building, its gleaming windows reflecting the city lights. Inside, Kion reclined in her spacious room, still wearing her VR headset, the glow from the device highlighting her thoughtful expression. She disconnected from chrono life, swinging her legs off the bed with a soft, contemplative sigh, releasing the tension from her shoulders. Her gaze lingered on the VR device, mind replaying the day's chaotic events and Jaiwa's unexpected interventions. A soft smile spread across her face, the memory of his actions bringing a subtle warmth to her expression. Suddenly, the door burst open with a crash. Her producer stormed in, voice booming. You mad woman! He berated her for lingering with the VR headset, accusing her of planning to quit her job. Kion defended herself calmly, asserting she was merely taking it off. The producer sneered dismissively, labeling her a game addict, unconcerned with her explanation. He barked that she had less than 10 minutes and needed to sit immediately, urgency and irritation radiating from his posture and tone. His tirade continued, warning her against wearing glasses with the headset. It would leave imprints on her nose, a rule he insisted she obey, his finger jabbing the air for emphasis. Kion responded with measured calm, shrugging slightly. I get anxious without my glasses, and makeup can cover any marks, she explained, dismissing his criticisms with a quiet confidence that underscored her composure and independence. Her producer fixed Kion with a cold, piercing stare, exhaling sharply as if weighed down by annoyance. What a pain, he muttered under his breath, the words laced with frustration, though he added with authority that she needed to sit immediately. If it weren't for the money, I'd have wrung your neck by now, he grumbled, shaking his head in exasperation. Makeup tools were meticulously arranged across the table, glinting under the harsh stage lights. The producer moved with brisk, precise efficiency, removing Kion's glasses and beginning the rapid preparations to ready her for the performance ahead, every motion deliberate and controlled. Kion slipped off her hair tie, letting her long hair cascade freely over her shoulders. The strands caught the glow of the stage lights as she adjusted herself, a fluid motion that accentuated the elegance and poise she carried even in the quiet moments before stepping into the spotlight. On the music show stage, the host's voice boomed through the speakers, carrying across the studio and into the hearts of waiting fans. He thanked the audience for their patience, announcing that tonight would be the final, climactic performance of Music Banking, an event filled with anticipation and electric excitement. For 13 consecutive weeks, Kion had held the top spot, her presence captivating fans across the nation. The host's words rang out, introducing the beloved idol and accomplished singer-songwriter, Han Sarung, the young artist whose talent had enraptured an entire generation. Sarung began to sing, her voice a delicate weave of emotion, carrying the bittersweet nuances of first love. Each note lingered in the hearts of the audience, drawing them into the story she told, a tale both universal and intensely personal. After the performance, she greeted her fans with warmth and charm, her poise radiating confidence. She introduced herself with a practiced grace, each gesture measured yet inviting, bridging the distance between star and admirer. Han Sarung was more than just an idol or singer. She was a talented songwriter, her creativity extending beyond performance. Yet few knew of her secret indulgence, an avid passion for online gaming, a hobby she pursued with the same intensity as her music career. Back in the dungeon, the rabbit bears charged toward Jaiwoo, their low snarls echoing ominously through the dim corridors, muscles coiled as they advanced with relentless intent. Jaiwoo muttered to himself, acknowledging that he needed some practice before Kion returned. Urus tilted his head, curiosity piqued. "What kind of practice?" the dragon inquired, its golden eyes glittering with interest. "I need to learn to control my power," Jaiwoo said, determination sparking in his gaze. The muscles in his arms tensed as he gripped his staff, envisioning each movement carefully. "In other words," he continued, "I have to practice attacking without killing." His words were deliberate, a hint of seriousness beneath the casual tone, emphasizing the difficulty of restraining such overwhelming force. A mental image of massive destruction radiated from his mind, the potential for devastation he carried weighing on him, a stark reminder of the chaos he could unleash with a single miscalculated strike. A divine being observed from afar, a gentle smile on his face. "Attacking without killing, huh? Sounds like a lot of fun," he mused, the corners of his eyes crinkling as he watched the mortal struggle with restraint. He turned to a motherly figure standing nearby, a giant son at her back, seeking her agreement. Meanwhile, Han Sarung balanced life as a second-year high school student, juggling fame and her secret passion for gaming with remarkable poise. She had entered the music industry at a tender age, enduring a rocky and unpopular start, facing challenges that would have discouraged many. Through perseverance and unwavering dedication, she rose to become today's top singer-songwriter, her name recognized nationwide and respected for both skill and artistry. A journalist approached, enthusiasm in his voice. "I can't believe you've won first place 14 times in a row," he exclaimed, eyes wide with admiration and disbelief. He praised the emotional depth of her debut song, inspired by The Little Mermaid, asking how she could craft lyrics so moving, so resonant with the human heart. Sarung smiled softly. "I like staying home alone," she admitted, voice gentle. "I read poetry collections, sometimes even fairy tales, which inspire my writing." The honesty in her tone added a personal charm that the audience could feel. The journalist chuckled, realizing why her song carried that title. Sarung added sheepishly that her producer had instructed her not to mention the fairy tale inspiration. It felt childish, and she blushed slightly at the thought. The interviewer and audience were captivated, hanging on her every word, entranced by her sincerity and thoughtful reflections. "This is fascinating," the journalist exclaimed, impressed and delighted. Sarung responded with a shy, genuine smile, acknowledging the compliment with quiet humility. From a distance, her producer muttered in frustration, frowning as he watched the clever girl charm the entire nation with her talent, skill, and charm. What the audience didn't know was that Sarung loved playing games just as intensely as she loved music, balancing her dual passions with remarkable skill. During the interview, the host noted that Sarung was also praised for her acting, recalling her most recent role. She had portrayed a bratty high school girl, a character far removed from her real-life demeanor. Sarung admitted she had struggled with the role, the challenge of embodying such brashness foreign to her usual composure. After all, she had never once cursed in her life, her manners and upbringing impeccable. Yet inside Chrono Life, she transformed, boldly calling Jaiwoo a damn bastard without hesitation, reveling in the freedom of her in-game persona. She scolded him playfully, claiming her master had returned, and he hadn't even greeted her properly, the playful frustration evident in her tone. Jaiwoo blinked in confusion. "Since when am I your master?" he asked, eyebrows raised, genuinely puzzled. "From now on," Sarung yelled, voice sharp and unwavering, leaving absolutely no room for argument or negotiation. She challenged him further, daring him to object to being carried. Jaiwoo quickly denied, his face a mix of embarrassment and reluctant compliance. Sarung used the game as her outlet, releasing daily frustrations with a mixture of mischief and authority. Urus advised Jaiwoo to get rid of the impudent girl, concern lacing his voice. But Jaiwoo replied firmly, explaining that maintaining the illusion of weakness was essential to hiding his true power, a critical part of his ongoing strategy. Sarung then commanded him to repeat after her, calling her lovely master, the words dripping with playful dominance. She had him repeat the phrase multiple times, Urus observing silently, his thoughtful gaze noting the plan unfolding exactly as Jaiwoo had intended. On their way to the dungeon, Sarung asked if he had practiced enough by hunting monsters, curiosity and expectation in her voice. Jaiwoo sighed, the weight of patience evident in his eyes. "It's a process requiring extreme patience. My journey is far from over. Urus complained that attacking without causing damage was useless, but Jaiwoo waved him off with a small, determined smile. Sarung laughed, a melodic sound, teasing that he was an eccentric newbie, yet visibly excited to witness what he was truly capable of. She realized she still didn't know his in-game name and asked pointedly, "What's this underpants guy's character name?" Jaiwoo froze, taken aback. He had already told her. He opened his mouth to respond, but she interrupted sharply. "I'll just call you Underpants," she decided with a mischievous grin. "That sounds good," she added cheerfully, while Jaiwoo groaned in visible frustration. Internally, he thought, "Then why did you even ask my name?" Meanwhile, a group of observers watched the pair from a distance. A bearded man whispered softly, eyes narrowing, "I found her." His subordinate leaned closer, asking what their next move should be. "Gather all the guild members in that dungeon," the leader commanded with steely authority. "Today, we demand justice." Further ahead, a level 22 rabbit bear stirred, sensing the movement of intruders, its predatory eyes locking on the girl. Sarung barked orders, directing Underpants to attack, and Jaiwoo obeyed with the obedience of a loyal apprentice, cautiously approaching the lumbering creature while both shouted commands, their voices mingling with the ambient dungeon echoes. Jaiwoo exaggerated his movements, feigning ignorance like a bumbling novice, each step deliberate, clumsy, and comically overdone to maintain his carefully crafted facade. Then, with painstaking care, he extended his staff, lightly touching a single hair on the monster. The dungeon seemed to hold its breath, every detail suspended in anticipation as the world waited for the tiniest spark of action. Suddenly, the dungeon was filled with a piercing, agonized squeal as the rabbit bear's head was crushed with brutal force. The echo reverberated through the stone corridors, a sharp, thunderous sound that seemed to shake the very air around them. The monster toppled awkwardly to the ground, its limbs flailing in confusion, its eyes glazed with disorientation, unable to process the sudden, overwhelming force that had struck it. Yet even with its head smashed, the creature clung stubbornly to life. Its HP refused to drop entirely, lingering on a single, almost defiant bar, an unexpected resilience that added tension to the moment. Jaiwoo's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Perfect. His careful strategy of striking without killing had worked flawlessly, preserving the monster's life while maintaining control over the battle. Beside him, Sarung cheered exuberantly, her confidence soaring. "I defeated it on the first try. I've really gotten strong," she exclaimed, pride and exhilaration radiating from her every movement. Without warning, a dagger whistled through the air, cutting a deadly arc directly toward her. Reacting with lightning reflexes, Sarung grabbed Jaiwoo's shirt, yanking him aside with a smooth, urgent motion. At the same time, she delivered a precise kick that deflected the weapon effortlessly, the motion fluid and practiced. The bearded man snatched the dagger from midair, his expression twisted in a mix of frustration and begrudging admiration. "Incredible," he muttered under his breath. "But don't forget, it's all thanks to her gear." Sarung's eyes narrowed sharply, her voice steady and commanding. "Who are you?" she demanded, ready for any sudden move. The man smirked, a subtle, calculated arrogance in his tone. "Call me Mr. Kim," he replied, confident and unflinching. Feigning a hint of wounded pride, he added, "Have you forgotten my voice already?" As if expecting recognition to stir fear or respect. He revealed that all the figures surrounding them belonged to the Hallison Guild. The name prompted Sarung to repeat it aloud, a scornful sneer curling her lips as disdain painted her expression. Mr. Kim chuckled, the sound low and menacing. "It's been a while. Now, tell me, what are you two scheming?" With a sharp, commanding gesture, he signaled his subordinates to attack. Sarung swiftly shouted for Jaiwoo to stay back and assumed a defensive stance, eyes scanning for openings. The assassins charged with lethal intent, their weapons glinting menacingly under the dim dungeon lights. With surgical precision, Sarung landed a direct kick to one attacker's face. Blood spurted instantly as he crumpled to the floor, incapacitated before he could react further. Jaiwoo deduced quickly that the Hallison Guild had crossed paths with Sarung before. They had attempted to defeat her multiple times, always failing. This man, undeterred by past failures, sought revenge once more. Observing the skirmish, Jaiwoo realized the guild members were relatively weak, level 20 at most, and Urus silently agreed, the dragon's eyes narrowing thoughtfully. Kim, watching closely from the sidelines, commented quietly that everything was unfolding exactly as planned, his expression unreadable. With Sarung momentarily distracted, he signaled another attacker to strike, the motion smooth and deliberate, a predator waiting for the perfect moment. A new figure blurred past, vanishing and reappearing behind Sarung with claws raised. Unarmed but clearly a fighter-class player, agile and lethal. The woman activated her steel skill, energy shimmering around her fists as she prepared to strike. A blinding flash filled the room, momentarily disorienting Sarung and forcing her to shield her eyes against the sudden brilliance. To her shock, her battle fists had completely vanished from her grasp, leaving her momentarily defenseless and stunned. The thief smirked, voice dripping with teasing arrogance. "These weapons are incredible. Darling must have been born with a silver spoon to own the silencing fist," she remarked, eyes glinting with mischief. Jaiwoo turned to Urus, seeking clarity. "What kind of skill is that?" he asked. The dragon explained, "Steel from the rogue class," noting it was far stronger than it reasonably should be, a rare and dangerous ability. Jaiwoo scoffed dismissively. "I don't care. She can't steal anything from me. I've got nothing but my cloak and underwear." Yet, for a fleeting moment, his mind flickered to the thought of his treasured stick. A nervous smile crept across his face as he glanced sideways, calculating his next move while concealing his true strength. Suddenly, he bolted upright, sprinting away while screaming in feigned terror. Kim observed with a shrug. "There's someone else here," he thought, "but hardly worth worrying about." One glance at Jaiwoo was enough for Kim to judge. A rookie with nothing of real value, inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. As Jaiwoo retreated, the thief's excitement grew, a thrill lighting her eyes. She tossed her silencing fists toward Kim teasingly. "You might not realize it," she said with a wicked grin, "but stealing from someone with nothing is even more fun." In an instant, she reappeared in front of Jaiwoo, her voice laced with playful menace. "Where are you running off to, darling?" she teased, leaning forward as if enjoying the chase. Jaiwoo froze, recognizing immediately that now was not the moment to reveal his full power, his pulse quickening as he weighed his options. He swung his staff for a quick strike, but to his disbelief nothing happened. His weapon remained stubbornly inert, refusing to respond. Everyone, including Urus, stared in stunned silence, their expressions frozen in disbelief at the sudden turn of events. When the smoke and sparks cleared, Jaiwoo stood empty-handed, the stick, his prized weapon, gone. The thief smirked triumphantly, informing him, "The stick is mine now." A cold sweat ran down Jaiwoo's back. She continued her threats, warning that she might even take his hood, leaving him with nothing but his underwear, the taunt playful yet intimidating. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over the thief, darkening her mischievous grin. She squinted, trying to discern the source, her confident posture faltering slightly. Then, with an imposing reveal, Urus manifested in his true, immense form, towering over her with power radiating from every scale. The entity's voice thundered through the room, reverberating against the dungeon walls. "How dare an arrogant mortal wield me without knowing who I am?" The thief stumbled backward, terror flashing across her face, dropping the stolen weapon near Jaiwoo. Calmly, he bent to retrieve his stick, the weight of authority and rightful ownership settling back into his hands. A system notification appeared, declaring that Urus' soul refused to recognize the thief as the owner. Jaiwoo alone was the rightful master of the weapon, the decree irrefutable. Urus emerged fully from the stick, his piercing gaze fixed and unwavering. "No one can claim me except Hyungnim," he growled, the raw aura of his power radiating outward, undeniable and commanding. It became immediately clear, the thief had gravely underestimated herself, her confidence shattered by the overwhelming presence of the dragon. Jaiwoo reached up, touching his head in a small, reassuring gesture, grounding himself amidst the chaos. He patted Urus' head gently, eliciting a slight blush of embarrassment from the immense dragon, a rare and humanizing moment between master and companion. The thief coughed nervously, trembling violently, stepping backward in confusion and fear, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events that had stripped her of her perceived advantage. She muttered under her breath, wide-eyed, "What was that? A ghost? No, too real for that." Kim, observing the scene, barked sharply at her, questioning whether she had forgotten her mission in the midst of panic. She straightened her posture defiantly, her voice firm. "That won't happen. I'm a professional mercenary. I only care about the money," she insisted, attempting to regain composure amidst the overwhelming display. At that precise moment, Sarung arrived on the scene, shouting fiercely as she launched a precise, powerful kick toward the thief, ready to intervene and tip the battle back in their favor. "Give me back my weapon, you little thief." The words cut sharply through the tense air, a demand that carried both authority and a razor-like edge. Every syllable seemed to vibrate with the urgency of a storm, leaving no room for hesitation. The thief twisted with a fluid grace, narrowly slipping past the attack. A mischievous grin danced across their face as they taunted. "You scared me." That was some fierce surprise attack. The audacity in their tone only fueled the tension, the thrill of the moment crackling like lightning between them. Jaiwoo's eyes shone with a calm, unwavering precision. "I'm afraid you're aiming for the wrong target. The weapon isn't yours. It's over there." His gesture was subtle yet absolute, his gaze slicing through the chaos with clarity that left no room for doubt. From a nearby vantage, Kim's fists clenched in anticipation, a slow, satisfied smile spreading across his face. He watched the scene unfold like a spectator enjoying the perfect choreography of a deadly dance. Sarung's anger bubbled over, her voice a string of curses against the enemies. Yet, in a heartbeat, her legs gave way beneath her, and she collapsed, fainting after a gentle, almost imperceptible touch from Jaiwoo. The shock of it made the moment both shocking and serene. "This is my technique," Jaiwoo murmured softly, his tone carrying the weight of mastery. "A strike without killing." There was a precision to his words that mirrored the controlled power of his hands. The thief blinked in confusion, her grin fading into puzzled curiosity. "What are you doing? Weren't you two together?" Her voice wavered, a mix of incredulity and tentative fear. Jaiwoo's face remained unreadable, an impenetrable mask. "I was merely hiding my power. What are you rambling about?" His calmness only intensified the tension, leaving the thief grasping for comprehension. Sarung opened her mouth to question him further, but before a word could escape, an invisible force slammed against her, shoving her back and staggering her, a physical reminder of the raw power present in the space around them. In the blink of an eye, the assassins surrounding them were obliterated, swept aside effortlessly. Jaiwoo's skill was overwhelming, a wave of precision and force that left no room for resistance or escape. The thief's eyes widened in sheer disbelief, her voice barely a whisper as awe and fear tangled together. "Darling, did you do all this?" The trembling of her words betrayed the enormity of what she had just witnessed. With a fluid, almost casual motion, Jaiwoo tapped her lightly on the head with his stick. "Yes, I did," he confirmed, his tone simple yet suffused with undeniable authority and quiet pride. Her health dwindled rapidly, a solitary bar flickering at the edge of the screen of her consciousness. Staggered and vulnerable, she was left teetering on the brink, her defenses shattered. "I've endured enough hardships to strengthen my mind," Jaiwoo said, his voice steady as he activated his strike without killing once again. "Mentally, I've become much stronger." Each word resonated with the weight of his journey. A flicker of exasperation crossed his face. "But just a moment ago," he added, a slight scowl tugging at his brow, "you nearly gave me a heart attack trying to move the stick." Even in his power, his humanity shone through. Power erupted from Jaiwoo, a visceral wave of energy radiating outward, flattening everything in its immediate vicinity. The air itself seemed to tremble beneath the sheer magnitude of his force. Sarung blinked her eyes open, finding herself lying in the open field. Disoriented, she tried to piece together the fragments of the recent chaos, her mind racing to reconcile the calm now surrounding her. Slowly, cautiously, she rose to her feet. Every sense was heightened, her gaze darting around, drinking in the scene with a mix of awe, fear, and renewed vigilance. From behind a nearby tree, Jaiwoo's soft voice called out, "You awake?" There was a subtle warmth in the question, a tether pulling her back to reality. Sarung's eyes widened, and she hissed in both frustration and relief, "Panty boy, where are we? What happened to those guys?" Her voice carried the raw edge of lingering panic and confusion. "They're near the dungeon, and the enemies have already left," Jaiwoo replied with a measured calm, his words slicing through her chaos like a cool breeze settling over stormy waters. "What do you mean? And why did I suddenly faint?" she demanded, confusion and a trace of fear mingling in her voice. Her pulse raced as she tried to understand the sudden shift in events. Her gaze dropped to her hands, discovering the familiar weight of her fists resting there. Jaiwoo's eyes followed hers as he asked if the Hallison Guild had been involved, probing for clarity about their interference and intentions. Sarung's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, both embarrassed and perplexed by Jaiwoo's sudden concern. Was it genuine care, or did it mask some hidden agenda or even a veiled threat? After a brief pause, a soft sigh escaped her lips, tension melting into cautious relief. A tentative smile spread, fragile yet genuine, hinting at trust slowly rekindling. "I'll tell you, since you got involved because of me," she said, her tone careful yet sincere. Then, with a cautious glance, she added, "Have you ever heard of the term pay to win?" Jaiwoo tilted his head, curiosity flickering across his face. "What's that?" The simplicity of the question carried the weight of genuine inquiry. Oris, ever eager to contribute, chimed in, "It's a term used in online games." His voice carried the faint mechanical cadence of one who had learned from observation rather than experience. Jaiwoo frowned slightly, skepticism in his eyes. "How would you know that, since you're just a game NPC?" he asked. Oris replied matter-of-factly, "I looked it up on Wikipedia." The confidence in his tone unshaken. He began reciting the definition verbatim, but Sarung cut him off, shaking her head with a knowing smirk. Her explanation was blunt, yet perfectly clear. "They're users who spend billions on games. That's basically it." Her words carried both exasperation and subtle warning. Jaiwoo's eyes narrowed sharply. "You mean the Hallison Guild?" The girl's solemn nod confirmed it. "They're all that type of people," she added, the weight of their obsession clear in her tone. She recounted how, months ago, she had obtained the fists by chance during an auction. Then, without warning, the Hallison Guild began hunting her, attempting to steal them with relentless persistence. "But honestly," she said, pride creeping into her voice, "they're old thugs, and their skills are trash. Every encounter ended with me victorious." The gleam in her eyes reflected both triumph and confidence. Jaiwoo asked, "Then how did you get these back? Did you steal them from them?" She shook her head slowly. "They just left them there. Maybe they forgot." A mixture of relief and lingering tension colored her words. Sarung admitted her uncertainty about the circumstances but knew one truth with clarity: they would inevitably return. The obsession of that old man was relentless, a storm that never rested. Jaiwoo's brow furrowed, unease creeping into his expression. "Why are they so obsessed with your weapon?" he asked, his mind already piecing together the puzzle. Sarung's eyes sharpened, the anger and calculation in her gaze unwavering. "Isn't it obvious? Those fists are worth 10 million gold. The value alone explained their fixation, at least on the surface." Jaiwoo shook his head slowly, doubt clouding his features. "Exactly why it's strange. These old fools spend billions, yet fixate on a 10 million gold weapon? There's more beneath the surface." His words hinted at shadows lurking beyond simple greed. Later, within the dim confines of the Hallison Guild's hideout, the air was thick with tension and the metallic scent of blood. Blood splattered across the cold, unforgiving floor as Kim collapsed, wounded and trembling. Life seeped from him with every shallow breath, a crimson testament to failure. He cried out, desperation raw in his voice. "I'm sorry. Give me another chance." But the leader's gaze cut him down like ice, each word heavy with disdain. "Silence. You're all useless." There was no time for hesitation. The leader announced that the mission would now fall to the feared four heavenly kings, their reputations alone enough to chill the blood of any subordinate. Kim's eyes darted nervously, apprehension and dread clouding his expression. The weight of impending judgment pressed down on him. 3 imposing figures approached, stepping before the leader with the certainty of command. The second heavenly king sneered, his voice dripping with derision. "It makes no sense for Kim to be in our division. He only has 100 million gold." The third king added with a sly grin, "We told him to kick out little Kim, but Haeungnim is too soft-hearted." Mockery and subtle warning laced his tone. The first heavenly king observed silently, his presence a quiet storm of authority, every movement calculated, every gaze sharp. The second king knelt near Kim, his disdain palpable. "Hiring a mercenary was pathetic. That's why you failed." He spat, his words cutting deep. The first king intervened smoothly, a calm yet commanding voice slicing through the tension. "Leave this matter to me." Each word carried the promise of judgment and resolution. Running a hand through his hair, he continued, the weight of power in his tone unmistakable. "The silencing fist will take effect in 12 hours. The leader erupted into laughter. Mad, absurd, and chilling, reveling in the twisted anticipation that hung thick in the air. He threw his head back with unrestrained delight, a booming laugh echoing through the room as he reveled in the sheer glory of being called Lord King. His chest swelled with pride, his words brimming with arrogance as he boasted a staggering total net worth of 12 billion. In that moment, he radiated power and self-importance like a blazing crown of gold atop his head. Without pausing, he turned his gaze toward his subordinates, his voice laced with cold menace, as he commanded them to show these intruders the full terror and ruthlessness of the Hallison Guild. Every syllable dripped with threat, and the air itself seemed to thicken with impending violence. A suffocating sense of dread filled the hall as the notorious blood festival began. The gruesome spectacle unfolded like a nightmare made real, a chaos of carnage and destruction that warned all who watched that resistance would be futile. Then, as if materializing from thin air, Jaiwoo stepped into the heart of the stronghold. He scratched his nose casually, completely at ease, and the entire room seemed to freeze. Every pair of eyes locked onto him, wide with disbelief, confusion, and a growing sense of alarm. Breaking the silence, he let out a scoff, cutting through the tension like a blade. "A bunch of kids laughing about a blood festival?" he muttered under his breath, his voice dripping with mockery. His eyes danced with derision as they swept over the four heavenly kings, belittling their grandiose titles and intimidating presence in a single, contemptuous glance. The king's irritation flared violently. Who are you? Where did you come from?" His voice trembled, his patience fraying at the edges, betraying both disbelief and the first hints of fear. Jaiwoo's expression remained perfectly unreadable, a mask of calm that only heightened the tension. "Figure that out for yourselves," he said smoothly, then, with audacious disregard, picked his nose openly, a brazen act that mocked their authority and composure simultaneously. Muttering to himself, Jaiwoo noted the growing impossibility of keeping his true power hidden. Pretending to be weak was becoming unbearable, especially as they continued to harass Sarung, pushing his patience past its natural limit. A soft chuckle escaped his lips, growing into a full-bodied laugh that reverberated through the room. He mocked their inflated titles and ostentatious displays of power, his voice ringing clear and unafraid. "Enough games. I'll finish this, no more delays," he declared, the finality in his tone cutting like steel. The king let out a frustrated, almost defeated sigh, muttering under his breath about the crazy bastard, before barking urgent orders to his subordinates. "Bring him down, now." The room surged with movement as tension exploded into action. The men lunged forward with terrifying speed, each step pounding against the floor with lethal intent. Their bodies were coiled, ready to unleash attacks designed to end Jaiwoo in an instant, the air around them thick with the promise of violence. Jaiwoo's lips curved into a faint, serene smile, utterly unfazed by the sudden onslaught. Calm and collected, he met the charge without a flicker of doubt, his composure unshakable amid the chaos. With a single, fluid swing of his staff, power erupted outward, a wave so devastating it obliterated every attacker in its path. The force swept across the room like a hurricane, leaving nothing but silence and devastation in its wake. The men fell as if struck by nothing more than a twig, their bodies collapsing with a muted, almost surreal finality. The sheer ease of it sent a shiver of disbelief through anyone who witnessed the scene. Outside the house, a young girl wandered forward, humming cheerfully, completely oblivious to the carnage that had just erupted inside. The contrast between her innocence and the battlefield's chaos was stark, almost surreal. Back in the fray, the first heavenly king lunged at Jaiwoo with desperation, only to be met with the precision of a single strike. Blood sprayed like a crimson fountain as he collapsed, defeated before he even fully realized his error. Suddenly, a massive explosion ripped through the house, splitting it apart in a deafening roar. Dust and debris spiraled into the air, shrouding the scene in chaos and forcing every observer to shield their eyes. The approaching girl, the goddess of life, stumbled momentarily, startled by the noise. Recognition then lit her eyes, and a knowing, almost mischievous smile spread across her face as she realized who had caused this mayhem. The Lord King, his fury ignited to a blazing inferno, roared commands for every remaining member of the Hallison Guild to attack simultaneously. His rage rattled the walls, shaking the very foundation of the stronghold. Facing this renewed threat, Jaiwoo exhaled slowly, a deep, almost weary sigh escaping him. His hands gripped his staff firmly, steadying himself as he prepared for the storm that was about to descend. "If you want to take my life," he said with a calm, unshakable voice, "you'll need at least 3 million people." Each word carried a challenge that froze the blood in the veins of all who heard it. With that, he swung his staff in a single, fluid motion, striking an assassin squarely in the face. The impact exploded upward like a fiery comet, and with a playful flick of his twig, Jaiwu sent every nearby opponent sprawling, effortlessly dominating the battlefield. The Lord King's eyes followed the carnage with growing dread, the darkness of fear shadowing his features. As he rose, Kim shouted frantically, warning his Hyungnim to flee before the destruction claimed them as well. But the king could only shake his head, failing to comprehend the situation. Aside from himself and a few close subordinates, every guild member was a pay-to-win powerhouse, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary combatants. Even the weakest of the new recruits had invested at least 10 million, their strength unmatched. Not even the top 5 guilds could rival the raw power now unleashed before them. And yet, who was this man? The devastation he wielded defied logic, leaving even the most experienced observers in stunned silence. Suddenly, realization pierced the Lord King's mind, sharp and cold as ice. They had no chance. Perhaps this was the legendary figure whispered about in rumors. The one who had defeated all who stood before him. A storm that no force could resist. His gaze locked on Jaiwu, terror rooting him in place. Memories of the so-called stick underwear guy flooded back, the recollection of past humiliation striking like a lightning bolt. He had first started playing in the 2nd grade, when games were simple and leveling up demanded sweat and patience with no quests, no raids, only raw effort. Yet for 9-year-old Wang, the struggle was pure joy. Every small victory, every tiny advancement was a thrill, worth sneaking around for in the dead of night. He'd endure scoldings from his parents for late-night gaming sessions. Yet those clandestine hours spent leveling up with friends became treasured memories, moments of innocent triumph. Years passed, responsibilities mounted, and Wang grew older, swept up in the tide of adult life. Suddenly, he realized he was in his 40s, now the renowned CEO Wang, a far cry from the boy who once chased digital adventures. He sat in front of his pristine, immaculately arranged computer, a world apart from the chaos of his childhood, each object in place, each light reflecting the order of his current life. A subordinate entered, bowing respectfully and calling him Hyungnim. He announced that he had located the old monitor Wang had requested, a relic from a bygone era. Wang intended it as a personal gift, a nod to the past, honoring the hours of dedication and effort that had shaped his early years. The subordinate hesitated, uncertain. Do you really need the old computer? The game runs perfectly fine on a new one. Wang smiled faintly, nostalgia twinkling in his eyes. It's for the vibe, he replied, simple yet profound. His heart raced as memories washed over him, the sensation of returning to those youthful adventures flooding him with warmth, as if he had stepped back in time. The thrill was intoxicating, like encountering a first love once again, the rush of emotion both nostalgic and exhilarating. But his smile faltered as a sobering thought struck. He wasn't the only one changed by the relentless march of time. Back in the battlefield, Jai was struck another subordinate with precise force, sending the man crashing violently to the ground, dust and blood rising in his wake. The ground trembled with each impact, and the king froze, his body quivering, unable to process the scale of power before him. Almost done? Jaiwu said calmly, surveying the scene with a steady gaze. Only the king and one other opponent remained, their fates sealed in the quiet before the storm. The king said nothing, dread flooding his mind as Jaiwu advanced, each step deliberate and terrifying in its inevitability. This would be the end for the pay-to-win warriors. He couldn't fathom why they so brazenly stole gear from others, a relentless cycle of greed and power. Especially since these men were of status, their arrogance unchecked. It was time for the old man to face his reckoning. The king's thoughts drifted back to his own desk, fingers flying across the keyboard as he confirmed a 12 billion won payment, a desperate attempt to secure advantage through wealth. Wang reminded himself once again, he was not alone in being changed by the passage of time. Effort was no longer required. With a few clicks and some money, anyone could ascend to unmatched strength, leaving those who invested little far behind. Those who spent sparingly suffered. Pay-to-win had become the undeniable, harsh reality of online gaming, a world where currency could rewrite destiny itself. Wang pushed himself up from his chair, the weight of countless years, countless games, pressing down on his shoulders. Every muscle ached, and yet, with a determined breath, he braced himself for the next challenge, the familiar thrill of competition coursing through his veins once more. He dove back into the endless world of games, exploring one after another. Each promised excitement, new adventures, and fresh challenges. Yet strangely, none of them ignited the spark he remembered. They felt hollow, repetitive, a shadow of the joy he had once known. And then, at last, he found it. the crown jewel of his search, Chrono Life, a game hailed by critics and fans alike as unparalleled in depth and imagination. Within its virtual realms, Wang hoped, against all odds, to rediscover that long-lost fragment of his childhood. The innocent joy he had once cherished, buried beneath years of responsibilities and routines. That precious memory from his youth, a time untainted by adult burdens, called to him across the years, tugging at his heart with a whisper of nostalgia he could no longer ignore. Suddenly, without warning, a stick appeared, swift and merciless, striking Wang squarely on the head. The force sent a jolt through his entire body, leaving him momentarily stunned. Jaiwu executed his strike without killing technique flawlessly, each movement deliberate, precise, and devastatingly controlled. There was an artistry to the motion, a deadly elegance that left no room for error. Wang coughed violently, blood spilling from his mouth as his body crumpled to the ground. He was utterly defeated, the battle over before he could even process the onslaught, the reality of his loss crashing down like a tidal wave. Kim's voice cracked with desperation and disbelief as he tried to call out to his Hyungnim, his hands reaching futilely toward the figure who had just changed everything. Jai was calm. Unyielding voice rang out across the battlefield. As of today, the Hallison Guild is finished. They are a nuisance no longer. Captain Amor and the others should never be troubled again. Each word carried finality, leaving no room for doubt. Without waiting for response or reaction, he turned and walked away, his steps steady, measured, and full of authority, leaving a silence that demanded recognition of his overwhelming power. Wang struggled to rise, blinking rapidly in disbelief. Could it truly be him, the man who had recently toppled the 5 major guilds and annihilated 3 million members of the World Guild? Jaiwu glanced back briefly, saying nothing, yet his presence alone confirmed the impossible. Huang let out a harsh, incredulous laugh, disbelief etched into every line of his face. He asked, voice trembling, how much money had been spent to achieve such overwhelming strength, unable to fathom the disparity. Soon, he would realize that all his efforts, all his resources, had been poured into a battle for something that, in truth, didn't even exist. From a distance, Kim's gaze followed his Hyungnim, worry and awe etched into his features, his heart pounding at the enormity of what had just transpired. Jaiwu replied casually, almost dismissively, I have no idea what you're talking about. But yes, I spent some money too. His tone carried the same calm detachment that had unseated countless foes before. Huang's eyes widened in shock. How much? Tens of billions? Hundreds? He guessed, his voice trembling with awe and fear. I spent 55,000 won on the warrior starter pack, Jaiwu stated matter-of-factly. Wang froze, utterly speechless, the absurd disparity leaving him unable to process the scale of what he had witnessed. Jaiwu continued his steady, unhurried march away, utterly composed, the weight of his victory already settling around him like a quiet storm. A slow smile spread across Wang's face as he repeated the amount under his breath. Memories of his childhood, of sneaking late-night games, of Ragnarok and long-forgotten adventures, flooded back. Laughter bubbled up uncontrollably, growing into a full, joyous fit, leaving Kim staring in stunned bewilderment. Wang asked how many games they had explored after Ragnarok, and Kim guessed around 8, the number barely capturing the breadth and depth of their shared adventures through countless worlds and challenges. The boss laughed again, eyes alight with pure joy, the kind that only comes from rediscovering a lost piece of oneself. Chrono Life, in that moment, felt nothing short of divine, a sentiment echoed by the goddess of life as she gracefully appeared before them. Hello, everyone from the Hallison Guild, she greeted warmly, surveying the scene beneath the shimmering glow of a beautiful night sky. Her presence brought a calm, commanding energy to the chaos. It's been a while since I've been here, she continued, a slight frown crossing her features. But the guild's hideout is in terrible shape. Her tone was gentle but laced with authority, holding their attention effortlessly. She turned her head with curious grace. And what about that thing? Did you manage to prepare it? Her gaze was sharp, expectant, a subtle challenge hidden beneath polite words. Wang nodded, explaining that preparations were progressing smoothly, but she interrupted, gently chiding him for dwelling on the past instead of focusing on the present. He sighed, acknowledging that their agreement to cooperate had reached its natural conclusion. There was no room for further delay or discussion. The goddess of life blinked, surprise flickering across her expression, but a soft, knowing smile soon curved her lips, signaling her quiet approval. Is that so? She murmured, her tone light yet commanding, every word carrying an unspoken weight that demanded attention. With a fluid, elegant motion, She swept her scepter through the air, slicing with both grace and lethal precision. The movement was poetry in motion, a display of skill that left onlookers breathless. Kim's eyes widened in terror, his mouth agape, utterly captivated by the swift and decisive action unfolding before him. Wang fell to the ground, his body splitting apart with a sudden, devastating force that reverberated through the space, leaving nothing but stunned silence. His subordinate screamed desperately, calling for his Hyungnim, but the sound was swallowed by the overwhelming chaos and destruction around them. The goddess of life walked forward with calm, measured steps, her expression unreadable. "I should have asked why he did that," she said softly. "But I'm not in the mood, it doesn't matter." Her presence alone demanded attention and respect. Without hesitation, she plunged her staff into Kim's back. Blood sprayed across her face, each movement swift, precise, and merciless, a statement of control and lethal authority. Kim screamed, writhing in pain, but resistance was futile. His struggle ended almost instantly, a stark reminder of her overwhelming power. She observed quietly, a small, contemplative smile forming as she recalled Jaiwoo's words. There was calm in the chaos, a quiet prelude to what was yet to come. His hair darkened, returning to its natural hue, and his clothes shifted seamlessly back to their usual form. The subtle transformation marked the end of one chapter and the beginning of another. He spoke the captain's name aloud. Amor. The single word carried authority, respect, and the weight of deeds done. His kill count surged dramatically, reaching 9,998 to 99,999, a staggering testament to the magnitude of his might and precision. The system announced the complete annihilation of the Hallison Guild, tallying his combat experience at an astronomical 999,000 kills. The numbers themselves seemed almost unreal, a testament to his unparalleled skill. Jaiwoo blinked in brief confusion, momentarily taken aback by the system's declaration, the scale of his accomplishments sinking in gradually. Moments later, the system notified him that he had reached the maximum possible level, the pinnacle of achievement in the game world. "What the hell is this?" Jaiwoo murmured aloud, incredulous at the confirmation. Urus leaned over, equally bewildered, his mechanical tone hinting at astonishment. "Didn't you hear? The system just said you reached max level or something," Urus explained, shrugging casually, still processing the magnitude of the moment. Jaiwoo opened his status window. His class Red Novice, level 999, with nearly 5,000 unallocated points, a reality defying all logic and expectation. He and Urus stared at the numbers, their expressions blank with disbelief, struggling to comprehend the sheer magnitude of what lay before them. In Chronolife, the world's top-ranked virtual reality game, celebrated for active users, cumulative subscribers, sales, and critical acclaim, reaching maximum level was considered utterly impossible. Even professional gamer Lee Sang-hyuk, known as Faker, had once declared it would take decades to achieve such a feat. Despite relentless effort by players worldwide, no one had ever ascended to level 999, the legendary master level whispered about in hushed tones and myths alike. Faker had speculated that even the most elite players, fighting non-stop 24 hours a day, would require decades to attain this pinnacle. And yet here, Jaiwoo had done it, an impossibility made reality. Jaiwoo froze in place, his eyes wide and unblinking as he stared at his stats, each number more absurd than the last. How could this even be possible? His mind raced, memories of his journey clashing with the impossible reality before him. Everything he thought he knew about progression, about limits, suddenly felt meaningless. Meanwhile, Urus could hardly contain his excitement, his grin stretching ear to ear. The air around him seemed to hum with pride as he celebrated the monumental achievement. Jaiwoo had ascended to become the world's first true level master, a title no player had ever dared to claim before. Of course, that's my Hyungnim, Urus thought, his admiration shining unmistakably through his expression. There was no trace of envy, only pure pride and respect for the one who had led the way. Jaiwoo closed his eyes for a moment, letting memories flood back. He could still recall being level 7, barely setting foot on this path, filled with both uncertainty and the faint spark of determination. Every step forward, every relentless battle, had shaped this moment. This pinnacle was not a stroke of luck. It was the inevitable result of unyielding effort and unmatched resolve. From the very first day he wielded the stick, a staggering 800,000 players had fallen before his overwhelming power, their defeats marking the dawn of his unstoppable rise. And that was only the beginning. Wave after wave of monsters, labyrinthine dungeons, and countless foes had attempted to bar his path, only to be swept aside in the wake of his unstoppable march. Layered atop this were encounters with Chronolife's mightiest boss, Urus himself, and the elite armies guarding the highest-level dungeons. The apex came with the catastrophic defeat of 3 million World Guild Alliance members, a massacre that cemented his legend. Even the annihilation of an entire planet had been accounted for in his records. With that, history recognized it. The first true level master had been born into the world. From beneath Jaiwu's feet, a radiant light erupted, spilling into the surrounding temple and bathing every stone in a dazzling brilliance that seemed almost divine. A resonant voice cut through the glow, the system announcing with unshakable authority that reaching the maximum level meant entering a transcendental space. A portal to a completely new realm awaited him. Elsewhere, Sarung sprawled across the city streets, her gaze fixed on the fading sky. Boredom hung over her like a heavy cloak, each passing second amplifying her irritation. "I'm bored, and this whole situation is starting to piss me off," she muttered under her breath, a sharp edge of frustration in her tone. Pushing herself upright, she frowned, scanning the horizon. Where the hell is that underwear-wearing bastard anyway? He had promised she'd need only wait a short while, yet the sun had already disappeared beneath the skyline. Impatience gnawed at her as the minutes stretched on. A fleeting memory of his words nudged her thoughts. He had mentioned the Hallison Guild and that she was expected to divulge everything she knew about them. With an exasperated sigh, she collapsed back onto the ground. "Fine, this gentle master can wait another hour," she grumbled, the words dripping with both annoyance and reluctant obedience. Meanwhile, Jaiwu found himself on a floating landmass, suspended in the center of an alien temple, the void of space stretching endlessly around him. He tilted his head back, taking in the swirling cosmos above, confusion and awe mingling on his face. "Where am I?" he whispered, utterly bewildered by the surreal expanse. His mind traced the bizarre chain of events. Ever since his encounters with God and Diakbai, every step had been a journey through the inexplicable, each new location more bewildering than the last. Then, without warning, a voice resonated through the space, warm, commanding, and impossibly vast. It greeted him, filling the temple with authority and reassurance. "I never imagined we would meet so soon. You are truly extraordinary," the voice boomed, each syllable causing the ground beneath him to tremble in reverberating power. Its echo wove through the temple walls, vibrating the ancient stone and leaving Jaiwu utterly awestruck, the majesty of the voice washing over him like a tide of energy. The being introduced itself as the guide of transcendence, the god of class, formally welcoming him to this elevated stage of his journey, marking the threshold of something greater than he had ever known. It lauded Jaiwu for taking his first steps down an arduous path, emphasizing that reaching the master level as a novice was a feat worthy of universal admiration. Urus, ever skeptical, questioned the impossibility aloud. How could Jaiwu achieve such heights? Had he perhaps forgotten to change his class? Jaiwu merely shook his head, calmly explaining that he had once aspired to be a prosecutor. At that precise moment, all conditions aligned. The transition to a secret class commenced in earnest, a transformation brimming with divine energy. A blinding light swallowed his form, and several luminous spheres emerged, each radiating a power so immense it seemed to warp the very space around him. One sphere coalesced into the shape of a sword, slashing through the air with incomprehensible speed, a pure force of energy striking toward him. The sword's soul pierced his body with precision, the impact sending shockwaves of power surging through him. Soon, more spheres manifested, each representing a different weapon, encircling him in a tempest of raw potential. The sawls of shields, bows, wands, gauntlets, spears, and countless other armaments impaled him one by one, each infusion adding to his growing essence. Every weapon's soul merged into him, flowing like rivers of energy, forging a boundless reservoir of power within his body. Jaiwu felt the surge of energy with clarity, the system confirming that his class change had been completed flawlessly. He had transcended, now officially a masterclass novice, standing a level above all ordinary players. As reward, all previously allocated status points were retrieved and tripled, amplifying his potential to unimaginable levels. His status window erupted with new values, numbers shifting and glowing as though alive, reflecting the staggering increase in his power. Every attribute reset to a base value of 5, and an incomprehensible 15,000 undistributed points appeared, shimmering with possibility. Urus stared, utterly dumbfounded, his jaw slack as the scale of the transformation hit him. 14,985 points. What is happening? He stammered, disbelief written across his face. Is this all a result of the class change? He whispered, his mind struggling to grasp the magnitude of the numbers before him. Jaiwoo smirked, a cold and calculated curl of his lips. More surprised by this than the secret class change? He asked. Oris could only nod, knowing that while a normal level up granted a mere 5 points, Jaiwoo now wielded a staggering 15,000. Even among other maximum level players, his raw stat points soared 3 times higher than theirs, a discrepancy that bordered on absurdity. This is ridiculous, Oris muttered, shaking his head. This will be remembered as the greatest achievement in the history of gaming. Ignoring the dragon hovering nearby, Jaiwoo's eyes narrowed as he analyzed his stats, his mind already plotting the next moves with a deadly, precise calculation. A chilling grin spread across his face as he began funneling every point into a single attribute, his fingers clicking relentlessly, each decision deliberate and merciless. Hyungnim, what are you doing? Oris asked, incredulity lacing his voice, unable to comprehend such reckless focus. I'm distributing the stats, Jaiwoo replied, his voice calm, commanding, and utterly serene, like a master sculptor shaping destiny itself. I know that, Oris stammered, panic rising, but look at how careless this is. 1 wasted point, Jaiwoo warned coldly, eyes glinting. And you'll be deemed a loser. The dragon's eyes snapped wide open, its pupils shrinking in terror as its entire face contorted with panic. It staggered back instinctively, as if the sheer audacity of what it was witnessing had physically knocked the wind from it. Every scale seemed to tremble, reflecting the raw shock of a creature that had never imagined such recklessness. Why are you dumping everything into a single stat? Oris demanded, his voice a mix of astonishment and disbelief. And why choose that one of all things? Jaiwoo, completely unshaken, finished distributing the last of his points with precise, deliberate movements. His tone was calm, almost serene. I don't need the others for now, he said, a faint smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. This is more than enough, Jaiwoo added, his gaze sweeping over the stats with quiet confidence, the smirk deepening just slightly as he relished the enormity of his own power. Oris groaned loudly, throwing his hands into the air in frustration, his face twisted in a mixture of horror and exasperation. You've completely screwed everything up. You're just a loser. He spat, as if words alone could convey the magnitude of his disbelief. Meanwhile, at the towering Chrono Life Company headquarters, the atmosphere inside was tense, thick with urgency. An employee burst through the doors, rushing toward the president, eyes wide and frantic. Sir, a critical problem has arisen, he exclaimed, every step echoing the gravity of the situation. Diokbi's brow furrowed deeply, his sharp eyes narrowing. What happened? He asked, a note of concern creeping into his normally composed tone. The employee shook his head. Words won't do it justice, sir. You need to see this for yourself. It's about a particular user. In the control room, Diokbi's boots clicked sharply against the floor as he strode over, his gaze sweeping across the array of monitors with razor focus. What's going on here? He demanded, voice taut with authority. His subordinate simply pointed to the screen, letting the visual speak volumes without uttering a single word. Diokbi's jaw slackened as the image sank in, his eyes widening in sheer disbelief. Ah, the stick kid has finally reached max level, he muttered under his breath, a mix of awe, fear, and incredulity lacing every syllable. The employee shook his head solemnly. It's not the level itself that's alarming, sir. It's what he's actually doing with it, he clarified, the tension in his voice unmistakable. Diokbi leaned closer to the monitor, squinting to catch every detail. What's all the fuss about, and which stat did he focus on? He asked, curiosity and apprehension battling in his expression. The employee pointed to the screen, revealing the chosen stat. Diokbi's eyes widened further, a combination of respect and astonishment painting his features as he absorbed the implications. Then, a booming, hearty laugh echoed through the room. Diokbi had appeared, throwing his head back as a deep, resonant sound shook the walls. Ha! He really loves this game. Look at him. He's enjoying it in his own wild, unrestrained way. The deity declared, amusement rolling off him like thunder. The employee, flustered, shot him a sharp glare. Now is no time for jokes. If he builds a useless character, who knows the chaos he could unleash when enraged? Diokbi waved a dismissive hand, his grin unwavering. Relax. I've said it before, the game company has no right to meddle with a player's choices. Let him play his way. The employee opened his mouth to argue further, insisting that some intervention was necessary. But Diakbi had already turned, walking away with measured steps, the weight of realization pressing on his shoulders. As he exited, he muttered to himself, a grim shake of his head accompanying the words. I can't believe he poured all his points into a single stat and still achieved the Novice Master title. They call it a trash character with no potential, yet somehow, in the history of virtual reality games, the weakest, and simultaneously the strongest character has just been created. Back in the game, Jaiwoo exhaled softly, a satisfied, almost playful smile curling his lips as he leaned back, watching his stats stabilize. Then, with an otherworldly radiance, the god of classes appeared, towering and imposing, every movement emanating authority. Transcendental, listen carefully. The deity intoned, his voice resonant and commanding, reverberating through the temple. This is the final step of guidance, the god continued, eyes glowing with divine intensity. You must make a critical choice. I will grant you the right to one of the transcendental weapons I wield. Choose wisely. Jaiwoo's eyes sparkled with delight, a flash of excitement lighting up his youthful face. How lucky, he murmured, a grin spreading wide. If it's free, there's no way I'm turning it down. His gaze swept across the array of transcendental weapons before him, each one radiant and awe-inspiring. The sheer magnificence made the choice feel almost impossible, a moment that demanded careful consideration. After a heartbeat of thought, Jaiwoo's decision crystallized. He extended his hand boldly, voice steady and commanding. Give me all of them, he declared, unwavering in his audacity. The divine being froze, its expression tightening, clearly unamused by the child's brazen demand. I cannot grant such a request, the god said sternly, his tone carrying the weight of centuries. Excessive greed invites unnecessary wrath. Choose wisely, the deity warned, eyes narrowing as a faint aura of menace shimmered around him. Jaiwoo's eyes blazed with defiance, cutting through the tension like fire. Are you going to give me everything now, or shall I beat the hell out of you first? He shot back, fearless and unrelenting. All onlookers froze, jaws slack, eyes wide with disbelief. Even in the distant control room, Diakbi removed his cigar, stunned beyond words at Jaiwoo's sheer audacity. This guy is insane, he muttered under his breath, disbelief and begrudging respect mingling in his voice. The god of classes said nothing, but a system notification blinked violently, signaling its rising fury. Its expression darkened completely, radiating hostility, the air itself thickening with tension as every being in the vicinity felt the shift. The delicate balance between deity and human shattered. The god moved decisively, preparing to engage in combat, every movement brimming with lethal intent. Jaiwoo's hands gripped his staff with unwavering resolve. Understood, he said calmly, eyes locked on the deity, recognizing the unmistakable invitation for battle. Both braced, energy coiling like a spring ready to snap. A colossal shield hurtled toward Jaiwoo, its speed and weight threatening to crush him. He raised his staff to block, yet the force slammed him into the ground with staggering impact, dust and debris exploding around him. Hyungnim, Urus shouted, voice trembling, a mix of fear and desperation, as he watched his friend endure the full brunt of the blow. The god of classes exhaled deeply, a note of regret in his tone. I never imagined I would take the life of a transcendent with my own hands. Such a pity, he murmured, sorrow and resolve colliding in a rare moment of vulnerability. Before the words fully registered, a sudden surge of energy from Jaiwoo's staff struck the deity squarely, disintegrating half of its face in a blinding flash of radiant power. From the scorched ground, Jaiwoo grunted through the exertion. That hurt. Is it because you're a god? He asked, tone teasing yet incredulous. Even so, his health bar barely budged, his constitution stat now an astronomical 15,000 points, rendering him near indestructible. This incredible stat didn't just increase his HP, it enhanced his recovery rate and provided immunity to adverse conditions, transforming him into a virtually invincible force on the battlefield. Urus watched in stunned silence, shaking his head, disbelief etched deeply into his expression. How insane to dump all points into a single stat like this, he whispered, marveling at the reckless genius of it. Young Neem, he yelled, a mix of panic and exasperation. You've made a fatal mistake. You've turned yourself into a shitty character. Jaiwoo tilted his head, expression calm and inquisitive. Why? He asked simply, unbothered. Urus explained in hurried, anxious words. All equipment and chrono life items have weight requirements. Minimum strength is needed for almost everything, regardless of class. Simply put, you wouldn't be able to equip anything other than that twig. Jaiwu shrugged casually, a faint grin playing on his face. That's all I need, he said confidently, unshaken by the limitation. At that precise instant, a system screen flickered into existence between them. A hidden skill had been activated, its conditions now fully satisfied, shimmering with potent energy. What is that? Oris asked, eyes widening in disbelief, a mixture of awe and confusion overtaking him. The skill, Healing Factor, activated instantaneously, converting every wound and injury into immediate restoration. Jaiwu's HP bar surged back to full in a blinding display of efficiency, leaving him glowing with unstoppable vitality. Jaiwu's lips curled into a teasing smirk, his eyes gleaming with mischievous confidence. A lousy fighter, huh? He quipped, his tone light but charged with a daring edge. Oris froze mid-step, utterly speechless, his gaze locked on the impossible scene unfolding before him, disbelief etched into every line of his face. The god of classes groaned, the sound rumbling like distant thunder as his once majestic visage twisted grotesquely in pain. Insignificant mortal, he spat through clenched teeth, the divine fury radiating in every syllable. How dare you? The deity bellowed, eyes flaring as searing beams of divine energy erupted, slicing through the air with lethal precision, each ray crackling like a lightning storm set loose upon the void. Jaiwu didn't flinch. He planted his feet firmly, meeting the assault head-on, allowing the beams to strike him squarely before collapsing deliberately to the ground. Oris lunged forward, screaming his Hyungnam's name, desperation raw in his every motion. But Jaiwu's laughter rang out, wild and unrestrained, echoing through the temple with reckless joy. Chrono life really is overpowered, Jaiwu declared, voice calm yet amused, as his chest shimmered and fully regenerated in an instant. He rose unscathed, the assault leaving him utterly untouched, as if the attacks had barely grazed him. How disgusting, Oris thought, heart pounding, as he watched the display of unstoppable resilience with a mix of awe and exasperation. Perish, you tainted worm! The god of classes thundered, hammering down blow after blow with relentless fury, each strike carrying the weight of divine wrath and crushing intent. Yet Jaiwu absorbed every strike with an unshakable calm, standing firm as if anchored to the very essence of life itself. Each blow drained him for the briefest of moments, only for his strength and vitality to snap back instantly, surging through him like a tidal wave of regenerative energy. The god of classes continued his merciless barrage, each strike colliding with Jaiwu's regenerative aura, utterly futile against the child's unyielding fortitude. Jaiwu laughed through it all, absorbing attack after attack without a flinch. His HP fluctuated wildly, rising and falling like waves crashing and retreating along an endless, unbroken shore, a symphony of resilience in motion. Finally, Jaiwu spoke, his voice steady, calm, and unwavering amidst the chaos. That's enough. Time to finish this, he declared, a quiet finality underpinning his words. He reflected briefly, recognizing the irony. The god had unwittingly granted him countless advantages through his own attacks. Now it was Jaiwu's turn to seize control. The enemy would relinquish all weapons and vanish. The god of classes glared, eyes burning with warning. He cautioned the human child that such boundless greed could one day become his downfall, and when that day came, his fate would be sealed beyond redemption. Jaiwu merely adjusted his stance, a faint grin tugging at his lips. I don't care, he replied, poised and ready, his focus absolute as he readied himself for the decisive strike. With a fluid motion, Jaiwu executed a swift, upward slash, his blade colliding with the god of classes head-on. The impact rang out like the final toll of a bell, reverberating through the fabric of the transcendent space. The system chimed sharply, announcing the god's extinction. Reality itself seemed to fracture, splintering into countless shards as a warning echoed. The transcendent space was collapsing, and Jaiwu would soon be forced back into his original world. The entire world compressed, shrinking and folding inward, condensing until it closed completely around him, a final, dizzying implosion of the realm. In an instant, Jaiwu reappeared in the ordinary world of chrono life. A beam of radiant light descended from above, gently lowering him onto the familiar hill, dust and morning mist swirling around his landing. All around him, weapons clattered to the earth, scattering like a constellation of dormant power, each piece shimmering faintly under the ambient light, waiting to be claimed by its rightful master. These were transcendent weapons of every imaginable type, now firmly under Jaiwoo's dominion, their fates intertwined with his own. One by one, they began to glow, drawn into a subspace where they would forever obey his command, responding to his will without hesitation or question. A wide, satisfied smile spread across Jaiwoo's face, his mind racing with possibilities. This is perfect, he thought, envisioning the endless strategies and power at his fingertips. Yet, somewhere in the game world, Sarung's patience had frayed to the breaking point. The heat of her irritation radiated visibly, her fists clenching tight. How dare that brat keep me waiting? She seethed, nostrils flaring, her anger unmistakable. This time, no excuse could possibly save him. A sudden rustle and movement behind her snapped her attention sharply, alert and ready. Jaiwoo pressed 2 fingers to his forehead in a mock salute, voice teasing and light. "Hello, I'm back," he called, the grin on his face mischievous and unapologetic. His words were instantly met with a furious, well-aimed punch to the face, the force of her anger undeniable. She followed up swiftly with a kick, scolding him sharply for keeping her waiting until nightfall, ignoring the brief reprieve she had originally promised. Jaiwoo raised his hands in mock surrender, a sheepish grin spreading across his face. "I thought I'd return sooner, but some things held me up. But hey, I'm here now," he said, words light, his tone apologetic yet playful. Sarung bared her teeth, her patience stretched to the limit. "I'm leaving," she snapped, the edge in her voice cutting like steel. "Where are you going?" Jaiwoo asked, tilting his head, curiosity evident despite the chaos. "Logging out," she replied curtly, eyes narrowing, not waiting for further words. He waved lightly, stepping back, letting her go without protest, his demeanor calm and unconcerned. Sarung clenched her jaw once more, but no further action followed. Her warning hung in the air, sharp and unmistakable. "Log in tomorrow at 7 p.m., when I finish work," she ordered, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. "And if you're late again, I'll take your life for real," she threatened, eyes blazing with unrestrained fire, a silent promise of consequences. Jaiwoo watched her vanish from the game world, shaking his head with a chuckle. "Still doing whatever she wants," he muttered, amusement tinged with exasperation. Urus glanced at him, curiosity piqued. "What do you make of that?" he asked, eyebrows raised, observing the human drama unfold. Jaiwoo stretched lightly, pushing back the tension of the day. "Time to leave too," he announced, noting the late hour. Midnight had passed in the real world, and responsibilities beckoned. The system prompted him to log out, and he confirmed promptly, without hesitation, accepting the transition back to reality. Stepping outside the identity room, he nodded at the attendant, who thanked him politely and requested his return soon. A long yawn escaped him as he reflected on the day's extraordinary events. Today was incredible, Jaiwoo thought, a grin spreading as he relived the thrill of his adventures. Chrono life is really something else. His eyes drifted toward the pile of transcendent weapons. Their sheer rarity and power made him wonder how much they might fetch in the market. Being the first of their kind, their value could only be described as astronomical. Still, a flicker of doubt crept in. Were these items even tradable? The thought that he might not be able to sell them made his stomach tighten with unease. A small shop in the distance caught his eye, a bowl of gukbap briefly tempting him. But a glance at his empty wallet reminded him of the harsh reality. He couldn't afford it. His steps grew heavier, each one a reminder of his own meager resources, the weight of poverty pressing down as he trudged forward. With the game's monthly fee climbing steadily, he knew more shifts at his part-time job were inevitable, the burden of real-world responsibilities pressing ever more insistently. Suddenly, he stopped mid-step, a spark of realization igniting in his mind, the gears of possibility turning rapidly. "Wait a minute," he muttered under his breath, the idea forming like a flame flickering to life. He recalled Ursa's earlier words. The total cost for a complete set of equipment could reach 100 million won. A daring plan began to take shape. What if he could convert these powerful game items into real money? The realization struck Jaiwoo like a bolt of lightning, igniting every fiber of his being. Without a moment's hesitation, he pivoted sharply, muscles coiling with purpose, and dashed toward the identity room. Each step radiated determination, his mind racing faster than his feet could carry him, a fire of resolve burning in his chest. Every seasoned ranker in Chrono Life knew of the Forbidden Zone, a mysterious crossroads of life where mortals dared not tread, whispered about in hushed tones across guild halls. It was said to be the final resting place for the reckless, a shadowed expanse where ordinary souls met their end, a realm steeped in danger and legend. It was the highest-level hunting ground ever chronicled in the game's history, a brutal trial that no one had ever mastered. Its existence was veiled in secrecy, reasons obscured by layers of myth. And here, in the desolate expanse of the Valley of the Undead, Urus's fearsome dominion, Jaiwu now stood, every nerve taut, yet his pulse thrummed with electric anticipation, a thrill unlike anything he had known. Urus appeared before him, immaculate in his butler attire, exuding calm authority. He welcomed Jaiwu to his domain with the perfect blend of courtesy and refined composure, the air around him commanding respect. But Jaiwu didn't pause to acknowledge the greeting fully. He strode past Urus with purpose, eyes fixed forward, recognizing the dragon but utterly unbothered, his focus sharpened to a laser point on the challenges awaiting him. A sly smile curved across Jaiwu's face as he spoke lightly. "I'll be in your care today." Urus nodded, a polite acknowledgement, subtly encouraging him to embrace the experience fully. Jaiwu's laugh was quiet but tinged with excitement as he admitted he had been so consumed by vengeance before that he'd neglected to retrieve the items he'd left behind. But now, every single one would play a crucial role in what he had planned. Meanwhile, Urus, the mighty dragon, remained a silent observer. His sharp eyes flickered with a trace of pity, a fleeting thought for the unfortunate souls destined to be caught in the storm Jaiwu would unleash. Suddenly, the air trembled violently as an explosive surge of energy erupted around them, the ground quivering beneath the force. Through the smoke and debris, Urus's army emerged, moving in flawless formation from every direction. Their weapons glinted with a threatening luster, encircling Jaiwu with the precision and discipline of a well-oiled war machine. Jaiwu's lips curled into a confident grin, unshaken by the encroaching forces. His eyes sparkled with anticipation, reading the battlefield with ease. In that moment, the miserable grind of his past seemed to evaporate entirely. A rush of exhilaration surged through him. He was on the cusp of unimaginable fortune, poised to become rich beyond his wildest dreams almost instantly. With a single, fluid strike of his stick, the Valley of Ghosts, the notorious hunting ground, was obliterated. The three mightiest champions of Urus's army, Turbot of Despair, Lapis of the Abyss, and Triton of the Dawn, were erased as effortlessly as dust carried away by the wind. Two swift, precise attacks later, every remaining monster lay in ruins, their weapons scattering to the ground in a chaotic, metallic symphony. Treasure rained down in response, glinting like fragments of stars, cascading across the valley floor in a dazzling display. Urus muttered in disbelief, noting that the battle concluded in the blink of an eye and that they had secured a respectable haul. But Jaiwu's eyes twinkled with mischief as he countered, "Over? This is only the beginning." Urus tilted his head, confusion knitting his brow. "What do you mean by that?" he asked cautiously. Jaiwu gestured toward the lingering smoke, voice calm yet electric with anticipation. "Look closely. They're back." Before Urus could react, slain monsters began to respawn, a cruel cycle of life and death repeating itself with mechanical inevitability. Of course, special entities like the legendary two-headed dragon Urus himself were exempt from such mercy, immune to the cycle that tormented the lesser creatures. "This is my first time selling items," Jaiwu mused aloud, voice laced with gleeful anticipation. "I plan to do this at least 100 times." Another explosive surge rocked the valley, sending shockwaves and scattering debris, a testament to his boundless ambition. Meanwhile, far away in the hallowed halls of Harvard University, a fascinating lecture was underway. The professor posed a question to the students. Were they familiar with Bill Gates, the world's wealthiest man and the founder of Microsoft? He explained that even if Gates spotted a $100 bill lying in his path, he wouldn't bother to pick it up. Why? Because the value of the seconds spent bending down exceeded the worth of the bill, a calculated economic loss. 2 or 3 fleeting seconds to stoop, each valued at over $150 per second, meant a net loss of roughly $200 for that brief moment. Time, to Gates, was literally money, making the small coin irrelevant in the grand calculus of productivity. But in the Valley of Ghosts, Jaiwu's reality was a universe apart, governed by different rules entirely. Items piled high into glittering mounds, the spoils from countless monsters forming a mountain of treasure. Farming 100 waves, including cooldowns, took merely an hour. The total loot, nearly 15 billion won. For context, the lecture noted that Bill Gates earned roughly 500 million won per hour. In a single fleeting hour, A young South Korean part-timer had already surpassed the hourly earnings of the world's richest man. The following day, in the bustling city of Seoul, a Gucci saleswoman smiled politely. "Thank you for your purchase. Please come again," she said as she handed Jae-woo his bag. Clad in an outfit worth over 3 million won, with a brand new luxury car outside and an array of other high-end goods at his disposal, Jae-woo stepped into the sunlight, exuding casual confidence. Passers-by gawked, whispering and pointing, some seeing a Lamborghini for the very first time, awe etched on every face. Jae-woo casually removed his 2 million won sunglasses, slid into the driver's seat, and muttered with a grin, "Time to show off." He slammed the accelerator, and in moments, the car collided with a lamppost, metal screeching and sparks flying. Eyes wide, panic overtaking him, he yelled, "My!" A few minutes later, Jae-woo emerged in a brand new vehicle, chuckling to himself. "Guess I needed an upgrade," he said, amusement dancing in his voice. Meanwhile, high above in the Chrono Life headquarters, Deokbi lit an expensive cigar, smoke curling around his face, hands massaging his temples as he muttered complaints under his breath. He instructed an employee to continue the report, who obediently summarized the dire state of the company, suggesting that fleeing might soon be the only viable option. Desperate, Deokbi asked if there was any way to reverse Jae-woo's blocked transactions. The answer was grim, impossible at this stage. Frustration mounting, the chairman grumbled until his phone suddenly rang, interrupting his tirade. He answered, already muttering complaints about life's endless inconveniences. On the other end, Jae-woo's voice crackled mischievously. "How's it going, Chairman? I'm on my way to spend some more money. You must know the feeling." He taunted further, suggesting a good deed, and cheekily hinting that Deokbi might benefit from a little of it himself. Enraged, Deokbi roared into the phone, cursing every misfortune that had befallen him at Jae-woo's hands. Jae-woo chuckled, asking rhetorically if something had gone wrong, then hung up with a flick of his wrist, amusement evident in every motion. He paused to consider his next indulgence, evaluating all the treasures he had amassed and the possibilities that lay ahead. Yet, deep in his chest, the longing for the ultimate thrill, the pinnacle of his escapades, still burned fiercely, unsated and tantalizing. Suddenly, inspiration struck, his eyes widening as electric excitement coursed through him. Heart pounding, he readied himself, disbelief mixing with anticipation, as he realized he had overlooked the most critical step in his plan. Inside the opulent skyscraper, Jae-woo threw his head back and laughed like a cartoonish villain, the sound echoing with gleeful audacity, every note a testament to his daring and unrestrained delight. Jae-woo beamed with pride, his chest puffed out as he gestured toward his new penthouse. "This is the pinnacle of luxury," he declared, letting his gaze sweep over every polished surface, every gleaming corner. Opulence seemed to drip from the walls and floors themselves. Eager to share his achievement, he welcomed everyone warmly, inviting them to witness the grandeur of the territory he had claimed through skill, determination, and a touch of audacious luck. Finally, he had reached a milestone that had seemed almost unattainable for so long, a monumental achievement marking the apex of his journey so far. The thrill of success coursed through him like electricity. But amid the excitement, a sudden thought struck him, grounding him momentarily: tradition. The first gesture a new neighbor should make when settling in had to be observed, a ritual that honored civility and respect. With care, he wrapped a rice cake, neatly and respectfully, holding it like a token of goodwill. Heart pounding with anticipation and a twinge of nerves, he pressed the doorbell of the nearest neighbor's apartment, the sound echoing slightly in the hallway. From inside, a soft female voice called out, edged with curiosity and cautious warmth. "Who's there?" Jae-woo straightened, adopting a polite, approachable smile. "Hello, I'm your new neighbor." He introduced himself gently, holding out the gift. "I brought a small rice cake to mark the occasion." His tone conveyed sincerity, a gesture meant to forge harmony. The young woman's voice wavered slightly, tinged with mild confusion. "Please wait a moment," she requested, and the brief pause that followed was thick with suspense, each second stretching longer than expected. The door swung open, revealing the neighbor. Jae-woo's smile remained, carefully measured for courtesy, as he began his customary greeting, wishing for a smooth and friendly introduction. But the smile faltered as his eyes locked onto the figure standing before him. In that instant, the grandeur and luxury of his penthouse seemed to pale, eclipsed entirely by the striking presence before him. Every shimmer of wealth and sophistication lost its allure in comparison to this unexpected encounter. Han Sarung stood in the doorway, effortlessly radiant and commanding, even in casual attire. Her very presence drew attention, a natural magnetism that seemed to seize control of the room. Their eyes met, recognition sparking like lightning between them. Memories of past battles, victories, and shared moments in the game surged forward, vivid and undeniable. This encounter was the true highlight of Jaiwoo's day, surpassing all material triumphs. Back within the game, in the desolate and eerie Valley of Ghosts, an imposing figure advanced with a chilling aura, halting before the disciplined ranks of Urus' army. With a cold, indifferent motion, the being extended a hand. In a single horrifying instant, the entire army disintegrated into chaos and blood, the ground slick with destruction. 3 of Urus' mightiest champions stepped forward, shouting accusations, their voices laced with indignation at the audacity of the human. The man's gaze remained unervingly calm. "These fools can't even recognize their own master," he remarked evenly, disdain clear in every word. Suddenly, 3 gleaming, lethal spikes erupted from his back, each pulsating with terrifying energy that warped the air around them. In moments, all 3 of Urus' strongest warriors were impaled, life snuffed out instantly, a brutal display of dominance that left the remaining soldiers frozen in fear. The monstrous figure began siphoning their essence, draining every bit of strength in a terrifying spectacle that sent shockwaves across the battlefield, leaving the surviving monsters in panicked disarray. Unflinching, the being remained poised and unwavering, as if the entire world were meant to kneel beneath his grasp. Now, Urus' elite trio could never respawn. Their powers and potential were permanently erased from existence, leaving an irrecoverable void on the battlefield. A system notification blinked insistently. The being had absorbed the levels and stats of the fallen foes, consolidating their strength into his own. Urus' strongest warriors were completely deleted, their data wiped clean as if they had never existed, leaving nothing but an echo of their former might. The monster's gaze hardened, staring coldly at the aftermath. Memories of Urus' first severed head flickered through its mind, a grim reminder of the battles and bloodshed that had led to this moment. When Urus had entered his soul form, the creature had pondered the missing head's whereabouts, curiosity darkened with anticipation, a shadowy desire for the truth. Finally, revelation struck. The being revealed itself as the lost head of Urus, the fragment destined to wreak havoc upon humanity, a fragment brimming with vengeance and power. His name was Urakan. Meanwhile, the world's most renowned idol, Han Sarung, known in Chrono Life as Captain Amor, made her entrance. Her fame preceded her, radiating in both the real and virtual worlds alike, commanding attention effortlessly. Jaiwoo froze in awe, seeing Captain Amor in person for the first time, struggling to process the astonishing reality before his eyes. Han Sarung smiled warmly, her voice gentle as she thanked him and promised she would enjoy the rice cake entirely, her presence as gracious as it was radiant. Recognition slowly dawned on Jaiwoo. This was the celebrated Han Sarung standing right before him, and he had almost failed to identify her, the reality far surpassing any memory of her in-game avatar. The door clicked shut behind her as she glided inside, every step exuding grace and poise, her movements commanding attention without effort. Her Nuna inquired about the treat, and Sarung explained it was a rice cake kindly brought by their new neighbor, the formality of courtesy blending with personal warmth. She cast a subtle glance to the side, curiosity flickering in her eyes, hinting that she felt she had seen this young man somewhere before. Handing the rice cake to her Nuna, Sarung encouraged her to eat. The two shared a brief moment of polite gratitude, oblivious to their previous in-game avatars, which had appeared entirely different from their real-life selves. Her Nuna reminded her she should change out of her uniform, urging her to be efficient and mindful of time. Sarung pouted lightly in mild protest. Barely 30 minutes had passed since returning from school. Her Nuna insisted that a quick change was possible, though she herself wished to finish filming swiftly and enter the game. Remembering her scheduled meeting with Jaiwoo, Sarung reassured her that only a brief change was necessary before continuing, balancing practicality with anticipation. Her Nuna observed quietly, a knowing smile curling her lips. It was evident Sarung had discovered someone special within the game, a player who had captured her attention fully. Speculation filled her thoughts, imagining a handsome, skilled player whose presence had clearly enthralled Sarung, igniting curiosity and intrigue. Back in the game, Jaiwoo scanned the battlefield, noting a strange absence of monsters. The peculiar emptiness pricked at his instincts, setting him on high alert. He wondered if the minions had fled, but Urus' voice reminded him that monsters were bound by programming, confined to their zones, incapable of retreating or escaping. Yet somehow, the enemies had vanished without a trace, as if erased entirely from existence, an anomaly that defied expectation. Jaiwu shrugged subtly, deeming it inconsequential. There were other hunting grounds, other opportunities to earn. Eris reminded him of his impending appointment with a human, and he confirmed, noting the timing was nearly perfect. The hunt had yielded nothing, making it wiser to depart promptly. He muttered about the distance to the meeting point, while Eris' gaze flicked back, sensing unease in the air. Something felt off. A familiar yet menacing spiritual presence lingered nearby, prickling his senses with an almost tangible tension. Far in the mountains, Elrose, the colossal level 190 snow serpent boss, was being absorbed relentlessly by Uraken's overwhelming power, her massive form struggling against the inexorable pull. Her levels and stats drained steadily, her formidable might reduced incrementally. Uraken's hunger for power was evident, yet he remained unsatisfied, still far from accomplishing his ultimate objective, the annihilation of that human. Then, the goddess of life descended, ethereal wings unfolding with radiant majesty, a beacon of hope and divine intervention amidst the chaos. She marveled at Uraken's progress, praising the child's achievements, acknowledging that such strength was a natural consequence of the immense power he had consumed. Without warning, Uraken's spike pierced her form, an unstoppable intrusion into her divine essence, challenging her celestial authority. The goddess recoiled in surprise, her wings shivering. Uraken, unfazed, murmured calmly that it was still insufficient, though he admitted with a chilling undertone that she looked tempting. Uraken hungrily lunged forward, his monstrous form radiating an almost hypnotic, overpowering aura. With a shuddering inhale, he drew in the goddess of life's essence, his claws and fangs glowing faintly as her energy surged toward him, wrapping around him like a living current. Every fiber of his being seemed to vibrate with dominance, as if the very air itself bowed to his hunger. The goddess of life cried out desperately, her voice quivering and strained as she pleaded for him to stop. Please! You don't have to do this. Yet Uraken's pull was unyielding, an unstoppable tide that sapped her vitality. In mere moments, the light in her eyes dimmed, her form dissolving under his ravenous consumption. Her body collapsed into nothingness, leaving behind only a faint shimmer that hovered briefly before fading into an intangible haze. The ground where she had stood lay empty, eerily silent, as if even the air mourned her disappearance. Suddenly, a system alert flickered, jolting Uraken. The absorption had failed. The message blinked defiantly, as though the very mechanics of the world itself had rejected his conquest. Then, as if conjured by magic, the goddess of life reappeared before him, ethereal and intact. She tilted her head, her voice light yet firm, chiding him with playful reprimand. You can't scare mommy like that. Her tone softened into a teasing jest, her smile bright and mischievous. Are you going through puberty or something? She asked, her eyes sparkling with humor that belied the recent tension. Uraken's mind spun in confusion. Was this a hallucination, a trick of some lingering magic? He was certain he had devoured her completely, but the goddess waved off his concern with a flick of her hand, insisting the details didn't matter, as if the rules of reality bent to her whim. Gradually, realization seeped into Uraken's senses. She wasn't mere sustenance. His claws flexed, nostrils flaring, a lingering scent of her essence sharpening his demand. What are you really? He growled, voice resonating like thunder. Calmly, the goddess pointed toward a city in the distance, her eyes gleaming with a mixture of amusement and guidance. There's plenty of food there, she said softly, each word both a tease and a promise, hinting at the bountiful feast awaiting him. Eat as much as you like, she encouraged, the corners of her lips curling knowingly, assuring him that the banquet before him was his for the taking. Uraken's jaws flexed instinctively, his massive form shivering with anticipation. Saliva dripped from his fangs as he imagined the countless meals he would consume, each thought feeding his fervor. The goddess maintained her serene, almost regal smile, observing his growing obsession with a mixture of amusement, curiosity, and subtle concern, as though gauging how far his hunger might drive him. He spread his colossal wings, the tips cutting through the air with a whispering roar. His eyes glazed over in trance-like intensity as he bellowed, his voice echoing across the land. I am Uraken, and my purpose is the annihilation of humanity. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched skyward, wings slicing through the clouds as he distanced himself from the desolation he had left behind, each beat of his wings creating gusts that rattled the earth far below. Urakan descended upon a towering building in the bustling city, his immense presence sending tremors through the streets. Players scattered in panic, their eyes wide with disbelief at the colossal figure looming over them. A jagged spike shot from Urakan's back with lightning speed, impaling a nearby player squarely in the chest. The victim's horrified girlfriend screamed as he was dragged into the dragon's consuming power, the air thick with terror. Her scream echoed through the city streets, a piercing wail that sparked chaos and sent nearby citizens fleeing in every direction, their cries mingling with the roar of destruction. Spikes rained down indiscriminately from Urakan's back, ensnaring every player within reach. Their life force was drained with unrelenting ferocity, leaving behind nothing but silence where their energy once flowed. A grotesque, almost gleeful expression twisted across Urakan's face as he absorbed their levels and stats. The starting village, once vibrant with adventurers both new and seasoned, was reduced to ghostly emptiness, erased from existence in mere moments. Meanwhile, back at the Chrono Life Company, an employee burst into the room, panic written across his face. "We're flooded with complaints," he shouted. The chaos spilling from customer service calls to viral live streams capturing the destruction in real time. The support team froze, paralyzed by the sheer volume of incidents cascading into their systems, unable to process the unprecedented carnage. Staff scrambled to assess the situation, urging calm even as the reality set in. A monster capable of erasing characters completely was something they had never faced before. Diakbi groaned, exasperated, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "So, Urakan has finally arrived? And is anyone actually enjoying this?" The employee, bewildered, pleaded for explanation, struggling to comprehend how such devastation could occur. Diakbi issued a decisive command. From this point onward, monitoring efforts must focus solely on two targets, the first unmistakably being Urakan. In the smoldering ruins of the city, Urakan stood unmoving, a terrifying monument amid the wreckage, his shadow stretching like a dark stain across the desolate streets. The goddess of life watched from a distance, her tone tinged with awe. "Incredible! I never imagined he would devour everyone," leaving the city as a ghost town in mere moments. Urakan's hunger showed no sign of abating. Saliva dripped from his fangs as he looked to the goddess, demanding she guide him to more prey to satisfy his insatiable appetite. The goddess hesitated for a heartbeat, admitting she did not know where the next target lay. Yet a subtle smile played across her lips, hinting at secrets she held and knowledge not yet revealed. Finally, she revealed that in another direction, within the depths of a dense forest, a particularly delicious target awaited, perfectly ripe for Urakan's absorption. At exactly 7:34 p.m., Sarung trembled with anger, recalling the warning she had issued earlier. If he arrived late, she would take his life herself. She was certain she had made her intentions abundantly clear to that reckless fool, her patience thinning as seconds dragged on. Her gaze flicked impatiently, convinced he was taking far too long, until the massive shadow of Urakan loomed right behind her. She, a level 24 fighter, faced the lost head of Urus at level 999, a staggering mismatch. Meanwhile, Hawkeye, supreme commander of the 5 Guild Alliance and top-ranking player in Chrono Life, prowled through the city, muttering under his breath in unease. He reminded himself of his former power over the World Guild, questioning whether his reputation still held sway, just as a sudden explosion rocked the central square. Panic erupted. Monsters had materialized where none should have existed. The village, intended as a sanctuary, was under siege. Hawkeye watched in horror as players vanished entirely, erased from existence in an instant. He ducked for cover, heart hammering, while the goddess of life observed him, her serene smile a stark contrast to the chaos around her. Destruction continued without pause until the goddess and Urakan ascended, leaving the city far behind. Hawkeye, monitoring from a distance with his system open, felt a dark thrill bubbling within him, laughter teetering on the edge of madness. Sarung, confronting the monstrous figure, thought in disbelief, "This isn't a player. Could such a thing even exist in the Hill of Beginners?" Then, as if summoned by fate itself, the goddess materialized before Sarung, greeting her warmly. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Captain Amor." Sarung's brow furrowed in confusion. "Do you know Underpants? He's the only one who calls me that." Her irritation flared visibly. "I almost hit him. Why did you give your character such a terrifying skin?" Luna inquired quietly. "Are you close to him?" Sarung admitted. "For now. Honestly, I just wanted to play with him a bit, even though I don't really like him that much." "He just won't leave my shadow," she muttered. The goddess of life's face darkened briefly, though she quickly forced a polite, measured smile. Earlier, while facing the Halison Guild, Luna had already been frustrated with Jai Wu for speaking to Captain Love, heightening her annoyance. "You are truly very annoying," the goddess remarked. Sarung blinked, confused. "What do you mean by that?" Before she could react further, spikes erupted from Urakan, lifting her into the air as her HP plummeted to 0. Luna's voice cut cold through the air, sharp and final. "Please go to hell. You were overrated." Sarung collapsed, leaving only her scarf behind. Urakan absorbed her stats and levels, murmuring in satisfaction, "Delicious. Quite a meal." Luna replied, measured and calm. "Of course, I was a fragment of a god." Urakan hesitated, questioning the claim, but the goddess approached the scarf unbothered. "That's not important," she said softly. "Don't worry about it." Stepping over the scarf with fluid grace, she asked, "Shall we go find more delicious food?" Jai Wu interjected sharply, his voice cutting through the tension. "Where are you two heading?" Both turned to face him directly, their expressions radiating simultaneous anger and challenge, their eyes locked with his as if daring him to respond. The goddess's face lit up in a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with warmth as she leaned slightly forward and said, "It's been such a long time. How have you been?" Her voice carried a melody of genuine curiosity and joy. Jai Wu, utterly unamused and simmering with restrained rage, snapped back sharply, his tone icy. "Shut up." His glare burned like fire, icy and merciless. Every line of his face radiated lethal intent as he warned her, voice low but sharp. "Lift your filthy pig's foot off the scarf this instant, or you'll risk losing your life all over again." The threat hung in the air, tense and undeniable. The goddess's gaze dropped to the scarf beneath her foot, her cheeks coloring slightly in embarrassment. "Ah, I'm so sorry. It was an accident. I didn't mean to," she exclaimed, stepping back with a fluid, graceful motion. Her hands raised in apology, the light in her eyes tinged with sincerity. Jai Wu's eyes followed her every movement, cold and unwavering, calculating and precise, as if measuring whether even the smallest misstep could be exploited. His presence was a constant, unyielding pressure that made the space between them tense and sharp. Then, with a sudden pivot, he turned his attention to Urakan, the massive dragon, his voice slicing through the air like a whip. "Human with tentacles, the beating starts with you." Every syllable was precise, cold, and heavy with the weight of imminent action. He raised his staff high above his head, muscles taut and every sinew coiled for release. The air seemed to hum with the energy radiating from him, tension crackling like lightning in the charged silence before a storm. A surge of unimaginable power erupted from his staff, a blinding, swirling wave that twisted the very air around him. Light and energy collided in a dazzling display, expanding outward with a force so immense it seemed capable of bending reality itself. Urakan's massive face registered surprise for a fleeting instant, just long enough for the blast to obliterate everything in its path. The wave of energy tore through the atmosphere, blasting past clouds and into the outer reaches of the planet, streaking across space itself. When the smoke finally settled, Jai Wu remained standing, unharmed and composed, a calm smile tracing his lips. He smirked, a glint of mischief in his eyes, declaring that he would spare the goddess this time. Then, with casual disdain, he gestured toward the cockroach, instructing it to scuttle away. Luna's eyes narrowed in incredulity. "How could a cockroach ever compare to my beauty?" she chided, her voice laced with both amusement and contempt, mocking his pretension of strength. She reminded him, almost playfully, that his focus should remain on the real threat. His true enemy still loomed directly before him. Her gaze swept over the battlefield, sharp and discerning, ensuring he understood where his attention was needed. Jai Wu's eyes shifted smoothly, tracking the incoming danger. Urakan was hurtling toward him at full speed, claws extended, a blur of lethal intent cutting through the air like living steel. "My son!" Luna's cry rang out, echoing across the terrain as Urakan unleashed a devastating, clawed blast. The sound resonated like rolling thunder, shaking the very ground beneath them. The impact ignited an immense explosion, shockwaves radiating outward, rippling through the terrain and sending dust and debris into the sky. Every rock and shard trembled under the sheer force of the strike. Urus's voice cracked in panic, shouting desperately for his Hyungnim, his heart pounding as he struggled to comprehend the scale of the chaos unraveling before him. The battlefield had become a maelstrom of destruction and terror. Yet Jai Wu remained poised, standing firm with a calm smile, almost teasing in its serenity. That actually surprised me, he remarked lightly, a hint of amusement threading through his voice despite the catastrophic scene. His mind raced, pondering what Urakan truly was, and how it could be that he remained unscathed despite the ferocity of the attack. The questions hung heavy in the air, unresolved yet pressing. Ursa's concern was immediate. "Are you okay?" he called. Jai Wu responded with quiet assurance, his wounds knitting and regenerating with unnatural speed, a testament to his formidable resilience. Urakan, momentarily bewildered, asked why Jai Wu appeared surprised, insisting the strike hadn't even touched him. Jai Wu's eyes narrowed to icy slits, his glare cutting through the tension like a blade. Every muscle in his body coiled with silent promise of retribution. "Dodged it, huh?" he muttered under his breath, voice low and dangerous. "Then I'd better swing harder next time." Each word was measured, a threat wrapped in casual nonchalance. Urus shook his head, analyzing the situation carefully. "Are you saying your previous attack wasn't even at full power?" he asked, realizing the cunning strategy behind Jai Wu's calm. A faint, knowing smile curled on Jai Wu's lips. "Exactly," he confirmed, his voice smooth yet edged with menace. "Every strike up until now has been nothing more than ordinary blows." Then, with sudden, explosive intensity, he released a colossal surge of energy that left Urakan frozen in terror. From his chest, he summoned the raw power of the novice skill, Swordsman's Spirit Master, a force he had never fully wielded until now, brimming with devastating potential. Turning his gaze toward Urakan, Jai Wu spat out a scathing insult, each word a blade. "Son of a cockroach." The venom in his tone sent a chill through the air, resonating with every pulse of the surrounding energy. He warned the dragon with sharp clarity. This was the first time he was unleashing this skill. If Urakan was struck, the damage would be catastrophic. Every ounce of his focus demanded the dragon evade with perfect timing. Jai Wu gripped his staff with every ounce of his strength, the veins on his arms standing out as he commanded the system to activate the skill, Continuous Cut. The air itself seemed to bend under the pressure of his command. The strike shot outward like a comet, leaving the planet far behind. Its trajectory carved a path straight toward Saturn, a blazing line of destructive energy slicing through the void. As it sped through space, memories of Sarung flooded Jai Wu's mind, intensifying his rage and sharpening his focus. Each thought, each recollection, fueled the overwhelming force behind the Continuous Cut. The strike seemed to erase Urakan's very existence along its path. It pierced Saturn effortlessly, as if the planet were nothing more than fragile paper, leaving a scar of devastation across the solar system. Saturn absorbed the initial shockwaves, glowing faintly in the void, before erupting in a cataclysmic explosion that sent shockwaves cascading across space. The Continuous Cut, a once basic swordsman skill, had been transformed into an attack of planetary magnitude. Elsewhere, a live broadcast was about to begin. Hawkeye appeared on screen, standing tall and commanding as he introduced himself to the viewers as the Supreme Commander of the World Union, his presence dominating the frame. The chat erupted instantly, viewers jeering and calling him a loser, demanding he end the stream. Ironically, this drew even more attention, swelling the viewership as crowds flocked to witness the spectacle, whether to mock or to threaten. Within Chrono Life, streamer mode allowed any player to broadcast their gameplay live. The feature was normally accessible to all, but during this Doomsday event, it had been disabled to maintain operational integrity. This restriction ensured that the identity of the elusive player, who had caused the chaos, remained a mystery, hidden from the prying eyes of the public. Because of this limitation, speculation ran wild. No one knew who had achieved the impossible feat that defied the rules of the game. Hawkeye announced that he would cut to the chase. 1 player against 3 million, he admitted, should have been impossible. He referenced the official notice board, which denied any bugs or hacking. Still, his disbelief was palpable. Reality refused to align with the evidence. Furious, he accused the game company of treating its users like animals, demanding a full investigation and accountability. The complaint board overflowed with reports of a monster capable of completely deleting characters, a force beyond imagination. Hawkeye called on every affected player to join his stream, vowing to track down the creature responsible for the devastation. He promised to uncover the truth today, to expose the rotten core of the game company behind the unfolding chaos. Then, shifting tone with practiced ease, he reminded viewers to subscribe and hit the notification bell, a jarring contrast to the chaos elsewhere. Meanwhile, back at the battlefield, the thick smoke began to drift away, revealing Jaiwoo still standing, unharmed and composed, the eye of the storm in a scene of ruin. Urakan was incredible to survive that, he remarked, his voice a mix of respect and astonishment, acknowledging the resilience of his opponent. He couldn't fathom how he had evaded what should have been a fatal strike, his mind circling the mechanics behind the impossible event. Despite surviving, Urakan's form was battered, wounds covering his massive body, his confidence visibly shaken as he reeled from the force of Jaiwoo's attack. Then, with commanding presence, the being formally introduced himself. I am Urakan, the lost head of Urus, and my sole purpose is the annihilation of humanity. I am the strongest boss. Urus nodded knowingly, confirming Jaiwoo's instincts. That presence was real, not a figment. He warned Hyungnim to remain vigilant. This entity could explain the sudden disappearance of monsters in the Valley of Ghosts. He added that Captain Amor's earlier death had undoubtedly been caused by Urakan, emphasizing the severity of the threat. As Jaiwoo processed the revelation, Urakan's gaze never wavered, repeating his threat to claim Jaiwoo's life before striking again with lethal claws. Jaiwoo recalled the complete deletion of Love's character, understanding the gravity of the danger. At that precise moment, Urakan lunged forward with terrifying speed, but Jaiwoo calmly met the attack, pressing his staff against the dragon's head. With measured control, he activated a non-lethal counterattack, holding Urakan at bay while preparing for his next move. The battlefield erupted in an earth-shattering roar as a massive explosion tore through the air, sending chunks of rock and dust hurtling in every direction. The sheer force rattled the ground beneath, and the acrid scent of smoke and scorched earth filled the air, leaving the scene in a haze of chaos and raw power. From a distance, Hawkeye sprinted toward the devastation, his boots kicking up dirt as he shouted for everyone to stay vigilant. His eyes were wide, a mix of fear and curiosity burning within, as he pushed forward, straining to get a closer look at the incredible, terrifying battle unfolding before him. Jaiwoo twirled his staff with a precision that was almost hypnotic, the motion fluid and deadly as he struck Urakan's massive abdomen. The blow unleashed a titanic shockwave that rippled across the battlefield, shaking the earth like a drumbeat of impending doom, forcing dust and debris to dance violently in the air. Urakan staggered, blood spewing from his maw as a deep, guttural grunt echoed from his chest. Pain coursed through his monstrous frame, but he pushed forward, each step trembling yet determined, refusing to yield despite the injuries that threatened to topple him. Unfazed, Jaiwoo prepared for his next strike. Energy crackled along the length of his staff as he channeled the burst version of his skill, anticipation coiling in the air around him like a live wire ready to snap. Explosions of concentrated energy rained down on Urakan in rapid succession, each strike landing with precision, forming a relentless storm of destructive force. The dragon thrashed, wings slicing the smoke, but there was no escape from the barrage of power converging on him. Then came the titanic blast, a final eruption of energy that shook the battlefield to its core. Urakan coughed violently, torrents of blood cascading from his gaping wounds, his monstrous form faltering under the impact. From the shadows beneath a tree, Hawkeye watched in frozen awe, his heart hammering against his ribs. The scale of devastation left him momentarily speechless, every fiber of his being trembling at the raw spectacle before him. Players huddled nearby whispered nervously, eyes darting between one another as they speculated about the identity of the combatant. A few squinted, sensing a strange familiarity with the man whose overwhelming power radiated from the center of the chaos. Hawkeye, however, could barely process any of it. His mind reeled, frozen in shock, struggling to reconcile the impossible scene with reality as he stared at the devastation unraveling before him. As the smoke began to lift, the figure at the heart of the destruction emerged. Jaiwoo, the very man whose face had haunted wanted posters, stood tall amid the ruins, calm yet radiating a deadly authority that made the ground itself seem to bow in recognition. The onlookers were stunned into silence. This was the player responsible for the catastrophic doomsday event, the harbinger of chaos who had once brought entire cities to ruin. Hawkeye's mind raced uncontrollably, recalling his previous devastating defeat, the agony, the consequences, the helplessness. Every terrible memory converged into one undeniable truth. It had all been Jaiwoo's doing. He could hardly believe that here he was, face to face with his greatest adversary, in the absolute worst possible place, at the worst possible time. The stakes pressed down on him like a suffocating weight. With reflex born of desperate resolve, Hawkeye notched an arrow, pulling the bowstring taut until the creak echoed through the battlefield, aiming directly at Jaiwoo with a precision fueled by both fear and determination. The arrow flew, slicing through the chaos with deadly speed, but instead of striking Jaiwoo, it collided with a fragment of Uraken's horn, shattering upon impact and sending shards scattering in all directions, glittering like deadly confetti. Gasps and murmurs rippled through the onlookers. They exchanged puzzled glances, struggling to comprehend the sudden and unexpected turn of events, the display unlike anything they had ever seen. Then, abruptly, a voice rang out in the chat. Someone's character had been restored. One by one, others followed suit, reporting miraculous recoveries as the tide of fortune began to shift before their eyes. Hawkeye was frozen in disbelief. His mind grappled with the impossibility, trying and failing, to comprehend what was unfolding, each revelation twisting reality further. The truth emerged. The stolen souls were returning to their rightful owners. Though weakened, their levels and skill points were restored, a cascade of energy flowing back into the hands of those who had been robbed. Uraken, battered and bleeding, felt his level plummet to 723. With every soul reclaimed, his overwhelming power ebbed away, leaving him increasingly vulnerable, each moment a reminder of his waning dominance. Jaiwoo paused for a brief instant, curiosity flickering across his composed expression. He had been dodging Uraken's attacks effortlessly, but now the dragon's movements were sluggish, the beast's might noticeably diminished. Oris, observing keenly, explained that the energy Uraken had absorbed was flowing back to its rightful owners, each returning soul sapping the dragon's strength and leaving him weaker with every moment. Meanwhile, far from the battlefield, inside the Chrono Life Company building, a team leader finally grasped the situation. His voice cut through the office hum as he clarified the reality of the stolen player data. The data had not been deleted at all. It had been stored temporarily within Uraken's horns. Diokbi, wide-eyed, questioned how even a developer could be oblivious to such a critical mechanic. Calmly, the employee explained that he was part of the design team, not the operations staff, and thus lacked knowledge of the intricacies of the system, his tone measured and factual despite the chaos. Back on the battlefield, a rare, almost mischievous smile spread across Jaiwoo's face. Hope shimmered faintly in his eyes, a spark that hinted at plans yet to unfold. "Is this real?" he murmured, voice low but laced with anticipation. "If I can finally defeat this monster, will Captain Amor return too?" At the mere mention of her name, Uraken shuddered, his massive form trembling as a surge of fury ignited within him, muscles tensing and claws digging into the ground. He ground his teeth, letting out a bone-rattling roar as he charged forward, screaming that Jaiwoo was nothing but insignificant prey, ready to be devoured without mercy. Jaiwoo countered with a relentless flurry, the non-lethal version of his skill striking with surgical precision. Each blow landed flawlessly, tearing into the dragon's defenses and leaving devastating marks across its massive frame. The system flashed yet another notification. A stolen soul had returned to its rightful owner, draining Uraken further and shaving off his level with ruthless efficiency. Uraken's power collapsed under the reclaimed energy, his level dropping precipitously to 389. The once dominant beast now reeled, its overwhelming might crumbling piece by piece. Hawkeye's livestream surged with viewers, the numbers climbing rapidly as the world tuned in, captivated by the spectacle of this epic showdown. The chat exploded with comments, recognition dawning among viewers. Jaiwoo, the infamous Doomsday player killer, was restoring order, returning stolen characters to their rightful owners, a miraculous reversal no one could have anticipated. Hawkeye, jaw slack, could only watch in stunned silence. The realization settled heavy upon him. He could no longer see the protagonist as a threat, only as a savior orchestrating a turn of fate. He slowly lowered his bow, the tension in his muscles easing as comprehension replaced his prior intent to attack. Elsewhere, in her penthouse, Han Sarung stared at the livestream on her phone, already dressed in her performance outfit, eyes wide in astonishment as she took in the incredible scene unfolding online. Viewers across the globe erupted in cheers, celebrating Jaiwoo's feat with wild excitement, the chat alight with admiration and disbelief. Sarung's jaw dropped as memories resurfaced, recalling how Jaiwoo once chased her in the game, begging to be carried across the map, his antics playful and relentless. She reflected on how much he had changed, a mix of admiration and surprise washing over her, emotions as vivid as the live stream before her eyes. Back in the game, as the smoke from Jaiwoo's latest assault slowly lifted, the battlefield came into view, revealing the aftermath in all its brutal detail. Urakan knelt heavily, body battered, wings drooping, completely ravaged by the precise, non-lethal strikes that left him broken yet still alive. His stats had nosedived, now comparable to a mere level 180 player. A staggering fall from the heights of his former terrifying power. Jai Wu advanced swiftly, staff raised high, eyes locked on his target, ready to end the fight with calculated precision and decisive control. Urus observed keenly, noting that all of Urakan's stolen energy had returned to its rightful owners, leaving the dragon reduced to his original, weakened form. "I can feel it," Jai Wu murmured under his breath, evaluating the battlefield and plotting the final steps needed to end the conflict conclusively. Urakan drooled, attempting feebly to move, stammering his own name with a mix of desperation and disbelief, every breath labored and shaky. Then, in a last, desperate act, the dragon lunged forward, firing a massive spike that impaled Jai Wu directly, striking true with terrifying precision. Viewers of the livestream froze in shock, mouths hanging open as the scene turned deadly in an instant, the tension so palpable it could almost be felt through the screen. Urus's jaw dropped, eyes widening in pure disbelief as Urakan threw his massive head back, unleashing a triumphant roar that shattered the air itself. The sound reverberated across the battlefield, rattling stones and stirring clouds of dust, a deafening proclamation of dominance that made every player flinch. Urakan bellowed with terrifying authority, declaring himself a creature destined to annihilate humanity. In that instant, Jai Wu's life force was drawn from him like water from a leech, siphoned away with relentless precision, leaving his body trembling under the invisible drain of vitality. Desperation gripped Urus, his arms reaching out frantically, his voice cracking as he screamed his young Enwam's name. But it was far too late. The protagonist's essence was being violently ripped away right before his horrified eyes, every heartbeat a cruel countdown to oblivion. With ruthless efficiency, Urakan continued his assault, draining Jai Wu's level with each pull. The monstrous creature's enormous frame shuddered under the effort, veins bulging as if the very act of feeding inflicted both ecstasy and strain upon him. What remained of Jai Wu crumpled to the ground, fragile as a splintered twig in the wake of the monstrous attack. Simultaneously, Urakan's horn began an eerie, almost organic regrowth, curling and twisting as if alive, a grotesque testament to his insatiable nature. Then came Urakan's booming laughter, a chilling mixture of horror and elation. He proclaimed the meal delicious, relishing the novelty of such exquisite prey for the very first time, his monstrous joy echoing across the desolate battlefield. Even as his level soared to an astonishing 999, Urakan sneered dismissively, insisting that no number could ever satisfy his boundless hunger. His appetite was limitless, defining him utterly. Urakan the gluttonous, a being whose desire knew no bounds, every victory only stoking the flames of insatiable craving within him. Urus approached the broken remnants of his friend cautiously, kneeling beside the battered figure. His hands trembled as he reached out, heart heavy with grief, every movement weighed down by despair. He broke down completely, calling out desperately for his Hyungnim, tears streaking his face as his voice cracked with sorrow, a raw expression of helpless anguish in the face of overwhelming power. Then, unexpectedly, a hidden skill, the healing factor, activated. Waves of regeneration rippled through the shattered body, knitting torn flesh and shattered bone back together with a subtle, almost miraculous grace. Urakan's enormous belly swelled uncontrollably, convulsing as sudden, agonizing growth twisted through him. The monster's body reacted violently, every muscle straining, as if the world itself were pushing back against him. Cracks spidered across his stomach, eventually forming a grotesque, staring face. Its eyes were cold, unyielding, fixated on him with an intensity that made even Urakan's audacious bravado falter. The twisted visage curled into a cruel, bone-chilling smile. Urakan's confidence evaporated instantly, leaving him paralyzed with fear as if the embodiment of his own gluttony had turned against him. The creature screamed in raw agony, body writhing violently, while Jai Wu, standing nearby with an air of detached amusement, let out a soft, almost casual laugh, observing the chaos with chilling serenity. A fragment of Diakbe's cigar fell silently to the ground, smoldering faintly, overlooked amidst the storm of grotesque transformation and rising tension. Everyone around stared in disbelief and disgust, struggling to comprehend the horrifying, twisted form that had emerged from the battlefield, minds unable to reconcile reality with the nightmare before them. High above, Luna's eyes widened in astonishment as she took in the unfolding spectacle, the sheer scale of the events leaving her breathless, as she observed from a vantage point of both power and distance. Jaiwoo's icy laughter rang out once more, cutting through the chaos with a chilling resonance. He commented on the entertainment of watching Urakan squirm helplessly like a trapped earthworm. Horus, still shaken, questioned if it was truly him, and Jaiwoo confirmed it with a faint, knowing smirk. Urakan ground his teeth in fury, roaring that Jaiwoo was no less than a child born to eradicate humanity. With a desperate, furious declaration, he once again proclaimed himself Urakan the Gluttonous, his voice trembling with both rage and despair. Then, abruptly, his roars ceased, swallowed by the very air around them, leaving an eerie, suffocating silence that hung over the battlefield like a dark omen. Jaiwoo's form began to absorb its own belly, matter flowing and reshaping in a fluid, almost impossible motion. He reconstructed himself with a grace that defied logic, a metamorphosis both mesmerizing and terrifying. Horus's eyes widened further, astonished, witnessing the miraculous transformation of his friend as the battlefield itself seemed to pause in awe. Urakan could only groan, helpless as the excruciating process of being consumed and reabsorbed left him completely powerless, unable to resist the forces far beyond his control. Jaiwoo stepped firmly onto the ground, fully restored. The healing factor ensured every wound, every lost cell was completely recovered, returning what had been absorbed to its rightful owner and reinstating balance with a quiet, undeniable authority. He considered the process briefly, realizing that most of his cells had fused with Urakan, leaving him reduced to fragments within the monstrous body. Only remnants of his original form remained intact, a testament to both the danger and resilience of his own essence. Then, in a single, fluid motion, the process reversed. Urakan was ejected from Jaiwoo's body with a powerful belch, unlocking a hidden skill, gluttony, a fearsome ability allowing one to consume an enemy entirely, absorbing their levels and powers in the process. Luna tilted her head, voice calm and curious as she quietly asked whether the ordeal had finally concluded, the tension in her tone betraying faint intrigue beneath her composed exterior. She commented on the outcome, admitting it had defied her expectations yet acknowledging the entertainment value of watching the events unfold with such dramatic intensity. Jaiwoo noted her happiness despite the fact he had just ended her son's life. She clarified with a serene, almost whimsical tone that it had been metaphorical, that he had never truly existed in the way he seemed to, framing the entire spectacle as symbolic rather than literal. For the record, she revealed, she was 21 years old, the same age as Jaiwoo, an unexpected revelation that caught him off guard. Curiosity piqued, Jaiwoo asked how she knew his age, eyebrows furrowed as he sought clarity amidst the surreal conversation. Ignoring his question, Luna gracefully summoned her scepter, positioning it at her side. She cast a final enigmatic smile toward him before opening a shimmering dimensional portal, her words teasing and rhetorical. Who knows? Massive claws slashed through the portal, revealing the hand of an absurdly enormous creature. Jaiwoo froze in shock, heart pounding as the sheer scale of the being left him momentarily paralyzed. Luna stepped confidently atop the gargantuan hand, her presence regal and commanding. She bid Jaiwoo a final farewell, calling him one last mocking name, Mr. Loser, before vanishing, promising that their paths would cross again. Meanwhile, back at the company, Diokbi's cigar slipped casually from his lips. Calm and composed, he instructed his subordinates to post a notice about a reward event and to continue monitoring his previous requests, his authority unshaken by the chaos elsewhere. Back in the old starting village, players raised their hands in jubilant celebration, honoring Jaiwoo's heroic deeds and hailing him as the true savior of their virtual world. Some even played trumpets, summoning all villagers to bear witness and honor the hero who had forever altered the fate of their game. Jaiwoo dramatically placed a hand on his forehead, feigning exasperation as he questioned who had revealed his hidden strength and foiled his attempts to remain unnoticed. Hawkeye's livestream peaked at 235,000 viewers, and clips of the event quickly spread across multiple online communities, including YouTube. Amid the adulation, an elf shouted over the crowd, condemning them for glorifying a murderer and insisting that Jaiwoo could never be called a hero, his voice rising in righteous indignation. The elf accused Jaiwoo of slaughtering 3 million players in a brief span, calling the crowd's admiration for the most wanted criminal utterly insane and morally bankrupt. Hawkeye cut him off sharply, questioning whether deleting player characters wasn't itself tantamount to taking lives, demanding that the elf stop spreading nonsense and recognize the gray reality of their actions. With a single broadcast, Hawkeye became an overnight sensation, arguably the biggest beneficiary of the incident. Observers suggested Jaiwoo, seemingly acting alone without a guild, should consider joining the Justice Guild. Others echoed the sentiment, imploring him to join their own guilds, promising unparalleled treatment, respect, and status if he accepted their invitation. Overwhelmed by the sudden attention, Jaiwoo panicked, darting through the throng to escape the insistent crowd that had quickly surrounded him from all sides. Urus smirked knowingly, teasing that his Hyungnim had finally achieved fame, chiding him for hiding his true power for so long. Jaiwoo, annoyed and flustered, snapped at him to be quiet, cheeks flushing with irritation. Suddenly, Jaiwoo's head collided sharply with something hard, a golden statue gleaming ominously in the sunlight. The impact left him momentarily stunned, heart pounding as he stepped back cautiously to assess this new, bizarre obstacle. Before him stood a full-body statue, lifelike in every detail, striking a pose that mirrored his own. Both Jaiwoo and Urus froze, horror and disbelief etched across their faces, realizing the uncanny resemblance. Jaiwoo begged silently for it not to be him, but Urus's grim confirmation left no room for doubt. It was indeed Hyungnim, immortalized in golden form. From behind, Wang appeared with a sly grin, asking casually if Jaiwoo liked the statue, as though the absurdity of the entire scene were completely ordinary, his tone both teasing and unervingly calm. He appeared in a scene straight out of absurd theater, arriving with his entire guild. Each member wore nothing but underwear and a long cloak that snapped dramatically in the wind, flapping like the banners of a bizarre army. The man chuckled deeply, a low, amused sound, remarking that it had been worth every penny to craft such an extravagant and utterly strange tribute. He watched Jaiwoo's every move with unrestrained enjoyment, shaking his head in disbelief. "So this really is that guy," he muttered, confirming the swirling rumors that had followed Jaiwoo's reputation for so long, a mixture of awe and incredulity in his tone. Then, with a mixture of curiosity and astonishment, Wang leaned forward and asked if Jaiwoo had truly been the one behind the catastrophic doomsday event. He explained that witnessing the chaos firsthand had left him so impressed that he had commissioned the massive golden statue, a tribute both grandiose and completely over the top. Jaiwoo blinked repeatedly, utterly bewildered by the man's reaction. Confusion writ large across his face. He struggled with a far more pressing question. Why on earth was everyone clad only in underwear? The chairman clarified, a faint smirk tugging at his lips beneath a tone of seriousness, that every possible resource had been poured into constructing the statue. The staggering cost? More than 20 billion. An amount almost impossible to fathom, yet entirely spent to immortalize Jaiwoo. At that moment, townspeople began shouting excitedly that the hero had been spotted. Jaiwoo bolted instinctively, urging the old man to stay behind. Meanwhile, in her penthouse, Han Sarung sat on her bed, head lowered, reflecting quietly. The sequence of events finally made sense. The monsters had vanished the instant she opened her eyes, and the bear rabbit had been obliterated with a single strike. Even her gauntlets, stolen earlier by the Hallison Guild, had been returned. Jaiwoo had tracked down the guild and ensured they were restored to her, the act leaving her both surprised and unsettled by his silent diligence. She pondered quietly why he had gone to such lengths, why he had feigned weakness, why he had meticulously deceived her in ways that left her both frustrated and intrigued. A chill ran down her spine as she remembered her teddy bear lying destroyed on the floor. In that moment, she had been just a terrified child in front of her father, tears streaming freely, consumed by fear of everything surrounding her. The memories hit her like a storm, and she broke down completely, trembling as she fumbled with her glasses, struggling futilely to regain her composure amid the flood of recollection. Eventually, she managed to settle the glasses back on her face, still shaking, curling inwards on the bed, silent and introspective, lost in thought as the weight of the past lingered. Later, in the bustling, vibrant cityscape of the game world, Jaiwoo's expression betrayed sheer exhaustion. Every muscle and movement seemed to carry the fatigue of endless battles, yet there was a quiet dignity in his posture amidst the chaos of the crowd. He muttered to himself that the crowd had finally calmed down, remarking wryly that this must be what life felt like for someone famous. Urus, standing alert beside him, warned that despite appearances, countless gazes still lingered, the weight of attention never fully lifted. Jaiwoo furrowed his brow, a subtle sense of emptiness gnawing at him. Something important seemed to hover just beyond memory's reach, a nagging absence that he could not quite identify, no matter how hard he tried. Then, suddenly, Han Sarung appeared before him, stepping into his line of sight like a vivid, living memory come to life, her presence instantly filling the void he hadn't known he felt. Jaiwoo's voice rose instinctively, calling out as relief washed over him. "Have you finally returned?" he asked, the tension in his chest dissolving in an instant. Now he understood why that subtle sense of loss had haunted him. She was the missing piece. The crowd murmured in quiet curiosity, eyes darting between the two figures. Although the girl was unfamiliar to them, there was an undeniable aura of recognition, a magnetic presence that tugged at collective memory and imagination alike. Jaiwoo reached into his bag and produced a scarf, holding it out gently. "I got this for you," he said, draping it around Han Sarung's neck. He began to explain that it had been retrieved after defeating Urakan but quickly amended himself, admitting it was merely found lying on the ground during his journey. Rather than softening her, this sparked Han Sarung's irritation further. Her petite frame trembled slightly, charged with barely contained frustration and a fiery temper that flared like a spark in dry grass. "Don't make me laugh," she snapped, eyes blazing with indignation. "That's not true. Why are you lying to me?" Jaiwoo blinked, genuinely puzzled. "What do you mean?" he asked, a tone of sincere confusion in his voice. "I don't even know how to lie." Han Sarung shivered again, this time with a mixture of anxiety and smoldering anger. Her voice, sharp and accusatory, spat out a single word that pierced the air. "Underpants! Weren't you the one who delivered rice cakes to my house?" she demanded, suspicion narrowing her eyes as she searched his expression for truth. Jaiwoo froze, a flicker of realization crossing his face. Confusion gave way to clarity as memories slowly aligned, triggering recognition like the sudden snap of a puzzle piece falling into place. The memory hit him like a bolt of lightning. The moment he had delivered the rice cake to her clicked instantly, illuminating every question he had held in his mind. "It can't be, Captain Amor," he murmured under his breath, voice laced with both disbelief and awe. Was Han Sarung? The answer revealed itself almost instinctively, her confirmation completing the unspoken question before it had fully formed in his mind. The audience watched silently, caught between disbelief and fascination, the unfolding drama holding them in rapt attention as every subtle interaction unfolded with emotional weight. "This is my identity in the real world, outside the game," she declared firmly, her voice unwavering, projecting confidence and certainty to all who could hear. Her story began to unfold. A girl who had loved singing from the very start, her passion burning brightly and unmistakably, a talent that shaped the trajectory of her life. "Are you crazy?" Harnuna shouted, panic and disbelief coloring his tone. "You can't reveal your identity in front of all these people. Do you have any sense?" By now, she had already become the #1 trending topic online, the situation spiraling into frenzy as journalists clamored for interviews and snapshots, all vying to capture the unfolding spectacle. "And on top of that, you customized your character to look exactly like yourself," Harnuna continued, incredulous. "You should have thought about this before logging in. In this virtual reality system, law required that avatars closely match real-life appearances. Her choice, while bold, had inadvertently violated that rule, placing her identity fully in public view." Harnuna shouted that at the very least she should have changed her hairstyle, marveling that it had taken so long for her true identity to be revealed, incredulity lacing his voice. Han Sarung fired back, defiant. "And what's the big deal? I wasn't even trying to hide it. Is playing a game a crime? Why should I conceal who I am? I play to have fun," she added firmly, unapologetic. "I shouldn't have to care what anyone else thinks. You're afraid your true self will be revealed. Haven't you been pretending for the whole nation?" Harnuna countered sharply, his words slicing through the tension like a blade. Her cheeks flushed, Han Sarung's anger only intensified, a heat radiating from her small frame as indignation boiled over. "I never wanted to pretend in the first place," she shouted, slamming the bedroom door behind her for emphasis. "I told you from the beginning. I hate deceiving my fans." Harnuna muttered under his breath, shaking his head at her stubborn, unyielding resolve. Determined, Han Sarung grabbed her virtual reality headset and swiftly placed it on her head, the motion precise and purposeful. The system powered up immediately, scanning her irises with a soft mechanical hum, its precision both calming and clinical. Her trembling body began to settle, breath evening out as the residual anxiety slowly ebbed away, a moment of quiet before the next stage of her journey. The system confirmed authentication complete, transporting her into chrono life. Back in the past, standing within a school playground, the air thick with nostalgia and subtle magic. Han Sarung hummed softly, a gentle tune about those who drink from the mountain spring, the melody carrying a timeless serenity. At dawn, a small rabbit blinked awake, stretching and skipping past the wash to drink straight from the sparkling spring. A quiet, endearing scene of nature's rhythm. Han Anna Sarung had discovered her musical talent early, astonishing audiences with a debut that left even seasoned critics in awe at the tender age of just 5. She had been called a genius, a prodigy, even heaven-sent. Some whispered of reincarnation, titles that spoke to a rare and undeniable gift. Her debut was nothing short of dazzling, a performance more glorious than any seen before, leaving audiences breathless, hearts racing, and applause echoing long after the final note faded. But then, in the blink of an eye, tragedy struck with ruthless precision, crashing down like a storm that had been quietly waiting for the perfect moment to obliterate everything she held dear. Her delicate, radiant potential, the very flower of her youth, was mercilessly trampled beneath the cold, greedy feet of the adults around her. And the ones who were supposed to be her protectors, the very people meant to shield her from harm, her own parents, stood silently complicit, their eyes averted, their hearts seemingly unmoved. The reason behind it all was heartbreakingly simple: money. It was a cruel, all too familiar story in the world of entertainment. Young talents crushed under the weight of ambition and exploitation, treated like pawns in a poorly written drama. A child's life scarred before it had even had the chance to bloom, her innocence chipped away with every demanding day. Just like that, Han Sarung was thrust into a relentless vortex of overwork, a grueling schedule no child should ever endure, her small frame forced to carry burdens far beyond her years. Music shows, interviews, variety appearances, endless commercial shoots. Every day blurred into the next, each moment a marathon that drained her, leaving exhaustion etched into every corner of her being. Ironically, the very reason she endured such an impossible routine was the harsh pressure of her own parents' encouragement. Their constant questions, their piercing critiques, demanded more, always more, pushing her beyond what even she thought she could achieve, insisting she possessed potential greater than anyone else could see. Even as tears streaked down her cheeks and a tight, gnawing fear clutched at her chest, Han Sarung forced a trembling, anxious smile. She tried desperately to meet expectations she didn't fully understand, a child performing a role dictated by others. Yet her tiny, fragile body had its limits, and it wasn't long before they were brutally reached. During a year-end special broadcast, drawing record-breaking viewers across the nation, she prepared for what was meant to be a dazzling final performance, one that should have been a celebration of her talent. But under the suffocating weight of impossible expectations, at the climactic peak of the show, the young girl's strength gave out. She collapsed, vomiting across the polished stage floor, the bright lights glaring down as the audience froze in stunned horror. Panicked, she coughed violently, her voice cracking as she called out for her parents. But all she met was a deafening silence. Instead of rushing to comfort her, they turned away, covering their faces with frustration and anger, unwilling to witness her suffering. Seeing that cold, unyielding reaction, Han Sarung's fragile heart sank further. Panic took hold, suffocating her with helplessness and fear that seemed to stretch on endlessly. That day left a scar that would linger for a lifetime. Later, alone in a sun-dappled field, Han Sarung reflected silently, her eyes tracing the gentle sway of the landscape around her, melancholy etched into every movement. Her fingers instinctively clutched the scarf draped around her neck by the protagonist, a small tether of comfort amid the swirling sea of painful memories. And then, a familiar voice pierced the quiet. Jaiwoo had found her, calling out after a tireless search, his tone laced with relief and urgency. Startled, Han Sarung spun around, her eyes wide with a mixture of surprise and cautious apprehension. Jaiwoo explained how a gut instinct had guided him there, gently asking why she had run off so abruptly, admitting that he had been genuinely worried for her safety. Han Sarung, however, waved him away sharply, a thin veneer of coldness masking her inner turmoil. "Leave me alone," she demanded. Jaiwoo stood frozen, bewildered by the icy rebuff, unable to reconcile this reaction with the closeness they had shared. He asked again, his voice tentative, but Urus intervened, observing that she must be angry. Yet Jaiwoo didn't understand the depth of her fury. He had concealed his power, hiding a truth she had every right to know. Urus advised that an apology was necessary. Deceiving her was a misstep that could not be ignored. Jaiwoo coughed softly, steadying his nerves, and called out with sincerity. He apologized, explaining that deception had never been his intention and that he had always planned to reveal the truth. He had merely been waiting for the right moment. Han Sarung tightened her grip on the scarf, rising with a glare that could cut steel. "Do you really think a simple apology can fix everything? Especially after you lied so effortlessly?" Her voice was sharp, laced with betrayal and disbelief. Jaiwoo blinked in confusion, his expression frozen, until a sudden, heart-stopping danger ripped through the moment. A griffin descended from the sky, its talons snatching Han Sarung with terrifying speed. Jaiwoo's voice rang out, raw with desperation, as he watched the creature carry her aloft. High above, the griffin's rider spoke down, his voice calm, almost courteous. "Did I take her too roughly?" he asked, explaining he had only wanted to prevent her from losing consciousness mid-flight. Urus's eyes widened, recognition flashing like lightning. He knew this man, and the implications were staggering. Jaiwoo's voice boomed, demanding to know the man's identity and ordering him to release Han Sarung immediately. The man's reply was disturbingly polite, almost ironic. "Certain people wish to meet Miss Han Sarung," he said smoothly. "So I'll be borrowing her for the time being." Jaiwoo cursed under his breath, determination flaring as he drew his staff, ready to strike with unrelenting force. Urus shouted a warning, urging caution. The man on the griffin was not just skilled, he was dangerous, a force beyond reckoning. Ignoring the warning, Jaiwoo unleashed an upward strike, a blinding surge of energy shooting toward the griffin and its rider with every ounce of his strength. The kidnapper exhaled, unimpressed, activating a formidable ability. 8 mystical mirrors, each perfectly reflecting the other. With the 5th mirror, Jaiwoo's own attack was sent hurtling back toward him, a violent echo of his own power. Still frozen in his strike stance, Jaiwoo watched in disbelief as his energy slammed into him, leaving him stunned, every nerve alight with shock. The impact was catastrophic. The explosion's shockwave tore through the landscape, shooting skyward beyond the atmosphere itself. Everything to his right was obliterated, his own arm destroyed in the chaos. Urus screamed, fear and despair choking his voice, as he called desperately for his young Nim. But Jaiwoo's innate healing factor surged to life instantly. In moments, a brand new arm regenerated where the old one had been annihilated. His eyes blazed with fury, burning with determination. Urus asked, incredulous, if he finally understood the magnitude of the man's power. He was no ordinary opponent. The man's name was Habiek, an existence as formidable, as unstoppable, as Urus himself. Jaiwoo questioned aloud whether he had underestimated this threat, wondering if he had assumed the man would be weak. Suddenly, the mirror shattered, cracking violently across its surface. Habiek was briefly stunned, but then a slow, approving smile spread across his face. "Truly incredible," he murmured. "You're the first to break my defense since that person." Yet even as he spoke, he added a chilling note. A mere human should never wield even a fragment of a god's power. Meanwhile, deep in a hidden tower within the western forest, Han Sarung awoke with a start, backing away, her panic palpable. "What's happening? Who are you? Where am I? Why am I here?" she demanded, eyes wide with fear and confusion. Habiek's voice remained calm, soothing yet authoritative. "Relax. I mean no harm. There are people who wish to meet Miss Han Sarung." Han Sarung's gaze darted anxiously around the room, trying to understand the situation, until 2 figures approached, confirming Habiek's words. Instinctively, she recoiled, her face a mask of terror as the danger and uncertainty surrounding her pressed down from every angle. Her eyes widened, heart hammering, as recognition struck her like lightning. Those figures before her were her father and mother. Memories of that dreadful day on stage came crashing back. The blinding lights, the roar of the audience, and their cold, averted faces as she had writhed in terror and pain, utterly alone. From that moment onward, Han Sarung had made a gut-wrenching, irreversible choice. She would retire from her singing career, breaking free from a world that had relentlessly crushed her spirit and stolen her childhood. Yet, even in the shadow of that decision, there remained a single presence that had never abandoned her, a soul who lingered in her heart, offering a quiet strength during the darkest nights of her life. But then, without warning, her mother struck. Sharp, sudden, a shocking slap across her face that cut through the lingering silence. It was a harsh reminder that the grip her parents still held over her life had not fully loosened. These were the people who had denied her plea to step away, who had forced her back onto that unforgiving stage, unyielding in their demands and relentless in their pursuit of their own ambitions. Her mother's justification was always the same. It was for her own good, done out of love, insisting that she must understand. For years, Han Sarung had endured this relentless pressure, trapped in the spotlight with no room to breathe. But when an incident cut off her parents' income entirely, leaving her deeply traumatized, their cruelty had finally crossed every conceivable line. Those people deserved no title of parent. They had sold the only daughter they possessed, treating her not as a child, but as a commodity, a mere tool for profit. Against all odds, it was nothing short of a miracle that Han Sarung managed to escape their grasp. By sheer luck, cunning, and an unyielding will to survive, she fled, running as fast as her legs could carry her until she reached the safety of a police station, the only sanctuary willing to shield her from the horrors of that moment. For the first time in years, Han Sarung felt the crushing nightmare lift, replaced by the fragile promise of freedom. The court swiftly issued a restraining order against her parents. They had attempted to appeal, naturally, but the law offered no leniency. The judgment was absolute, final, and protective. Under the shield of that law, she was finally free, untouchable by those who had caused her unimaginable pain. Yet the scars ran deep. Her mind bore the indelible marks of years of abuse, her ability to trust others shattered. She carried trauma so profound, tied to lies, deception, and betrayal, that even simple human interactions became a battlefield of fear and hesitation. Since then, she had retreated entirely into the sanctuary of her room, finding comfort only in online games, a digital world where she could control her destiny, even if only virtually. Endless hours spent alone in the dim light took their toll. Her eyesight suffered, forcing her to wear glasses just to navigate the simplest realities of life outside her screens. Even now, the shadow of those harrowing days lingered. Removing her glasses in the real world brought with it a flood of unease, a visceral reminder of the terror she had once endured. The story of the day she would eventually reemerge into the world would be told later. For now, the present was taut with tension, a delicate balance of fear, hesitation, and lingering trauma. Back in the current moment, Han Sarung sat across from her parents, every memory and every past wound pressing down on her, making her body tremble with the weight of anxiety. Her voice quivered as she finally spoke, asking about the restraining order, eyes darting nervously between them, seeking some flicker of truth in their expressions. They explained that they had only entered the game after reading an article about her playing Chrono Life, a digital breadcrumb that had guided them toward her. Even then, they admitted, finding her alone would have been nearly impossible without assistance. Luck had granted them a rare opportunity to reconnect. Habiek stepped back respectfully, offering them space. "I'll leave you privacy," he said calmly, his presence fading as he vanished from sight, ensuring their conversation could unfold freely. Sarung's mother looked at her with awe, marveling at how much her daughter had grown. Having only ever witnessed her on television, seeing her now, even within this virtual reality, was a moment of joy so profound it was almost indescribable. She lamented the cruelty of the world, the injustice that had used the law to separate parents from their child, a separation that left wounds beyond repair. Han Sarung's hands trembled, her teeth clenched in anguish, emotions threatening to spill over into uncontrollable sobs as she grappled with the torrent of feelings rising within her. Finally, she asked with trembling composure what they wanted, adding sharply that if it was unimportant, she could simply log out and return to the only world where she felt safe. Her mother's voice broke as she cried out, quivering with genuine remorse. They were sorry, truly, deeply sorry. She admitted that they had long wished to apologize, acknowledging the severity of their harshness and the suffering they had inflicted. Tears streaked her face as she asked, hope mingled with fear, whether Han Sarung could forgive them, yearning for a chance to rebuild even a semblance of the happiness that had existed before tragedy shattered their lives. Outside the tower, Habiek moved silently, his presence vigilant, scanning the surroundings for any threats with unwavering focus. Suddenly, his griffin stretched to its full, terrifying height, wings unfurling with a low, menacing shadow cast against the sky. Jaiwoo emerged behind him, stance firm and eyes narrowed, locked intently on the enemy before him. Habiek commented dryly on the secrecy of the location, suspecting that Urus had guided Jaiwoo here, a calculated intervention. He began to elaborate further, but Jaiwoo cut him off sharply, demanding silence, his focus unyielding. "I will fight again," Jaiwoo declared, determination radiating from his every movement. "Even victory will feel hollow unless true justice and revenge is served." Habiek sighed, snapping his fingers with a resigned expression. "There is nothing to be done," he murmured, a calm fatalism in his tone. His griffin unleashed a thunderous roar, wings cutting through the air as it charged toward the pair, talons gleaming, ready to strike. Jaiwoo called aloud, his voice tense, questioning whether this enormous bird would be the first obstacle he must face. His eyes widened in disbelief as he saw not one, but now two griffins barreling down, shadows stretching long across the ground in a terrifying display of speed and power. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, Jaiwoo wondered if this was some impossible illusion, a multiplying nightmare that defied reason and expectation. Habiek activated his fourth vision, photocopy. Tens of thousands of griffins erupted forward, an unending swarm of wings and claws, a storm of death and chaos that seemed limitless. Jai-Wu swung his staff desperately, conjuring a massive explosion that obliterated everything in its immediate path. But the swarm persisted, multiplying relentlessly, unbroken by mere destruction. Debris floated suspended in midair, and from within it, more griffins emerged, multiplying as if the very air itself had become a breeding ground for terror. Jai-Wu demanded, voice strained, who this man could be. Urus explained calmly. It was photocopy, the fourth ability of Habiek's mirror. He cautioned Jai-Wu, noting that the mirror's true potential, 8 visions, was far beyond ordinary comprehension. Jai-Wu admitted, incredulous, that he had never heard of such a thing before. Urus elaborated. There were 8 mirrors in total, each granting a unique, escalating effect, from the first vision all the way to the 8th, a layered arsenal of unimaginable power. For example, the ability previously used was reflection, which could deflect every physical and magical attack. Jai-Wu groaned, exasperated, muttering that it was far too overpowered, and that the game's balance should have been better calibrated. Urus looked at him, a mixture of amusement and disbelief, silently finding it absurd that Jai-Wu could even worry about game balance amid the utter chaos of their current battlefield. In truth, fairness had never been the point. This battle wasn't a simple duel of equals. It was a confrontation against a boss, a towering force of power that demanded defeat at any cost. Habiek was no ordinary player. He was an entity, a force of nature that existed to dominate, to challenge, and to crush anything standing in his path. Meanwhile, Habiek simply regarded Jai-Wu with an unervingly calm gaze, his expression serene yet tinged with mockery. It revealed nothing, betraying no hint of strategy, no whisper of his intent. Just the cold certainty of a predator observing its prey. Jai-Wu's lips curled into a wry, sarcastic smirk. Funny game, he muttered under his breath, the words dripping with irony. A boss pretending to be human. Who even designed this ridiculous scenario? But there was no time to dwell. From behind, a griffin lunged, talons snapping with lethal precision. Caught entirely off guard, Jai-Wu spat a spray of blood, his body thrown off balance as the impact slammed into him, rattling his bones and his resolve. As if on cue, the remaining griffins unleashed a coordinated strike, hurling fireballs that transformed the battlefield into a raging storm of flames, smoke curling skyward as heat warped the air. Yet Jai-Wu planted his feet firmly, grimacing but undeterred. For a moment there, you really had me worried, he quipped, brushing off the attack as though mocking the danger, his bravado masking the tension in his stance. Straightening to his full height, staff held aloft, he activated his skill, continuous cut. The griffins charging directly at him began to shred apart, dissipating into nothingness under the relentless spinning blades of energy, a dazzling storm of light and force. Habiek sighed audibly, a shake of his head betraying boredom rather than concern, as if the spectacle failed to amuse him. It's pointless, he said calmly, his voice eerily chilling. No matter how many you destroy, I can summon more. Photocopy can replicate endlessly, at my will. And to prove it, new griffins erupted from the scorched remnants of those vanquished, growling and circling menacingly, their wings slicing the air like knives. Jai-Wu's eyes narrowed in steely determination. You've got to be kidding me. To win this, I'll have to break that mirror too. Habiek's sinister smile remained unbroken, calm, unyielding, even as chaos reigned around them. Jai-Wu summoned continuous cut once more, every swing precise, relentless, cleaving through each creature in front of him with unflinching rhythm. Yet as the griffins reformed almost instantly, he was forced to repeat the barrage again and again, each strike tearing shockwaves across the planet's surface, beams of searing light bursting from every cut, making the very ground tremble beneath his feet. Finally, a hairline crack appeared in the mirror, a subtle but crucial fracture signaling that Habiek's seemingly invincible power might have a weakness. Habiek's eyes widened, shock and disbelief flashing across his face. Who is this guy? He muttered under his breath, stunned by the sheer force radiating from Jai-Wu. Jai-Wu leveled his staff at the fractured mirror, voice calm yet pointed. Is it finally cracking? A sly smirk tugged at his lips. I heard you're just like Urus, which makes you a weakling. Habiek's lips curved into a grin, chilling in its confidence. Weak? I am no weakling. You, however, are the anomaly here. I never expected such raw power from a mere human. Jai-Wu's eyes sharpened, fury sparking in his gaze. Wipe that smug smile off your face. Right now. You look like a cockroach. Demanding answers, his voice razor-sharp, he pressed on. If you want to avoid hell, tell me, why did you kidnap Captain Amor? And what do you mean by the peace of a god? Habiek's response was measured, hesitant. I'm not sure if I should answer that. Jaiwoo leaned forward, muscles taut, eyes locked with his adversary. Do you want to gamble your life instead? Stay right there. Habiek noted that the mirror was nearly broken, yet he could still wield its power one more time. Something shifted behind them, subtle but ominous. Jaiwoo tensed, anticipating another aerial strike, but froze in disbelief at what he truly saw. There, standing perfectly, was a flawless duplicate of himself, every detail mirrored. Staff in hand, posture identical, even down to his underwear. Jaiwoo blinked in shock. Am I facing myself? The duplicate mirrored every move, every nuance reversed, a reflection so precise it was unnerving, uncanny, almost alive in its perfection. It raised its staff deliberately and unleashed reverse continuous cut, a torrent of slashes aimed with terrifying speed and precision. The barrage surged toward Jaiwoo, a storm of energy and force that threatened to obliterate him on contact. He met it head-on, his stance grim, resigned yet resolute, prepared to endure the full impact. His HP plummeted steadily as each strike struck true, numbers bleeding down to zero under the unrelenting assault. With the final strike, the battlefield erupted into a massive explosion, fire and debris scattering violently, smoke and ash curling into the sky as if the world itself had convulsed. From a distance, Habiek observed with a mix of awe and amusement. Incredible, he murmured, eyes glinting. Had I known, I would have copied Jaiwoo himself instead of just the griffins. Urus roared, voice cutting through the smoke and chaos, demanding to know the purpose behind Habiek's actions. Habiek greeted the dragon warmly, noting it had been some time since their last meeting. He apologized for the delay, claiming that business had kept him preoccupied. With a sly smile, he added that Urus looked far cuter than before, a subtle attempt to distract his formidable opponent. Urus snapped, refusing to be misled. Stop evading the question. What do you want? He positioned himself protectively in front of Jaiwoo, stance unwavering. Pressing further, he asked sharply, Did that person send you? Habiek chuckled lightly, calling Urus by name. Mind if I pinch your cheeks once? To which Urus barked back furiously, calling him a piece of shit. Suddenly, the ground began to shift violently, rippling unnaturally as something massive started to grow from beneath the earth. Flesh and sinew twisted together, coalescing into a horrifying, living mass, writhing as it took shape in grotesque form. Habiek raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What is that? Urus growled, fear flaring. He recognized the ominous signs. The nightmare was beginning anew. Jaiwoo's healing factor triggered automatically, restoring his body to perfect health in an instant, vitality surging back as though nothing had happened. He stepped forward, fully healed, though a subtle twitch betrayed his tension. A living portrait of a man on edge, eerily reminiscent of a scene from a horror film. Even at full strength, his movements were rigid, every muscle taut, every subtle jerk a sign of restrained power barely held in check. Then, the newly formed figure spoke, calling out to Habiek, catching the villain off guard with its sudden, precise mimicry. Jaiwoo's copy had appeared behind Habiek, stance perfectly mirroring his own, silent yet threatening in its stillness. Jaiwoo spun around, rage and disbelief coloring his voice. There you are, you damn imposter. The copy remained silent, expressionless, a mirror of Jaiwoo yet devoid of emotion, its presence unnerving. Urus muttered under his breath. That clone looks faker than the original. But Jaiwoo cut him off sharply. Shut up. The copy tightened its grip on the staff, swinging it downward with terrifying force toward Jaiwoo. Energy surged from the strike, blazing toward him at blinding speed, a storm of raw, destructive power. Jaiwoo exhaled steadily, unflinching, bracing himself with grim determination, ready to endure the impact head-on. Jaiwoo, his body flickering back to its true form, gripped his staff tightly, muscles coiled with renewed intensity. In one fluid, powerful motion, he swung it upward, the blade of energy slicing through the thick tension in the air, leaving a trail of sparks that seemed to tear at reality itself. As their powers collided, a violent shockwave erupted, rattling the earth beneath them. The raw force of their clash sent tremors through the terrain, shaking dust and debris into the air, as though the very planet was groaning under the impact. The onlookers froze, eyes wide with astonishment, hearts pounding as they watched the spectacle unfold. Every instinct screamed at them to look away, yet none could tear their gaze from the unfolding chaos. It was as if two unstoppable titans, each pulling with the weight of the universe, were meeting in a violent embrace right on the planet's surface, the world trembling beneath their might. As the smoke and dust began to thin, Jaiwoo and his clones surged forward together, teeth bared in primal ferocity, their screams slicing through the chaos in perfect unison, a mirror of raw determination. Their staffs collided at blinding speed, energy coiling and snapping around each strike like lightning in a storm. The air shimmered with the chaotic dance of their powers, each blow resonating with tangible force. Shockwaves radiated outward from every impact, rattling the valley and shaking trees, rocks, and the very ground beneath them, echoing like thunder rolling across the mountains. Jaiwoo poured every ounce of his strength into the strikes, his body trembling with exertion, while the clone mirrored every movement flawlessly, matching him blow for blow with relentless precision. Together, they unleashed another continuous slash, a devastating flurry that cut through the air like a tempest of steel and light, each swing creating arcs of radiant energy that seared the sky above. The attacks detonated with cataclysmic force, obliterating the western forest. Their auras, Jai was a piercing blue, the clones a deep crimson, twisted and collided in a dazzling, chaotic spiral that illuminated the valley with bursts of raw energy. Summoning every shred of power from previous clashes, Jaiwoo released a final, earth-shaking strike. The clone answered in kind, and when their attacks met, a deafening explosion tore through the landscape. The force left both of them stunned, momentarily caught in the aftermath of their own destruction. Chunks of earth and splintered rock blasted skyward, and Habiek and Urus instinctively shielded their faces, the wind howling around them as debris rained down like jagged hail. The water god observed in silence, noting that the strikes had landed with precision on each other's heads, potentially fatal. Yet Urus's voice rang out, desperate, calling for his Hyungnim. Slowly, as the smoke lifted, Jaiwoo and his clone writhed on the ground, their forms twisted and incomplete, only to reconstruct themselves rapidly, reshaping into their human forms with astounding regeneration. Habiek commented wryly that while their methods were extreme, it was perhaps the only way for them to recover fully, a display of calculated madness tempered by necessity. Renewed and fully restored, Jaiwoo and his clone leapt back to their original stances, charging at each other once again, their combined energies poised for another catastrophic collision. The ensuing eruption of blue and red energy engulfed the mountain, a breathtaking spectacle of power and fury, observed with awe and apprehension by those gathered at a distance. Finally, Urus broke his silence, asking Habiek why he had obstructed his Hyungnim, and why Captain Amor had been abducted in the first place. His voice edged with frustration and confusion. Habiek remained calm, almost amused, noting that Urus understood very little of the situation, advising him to focus on the other matters at hand. He asserted that even that particular individual could not act recklessly near him, the mightiest being in all of chrono life, encapsulating the pride and unyielding confidence that defined Urus. Then Habiek turned the question back, asking why Urus, typically detached from worldly concerns, would choose to accompany a mere human at all. Why? Urus repeated, disbelief and confusion lacing his voice, struggling to grasp the reasoning. Habiek patiently explained that Urus had misunderstood several points, reassuring him that his interest was not in the hero, but solely in maintaining the peace of God. The objective, Habiek clarified, was solely to preserve the peace of God. Urus hesitated, seeking confirmation that this referred specifically to Captain Amor. Habiek laughed softly, dismissing the notion, remarking that a human could never hold such weight. Their significance was minor in the grand scheme. He explained that Han Sarung was merely the steward of God's peace, nothing beyond that responsibility. Meanwhile, in the hidden tower, Han Sarung's mother faced her daughter with genuine remorse, her voice quivering as she offered her heartfelt apology. She sought to understand her daughter's intentions, her gaze flicking toward Han Sarung's hands, realizing that they held nothing at all. A brief silence stretched before she suddenly reached out, clasping her daughter's hands with sincere warmth. "My beautiful daughter, Han Sarung, where are the gauntlets of silence?" she asked, concern and longing mingling in her voice. Back atop the mountain, Urus's disbelief was palpable. "They're the peace of God, and only cost 10 million? He asked incredulously, a mix of shock and skepticism in his tone. Habiek answered plainly that the price was irrelevant. Soon, even ordinary players would gain access to these items. He elaborated on the categorization of items within Chrono Life, highlighting their different ranks and relative significance. The most basic were normal rank items, common and easily obtained. Next were rare rank items, coveted for their uncommon abilities. Then came unique rank items, followed by the elite Newman rank. Urus recalled rumors of a transcendent rank, never witnessed firsthand, noting that all such items were in Jaiwu's possession. Habiek confirmed that while rarity or power varied, pieces of God held unmatched significance, with the transcendent rank a rare exception among even the gods. Far away, Luna observed the battle quietly, muttering with a hint of amusement that Habiek had revealed all his secrets, remarking that a man unable to hold his tongue was hardly charming. Beside her, a god casually bit into a sandwich, remarking nonchalantly that none of this was news. Everyone already knew, he added, with the casual certainty of one long aware. Indeed, Luna herself had been collecting pieces of God since her first arrival at the Hallison Guild that fateful night. Specifically, she referred to the Gauntlets of Silence, a key piece in the unfolding events. She commented knowingly that Habiek had always been aware of this, as expected. The god questioned whether she truly believed Urakan could absorb a piece of God. The goddess of life nodded, admitting that though she had feigned composure, the outcome had diverged from her expectations. Then, without warning, a colossal explosion shook the mountain, thunderous and unrelenting. Jaiwu and his clone's powers clashed once more, a confrontation of unparalleled intensity, each strike reverberating with unstoppable energy. Exhaustion weighed heavily on Jaiwu, sweat and grit clinging to him, while the clone pressed on relentlessly, untiring in its assault. With precise, almost surgical timing, the clone unleashed a devastating strike. Jaiwu realized the danger too late. A searing slash cut across his chest, sending him sprawling across the jagged terrain. From a distance, Urus cried out desperately for his Hyungnim, heart hammering with fear and urgency. Habiek explained that, on paper, Jaiwu and his clone were virtually indistinguishable. Every stat matched, every movement mirrored with perfect precision. Yet, there was one subtle but critical difference. One was a living, thinking user capable of intuition and adaptation, while the other was merely a programmed construct. That single nuance, barely perceptible at first glance, could very well tip the scales of the battle. Unlike Jaiwu, the clone could not tire, falter, or miscalculate. Habiek predicted that as the confrontation dragged on, the battle would inevitably start favoring the clone, its relentless, unerring efficiency slowly overwhelming any human hesitation. With a sudden rush, Urus shot forward, wings cutting through the turbulent air as he raced desperately toward his Hyungnim. Habiek watched the scene with a long, weary sigh, a mix of concern and acknowledgement of the stakes at hand. Jaiwu's body seemed to dissolve into the ground like thick, molten liquid, only to rapidly reform moments later, a fresh wound marking his chest from the prior strike, a testament to the brutal intensity of the battle. Urus arrived instantly at Jaiwu's side, worry etched deep into his features. Activating his healing factor, Jaiwu's body began knitting itself together seamlessly, blood clearing from his mouth with a flicker of motion, as if the attack had never happened. "I have to admit, that was damn fun," Jaiwu shouted, a mischievous grin stretching across his face. Both Urus and Habiek blinked in surprise, caught off guard by his exuberant response to life-threatening danger. Jaiwu laughed softly, confessing that everything had felt monotonous until now. He could have dispatched everyone in a single strike before, yet he had no desire to kill this imposter just yet. He simply wanted to play, to savor the thrill and unpredictability of the fight. Urus's wings fluttered nervously. "What do you mean?" he demanded, tension sharp in his voice. "You were in real danger." Every feather on his wings seemed to quiver, betraying the fear and urgency he felt. But Jaiwu merely laughed, eyes fixed on the clone charging toward him. Danger? To him, the concept was laughable, a notion too small to merit his concern. He planted his feet firmly on the rugged battlefield, a confident smirk playing across his lips. "There are 2 ways to finish this bastard," he said casually, as though announcing nothing more consequential than the weather. All present, from Urus to the observing gods, gaped in disbelief. Their staffs collided, sending up a colossal plume of smoke and triggering a violent explosion that tore another stretch of land into chaos. Urus shielded his face against the searing blast, while Luna and the observing gods simply endured the force. As the smoke began to settle, Habiek remarked with mild curiosity that Jaiwu had teased about 2 ways to finish his opponent, and he was eager to see which path the young master would choose. Luna, chewing casually on her sandwich, rolled her eyes. "He's bluffing," she muttered. Compared to other bosses in Chrono Life, Habiek operates on a completely different level. That 8 Visions ability, totally broken. No one could face him alone, she continued, doubt shading her tone. Even Jaiwu, she felt, might not be capable of toppling such a being in direct confrontation. Then Jaiwu revealed his first method, obliterating the planet itself. The expressions of Luna and the observing god tightened with apprehension, but Jaiwu calmly explained that destroying the planet and ending the game as before would merely cause Captain Amor to respawn in the starting village, while this imposter would vanish entirely. Still, he wasn't inclined to repeat the previous routine. He wanted something new, a fresh approach to shake the rules and intensify the thrill. Both gods exhaled, a hint of relief washing over them that he had refrained from the drastic planetary option. Meanwhile, Diakbi bit his nails nervously, practically radiating a silent plea for Jaiwu to proceed with the second method. His anxiety was palpable, heavier than anyone else's on the battlefield. Back in the hidden tower, Han Sarung's mother gently inquired about the gauntlets of silence, promising she wouldn't be angry. Her father interjected, reminding her that Habiek would reward them handsomely for recovering the item. They aren't asking for much, he insisted, tone firm. After all, we brought you into this world. You owe us this much. Han Sarung shook her head, admitting that she did not know. The gauntlets had been lost some time ago. Her father stepped closer, eyes narrowing like daggers. Did you hide them? He demanded. Han Sarung shook her head vehemently. No, that's not what happened, she protested, but he struck her across the face, the motion sharp and brutal. Ungrateful brat, he shouted, rage burning in his eyes. We suffered when you ran away. You're a waste of money, he roared, pressing forward. Have you forgotten who did everything for you? Where's my money? Speak. Back on the battlefield, a glowing magic circle blossomed beneath Jaiwu, radiating an ominous violet light that seemed to pulse with hunger and anticipation. Ursa's eyes widened in awe. What is that? He murmured. A new skill from the rookie master? Even Habiek furrowed his brow in surprise, though the dragon's instincts recognized the energy instantly. Jaiwu activated the ability he had absorbed from Urakan, and a writhing tentacle, a manifestation of gluttony itself, erupted from his mouth, hungry and sinuous. As Urus feared they might not escape in time, the tentacle pierced the clone's back, beginning to siphon its essence like liquid drawn from a chalice. Habiek questioned sharply, was this your plan? You thought my clones couldn't replicate the gluttony skill? But before he could fully grasp it, another tentacle shot from the clone's mouth, striking Jaiwu squarely in the chest. Both combatants began absorbing one another, powers and forms intertwining in a chaotic, almost grotesque struggle that twisted the battlefield into a vortex of energy and flesh. Habiek explained that the clone mirrored every single action of Jaiwu, including the gluttony skill, the healing factor, and the reserve battery. In essence, Jaiwu's initial plan had failed spectacularly. He mused silently that perhaps Jaiwu should have simply relied on his first method. But Jaiwu remained undeterred. Equip the reserve battery, he commanded. Habiek's eyes narrowed with curiosity, but before he could react, a stinger shot into his chest. Jaiwu's second strike was aimed directly at the main body. The tentacle began siphoning Habiek, who realized too late that Jaiwu's attempt to absorb the clone had been a feint from the start. As the clone's form warped and contorted under the attack, it faltered and disappeared shortly afterward. Jaiwu smirked triumphantly. I knew it. If the main body suffers a fatal wound, the clone vanishes. It was fun fighting you, you bastard, but now goodbye. Habiek struggled against the relentless absorption, managing to sever the tentacle with a burst of concentrated force. Jaiwu blinked, caught off guard by the unexpected resistance. The mirror bled in tandem with Habiek, reflecting his pain and the intensity of the confrontation. Gripping the artifact tightly, Habiek shouted, You bastard! I didn't expect to be cornered like this. Fine, I have no choice but to surrender the peace of God, the gauntlets of silence. The observing god's eyes widened in shock, questioning whether the peace of God had already been absorbed by Urakan, and whether Habiek was oblivious to that fact. Luna shook her head, admitting she had not informed him. Habiek soared high into the sky, declaring his retreat for now, leaving the battlefield behind in a whirlwind of energy and dust. Jaiwu retracted his tentacle, jeering loudly. How dare you leave? Pathetic. Running away like a coward. Habiek smirked in return. You're right. A loser should flee with his tail between his legs. Then he hurled the mirror toward Jaiwu, who caught the artifact, a vessel imbued with one of the 8 visions. Jaiwu raised an eyebrow, questioning the gesture, while Urus stared in disbelief that Habiek had willingly offered him the item. Habiek instructed him to accept it, calling it a reward for surviving the raid. He clarified that it wasn't a formal reward, merely something he would have granted anyway, simply for being spared. Jaiwoo asked why, since he could have killed Habiek and taken superior items. Habiek nodded, explaining that the mirror required Jaiwoo to remain alive to function. Letting him live was the practical choice. With that, Habiek bid them farewell and departed, leaving Jaiwoo and Urus to process the aftermath of their intense and chaotic battle. The Habiek's mirror now rested firmly in Jaiwoo's hands, its ownership officially passing to him. He held it with a casual grip, as though it were nothing more than a trinket, the weight of its power barely registering in his mind. He shrugged lightly, a simple, effortless gesture that revealed just how little the mirror itself mattered to him. His true focus had never been the man wielding the artifact. It had always been Captain Amor, the person at the heart of his concern, the core of his intentions and strategy. Meanwhile, inside the dimly lit hidden tower, the same room as before bore witness to Han Sarung's father's relentless tirade. He shouted in fury, branding her an ungrateful brat, insisting she had no idea the suffering her choices had caused. He demanded obedience, called her rebellious, and reminded her sharply of who had brought her into this world. Han Sarung sank to the floor, head bowed, crushed under the weight of his words. The old man exhaled a tired, heavy sigh, pausing just long enough for a cruel, calculated smile to curl across his face. "That's right," he muttered, a chilling calm in his voice. "Now that it's come to this, we don't need the gauntlets of silence anymore. All we need is the money we can take from him," he added, his tone stripped of warmth, sharp with cold calculation. Han Sarung felt her chest tighten painfully. The pressure of the situation pushed her toward the breaking point. Her mother stepped forward, calm yet terrifyingly composed, explaining that this was merely a game and that the court's protective orders held no sway here. There was nowhere to hide, nowhere to escape. Clenching her fists, Han Sarung's mind screamed for escape, even as her mother murmured softly about the family being together forever. Deep inside, she silently begged for someone, anyone, to rescue her from this living nightmare. "Are you guys idiots?" Jaiwoo's sharp voice cut through the tension like a blade, snapping everyone's attention toward him. "She can just stop playing the game." All eyes swung to Jaiwoo, the intruder shattering the oppressive moment as though a thunderclap had split the silence. The mother's eyes narrowed dangerously. "Who are you, and how dare you interrupt us?" she demanded, voice tight and venomous with anger. "Underpants guy," Han Sarung thought, recognizing him immediately, her mind connecting the familiar figure to her memories. Her father's gaze sharpened as recognition flickered in his eyes. "It's him, the useless bastard touching Sarung," he shouted. But before he could finish, a precise strike froze him in place. Jaiwoo had acted swiftly, incapacitating without taking a life. "Even if I'm rude, I show some respect to my elders," Jaiwoo remarked casually, his tone deceptively light. "Of course, selfish old geezers like you are an exception," he added with a sly smirk. Urus watched silently, wondering if Jaiwoo treated the Adjusties from the Hollisan Guild with the same casual, irreverent attitude. "We are Sarung's parents," her father bellowed, regaining his composure and authority. "Bullshit," Jaiwoo shot back, eyes narrowing. "In what world do parents beat their children and extort money from them?" The mother interjected quickly, insisting, "Ask Sarung herself. We really are her parents." Jaiwoo exhaled, frustrated. "I hate it when people drag reality into the game," he muttered, shaking his head with disbelief. "There's no point in playing video games if it's going to be like this," he added, his tone heavy with exasperation. The mother smirked, her eyes glinting with subtle irony. "That's why kids who play video games nowadays turn out like this," she remarked, as if confirming some harsh truth. Jaiwoo's gaze shifted toward Captain Amor. "Why are you just sitting there after taking a beating like that?" he asked, voice firm and challenging. The girl turned to him, her eyes blazing with determination. "Don't hold back," she urged. "Go all out. You're the highest level here." Han Sarung froze, caught off guard by his words, a mixture of shock and admiration crossing her features. "They really are my parents. How disgusting," she muttered under her breath, a bitter blend of disbelief and revulsion lacing her tone. Jaiwoo shook his head, disbelief tinting his voice. "Being realistic in a game? That's pathetic," he said bluntly, his words cutting through the tension. "Just by looking at them, I can already tell what kind of family you have," he continued, eyes unflinching, scanning the scene with piercing clarity. "But if you're going to be a loser in here too, running away like you do in real life, then why are you even playing?" he challenged, voice sharp and cutting. Sarung ground her teeth, anger and frustration bubbling up like molten lava, coiling in her chest. "What do you know, you little brat? You don't know anything," she shouted through trembling tears, her voice raw with pent-up emotion. "I've been enduring it all this time," she added, voice trembling but carrying the weight of restrained fury. Her mother lunged forward, hand raised high, aiming to strike once more, her face twisted with anger. "What do you mean? Don't you understand? We've been enduring it. Whether in reality or in the game, we're still your parents," she yelled, voice sharp, every word dripping with venom and desperation. Sarung's teeth clenched tighter, fury radiating off her in waves. Jaiwoo's expression mirrored disbelief. Her mother truly had no hesitation in attempting to hit her again. "Goodbye," he muttered under his breath, voice low but firm. "Captain Amor is incredibly strong. Even without a weapon, her bare hands can pack a devastating punch." Encouraged by Jaiwoo's words, Sarung's eyes ignited with determination. She charged forward, her mother stumbling back in shock and fear, panic overtaking her as Sarung closed the distance. Memories of childhood pain, long buried, surged through Sarung's mind, fueling her resolve with every heartbeat. Tears streamed freely as Sarung delivered a precise, solid strike to her mother's face, sending her flying from the sheer force of the blow. Some time later, Sarung appeared in an interview, her posture calm, her expression confident, radiating newfound strength. "I'm a famous idol, and yes, I'm a player of the game. That's me. I've been enjoying chrono life all this time," she said brightly, a smile lighting her face. The interviewer leaned forward, intrigued. "The game is incredibly realistic. Don't you mind even taking the life of a rabbit?" "Of course I can handle monsters," Sarung replied, a playful glint dancing in her eyes. "It's a fantastic stress reliever," she added, her tone light and carefree. Having conquered her trauma, Han Sarung now lived freely, anxiety vanished, clarity restored. Even her eyesight had returned, no longer needing glasses to see the world clearly. The interviewer remarked, "That's quite different from how you normally are." "The opposite," Han Sarung replied calmly. "Maybe the way I am in the game. That's who I truly am." The audience blushed at her candid declaration, caught off guard by the honesty, confidence, and inner strength radiating from her words. Han Sarung's voice carried a mix of defiance and casual indifference, echoing through the room. "But who cares about all that? Who I really am," she muttered, shrugging as though casting off the heavy weight of others' expectations, her gaze wandering with nonchalance. Jaiwoo's voice rang in her mind as he watched her interview on TV from the comfort of his home. "Honestly, if you're searching for reality in a game, then why play at all?" His words hung in the air, sharp yet reflective, carrying his characteristic wit and challenge. He let out a quiet sigh, pondering whether her candid, straightforward answer had won her a fresh wave of fans, rallying behind her with admiration for her honesty and courage. And of course, he supported her silently, proudly standing among the growing legion of her admirers, a protective presence amid the excitement and praise. The media had spun the story flawlessly. Han Sarung, the idol who had confronted and overcome her past trauma, had stepped away from the gaming world to embrace a happy, normal life, capturing the hearts of fans everywhere. Yet in chrono life itself, reality told a different story. Frustration flaring in her eyes, Sarung shouted, "That damn brat is late again. He does this all the time. Does he actually want to go to hell?" Jaiwoo quickly defended himself, voice steady. "I came as soon as I saw the interview. And aren't you supposed to be at the broadcast station?" His tone was half teasing, half exasperated. Sarung shot back sharply. The interview was pre-recorded. Despite appearances, she hadn't stopped playing the game, even after overcoming her trauma, sneaking in playtime whenever possible. In fact, she was logging in more often than before, even trimming her professional commitments to make time for the game. Glancing at Jaiwoo with urgency, she demanded, "Hurry up, we don't have time to waste." Jaiwoo tilted his head, puzzled. "Hurry up to where?" he asked, genuine confusion coloring his words. "Stop getting caught up in details," she scolded, impatience sharp in her tone. "It seems you've forgotten, and you still haven't accepted my apology." "It's fine," Jaiwoo replied easily, falling into step behind her. A wry smile tugged at his lips, signaling both patience and playful teasing. A triumphant grin spread across Sarung's face, eyes sparkling with playful mischief and a renewed sense of adventure. "I'll forgive you this time, since you'll be the one carrying me," she teased lightly, a warm, teasing glint in her expression. Jaiwoo raised an eyebrow, momentarily puzzled, before a memory flickered back. The time he had once asked her to carry him. Back then, Sarung had protested vigorously, calling herself a newbie who didn't know what she was doing, uncertain and hesitant. Now, stepping closer, her voice softened yet carried quiet confidence. "Please, carry me, Master Jaiwoo," she said, holding out her hands expectantly, hope and trust shining in her gaze. Chrono Life reigned as the world's premier virtual reality game, a sprawling world of millions of players and countless guilds vying for dominance, every corner alive with action and strategy. Among these, the elite few had earned the title of the world's 5 great guilds, names that struck awe and reverence into all who heard them. Each guild boasted unique strengths and quirks, earning their legendary reputation. Yet one guild had forged a path entirely its own, diverging sharply from the predictable patterns of the others. Its intelligence network was unparalleled, surpassing even the Global Information Guild, and its long-range operations spanned the entire continent with terrifying precision. Every member of this guild belonged to the rogue class. It was the infamous Robin Hood Guild, one of the 5 greats, a name whispered with reverence and fear, though it had been utterly annihilated in a single fateful night. The guild leader stared at the smoldering ruins surrounding him, processing the full weight of the devastation. After a tense pause, he pivoted sharply and leaped into the moonlit sky, determination blazing in his eyes. With an acrobatic flip, he landed with precise agility, using the mountainside as a springboard for another soaring jump, a testament to his unparalleled skill. Suddenly, a man appeared behind him, a sly smirk on his face. Well, is there still a little rat alive?" he taunted, his voice dripping with malice and amusement. The guild leader reacted instantly, slashing through the air with piercing precision, the blade slicing cleanly toward the intruder. Yet the body dissolved into mist. It had been a mere illusion. The man's echoing voice boomed, boasting of his superiority, before vanishing completely into the night. Confusion flickered across the guild leader's face. The impact of the strike had felt strange, unlike any force he had encountered before, leaving a lingering sense of unease. Then, without warning, another strike came from behind, precise and deadly. The calm, deliberate voice of the attacker echoed softly. "Even so, you're only around our level." Spitting blood, the guild leader glared at the shadowy figure. "Who are you? Why are you doing this?" he demanded, anger and shock intertwining in his voice. A mask materialized over the man's face, signaling his guild affiliation. "It's obvious," he said with a smirk. "And the reason I'm doing this is simply because it's fun." Elsewhere, along a forested road, a sturdy carriage rolled steadily, drawn by a massive, muscular Molino cat, its fur gleaming under the sunlight. The coachman called out that they were approaching the Rocky Mountain dungeon. Inside, Jaiwoo gnawed casually on a piece of meat. "This place is closer than I thought," he remarked with a satisfied grin. Sarung responded matter-of-factly, "The map already shows it. We'll arrive in about 5 minutes." The Meow Meow carriage was a renowned travel service in Chrono Life, beloved by players for its reliability and speed. Molino cats, native to the game world, had been specially tamed and trained to pull these carriages, their stamina and obedience legendary among adventurers. Remarkably, the service's founder had been an ordinary player with the tamer profession, whose business now surpassed most small enterprises in the virtual world, a testament to ingenuity and dedication. Sarung exclaimed with excitement as the dungeon loomed ahead. "We're here. It's huge." Her voice carried both awe and anticipation. Jaiwoo's eyes swept over the Rocky Mountain dungeon, towering nearly 1,000 meters above sea level, crawling with mid-level 30 monsters. A popular hunting ground for eager newcomers. "Level 7 is as far as I ever got," he mused quietly, reflecting on past challenges with a subtle grin. Yet after all the introductions, the true reason for their visit became clear. Jaiwoo was to carry Han Sarung through this formidable dungeon, a task both challenging and unusual. At the time, she had been far more serious than he expected, and somehow, he had ended up in this bizarre, high-stakes scenario. He wondered how high her level would need to rise, thinking it might be more efficient to head directly to Urus Nest to maximize her stats first. His thoughts were interrupted when he noticed her hands, and a memory surfaced. He had prepared a gift specifically for her. Sarung looked at him curiously, eyes wide, questioning the sudden gesture. Jaiwoo summoned an item from his inventory, the transcendental gauntlets, gleaming with raw power and symbolic significance. "I forgot these last time," he explained, offering them. "Since I already have a pair, I thought you might like them as a gift." Han Sarung's face flushed crimson, tears unexpectedly welling in her eyes. Her voice trembling, she whispered her thanks. It's been so long since anyone's given me something. Jaiwoo raised an eyebrow, teasing. Really? Aren't you a famous idol? You must get gifts all the time. She shook her head firmly. It's not the same, she replied sincere. Jaiwoo chuckled softly, nodding in agreement. Clutching the gauntlets tightly, Sarung reflected silently. He really wasn't the same person as before. Something about him had changed subtly but undeniably. She thanked him once more, warmth and sincerity filling her voice. I'll make good use of them. A brief hesitation crossed her expression, and she asked for the name of his character, wanting to know the identity of the person who had gifted her such a meaningful, heartfelt present. Jaiwoo's voice carried a hint of amusement as he asked, Haven't I already told you? Han Sarung shook her head, a faint flush on her cheeks, explaining that although she had seen it when they first formed the party, the memory had already faded from her mind, leaving only a vague recollection. He opened his mouth to speak his character name, but before the words could escape, a sudden clatter from the cart drowned out his voice, jolting both of them. The Molino cat pulling the carriage abruptly halted, ears flicking nervously as it sensed something unseen. The coachman squinted, perplexed. What on earth just happened? He muttered, his brow furrowed in confusion. The sudden stop sent everything in the back of the cart tumbling. Scrolls, supplies, and small items clattered chaotically, creating a whirlwind of noise and disarray that rattled the passengers. The coachman quickly reassured them, hands waving to calm the commotion. Everyone's fine. Looks like the cat got spooked for no reason at all, he called out, attempting to restore order. But amidst the chaos, Han Sarung had stumbled, landing squarely atop Jaiwoo in a tangled heap, the two of them momentarily frozen in surprise. Jaiwoo blinked, rubbing his shoulder with a sheepish frown. Are you okay, Captain Amor? His concern was genuine, voice laced with both alarm and a hint of awkwardness. Sarung nodded quickly, assuring him she was fine, but Jaiwoo's gaze immediately caught something odd in her hands. She was clutching his underwear, a gesture so absurd and mortifying that his eyes widened in disbelief. Oris, observing from a short distance, scowled with clear disapproval, utterly unimpressed by the ridiculous scene unfolding before him. The cat continued meowing anxiously, eyes wide and darting, while the coachman crouched low, soothing it gently. Calm down, please. What spooked you? He murmured, trying to make sense of the chaotic moment. Standing just in front of the cart was a young woman, her body battered and bruised. Excuse me, she said cautiously, voice soft yet urgent. Could you help me? All eyes turned to her, confusion rippling through the group. Jaiwoo and Sarung exchanged glances, both unsure how to react to this sudden, unexpected arrival. The woman introduced herself as Hong, explaining that her misfortune had been caused by a man she had never seen before, leaving her stranded and desperate. She didn't know his level or class. All she had discerned was the name of his character, which alone struck fear into her. One thing was clear, he was no ordinary player. He had the power to copy items, having effortlessly manifested an exact replica of her Ha-Ho mask right before her eyes, a feat that made her pulse quicken with shock. His character's name was Passive Boy. Han Sarung muttered under her breath, having never heard such a strange name before, a mix of curiosity and incredulity in her tone. Oris, for reasons he couldn't explain, immediately pictured a carrot whenever he thought of this mysterious character, a mental image both random and oddly fitting. Jaiwoo stepped forward, determination in his posture. I want to ask something, he said, voice steady. Hong nodded, granting him permission, and he inquired about her identity. Sarung interjected, pride and a touch of amusement in her voice. She's the leader of the Robin Hood Guild. Even little kids know her. Oris recalled vividly the day she had defeated 3 million players in a single, breathtaking feat of skill. Jaiwoo waved his hand dismissively, shrugging off the prestige. Everyone has their own problems. Just because some random psycho attacked her guild doesn't mean I have to get involved, he said, casual but firm. Hong lowered her mask, bowing deeply. Please forgive me. I am asking for help personally, she said, her voice sincere, filled with humility and urgency. Even without a formal introduction, Jaiwoo commented dryly on her persistence, though he still had no immediate reason to intervene. Hong, remarkably beautiful, straightened herself, eyes unwavering as she reintroduced herself, conveying strength and determination without hesitation. Suddenly, Jaiwoo's expression softened, a playful grin spreading across his face. Who cares about the reason? Helping people in need is my hobby and my specialty, he declared, voice confident and teasing. Han Sarung rolled her eyes in silent exasperation. What a scumbag, she mused, yet couldn't suppress a faint twinge of amusement at his attitude. Hong's eyes brightened instantly. Thank you for agreeing. I promise you won't regret this, she said, her gratitude warm, heartfelt, and impossible to dismiss. She then added that the issue somehow involved him as well, a statement that left Jaiwoo momentarily stunned, eyebrows rising in surprise. Meanwhile, at the Chrono Life headquarters, an employee announced it was time to leave. The infrastructure support team was told to pack up and head home. One man grumbled, envious of those leaving while he remained behind. Yet the team leader frowned, reminding them that early departure was not permitted. Seo Sungwon intervened decisively, telling them firmly to leave their work behind and go home. He would handle the overtime alone. One colleague joked about not having reconciled with his wife. Laughter followed, goodbyes were exchanged, and the room slowly emptied. Sungwon remained alone, exhaling deeply with a wry, contemplative smile. Damn idiots, he muttered under his breath, voice dry, tinged with irritation. He grumbled about the younger generation, Gen Z, criticizing them for laziness and their lack of ambition, dismissing their cluelessness with quiet disdain. In his mind, they had wasted the opportunities life had handed them, destined to live modest, limited existences as a consequence. With a resigned sigh, he donned his virtual reality glasses. Now that everyone's gone, it's time to make some real money, he muttered to himself, determination gleaming in his eyes. The device verified his identity, logging him seamlessly into Chrono Life, connecting him to the vast digital world. His private GM line identified him unmistakably. He was Passive Boy himself, an elite presence within the game. Once inside, he soared high above the mountains, the wind whipping past as he surveyed the expansive landscape, every detail crisp and vivid. He announced to no one in particular that the moment had come, summoning a gleaming item from his inventory, a powerful, radiant red sword. This is the Executioner's Blade, he said, voice low, commanding. A level 99 unique item, unparalleled in its destructive potential. Sungwon's grin spread wide, anticipation igniting across his face. Time to work overtime, he muttered, fingers tightening on the hilt. Everything he possessed had been honed to perfection. Every skill, every stat maxed, reaching the pinnacle of mastery. The master level, absolute pinnacle of achievement, allowed him to claim items of the highest order. Transcendental rank, an elite tier few had ever glimpsed. Rumors of this level had spread, sparking speculation across the player base. Yet no one had ever laid eyes on a true transcendental item, until now. Han Sarung stared in stunned disbelief, witnessing firsthand the legendary transcendental gauntlets, gleaming with a radiant, otherworldly power. Her body froze, rooted to the spot, awe and incredulity locking her in place, unable to utter a sound. Finally, she called out playfully to Jaiwoo, her underpants guy, admitting she had only wanted a closer look. But now, she couldn't resist trying them on, anticipation sparkling in her eyes. Sarung could hardly believe her eyes, staring at the weapon before her as if it were a mirage. Her voice trembled when she asked, almost in disbelief, whether this was truly a transcendental rank weapon. Jaiwoo, lounging with effortless calm, simply shrugged, his nonchalance radiating from him. Go ahead, you can use it, he said, as if handing out one of his many treasures was no big deal at all. She swallowed hard, her throat tight, heart hammering against her ribs, as she tried to calm the rush of adrenaline surging through her veins. With deliberate care, Sarung slid the gauntlets onto her hands. The moment they made contact with her skin, a surge of magical energy surged through her entire body, locking onto her essence. The raw force erupted with an explosive intensity, sending a shockwave rippling violently across the nearby terrain, rattling stones and stirring up dust in a chaotic dance. A system notification flickered in her vision, its glow unmistakable. She was now officially the owner of the transcendental gauntlets. Sarung's eyes widened, her jaw slackening as a mix of awe and astonishment painted her expression. The gauntlets radiated an intense, almost blinding light, pulsating with latent power, only to abruptly shrink and transform. In moments, the magnificent weapon mutated into a pair of unassuming, seemingly ordinary gloves, their brilliance replaced by plainness. Confusion furrowed Sarung's brow as she stared at her hands, her mind scrambling to understand why such a majestic weapon had diminished into something so mundane, its grandeur seemingly stripped away. The system's explanation appeared with cold precision. The transcendental gauntlets had been sealed, their full power inaccessible because she lacked the necessary qualifications to wield them completely. "What the hell is this?" she muttered under her breath, frustration and disbelief lacing her tone. Clearly, attempting to wield a transcendental weapon at her current level was far from wise. A unique item might have served her far better at this stage. Driven by curiosity, she extended her hand, brushing lightly against a nearby stone, almost cautiously, as if testing the limits of her newly acquired, yet restricted, power. The reaction was instantaneous and violent. The stone shattered explosively, sending fragments flying in all directions. The ground beneath it cracked and buckled, culminating in a massive blast that reverberated through the entire surrounding area, shaking the earth with a thunderous roar. Sarung froze in place, her eyes widening in shock. "What just happened? I barely even touched it." The disbelief in her voice mirrored the chaos she had unwittingly unleashed. The realization hit immediately. The weapon's power had been deliberately sealed, a stark confirmation of the system's earlier warning. This terrifying potential lay just beyond her reach. Jaiwoo, suppressing a grin, commented dryly that it was surprisingly weak for a transcendental rank item. Urus, observing silently, gave a nod of agreement, his expression betraying a mix of amusement and understanding. Turning his attention to Jaiwoo, Urus asked directly, "By the way, Hyungnim, what are you planning to do now? Will you accept Hong's request?" His tone was calm, yet there was an unmistakable weight behind the question. Jaiwoo replied with measured calm, stating plainly that he had no choice. The case was bound directly to him, leaving no room for evasion. The scene shifted, memories flickering back to the past as the conversation with Hong replayed in vivid clarity. When Hong first made her request, Jaiwoo had objected, protesting that compliance was impossible. He didn't even know what the so-called passive boy looked like. But Hong pressed onward, probing him with questions about what he thought the target's objective might be, her gaze unwavering and intent. Jaiwoo speculated that it was all for amusement, a mere whim. Hong, however, shook her head firmly, indicating that such a notion was far from the truth. "The boy's goal is money," she clarified, her voice sharp and precise. "He copies items and sells them for profit." Guild intelligence confirmed it. He was known as a merchant player, recently moving several items sourced from Urus' own nest. Despite the disruption to the market, his actions weren't technically illegal, but they were a blatant abuse of his authority within the system. Jaiwoo raised an eyebrow, questioning her meaning. Hong elaborated, her tone grave. "If the passive boy is left unchecked, the economy of the game will collapse. Chrono life itself will spiral into ruin." Jaiwoo scratched his nose, a skeptical expression on his face, questioning whether she was serious. "And what's the problem?" he asked, half-mocking. "Just report him to customer service. They'll ban his account." Hong laughed, the sound cutting through his skepticism. "You're more naive than I thought." Jaiwoo's bristle of indignation was immediate and sharp. "What did you just say?" he demanded, his voice laced with both surprise and irritation. She explained matter-of-factly that the customer service center was powerless in such a scenario. Any report would be met with a lifeless automated reply, utterly ineffective. Climbing onto her carriage with decisive grace, Hong added, "You're the only one who can stop him. Remember, you defeated the World Union Guild all on your own." Then, without warning, she leapt from the carriage, landing with fluid precision. "I'm counting on you. Before the game deteriorates further, find the passive boy and put an end to this." Back in the present, Jaiwoo groaned, recognizing the inevitability. Ignoring the problem would directly undermine his own item sales. Sarung asked urgently if there were any leads, knowing that a blind search would be hopeless. Jaiwoo's answer was sharp and deliberate. "If customer service won't help, there's only one solution. Blackmail the higher-ups," he declared, leaving Urus and Sarung exchanging glances of stunned disbelief. At the Chrono Life headquarters, Jaiwoo didn't hesitate. He pulled out his phone and dialed the president directly, his expression a mix of determination and controlled menace. He ordered the man to meet him immediately at the Gukbap restaurant, his voice carrying a thinly veiled threat. Fail, and the server itself would face destruction once again. On the other end, Diakbi could barely comprehend the command before the call ended, leaving him both furious and dumbfounded. Enraged, he slammed the phone down, cursing the boy under his breath, his face red with frustration. Jaiwoo strolled in, a teasing smile playing across his lips. "Customer service still can't handle things, huh?" he quipped. Finding the official channels hopeless, he opted to meet the president in person, taking the chance to order 2 steaming bowls of gukbap along the way. Upon entering, he noticed someone waiting outside, motionless in the dim light. It was Han Sarung. Startled, Jaiwoo's concern surfaced immediately. Is it safe for you to be out here? What if someone sees you? Sarung's response was calm, matter-of-fact. It was late, she assured him, and no one would take notice. She added with a playful yet pointed tone that in real life, he should address her by her full name. Quickly, she sent a message to her older sister, casually explaining that she had stepped out for a walk. Her sister, still in the shower, grumbled at the lack of notice, her voice muffled but clearly annoyed. Meanwhile, Deokbi stormed into the gukbap shop, yelling and demanding to see Lee Jaiwoo, his face twisted with disbelief. He could not fathom that a mere brat had dared summon him in such a disrespectful manner. But then, his fury deepened as he spotted Jaiwoo and Sarung sitting calmly at a table, eating as if nothing were amiss. Incensed, Deokbi marched forward, seizing Jaiwoo by the collar and berating him as an ill-mannered fool for daring to order around someone older. Yet his attention shifted rapidly to the girl seated beside Jaiwoo. Who is she? Are you dating her? He demanded, suspicion flickering across his face. A mix of irritation and disbelief etched into every line. Before Sarung could even open her mouth, Jaiwoo cut in sharply, his tone charged with disbelief. Have you completely lost it? That's Han Sarung, the nation's top idol you're talking about. His words hung in the air like a challenge, disbelief etched into every syllable. Deokbi shot Jaiwoo a warning glare, his voice low but menacing. If he didn't curb his insolence, the full fury of her fanbase would descend upon him. Irritated by Jaiwoo's audacity, Deokbi's grip around his collar tightened. Just then, Sarung slammed her hand down on the table, her voice slicing through the thick tension like a blade. Can we just get to the point and stop all this foolishness? Jaiwoo quickly nodded, reading the steel in her eyes. The intensity of her gaze was enough to make Deokbi release his hold, albeit reluctantly, his shoulders stiff with barely restrained frustration. Without missing a beat, Jaiwoo signaled for another steaming bowl of food to be brought over, his calm demeanor unshaken despite the confrontation. Deokbi's eyebrows shot up, clearly taken aback. The reason for this high-profile meeting wasn't what he expected at all. It was about item duplication. He had assumed the discussion would revolve around something of far greater gravity. Scoffing, he argued, the government's authorization wasn't handed out for nothing. No hacker could pull off something this incredible. Jaiwoo's eyes narrowed, his words slicing through the tension like a sharpened blade. You're talking nonsense. Someone actually saw the item being duplicated. Deokbi shook his head stubbornly. The witness must be mistaken. Heated words flew back and forth between them, a storm of disbelief and argument, until Sarung raised her hand, her presence commanding silence. If an external hacker is impossible, she suggested carefully, then perhaps the problem lies within, someone on the inside. Her words hung in the room weighty and deliberate. Deokbi fell silent, processing the implication. It's impossible, he finally said, setting his spoon down with deliberate force, the metallic clink resonating like a verdict. Even our internal staff using a GM account wouldn't be able to duplicate items. With that finality, he excused himself, mentioning other pressing matters, while reminding them not to forget the bill, and offering the hollow courtesy of a pleasant meeting. Sarung waved cheerfully as he departed, a hint of amusement in her expression. Jaiwoo, however, kept his eyes on Deokbi's retreating back, a shadow of unease creeping into his thoughts. He couldn't shake the feeling that the older man genuinely wanted him dead. Outside, Deokbi lit a cigar with a slow, deliberate motion, the smoke curling like a phantom around his face, as he reflected silently on the chaotic exchange that had just transpired. He immediately summoned team leader Choi, who acknowledged the order without question. Deokbi instructed him to assemble 5 of his most trusted men. Meanwhile, back at Stone Mountain Dungeon, Jaiwoo muttered darkly about being back to square one, and Sarung could only nod, understanding the weight of the situation. Jaiwoo's frustration simmered beneath the surface. Whether it was the passive boy orchestrating this or someone else lurking in the shadows, he swore vengeance. He would crush anyone responsible. Sarung chuckled softly, the sound light but teasing. Look at you, trying to act all tough, she remarked, the corner of her lips twitching with amusement. She tilted her head thoughtfully, considering the passive boy's motives. Jaiwoo blinked in surprise. Why ask all of a sudden? It's strange, Sarung explained, her voice calm yet piercing, carrying a sharp edge of reasoning. If his goal was money, why would he single out the Robin Hood Guild in particular? Jaiwoo shrugged helplessly. I don't know. Maybe they just had a lot of valuable items. Sarung's eyes narrowed, her gaze sharpening like a blade. Exactly. That's what's strange. If item duplication is possible, he could sell anything he wants. So why target ordinary players? She paused, letting the thought settle, her fingers tapping lightly against her chin. Especially the Robin Hood Guild, they hold the best intelligence. Why aim at them specifically? Jaiwoo was taken aback by her logic, admitting, I have no clue. Sarung smirked knowingly. Not surprised. Well, at least you haven't gotten any smarter. Jaiwoo shot back, rolling his eyes with mock irritation. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted nearby, the ground trembling violently beneath their feet. What was happening? Sarung's gaze snapped toward the smoke billowing in the distance. What happened? She shouted, her eyes wide as a massive column of dust and debris spiraled upward, dark and menacing. Sarung noted aloud, her voice tense, that the destruction seemed as fierce as Jaiwoo's own attacks. Without hesitation, Jaiwoo bolted toward the source, his instincts razor-sharp, while Sarung screamed his name, panic and fear cutting through her words. When they reached the scene, Habiek knelt amid the ruins, his torn clothes soaked with blood, his body battered beyond recognition. One arm was missing entirely, the wound grotesque and gaping, his torso battered as if he had been thrown against stone. Sungwon's laughter rang out, cold and mocking, chilling the air. So much for the rumors, he sneered, eyes glinting with cruel satisfaction. The infamous Habiek, humiliated and beaten, looked up at his tormentor. Sungwon's gaze bore into him. Why are you doing this? As coordinator of this world, you know this won't go unpunished. He warned him with icy precision. The higher-up's wrath would follow relentlessly, leaving nowhere safe. With a swift, fluid motion, Sungwon grabbed him by the neck. Arrogant AI, he spat, voice low and venomous. A mere fragment of data daring to oppose me. Kill a unique boss like you, and it's permanent. No reset, no second chance, only deletion. His grip tightening, Sungwon continued. If you don't want to burn in hell, you'd better tell me where your master is. Habiek, defiant even in agony, let out a chuckle, unyielding. Do you really think I'll talk? He scoffed, a flicker of pride in his pain-stricken eyes. Sungwon's rage ignited like wildfire. Raising his sword with deadly intent, he hissed, then go to hell. But a commanding voice suddenly cut through the tension, sharp and resolute, ordering him to stop. The presence was unmistakably powerful, far beyond Habiek's importance. Before Sungwon could finish his grim task, she had arrived. The god of life herself, Luna, appeared, her aura luminous and imposing. Sungwon snarled at her intrusion. Wait your turn, he threatened. I'll finish him first, then you'll come next. Luna sighed faintly, a soft, knowing smile tugging at her lips. It's useless, she said calmly, her tone serene yet edged with authority. After logging into the GM account, you've just become like all the others, overexcited and reckless. Sungwon's face twisted in fury as he hurled insults, but Luna's reply was ice cold, slicing through his anger. You're nothing but trash. He paused, dark amusement flickering in his eyes, then laughed, tossing Habiek aside as if he were weightless. Why bother with him? You're next anyway. Sungwon's gaze snapped to Luna, stepping forward with predatory intent. Tell me where Habiek's master is, he demanded, cruel anticipation coiling in his smile. He added voice-dripping malice. No rush. We have all night. His words sent a shiver down the spine. The plan was to tear her apart limb by limb, to hang her, cauterize wounds, and keep her alive just to prolong her suffering. Luna's cold, unwavering stare reminded her of Jaiwoo, grounding her in resolve. Closing her eyes briefly, she murmured softly, You look just like him, but you're his complete opposite. Sungwon scowled, confusion mingling with fury. What nonsense are you spouting? He demanded. Suddenly, a massive claw descended from the sky, crashing down upon him entirely. Blood splattered across Luna's face as the monstrous appendage lingered, unmoving, a testament to raw power. To her, it was a simple sign of utter disdain. Luna turned gracefully and walked away, her immense beauty and presence commanding attention with every step. A voice suddenly echoed, casual yet sharp. Ah, I forgot about this thing. Sungwon reappeared, patting the monstrous creature's leg thoughtfully. Ah, so Luna must be its master, he mused aloud. Realization dawned upon him, a flicker of unease in his eyes. No wonder she's so confident. This is going to be a thorn in my side. Luna, startled, spun on her heel, her eyes blazing with fury. How are you still alive? Her gaze sharpened, a storm of determination igniting. This time, I'll make sure you don't come back. Trash like you doesn't deserve to live. Wang simply shrugged, his expression an unreadable mask, as if the chaos around him didn't exist. I don't care, he said casually, the words dripping with a kind of reckless indifference, as though the entire world and its dangers were meaningless to him. With a smooth flick of his wrist, Wang began summoning a strange, shimmering distortion in the air around them. The very atmosphere seemed to warp and twist, bending unnaturally as if reality itself obeyed his command. Luna's eyes widened in alarm and awe, taking in the sudden shift. In an instant, the familiar terrain of the world around them dissolved, replaced by a new, alien dimension. They were whisked away, transported into a separate realm entirely detached from the world they knew. This was the GM Zone, a highly exclusive realm, accessible only to those with special privileges. Designed with precision, it served to isolate threats, test extraordinary powers, or trap opponents where they could be observed without endangering the outside world. Sungwon scoffed loudly, his arrogance cutting through the silence. You really think you deserve to live? He sneered, voice sharp as glass. Stop acting so cringy, pretending this game is real life. Luna's gaze locked onto him, freezing him in place. Her eyes were cold, piercing, and utterly fearless. A stare that made even the boldest challenger hesitate, utterly devoid of hesitation or doubt. Meanwhile, beyond the shimmering boundary of Wang's space, Jaiwoo and Sarung raced across the rugged terrain. Their feet pounded the earth relentlessly, dust kicking up around them as they sprinted toward the epicenter of the chaos, determination etched on their faces. Sarung's voice cut sharply through the wind, urgent and tense. Do you think that explosion? Could it have been caused by the passive boy? Jaiwoo nodded grimly, his jaw set. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's him. The hacker from the company, he confirmed, eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of their target. Even the president, who had insisted that such feats were impossible, betrayed the faintest trace of doubt in the hard lines of his face, a flicker of concern beneath his usually stoic exterior. He single-handedly crushed the Robin Hood Guild, Jaiwoo muttered, eyes narrowing with a mix of awe and anger. This bastard must have crafted a superpowered account, and now he's making his move. Sarung called out urgently, her voice laced with tension. Is there any way to run faster? Jaiwoo shook his head, a tight line of worry crossing his face. I didn't put any points into agility, he replied, his voice tense as they neared the GM Zone's eerie boundary. Drawing closer, Sarung squinted at the ethereal shimmer of the barrier. What is this place? She asked, awe and wariness mingling in her tone, the strange distortion bending the light around them. Habiek, already stationed within the GM Zone, glanced back, his battered form flickering in the strange light. These are the traces of the passive boy's teleportation, he explained, the residual energy shimmering like ghostly footprints suspended in the air. It's been a while, Mr. Hero, he added, a faint, wry grin tugging at his bloodied face, a spark of mischief amid the chaos. Jaiwoo's eyes widened in surprise. What are you doing here? And what happened to your arm? Sarung's memory clicked instantly. This was the man who had once kidnapped her, a painful ghost from the past she hadn't anticipated encountering again. Habiek's explanation came quickly, blood still dripping from his wounds. I was attacked by the passive boy. He dragged Luna into this GM Zone as well. Jaiwoo's brow furrowed, confused. Luna? Who's that? Habiek smirked, teasing lightly. She talks about you all the time. Sounds like you've got a little crush, instantly causing Sarung's cheeks to flare with embarrassment. She's got straight black hair and a nice figure, he added casually, as if to provoke her further, his grin widening with mischief. Jaiwoo scoffed, derisive. You mean that little cockroach? We don't even know each other. Sarung muttered under her breath. Typical underpants boy stuff. But Jaiwoo snapped back, eyes flashing. Get a grip. You're the one always saying things like that. And I'm not crazy enough to like someone who insulted my parents. Not interested at all. Relief washed over her, her shoulders visibly relaxing as the tension eased just a fraction. Habiek shrugged, indifferent. So what? That doesn't matter. Oris, observing quietly from a distance, thought to himself that the entire interaction was oddly endearing, a strange moment of levity amid the chaos. Suddenly, Habiek coughed violently, blood spattering onto the ground, a stark reminder of his vulnerability. Jaiwoo's concern sharpened instantly. Are you going to be okay? You look like you could die any second. Habiek grimaced through the pain. I'm definitely not okay. I need a little help, hero. Jaiwoo hesitated, skeptical. Why should I help? I could just take the drop myself. Sarung jumped in, practical and calm. We should split the drop. Habiek's voice faltered. The weight of his injuries clear. Are you sure? If I die, the mirror I gave you disappears too. Jaiwoo placed a firm hand on his shoulder, reassurance steady. Relax. I'll heal you no matter what. Sarung tilted her head, questioning. How? You didn't bring any healing potions. Jaiwoo smiled faintly, calm and assured. It's fine, he said, as a soft, golden light began to radiate from his body, gentle yet potent. He activated one of the Master Rookie's unique abilities, Cleric Class Heal. The energy flowed outward, designed to restore health instantly, initially affecting only HP, shimmering like liquid gold across the air. Slowly, Habiek's wounds began to close, crimson fading as torn flesh knit together point by point, his battered form regaining coherence in the warm glow. Habiek blinked, wincing slightly. Is that really a heal? Feels more like I'm taking damage, he muttered, confusion mixing with pain. Jaiwoo chuckled lightly. Maybe you should have put some points into intelligence, he teased. Habiek's gaze drifted to his arm, still mangled. What about this? Even if my HP fills, can this be fixed? Jaiwoo explained patiently. The scar disappears with full health, but damaged limbs can only be restored at a tavern. Habiek shook his head, grim. That only applies to players. Monsters like me. We only regain our bodies when we respawn. Jaiwoo gritted his teeth, determination hardening. I'll take your life in a single strike so you won't feel a thing. Habiek raised a trembling hand. Wait, I'm a unique boss. Even if I die, I can't respawn. Jai was staggered back in shock, disbelief written across his face. What the hell? This game. It's terrible. Habiek exhaled. Calm now. Relax. There are only a few unique bosses like me. It doesn't affect the entire game. For your info, he added, voice heavy with meaning, Urus is also a unique boss. The dragon can confirm it. That's why I'm begging for help. And Luna. She's another unique boss. Jaiwa's jaw dropped. That cockroach is really a boss? Meanwhile, within the GM zone, a sudden explosion tore through the dimension, shaking the ground beneath them violently. Sungwon charged at Luna, his roar a raw eruption of rage. Go to hell! But Luna stood her ground, unmoving, her stance steady and unyielding, silently daring him to strike. The impact of his assault released an immense shockwave, energy radiating outward in arcs of blinding light, tearing through the GM zone's warped air. Without pause, Sungwon launched a second strike, identical in its devastating fury, aimed to crush Luna's resolve. Luna's voice rang out, calm yet resolute. It's useless. Leaping with controlled precision, she declared, I am the goddess of life. A mere human like you can never claim a god's life. Sungwon shouted over the roaring wind, frustration in every syllable. I can't hear a thing. Luna's eyes narrowed sharply, a flash of irritation crossing her ethereal features at the interruption, her poise unbroken. Sungwon sneered, every word dripping with disdain and scorn. You're being childish, he mocked, his tone cutting like a blade. Do you really think spouting all those lines makes you look cool? His eyes glinted with cruel amusement, scanning Luna with the arrogance of someone convinced of his superiority. He leaned forward slightly, narrowing his gaze. I've been with this company for years. I know exactly what you're capable of, he said, his voice low, confident, and edged with experience. Not only that, he added, his smirk widening, he had witnessed her clash with Jaiwoo firsthand. The security footage, scrutinized by team leaders and even higher-ups, had left no doubt. She was formidable. All those claims about attacks failing to harm her weren't mere boasting. They were evidence of the goddess of life's hidden power, life creation. It wasn't that the blows hadn't landed. The instant she teetered on the edge of death, her body regenerated instantly, reconstructed with uncanny precision, as if guided by divine hands. Ignoring the warnings, Sungwon charged forward again, his sword gleaming ominously in the distorted, shifting light of the GM zone. The strike erupted with a blinding flash, sending an immense wave of energy hurtling directly toward Luna, shaking the warped terrain around them. But Luna reacted without hesitation, activating life creation. Her form shimmered and reformed, her goddess visage solidifying once more. Sungwon muttered under his breath, as expected, overpowered. No wonder this ability caused so many complaints during the company's early days. She had used this very power to create Urakan, assembling him from fragments of the left head she had discovered in Urus's nest, hence why she referred to him as her son. Sungwon swung again, but Luna shook her head calmly. "You talk too much," she said, her voice cold, cutting through his arrogance as her scepter cleaved him cleanly in half. She questioned the significance of his efforts. If he could not take her life, then all his boasts and attacks were meaningless. Sungwon's severed body spun violently through the air, propelled by the force of her strike, limbs flailing as the air whistled past him. He gritted his teeth, realizing finally, so she's attacking me directly at last. Suddenly, her scepter shimmered and transformed back into her original staff, golden and ornate. Luna's eyes widened in genuine surprise, a flicker of shock crossing her usually composed face. Sungwon laughed darkly, a chilling sound echoing through the GM zone. "And what did you think I brought into this space?" he taunted, gesturing to the chaos that surrounded them, the warped air and shimmering distortions. Luna's clothing shifted rapidly, returning her to the form she had worn as a player. Her expression betrayed complete shock and disbelief, the transformation unexpected even to her. Sungwon smirked cruelly. "So you knew how to make that cute face too, huh? I thought you were just a cruel, heartless woman." His tone dripped with mockery, eyes gleaming with perverse delight. He struck again with his sword, voice cutting through the tense air. "If I take your life, Habiek's master will appear. Farewell, unique boss, goddess of life, Luna." Elsewhere, in a lavish bar filled with dim golden light, the table was stacked high with expensive drinks. Sungwon downed a glass in one smooth motion, slamming it down with satisfaction. "Nothing like a drink after a few hours of overtime," he muttered with a self-satisfied smirk. One of his subordinates nodded, respectful. "You've worked hard, sir. Now only the final step remains." Sungwon shook his head slowly. "No, Habiek didn't call his master, so it doesn't matter yet," the subordinate argued, insisting that killing Luna should have summoned Habiek's master. Sungwon's gaze dropped, voice low. "I couldn't take her life," he admitted reluctantly. Shock registered on the young man's face. Sungwon kept his eyes down, then added, "It doesn't matter. There are other ways to meet him." The subordinate hesitated, finally asking what had been nagging him. Who exactly was Habiek's master? Sungwon raised an eyebrow, the hint of a smile playing at the corner of his lips. "And you've been working for him all this time without even knowing?" The young man confessed, admitting he had followed orders blindly since university. Sungwon set his glass down deliberately, voice measured. "Basically, he's one of the main story bosses in Chrono Life. The greatest merchant, known as the Disaster of Sloth." The subordinate blinked, disbelief in his eyes. "That monster is a merchant?" Sungwon shrugged, nonchalant. "Freedom like that is common in Chrono Life." The subordinate murmured, recalling vague lore. "I've heard of that. Urakan is gluttony, right?" Sungwon arched an eyebrow. "You don't even know? They're all based on the 7 deadly sins from Catholicism, a concept repeated in movies, manga, and games. Pride, greed, envy, wrath, lust, gluttony, and sloth." He listed steadily, his voice calm but firm. "These sins are the root of all others," he continued, voice edged with authority. "They're called the 7 deadly sins." The subordinate frowned. "Isn't that plagiarism? Was Chrono Life just being lazy?" Sungwon laughed, a sharp, cutting sound. "No, you're the idiot. The main story bosses? That's exactly the point. Urus of pride, Urakan of gluttony, Riot of sloth, and Luna of lust." The employee's brow furrowed. "But the damned woman is also a main boss. If she were just a player, the game's balance would collapse." Sungwon leaned back calmly, voice measured. "She's a boss, yes, but that doesn't make her an NPC." The confused employee pressed on. "A player? Could actually class change into a boss?" Sungwon slammed his glass down with a decisive thud, punctuating his point. "Freedom in Chrono Life is greater than you think," he said firmly. "Just as a boss can become a merchant, a player can ascend to a main boss." Jaiwoo groaned in exasperation. "This is getting too complicated. Who's that cockroach anyway? Player? An NPC? Some hybrid?" Habiek admitted uncertainty. "It's complicated, but the passive boy would know. He's a GM after all." Jaiwoo muttered, frustration bubbling. "Great. Now I have one more reason to beat that guy up." Sarung interjected, frowning. "There's still something I don't understand." She asked why the passive boy wanted to meet the disaster of sloth. If money was his goal, he could have simply auctioned the item. Since the Robin Hood Guild's attack, his motives had defied all logic. Habiek tilted his head, thinking carefully. Personally, I have an idea why. It's because of the peace of God, or, rather, mythic rank items, he explained. Jaiwoo nodded, recalling he had heard the term before. Urus elaborated. It's what Habiek meant when he kidnapped Captain Amor. Another name for mythic rank items. Suddenly, Hong appeared. You guys, talking about mythic rank items too? She apologized for her absence, explaining she had been occupied with her own investigation. Hong suggested they team up temporarily. She had tracked the passive boy's hideout and had the knowledge to guide them. Following her lead, the group navigated the rugged mountain terrain, arriving at a small, secluded cabin tucked away among thick, shadowy trees. Sarung frowned, scanning the modest structure. This is it? Seems way too simple for a hideout, she remarked, suspicion lining her tone. Hong confirmed with certainty. Using her judgment skill, she verified the cabin as the correct location. Jaiwoo inquired if the passive boy was inside, but Hong shook her head. No signs of him right now. It's a shame. I'd love to see what's inside, someone murmured. But before anyone could react further, a sudden explosion ripped through the area, throwing debris into the air and shaking the ground violently. Jaiwoo swung his staff with effortless force, the impact resonating through the small cabin. A section of the wooden wall splintered violently, shards flying in all directions, dust and splinters rising into a choking cloud around him as the timber cracked under his power. Hong blinked, her eyes wide in disbelief and awe. How did you break that? She stammered, voice tinged with shock. Jaiwoo shrugged casually, as if demolishing walls was an everyday task. I just hit it, and it broke, he replied nonchalantly, his calm demeanor contrasting sharply with the chaos he'd caused. Without hesitation, the group stepped inside, entering the dimly lit cabin, the air thick with the scent of old wood and the faint metallic tang of treasure. Sarung's jaw dropped as her eyes swept across the room. Mountains of gold coins glittered in the dim light, rare artifacts stacked haphazardly on shelves and tables, each more intricate and awe-inspiring than the last. The sheer scale of the hoard made her breath catch in her throat. She turned to Hong, curiosity sharp in her gaze. Are all of these duplicated items? She asked, incredulous, the question hovering in the air like a tentative probe. Hong shook her head gently. None of them are copies. Every single one is mythic rank. Her voice carried reverence, as though speaking of something sacred. She estimated the total value at roughly 5 billion, and the revelation left the group stunned into silence, their minds struggling to comprehend such unimaginable wealth. She continued, explaining that she had recognized several items from the earlier attack. The passive boy had likely left them here because his inventory was full, unable to carry everything at once. He had made a temporary storage here. As they suspected, the target was clearly the mythic items, the rarest of the rare, the pinnacle of in-game treasure. Jaiwoo frowned, eyes narrowing. Why? Was it just for the money? He could have just gone to Urus's nest like last time. Hong shook her head slowly. No, if he did it that way, he'd only make a small profit and the company would notice, just like it happened with me. Mythic items are different. There's a buyer who can purchase any number of them, infinitely. Jaiwoo's eyes widened slightly as he connected the dots, realization dawning. Hong revealed the identity of the buyer. It's Habiek's master. The biggest market of all, Riot. Habiek nodded solemnly, confirming her suspicion. I was thinking the same thing, he admitted, voice steady but tinged with unease. Hong frowned slightly, her brow furrowing in thought. The passive boy is even more cunning than I thought. But still, this is a solid plan. Since Riot isn't a user, there's no risk of leaks. He can sell these items without affecting the game's economy at all, she explained, her tone precise and measured. If we took a screenshot and reported it to customer service, they would take proper action, she added, pulling off her mask with a confident flourish. Thanks to you, this case will be solved. Jaiwoo raised an eyebrow, skeptical. By whose permission are you doing this? He asked, questioning the theatrics behind her elaborate explanation. Are you filming some drama or something? He continued, gesturing toward her performance like recounting to customer service. Hong nodded calmly, unbothered by his sarcasm. Exactly. Is there another way to handle this? Jaiwoo scoffed, voice low but firm. What else is there? We're going to teach the passive boy a lesson, plain and simple. In the bustling city, Jaiwoo appeared, wearing Hong's mask. Sungwon, burning with fury over the unfolding events, spotted him in the crowd, teeth clenched, eyes blazing with rage. Sarung's eyes widened. Is that the passive boy? He's exactly as Underpants Guy described, right in the center of the village. Sungwon snarled, voice dripping with venom. What's with the mask? Trying to disguise yourself, you little bastard. Jaiwoo laughed heartily, a sound rich with mischief. Borrowed it from Hong. The mask's so famous anyone would recognize me, he replied, the grin on his face confident and teasing. An assassin perched on a nearby roof called down sharply, isn't that the passive boy? Hong nodded. Yes, he appeared exactly as planned, she confirmed, watching the scene unfold with measured calm. A guild member frowned, suspicion lining his face. What's he planning? Doing this right in the middle of the village? Inside the cabin, Jaiwoo's expression was calculating, his mind moving quickly. First, we take all his items, he announced, voice steady and deliberate. Hong frowned, puzzled. Why? Jaiwoo waved a hand dismissively, as if brushing off the question. It's complicated. Just trust me. I've already thought it through. Also, he added casually, you should lend me a mask, preferably yours. Sarung groaned, exasperated, and kicked him lightly in the back. Later, outside the cabin, Sungwon approached, his fury radiating outward like heat from a furnace. He stopped abruptly, eyes narrowing as he took in the sight of the shattered wall, splintered with littering the ground. It's impossible, he shouted, panic creeping into his voice. A personal hideout can't be destroyed. His voice rose further as he searched desperately for his mythic items and gold. But the cabin was empty, everything gone. Sungwon's realization hit him like a thunderclap. He was trapped, outmaneuvered, and seeing the note left on the floor only fueled his rage. On the note, Jaiwoo had written simply, if you want your items back, meet me in the village at 7 p.m. Sungwon stormed forward in fury, demanding to know how anyone had dared take his gold. Jaiwoo raised a hand, his expression stern, warning him to stay back. He drew the draconic fire dagger with a hiss of energy. One more step, and I'll sell it to the NPC shop, he threatened, eyes cold and unwavering. Sungwon's voice trembled with rage. That item's worth 200 million in real money. You'd barely get 300 gold. Gritting his teeth, he spat. You bastard. What do you want? Jaiwoo grinned, eyes glinting. Nothing at all. But if I had to choose, you'll figure it out for yourself. Watching the unfolding scene, Sarung thought silently. Underpants Guy really did look like a villain. Jaiwoo taunted further, a smirk tugging at his lips. Does that piece of trash have a problem? What will you do now? Seeing Sungwon tremble slightly made him laugh, but before anyone could react further, the furious man vanished, reappearing suddenly right behind Jaiwoo. With a flash, Sungwon teleported to the GM zone, dragging Jaiwoo along in a violent tug of energy. Back in the city, a thick cloud of smoke rose, concealing the crowd's view of the sudden disappearance and sending villagers into panic. Sarung called out frantically for Jaiwoo, her voice cutting through the chaos, but realized he had vanished entirely. Inside the GM zone, a massive explosion erupted, shattering the air and shaking the entire dimension with deafening force. Jaiwoo and Sungwon collided with incredible force, their weapons clashing violently. The GM shouted, and a direct strike hit Jaiwoo, triggering an even larger explosion that roared behind him. He planted his staff firmly into the ground to halt his momentum, skidding across the floor as the impact dragged him relentlessly. The force split Hong's mask in half, sending it clattering to the ground and revealing a large gash across Jaiwoo's face, blood streaking his features. Sungwon sneered, voice dripping with venom. You're even bigger trash than I thought, calling a player from your own company a pig. Despite the wounds, Jaiwoo's body regenerated rapidly, golden light knitting his flesh almost instantly, restoring him to fighting form. Sungwon laughed cruelly, the sound echoing like jagged steel. Who cares about that? Pigs like you lose all sense of reality. Obsessed with game data, going insane over it. There's no reason to treat scummy users like you as if you were human. Sungwon slammed his sword against Jaiwoo's staff once more, the clash detonating with an explosive force that rippled through the air. The very ground beneath them shook violently as shards of timber, fragments of stone, and splintered debris erupted outward. In a heartbeat, the cabin nearby and the surrounding terrain were shredded, reduced to a chaotic storm of dust and flying wreckage that hung in the haze like a fading memory. Jaiwoo shook his head slowly, a wry smirk curling on his lips amidst the wreckage. "You're so cringe," he said, his voice cutting through the crackling chaos. "Blaming the players for no reason. Probably having a midlife crisis or something." The casual mockery struck sharp against the violent backdrop, almost laughing in the face of annihilation. Sungwon's eyes blazed, his fury igniting like wildfire. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from Jaiwoo's sight, leaving behind only the lingering echo of his wrath, vibrating in the air like a warning. Jaiwoo braced himself, expecting an overhead strike. But the attack didn't come from above. It came from behind, unexpected, swift, and merciless, catching him off guard as his muscles tensed in reflex. Panic surged through Jaiwoo's mind. "Can't see him. Where is he?" The thought clawed at him as shadows flickered, betraying Sungwon's invisible movements. Slashes rained down from every imaginable angle, slicing through the air with lethal precision. Jaiwoo twisted, spun, and parried in a seamless dance of survival, narrowly dodging each strike that threatened to tear him apart. Sungwon's voice thundered, heavy with contempt and bitter resentment. "Don't underestimate me. All players are the same. No matter how much the developers do, all they get in return are insults and endless criticism." His words were like steel, cutting deeper than any blade. A memory struck him sharply. 7 years ago, at the Chrono Lighthouse headquarters, Sungwon had seen a developer, brimming with naive hope, unaware of the cold cruelty the world would soon throw at him. That memory twisted in his mind, fueling his rage. Jaiwoo growled, swinging his staff with a forceful arc that struck Sungwon across the face. "Stop it!" he yelled, breaking through the haze of nostalgia and anger. "I don't care about your tragic villain backstory," he shouted, voice reverberating with frustration. "Cut the crap already." The words hit like a hammer, demanding reality intrude on fantasy. The resulting clash erupted into a colossal explosion, one that dwarfed any previous destruction the village or the GM zone had ever witnessed. Smoke and energy spiraled violently into the sky, obscuring the battlefield in a blinding cloud. As the smoke began to dissipate, Sungwon's healing factor surged. Wounds closed instantly, flesh knitting together with a speed almost impossible to follow, leaving only the faint shimmer of regenerated skin behind. In a heartbeat, he struck Jaiwoo square in the chest, the sheer force pinning him into the ground with a thud that reverberated across the cratered landscape. Jaiwoo stared, frozen in disbelief. Healing factor. For a GM account, it made sense, but witnessing it firsthand was terrifying, almost surreal. Sungwon didn't hesitate. With a sudden movement, he activated the hidden skill linked to his strength stat, Spirit of a Titan. A vast, bluish energy erupted outward, pulsing with the raw, unrestrained power of a colossal giant. Jaiwoo's mind raced. Is this another hidden skill? Like the healing factor? The sheer aura made the air feel heavy and electric. Meanwhile, Wong began to rise, the towering presence of the Titan spirit looming behind him, echoing every furious movement with a mirrored intensity. The skill's description rang in Jaiwoo's mind. Spirit of a Titan grants the strength of a giant, with activation requirements similar to healing factor. Every motion now carried monumental weight. Wong ground his teeth, a roar of pure rage escaping him as the Titan spirit surged through his body. A bluish glow washed over his skin, rippling like a storm in motion, each pulse amplifying the raw, primal energy he exuded. Jaiwoo squinted, bewildered by the dramatic spectacle. What's with all the fancy effects? Even my healing factor didn't look this epic. At last, the skill reached full activation, the energy of a giant now completely fused with Sungwon's movements. Every strike he launched now carried a 1,000-fold increase in both power and reach. Sungwon swung his sword in a sweeping horizontal arc toward Jaiwoo, the magnitude of the blow warping the air, twisting space as if reality itself were bending under the assault. Jaiwoo braced desperately, but the wave of destruction hit head-on. Trees splintered, terrain vanished, debris was swept aside as if it were nothing more than dust. The battlefield became a whirling maelstrom of ruin. Instantly, Jaiwoo's own healing factor flared, stitching together torn flesh as he gripped his staff, eyes wide with awe and fear at the sheer devastation surrounding him. Everything had been obliterated. He muttered under his breath, "This skill is practically a cheat. Sungwon should just hand it over already." The power radiating from him was beyond comprehension. Before he could react further, a tentacle shot across the battlefield, piercing Sungwon's stomach and forcing him to stagger, the air crackling with tension and surprise. Jaiwoo activated the hidden skill of gluttony, aiming to absorb Sungwon's stats and learn the technique. But Sungwon barely dodged. His agility triggered hidden skill, light speed dash, whisking him out of harm's way in a blur. In the blink of an eye, dozens of slashes descended upon Jaiwoo from every angle, each strike sharper, faster, and more precise than the last. Sungwon's mind raced. How is that possible? My light speed dash allows movement at any angle at unmatched speed. He lunged again, every muscle and thought focused on overwhelming Jaiwoo. This battle is all about stats and calculations, he shouted, voice echoing through the blasted landscape. All my stats are level 99,999. With that, he unleashed a devastating punch into Jaiwoo's stomach, launching him through the shattered terrain like a ragdoll tossed by an unseen hand. Sungwon landed gracefully, eyes scanning the distance Jaiwoo had been hurled. No matter how skilled he is, there's no way he can overcome these stats. Jaiwoo's anger flared hotter. Sungwon was nothing more than a cheater, abusing a GM account to dominate. Who cares about that? Sungwon scoffed, rising with teeth bared. If you don't like it, you should have applied to be a GM too. Jaiwoo's mind reeled. What the hell? How did he move so fast with such low agility? It's just pure gameplay, Sungwon replied coolly. Arrogant bastard. His voice dripped with disdain as he readied himself. He dashed once more with light speed, challenging Jaiwoo to match him, claiming no skill could ever rival his velocity. Jaiwoo ducked effortlessly. I didn't use a skill, he said, eyes glinting. Just the game system itself. Leaping into midair, Jaiwoo pivoted sharply, leaving Sungwon stumbling and off balance, the surprise attack tilting the battlefield in a fleeting moment of control. It's rebound control, Jaiwoo explained softly, a sly grin on his face. By striking in the opposite direction, he harnessed the recoil as momentum, propelling himself forward and smashing his staff into Sungwon's forehead with bone-jarring force. Pretty fast, Sungwon muttered, while Jaiwoo feigned casual indifference, pretending it was just a fluke hit. Sungwon crumpled to the ground, a massive plume of smoke billowing up around him like a storm cloud swallowing the battlefield. Jaiwoo taunted lightly. How's that feel? Amazing, isn't it? He revealed that he had merely turned off the rebound control option in the game settings, showcasing the planet-shattering potential of a perfectly timed rebound attack. Let's just cut to the chase and finish this, he added, his tone calm and collected, despite the chaos. Sungwon laughed darkly, a sound that rolled across the devastated terrain like distant thunder. You're just a filthy little player, he spat. That one lucky hit doesn't mean you understand the situation. A mere user like you could never defeat me. Jaiwoo smirked confidently. There's always a way. He pointed forward, a crackling purple energy radiating from his powers, filling the air with electric anticipation. Jaiwoo smiled, a hint of thrill in his eyes. Goodbye, passive boy. That was fast. But honestly, it was a lot of fun. Outside the game, Sarung leaned forward on the edge of her seat, eyes wide with curiosity that threatened to spill over. Every fiber of her being buzzed with anticipation, eager to see what Underwear Boy would do next. Strong as he was, this wasn't a normal opponent. Facing a GM was a challenge on an entirely different plane. Hong glanced at her thoughtfully, a hint of unease in her gaze, and admitted she didn't know the exact details either. Surprisingly, not even Jaiwoo's closest confidants had any clue about his next move. Sarung's face lit up with a radiant smile as she was singled out, a mixture of pride and bubbling excitement. She explained the only fragment of information Jaiwoo had shared. His plan involved luring the passive boy into the GM zone, a carefully calculated provocation designed to flush him out, to draw him into the trap. Hong's voice grew serious, tinged with a nervous weight she couldn't shake. She confessed a lingering worry, a subtle tension threading through her words. There was a reason Jaiwoo had left a note and delayed the operation by an entire day, and it gnawed at her, refusing to be ignored. A gut feeling told her that the delay was deeply tied to Jaiwoo's method for securing victory, a connection she couldn't quite articulate but felt in every instinctive nerve. Back in the game, Jaiwoo's hand erupted in a surge of purple light, an overwhelming radiance that made the very air shimmer with power. Energy crackled around him, heavy and tangible, making every heartbeat thrum with the sense that something extraordinary was about to unfold. Sungwon's eyes narrowed as a thought struck him, sharp and chilling. Maybe that confident, almost smug grin wasn't empty bravado. Maybe Jaiwoo actually had a plan to best him. With deliberate calm, Jaiwoo activated a skill, Character Summon. At first glance, it appeared simple, almost deceptively basic, the foundational art of summoning unadorned and unpretentious. Sungwon blinked, disbelief flickering across his face, and muttered the skill's name aloud, almost in mockery, before erupting into laughter. He had braced for a dazzling, unstoppable display, a spectacle worthy of awe. Instead, all that appeared was a plain, ordinary summon. Scoffing, he jeered at Jaiwoo, his words dripping with contempt. Did Jaiwoo truly believe himself a master of all trades? With such pitiful charisma and intelligence, this ability was laughably insignificant. Basic stats like these, at this level, all you can summon is a weak monster. Someone sneered, hurling insults with venom. He called Jaiwoo a filthy pig, yet his mocking tone faltered mid-spit, a shadow of unease creeping in. A portal shimmered into existence before him, its surface undulating like liquid silver in the dim glow of the arena. Through it stepped a man radiating unshakable confidence. He removed a cigar from his mouth with a casual flourish, adjusting his sunglasses with a single, effortless motion. It was none other than President Choi Deokbi. Song-won froze, eyes widening in shock, the legend himself standing inches away in stark reality. Jaiwoo grinned, savoring the priceless look on Song-won's face. Even if nothing else had happened, the summoning alone had been worth every second. The night before, an employee had asked his sunbae if he planned to stay for another round, but he had declined politely, citing pressing overtime duties. His colleague had remarked on his unwavering dedication, respect threading through his words, before suggesting they finish the evening with a few more drinks. Yet on his way home, fate intervened. The sunbae unexpectedly encountered a group of men in sharply tailored suits. At their center was none other than President Choi Deokbi himself, moving with imposing authority. Later, in a shadowed alley, the employee knelt, desperation etched into every line of his face. He pleaded for mercy, swearing that he intended to flee the country with the money and had only been following orders. A team leader questioned what action should be taken, and Deokbi's voice rang out, cold and unyielding. The traitor was to be eliminated. Approaching Jaiwoo, Deokbi offered thanks, acknowledging that Jaiwoo's intervention had caught the traitor in time. Jaiwoo nodded, caught between awe and disbelief. Was this a game company, or had he stumbled into the real mafia? Deokbi warned that even a single unnecessary call could have cost Jaiwoo his life, and Jaiwoo accepted the stark truth without hesitation. Then, with a rare smirk, the president joked lightly, shifting his gaze to the passive boy. Legal measures would be enforced, and termination was inevitable. Jaiwoo asked casually if there were any plans for 7 p.m. the next day. Deokbi responded simply, no. A mischievous glint danced in Jaiwoo's eyes as his grin widened. Then you should join in the proper lesson that's about to begin, he quipped. Back in the present, Song-won's legs trembled violently at the sight of the president. Panic clawed at him. He screamed for the system to log him out, but the battle rules offered no escape. Desperation surged through him. I know what to do, he cried, commanding the GM zone to seal shut. Jaiwoo noted the futile attempt to flee, but Deokbi countered effortlessly, opening the presidential zone with authority. A thick green haze enveloped the arena, Song-won's terror spiking to unimaginable heights. It's over, he cried, voice cracking. Gripping his sword with trembling hands, he muttered, it doesn't matter. I'll quit the company after this anyway. He lunged with impossible speed, reckless and desperate, daring even to challenge the president himself. But his strike missed entirely, only grazing the tip of Deokbi's cigar. Knees buckling, Song-won felt pure terror consume him. Even Jaiwoo's jaw dropped in disbelief. Deokbi calmly inhaled his cigar, eyes icy. Even rabid dogs hesitate before biting their masters, he said, voice cutting like steel. You are worse than a mad dog. President Choi Deokbi's stats were infinite, his level beyond comprehension. He clenched his fist, deadly calm radiating from every pore, and declared with finality, you're fired. Song-won had no choice but to brace for impact, closing his eyes as inevitability descended. The punch landed with cataclysmic force, crushing his face instantly. An explosion of energy shattered the arena, surpassing anything Jaiwoo had ever unleashed. That single strike obliterated the passive boy utterly, leaving no trace. Jaiwoo struggled to comprehend it. Even his 9,999 healing factor couldn't withstand such overwhelming power. Deokbi's might was terrifying beyond measure. Just like that, the crisis dissolved. All epic items the passive boy had stolen returned to their rightful owners. The affected guilds were restored to normalcy, the balance of the game renewed. Later, Jaiwoo learned that the passive boy, Seong-won, had been officially fired that very day. In real life, Deokbi had beaten him severely before expelling him from the company. Any attempt to sue the chairman for assault only worsened Seong-won's predicament. Deokbi fully leveraged the legal system, emerging unscathed and vindicated. Xiang-Wan would spend the rest of his life compensating the company for damages, with rumors suggesting he was permanently banned from the industry. And thus came the happy ending. Back in Chrono Life's starting village, Jaiwoo returned to his life as a seller, the rhythm of his days restored. He approached his friends, spotting Hong wearing her signature mask, and Sarung grinning as brightly as ever. The world had returned to its natural flow. Logging out of Chrono Life, Jaiwoo sank into his couch with a deep, contemplative sigh. Yet a nagging thought refused to fade. He had never asked the passive boy a crucial question. He wondered how that insufferable player had managed to function simultaneously as a player and an NPC, and why no one had ever uncovered her true identity. But as Jaiwoo rose to ponder further, his movements froze. On his couch sat a girl, her presence enigmatic, her intentions unreadable, an unexpected mystery in the quiet room. Jaiwoo froze in place, utterly caught off guard. His eyes widened, and his mind raced, trying to process the unexpected presence sitting calmly in his living room. The shock was instantaneous, his expression flickering rapidly between disbelief and confusion, like a character suddenly caught in a scene that defied all reason. Luna's eyes sparkled, a mischievous glint dancing in their depths the moment she spotted him fully awake. "It's been a while since I've seen you, Mr. Loser," she said warmly, her voice playful but carrying an undertone of familiarity that made the air between them feel electric. Without a moment's hesitation, Jaiwoo busied himself in the kitchen, moving with careful, deliberate motions as he prepared a steaming bowl of ramen for her. The soft hiss of boiling water and the scent of freshly cooked noodles filled the apartment, adding a layer of domestic normalcy to the otherwise tense scene. "This looks amazing," Luna exclaimed, leaning over the counter. Her eyes brightened as she took in the steaming bowl, the aroma curling temptingly into her senses. "It must taste incredible," she added, her excitement palpable, her fingers brushing slightly against the edge of the counter. "Of course it does," Jaiwoo replied, trying to keep his tone casual, though a subtle lift of pride betrayed him. His gaze flicked toward her as he set the bowl down, momentarily caught between pride and curiosity. Luna took her first bite, savoring the rich aroma and warm, comforting flavor. Jaiwoo's eyes lingered on her, a flicker of suspicion and curiosity dancing across his face, wondering silently what had brought her here, to this precise moment in his life. He couldn't help but question, internally, what she was doing in his apartment at this hour, and why she seemed as if she belonged there naturally, despite the chaos of unexpected intrusion. At least one mystery had been solved. This was no NPC staring back at him across the counter. She was undeniably real, present in this world as a living, breathing player. Luna caught him staring and tilted her head slightly, her gaze meeting his. The faint blush spreading across his cheeks did not escape her notice. She felt her own cheeks warm in response, a delicate pink tint blossoming as she mirrored his subtle embarrassment. "Why are you staring at me like that?" she asked, her voice a gentle mix of teasing and curiosity. Jaiwoo hurriedly attempted to cover his flustered state, his hands tightening around his chopsticks. "Is it because I'm so beautiful?" he muttered, half joking, half deflecting his embarrassment with humor that didn't entirely reach his eyes. Luna rolled her eyes, a soft laugh escaping her lips. "Stop being ridiculous and just eat your ramen," she scolded gently, her focus returning to her bowl, letting the shared moments settle into a comfortable rhythm. She ate calmly now, the earlier playful tension dissolving, replaced by the familiar sounds of chopsticks clinking against the bowl and the quiet enjoyment of food shared between friends. Jaiwoo followed suit, lifting his own chopsticks with deliberate care, though the lingering redness on his face betrayed his continued awareness of her presence. Despite his effort to appear composed, he could not deny the simple truth. She was breathtakingly beautiful, her presence commanding his full attention. Yet, memories surfaced unbidden, the sharp edge of her earlier words about forming a hunting party with him, calling him a loser, even mocking his parents as beggars. He caught himself, recognizing the dangerous edge of his emotions, teetering once more toward the chaos of his classic loser behavior. Taking a slow, steadying breath, he finally met her gaze squarely and asked, with measured seriousness, "Who the hell are you, and how do you know where I live and even my passcode?" he added, narrowing his eyes, wary yet searching for any hint of truth in her demeanor. Luna finished her ramen with fluid grace, stretching slightly as she set her chopsticks down. "I suppose I should reward you for making the food," she said with a faint, teasing smile. "And since I know your curiosity is insatiable, you can ask me anything. I'll answer everything." Jaiwoo eyed her cautiously, weighing her words, before nodding. Fine, he said slowly. I'll start with something light. Is that your natural hair color? He asked, recalling the soft light pink she had sported the first time they met, his tone curious but careful. Luna's cheeks warmed immediately, and she looked down, a shy smile tugging at her lips. You've asked that before, she admitted softly. I'm glad you noticed. Memories of their first battle together, and the subtle moments that had lingered in her mind ever since, flashed briefly across her thoughts. It is my natural color, she confirmed, her voice soft but resolute, settling any lingering doubt. Jaiwoo frowned, his confusion evident. What are you talking about? He asked, and Luna quickly recovered, her tone shifting to light teasing. Do you prefer pink hair? Should I dye it for you? She quipped playfully. Jaiwoo shook his head, dismissing it and steering the conversation back to more pressing matters. He asked whether her character had been deleted after being defeated by the passive boy, concern tightening his features. Luna explained that, although she had lost her life, her character remained intact. The confrontation had occurred while she was in her human form, preserving her existence. Jaiwoo pressed for clarification, and she elaborated that she had not anticipated losing her divine authority while being attacked inside an administrator's zone. Relief washed over Jaiwoo, the tension in his shoulders easing slightly. If her character had been deleted, she would have had to start completely over from scratch. Curious, he asked whether she planned to repeat the process, since becoming the goddess of life required taking the lives of 1,000 people. She denied it, clarifying that the condition of taking 1,000 lives was only one part of a larger, more complex requirement. Furthermore, she revealed an even more challenging prerequisite for changing her class, one that allowed her to shift freely between human and goddess forms. She asked if he had further questions, inviting his curiosity. Jaiwoo thanked her for her patience, yet reminded her that his first and most pressing question remained unanswered. Who are you? He asked directly. He pointed out the strange consistency of her appearances wherever he went in the game, and now, in real life, it had reached an entirely new, inexplicable level. He warned her not to evade the question and added that he would involve the authorities if she refused to answer honestly. Luna met his gaze calmly, then closed her eyes, her voice carrying an air of quiet authority. In that world, there are too many people who get in the way, she said, measured and precise. She stood, her presence commanding the room, and announced that she had come with an offer, her tone playful yet edged with seriousness. She asked him, teasing but sincere, whether Mr. Loser wanted to become her man. Jaiwoo froze, utterly shocked, his mind scrambling to interpret her words, until the realization dawned that her meaning was far more layered than it first seemed. An awkward silence stretched between them, heavy with unspoken thoughts and tension, every second feeling amplified. Suddenly, the apartment's doorbell rang repeatedly, shattering the fragile moment like a sudden lightning strike. Jaiwoo furrowed his brow, frowning at the disturbance, questioning who could possibly be arriving at this hour. He walked carefully to the door, peering through the peephole before deciding to open it. On the other side, Sarung stood, her voice ringing out as she called for Boxer Boy, claiming to be a friend and insisting the matter was urgent. She urged him to open the door, but Jaiwoo glanced back at Luna, hesitation flickering across his face as he weighed his next move. Caught between curiosity, caution, and the lingering tension of Luna's presence, he hesitated, the apartment heavy with anticipation. Jaiwoo paused for a moment, stealing a nervous glance back at Luna lingering quietly in his room. Her presence seemed to tether him in place, a silent weight on his shoulders. After a few heartbeats, he finally mustered the courage to swing the door open, revealing the figure waiting patiently outside, framed by the dim hallway light. Han Sarung didn't waste a second. She scolded him with a playful edge, her tone just sharp enough to sting. You should have opened this sooner. I've been standing here waiting. Her gaze swept through the apartment with a mixture of curiosity and appraisal. So, this is Boxer Boy's house? She muttered, her voice carrying a hint of surprise. Looking around more closely, she noted the surprising tidiness of the space. The layout, while uniquely Jaiwoo's, reminded her faintly of her own home, a subtle familiarity that made her pause. Her eyes wandered toward the kitchen counter, landing on a small plate. Late-night snack? She asked, curiosity dancing in her voice. Looks like something spicy. Jaiwoo gave a small, knowing smile, nodding to confirm her observation. Why are you here at this hour? He asked, arms crossed, brows knitting in mild suspicion. Sarung shrugged lightly, explaining it was about the game and casually asking when he would log in next. Jaiwoo hesitated, then replied that he wasn't sure. He'd have to see how his morning unfolded after breakfast. From the shadows of the room, Luna listened quietly, her gaze softening as a quiet wave of jealousy washed over her. Unbidden and sharp, Sarung tilted her head, her lips curling into a mischievous smile. "I'll see you tomorrow," she teased, her voice tinged with playful threat. "But if you oversleep, well, you know what happens." She paused deliberately for effect, her tone sharpening slightly. "But before I leave," she continued, "I need something from you." Extending her hand, she requested his phone, explaining with a wink that she needed to save her number. After all, she couldn't just drop by any time she felt like chatting. Jaiwoo raised an eyebrow, skepticism etched across his face. "Is it really okay for a celebrity to hand out her number so freely?" he asked, half teasing, half cautious. Sarung tilted her head, amused, her smile widening. "Why are you acting like that?" After he saved her contact as Han Sarung, she handed the phone back smoothly and asked him to call her, so she could save his number in return. Her movements casual yet deliberate. Leaning slightly closer before stepping out, she whispered a warning with a sly gleam in her eyes. "Ignore her messages at your peril, or risk a one-way trip straight to hell." And with that, the apartment door clicked softly behind her, leaving only the faint echo of her presence. Jaiwoo sank back against the wall, utterly bewildered, his mind spinning. Outside, Sarung exhaled in relief, a quiet triumph on her face. She had claimed his number with the effortless grace of someone accustomed to getting what they wanted. She muttered to herself, already itching to send him a message before the moment slipped away. Inside, Jaiwoo pressed his hands against his temples, muttering in exasperation. "I swear, my heart might give out if things keep happening in the middle of the night like this." Luna peeked from the doorway, eyes gleaming with curiosity. "Why did you ask me to hide? We weren't doing anything strange." Jaiwoo let out a weary sigh, running a hand through his hair. "You being here is strange enough," he replied, voice heavy with fatigue. "I'm tired. You should go." Luna grinned, her mischief palpable. "I'll only leave after spending the night here," she teased, inching closer, pushing Jaiwoo to the brink of exasperation. Then, with a wink and playful tone, she added, "Just kidding. I'll leave once you answer my offer." Jaiwoo froze, a mix of irritation and confusion crossing his face. "What kind of offer? And why are you talking nonsense? Who are you really?" he demanded, his voice tinged with frustration. Luna chuckled softly, a melodic sound that eased the tension slightly. "Your question is too vague," she replied, floating a little higher as she spoke. "Simply put, I want you to join a party with me inside the game." The next day, in a grand hall lined with towering banners and glimmering chandeliers, Habiek approached his master with a deep bow, despite the obvious handicap of a missing arm. "Lord Disaster of Sloth," he said respectfully, voice humble and measured. Seated upon an imposing throne, Riot, the great merchant, scrutinized Habiek's wound with sharp eyes, demanding an explanation for such a grievous injury. Habiek lowered his gaze, humility written across every line of his face. "It was my own incompetence that caused this," he admitted, voice soft and apologetic. Riot's anger flared, a palpable heat emanating from him. With a commanding gesture, he extended his hand, and in an instant, a new arm sprouted fully from Habiek's body, flawless and healed by his master's power. Astonishment froze Habiek in place. He stared at the perfect limb, marveling that the grievous wound had vanished as though it had never existed. Riot's gaze sharpened. "Tell me the truth," he demanded. "Who inflicted this? Was it the hero you mentioned?" Habiek shook his head firmly. "No," he said with conviction. "It was the opposite. The hero saved me." He continued, explaining that any witness to the events would approve, for the hero was the ideal candidate for the 7 deadly sins in this era. On the sunlit beaches of Crone Life, a hunting ground for adventurers above level 30, slimes shimmered lazily in the sand, a perfect yet mundane target for inexperienced players. But lurking nearby, hidden in shadow, was a threat beyond the novice's grasp. A colossal level 85 kraken emerged, its form immense and terrifying, dominating the shoreline with every ripple of its dark, glistening tentacles. Its skin was impenetrable, each limb moving with uncanny grace across both land and sea, a master of every terrain it touched. A creation of unbalanced game design and ferocious instinct, it was a field boss whose very reputation had traumatized countless new adventurers. In a flash, Jaiwoo acted, unleashing a skill that drained nothing from his reserves, striking straight into the kraken's gaping maw with precision. The monster's HP bar froze at a single point, and with a shuddering collapse, it fell onto the sand, defeated. "Captain Amor, move!" Jaiwoo commanded sharply, his voice slicing through the chaos. Sarung sprang into action, leaping skyward with agile grace. Mid-air, she twisted, gathering every ounce of her strength before slamming down with the fallen dragon stomp, driving the kraken deep into the earth with explosive impact. Jaiwoo's eyes widened in awe. That final strike, flawless. Did you gain much experience? He asked, admiration coloring his tone. Sarung shook her head, a hint of disappointment in her smile. Very little, she admitted. Urus stepped forward, explaining that the vast level gap meant her victory was more symbolic than beneficial. The experience gained minimal despite the spectacle. Jaiwoo tilted his head, noticing her skill seemed slightly diminished. Did your power weaken? It looked weaker than last time. Sarung explained that her weapon likely influenced her strength. Jaiwoo remembered the gauntlets, realizing that with them, she could hunt efficiently without needing him at all. The girl teased him gently, implying he should step back from his boxer boy responsibilities, insisting that being carried by him was far more enjoyable. Their conversation flowed naturally, playful and light, while Luna hovered above, observing with serene beauty, a silent guardian watching over their every movement. She recalled Jaiwoo's words from the previous day, letting the memory guide her thoughts as she floated, quiet and contemplative, high in the air. In that suspended moment, the scene balanced delicately, a tapestry of tension, camaraderie, and the lingering mysteries woven tightly through their intertwined fates. Jaiwoo shook his head firmly, his expression set with absolute resolve. I'm not interested, he said, his voice sharp and unwavering. I'll never play with you. Last time we met, you backstabbed me. I can't forget that betrayal. The words cut cleanly through the air, carrying the weight of memory and mistrust. Besides, he was already teamed with Sarung, and letting the newcomer in would only invite chaos, and perhaps even a beating he didn't want to endure. Luna hovered silently nearby, her eyes tracking the interaction. A tight knot of jealousy twisted in her chest, a fleeting impulse whispering that she should ruin this girl's chances. But with a measured breath, she forced herself to let it slide for now. After all, Jaiwoo would ultimately be hers. Luna's gaze hardened in quiet determination, convinced that in the grand tapestry of Chrono Life's unfolding story, the existence of this other girl was utterly negligible. Meanwhile, Urus piped up, reminding his young master that Jaiwoo couldn't possibly carry her character through the game. The issue was a recurring one. Jaiwoo could take on challenges solo, but the vast level difference made carrying another player almost impossible. Frustrated, Jaiwoo began pressing for alternatives, and Sarung, ever curious, perked up at their discussion, her attention now fully drawn to the exchange. Jaiwoo furrowed his brow, pondering how to navigate the problem without creating more complications. A plan seemed elusive, yet his mind churned, searching for any possible solution. Sarung interrupted, her tone light and teasing, though curiosity danced in her eyes. I've been watching you mutter to yourself for a while. Is someone else here with you? She asked, tilting her head, the playful lilt in her voice contrasting the tension in the air. Jaiwoo blinked, caught off guard. Can't you see the little dragon? He asked, gesturing subtly toward Urus, hoping she'd catch the hint. Sarung shook her head, confusion spreading across her features. She clearly had no idea what he meant. Floating nearby, Urus's voice reminded his young master that ordinary players simply couldn't perceive his presence, their vision blind to the mystical. Jaiwoo's eyes widened in realization. Of course, he was invisible to the uninitiated. Urus continued, explaining that there was a way to make him materialize in the physical world. By channeling a portion of his master's mana, his form could solidify and become perceptible. Jaiwoo hesitated. His intelligence and wisdom stats were low, and his mana reserves teetered on depletion. Still, Urus's assurance was unwavering. There would be just enough energy to make it work. A vast purple energy began to spiral outward from Jaiwoo, curling around him in ethereal tendrils that bathed the room in a mystical glow, casting moving shadows across the walls. From within the luminous aura, Urus began to condense, his soul taking tangible form into a small, adorable dragon. Sarung's eyes widened in awe as the glowing figure crystallized, letting out an irresistibly cute squeak that echoed softly in the room. Her reaction was immediate and dramatic, a sudden nosebleed and an ecstatic gasp. So cute. Can I touch him? She asked breathlessly, barely able to contain her excitement. Urus puffed indignantly, nostrils flaring. How dare a mere human touch me? Are you not afraid of going to hell? He demanded, though his tiny wings twitched in indignation rather than true menace. Jaiwoo chuckled softly, shaking his head. It's fine, he said, giving the quiet permission Sarung needed. With a grin, she scooped up the little dragon, cradling him against her chest and hugging him tightly, her joy unmistakable. The warm, playful moment shattered abruptly as a voice cut sharply through the air. Finally, I found you. Jai was spun around, heart racing to see Habiek descending, his griffin circling majestically above. What are you doing here? Jaiwu demanded, his tone edged with alarm. Habiek hurriedly explained that the situation had escalated, leaving him no choice but to flee and find the hero as quickly as possible. Jaiwu's eyes narrowed, suspicion flaring. How did you even find me? Habiek revealed that he had employed the seventh vision of exploration, a mystical mirror technique that guided him to a previously encountered adversary, a method precise enough to track them across vast distances. There's no time for explanations, Habiek warned urgently, his tone tight with tension. A terrible person is heading straight for us. Jaiwu's gaze flicked to Habiek's arm, now fully healed. Your arm, he started, incredulous. Habiek simply nodded. My master fixed it. But the real problem is... Suddenly, an immense pressure surged through the area, making the very ground beneath them quake violently. Jaiwu's instincts kicked in, eyes scanning the horizon. Is this an earthquake? He asked, disbelief lacing his tone. Sarung stiffened, sensing the same overwhelming energy. Even Urus, normally preoccupied with her attention, bristled with alertness, wings snapping as he hovered tensely. Habiek's face drained of color, his voice a barely audible whisper. He's here, he said, fear threading every word. From the heavens, the Eternal Master made his presence known, descending slowly, an army of angels forming a glittering, intimidating canopy that filled the sky with their radiance. The figure revealed himself unmistakably, Riot, the disaster of sloth. Sarung's eyes widened, awe evident as she whispered, Is that a soldier in angelic armor? The sight was breathtaking, divine, yet intimidating in its sheer scale. Jaiwu, however, only remembered the warnings he had received about the disaster. He had pictured Riot resembling Habiek, a humanoid figure, but the vastness and majesty of Riot's appearance left him dumbfounded. Habiek maneuvered his griffin closer to his master. I apologize for not explaining the details, Habiek said, bowing deeply. Riot's voice rumbled, deep and resonant. It's fine. I'll come down myself to explain everything. Though fear churned in Habiek's chest, he closed his eyes and nodded in solemn understanding. The great throne began its descent, crashing onto the sandy beach with bone-jarring force, sending up clouds of sand and debris in a dramatic display of power. The impact threw both Jaiwu and Sarung off balance, sliding backward across the sand as pebbles and grit skittered around them. Riot's voice boomed over the chaos, commanding and deep. It is a pleasure to meet you, hero. Habiek has told me much about you. Jaiwu swallowed hard, unease knotting his stomach. Could this child really be the disaster of sloth? Meanwhile, far in the forest, Luna moved deliberately toward the entrance of a long-forgotten ruin, her mind already calculating her next move. She murmured under her breath, eyes glinting with resolve. I finally found it. Before her, seated upon a majestic throne, was the human heralded as the strongest of all life, the first hero, Lord Yopi. Luna's eyes narrowed as she took in his figure, noting that he matched the legendary descriptions from the game perfectly. Timeless, legendary, yet oddly familiar, almost as if pulled straight from lore. Suddenly, a mark on Yopi's forehead pulsed with a mysterious glow, its power shimmering in the dim light of the ruin. Just as I expected, Luna murmured, lifting her scepter, pointing it deliberately toward the hero. She shook her head, a smirk of mild amusement curling her lips. I don't know who wrote this story, she said softly, but it's childish, cliché, yet somehow charming. Her scepter flared to life, beams of focused light cutting through the shadows, centering on the legendary hero before her. Back on the island, Jaiwu studied Riot carefully, mind racing to connect all the fragments he knew. He remembered Riot as Sloth, one of the 7 deadly sins, commanding the most formidable tribe of angels, renowned in chrono life as the Great Merchant. The golden throne, towering and opulent, seemed made for his master's presence, gleaming like a monument to divine power. And yet, the figure atop it was the form of a child, a sight that left Jaiwu and Sarung momentarily stunned. Urus, ever Rai, commented silently that even in such a diminutive body, Riot radiated undeniable charisma, a presence that demanded attention. With a graceful surge, Riot rose from his throne, floating effortlessly toward Jaiwu, the aura of authority surrounding him like a tangible force. This body belongs to Riot, Sloth, the child's voice declared, resonant and clear. And you must be the hero Habiek mentioned. Jaiwu nodded, uncertainty and tension tightening his chest at the surreal encounter. Riot exhaled, the sound laced with disdain. Humans these days. If someone like you is considered a hero, The level must have really dropped. Before Jaiwoo could muster a reply, a sudden explosive kick slammed violently into his face, sending a shockwave of pain through his body. Sarung's eyes widened, heart skipping a beat, as Riot moved with a speed that defied belief. Her mind struggled to track him. This wasn't just fast. His movements were a blur, far beyond anything she had imagined possible. Before she could even lift a hand to react, Riot spun violently, delivering a devastating kick that connected with the opposite side of Jaiwoo's face. The force sent him hurtling through the air, crashing into a jagged rock with bone-shattering impact. Sand and debris scattered, and Jaiwoo gasped for air, dazed and bruised from the sudden assault. Habiek's voice rang out, desperate and strained. "Lord Riot, why are you attacking the hero? He's the one who helped us." Riot's glare cut through him like a blade, sharp and merciless. "Silence," he snapped coldly. "If I had wanted to talk, I wouldn't have traveled this far. Our kind will always oppose humans," Riot continued, his tone icy and unyielding. "I can't believe you approached them so recklessly. Do you even understand how foolish that was?" Jaiwoo, still rising from the rubble, could do nothing but nod, each word striking painfully true. The little boy's piercing eyes bore into him. "You understand now, don't you? A player and a monster can never truly be friends. So stay exactly where you are." Jaiwoo's mind raced. "Since you made the first move, maybe I can turn this to my advantage," he thought, seeking any sliver of leverage in the tense moment. Riot's eyes flared with unrelenting fury, locking onto him with a gaze that seemed to burn through every thought, every hesitation. "Do not be mistaken, human," he hissed, voice low but lethal. "You were the one who initiated this conflict." Jaiwoo furrowed his brow, confusion mingling with disbelief. "When did I attack you?" he asked, incredulous, the words barely leaving his lips before the air around them exploded with tension. Riot slammed his massive leg down onto the ground. The impact detonated a colossal explosion, rippling shockwaves across the battlefield. Dust, sand, and fragments of rock flew in every direction as the earth itself seemed to scream under the force. Horus, pride of the 7 deadly sins, had fallen, and with his death, chaos accelerated, spilling outward across the entire game world like wildfire. Riot's hand lifted, hurling a colossal boulder toward Jaiwoo with terrifying precision. "And why are you only complaining about this now?" he demanded. Jaiwoo swung his staff with all his strength, deflecting the rock in a shower of sparks and dust, generating another explosion that rattled the battlefield. "Horus is officially the strongest boss in Chrono Life," Riot roared, landing a punishing kick directly into Jaiwoo's stomach. "He was meant to appear in the final raid of the main story. But you stole his life and disrupted the entire order," Riot continued, each word dripping with barely contained rage. "Urakan of Gluttony wasn't supposed to be defeated like that either. These beings were meant to be challenged 10 years from now," he bellowed, the weight of centuries of design and balance in every syllable. Sarung stepped forward, voice trembling yet resolute. "Urakan attacked first. Jaiwoo only saved me." Riot's roar shattered her words instantly. "Shut up." The air itself seemed to vibrate with raw, unbearable power, the aura pressing down on her like a physical weight. The girl staggered backward, terror gripping her as the deadly sin's presence crushed the air around her, forcing her knees to buckle under the sheer magnitude of his aura. "How dare you interrupt me?" Riot thundered, voice reverberating across the battlefield. "I did not give you permission to speak." The invisible pressure intensified, forcing Sarung fully to her knees, bending her body and will alike beneath a force she had never experienced. Not even against Urakan. She struggled to comprehend this overwhelming energy, the absolute dominance of Riot's power, while Horus observed silently, noting subtle shifts in the battlefield's dynamics. From afar, Jaiwoo and Riot locked eyes, a silent, tense understanding passing between the two, as if measuring the true depth of this confrontation. Riot's voice rolled across the battlefield, carrying weight and history. "Urakan was born from Horus' defeat. Ultimately, she is the cause of all that has happened. And the problem that has been brewing ever since is about to erupt," he continued, a note of inevitability threading his words. "The strongest human in Chrono Life, the first hero Yopi, will be resurrected very soon." Riot intoned, each syllable heavy with foreboding, vibrating through the ground beneath them. Yopi's skeletal form stirred, eyes opening as an immense aura burst forth, its energy mirroring the radiant power that Luna herself was channeling nearby. A smile spread across Luna's face as she observed him, whispering to herself that it wasn't yet the right moment for his full awakening. That was her purpose in coming. She intended to share a fragment of her power and guide the first hero in the delicate process of his rebirth. Skeletal hands began regenerating, flesh forming beneath gauntlets, fingers knitting together in meticulous detail as Yopi slowly returned to life. Rising from his throne, Yopi radiated such overwhelming energy that the very earth trembled beneath him, sand and stone quaking in response. Jaiwoo's voice carried a cautious edge. What happens when he's resurrected? After all, Jaiwoo reasoned aloud, if he's a hero, shouldn't he fight for humanity? There shouldn't be a problem with his return. Riot sighed, irritation evident in the rumble of his voice. He's dumber than I thought, Luna muttered, shaking her head. He should already know this. He won't be resurrected as a human, she continued, her tone cold and firm. He will return as one of the 7 deadly sins. Annihilation will be his sole purpose, and vengeance against humans who betrayed him will drive his every action. The temple floor quaked violently, a skeletal hand erupting from the earth with a deafening crack that echoed like thunder through the cavernous halls. One skeleton rose, the first of an ever-growing army that marched relentlessly from the temple's depths, their footsteps pounding like drums of war. Yopi's energy pulsed outward, visible from anywhere within Chrono life, a beacon of power and looming danger. Luna's voice was calm yet heavy with narrative weight. The one who had once trusted and loved humans now harbored an unquenchable, burning hatred after his death. A story simple, perhaps childish, but inevitable in its course. A gigantic skeletal dragon emerged, joining the burgeoning army, wings unfurling with immense power, its gaze piercing the horizon. Ruby's solemn declaration rang clear. Yopi, the first hero, now bore the sin of wrath, a force of catastrophic potential sweeping across the continent of Chrono. This had once been a land of peace, untouched by war, steeped in tranquility and blessed by serenity. Until demons arrived one fateful day, slaughtering humans and spreading chaos with ruthless efficiency, shattering the long-held calm. In an instant, the blessed land of Chrono was plunged into hellish devastation, fire and shadow consuming all that had been sacred. Amid the desperation, a light appeared, the figure later known as the first hero, Yopi. Jaiwoo, however, had already skipped over this part of the story. Riot asked what had happened, and Jaiwoo responded matter-of-factly, I pressed skip. I'm not the type to sit and read the game story. In other words, Luna's long, arduous journey had been to inform him that the dark hero would soon be resurrected. Jaiwoo grimaced. He'd taken enough blows already, and she'd come all this way just to tell him that? He narrowed his eyes, pride and defiance mingling. Did you know I defeated that Urus you admire so much with a single blow? Strongest human or first hero, makes no difference. I have no reason to fear you. Riot smirked, his small features twisting with amusement as he admitted something that made Sarung's jaw almost drop. He was even dumber than she had first imagined. Jaiwoo could hardly wrap his mind around it. How could Riot, a human in form if not in essence, fail to comprehend even the simplest concept of fear, standing there as calm as the wind before a storm? All the while, the first hero and his overwhelming army loomed just beyond reach, ready to descend and sweep across the land. With a flick of her gaze, Luna turned, motioning silently that her work here was done. For now. Jaiwoo called out, puzzled, his voice echoing across the trembling battlefield. Wait. Where are you going? Didn't you come here to fight? Riot laughed, a sharp, clear sound that cut through the tension. Fighting isn't fun, she said. I was merely curious about this hero, watching him for a moment, and well, he proved utterly unremarkable. She mentioned, almost casually, that she had once walked alongside the hero Yopi, the only human she considered truly worthy. You, she declared, glancing at Jaiwoo, cannot and will never match him. Jaiwoo exhaled, a faint grin flickering across his bruised face, feeling an unexpected surge of motivation, enough to drive him to crush Yopi utterly when the time came. But Riot's casual departure was a grave mistake if he thought Jaiwoo could walk away unscathed after that punch. Habiek stepped forward calmly, urging restraint, his voice cutting through Jaiwoo's rising tension. Jaiwoo snapped, glaring. Let go, unless you want to descend to hell with your master. Still, Habiek insisted, reasoning that after their conversation, there was no need for further conflict. Jaiwoo's reply was sharp, pointing out the lingering ache in his jaw from Riot's previous blow. I want a proper fight, he declared, fists clenching, eyes burning with defiance. Habiek exhaled, reminding him about the money he'd been earning from selling items. Jaiwoo blinked, disbelief flashing across his face. How do you know about that? The King of Mirrors explained simply. Riot had spent 15 billion gold on those items, and his master had told him every detail. Meanwhile, far from the skirmish, Yopi stood at the center of his vast army, commanding attention effortlessly, Luna at his side, radiating calm authority. Yopi gave a slight nod, fully understanding the situation. Though many years had passed since his death, here he was, prepared and resolute. Luna confirmed the truth. He had been destined to resurrect far in the future, but events had spiraled off course. She had supplied the energy he needed, reassuring him that the rest was her concern. Yopi bowed slightly in gratitude, a solemn promise in his eyes. If the chance arose, he would repay her for her guidance and power. Luna's voice softened, asking where he intended to go next, the question carrying weight. With unwavering certainty, the first hero named her lust, one of the 7 deadly sins, making his intentions as clear as the sun at noon. His dragon unfurled massive wings with a deafening roar, shaking the mountains themselves, each beat of its wings sending tremors across the land. The creature took to the skies, fire coiling in its maw, heading straight for the peaks, its very presence promising devastation. Below, skeletal soldiers scattered, panicked and desperate, the sheer scale of the threat overwhelming their senses. Yopi's voice rang out with grim finality. "I will destroy the world I once swore to protect," he declared, each word heavy with inevitability. Then, in a blink, he vanished through teleportation magic, leaving nothing but swirling smoke, the air vibrating with residual energy. Luna remained behind, watching the smoke drift into the sky, the gravity of the moment weighing on her like stone. She exhaled slowly, the sound barely carrying over the whispering winds. "All right," she murmured to herself, a faint edge of relief in her tone. "My work here is done." Yet a shadow of doubt lingered, flickering at the edges of her thoughts. Had she truly acted correctly? Could she claim she had no regrets? With Urakan, she had acted on desire. This was different. Here, she had acted purely because he represented an unresolved thread in the story, a necessary step in the grand narrative. A divine whisper reassured her, soft and comforting, telling her all was well, and that she should simply enjoy the unfolding outcome. From a distant vantage, she gazed down upon the earth, observing the cleansing path that the world would follow, a quiet sense of inevitability settling over her. Back on the beach, Jaiwoo's jaw dropped as he pieced it together, muttering in astonishment that it had indeed been that boy who had bought every item he'd sold. Riot, unreadable, gave no reaction, his face betraying no hint of emotion. He explained coldly, matter-of-factly, that all 15 billion gold had been spent to acquire everything, and after a month, the items were relisted for 50 billion, netting a staggering profit of 37 billion. Jaiwoo, utterly dumbfounded, turned to the boy, addressing him as Hyung, a mix of awe, disbelief, and respect threading his words. He bowed deeply, pleading for guidance and mentorship in trade, while Riot observed silently, offering only a dry remark on Jaiwoo's lack of pride. Suddenly, an immense pressure crashed down upon the battlefield, making even Riot glance around with wary anticipation, every instinct alert. Sarung and Urus felt it too, their bodies stiffening as the invisible weight pressed down, bending the air itself. Riot warned grimly, her tone as sharp as steel. The end of the world as they knew it was approaching, heralded by the advance of Yopi's monstrous army. Jaiwoo looked up, eyes wide, disbelief and dread mingling, while a bead of sweat traced down Sarung's temple. And then, without warning, war erupted. Chaos erupted as a skeleton struck in tandem with a scream, instantly cutting down a human player in a flash of steel and bone. The monstrous horde spread across the continent, players trembling as memories of Urakan's previous onslaught returned, questioning why their village fell so easily this time. Amid the turmoil, a system screen flickered into existence. Chrono Life main quest released. Protect the world from Hero Yopi, the sin of wrath. Players gaped in disbelief. Many hadn't even realized main quests existed in this game world. Hesitation proved deadly. One player, caught staring at the quest window, was struck down instantly by a skeleton's sword. Voices rang out across the city. Now was no time to gawk at screens, or they would perish amid the chaos. As the monsters advanced, players brandished their weapons, stunned and fearful that a hero Yopi had become their greatest threat, tearing apart the peace of Chrono Life. From the midst of the carnage, a fireball erupted from a staff, conjuring a flaming whirlwind that shredded enemies into the air. The mage's presence was unmistakable. Abracadabra, royal sorceress, unmatched in power and precision. She proclaimed, voice ringing with authority, that by royal decree, the sacred land itself would now defend this place, protecting it from the onslaught. Players cheered, relief washing over them as the royal sorcerers responded with speed and precision far exceeding the battle against Urakan of Gluttony, until Abracadabra's eyes snapped upward, shock overtaking her features. Above them, a skeletal dragon, radiating an eerie, otherworldly glow, prepared a massive fireball, hurling it toward the defenders with devastating intent, heralding the next wave of chaos. The truth behind the looming defeat was stark and undeniable, hanging over them like a heavy shadow. They simply weren't prepared for what was coming, an overwhelming force far beyond their current capabilities. This wasn't just any event. It was a main quest designed for heroes many levels higher, years into the future. Armed with only the items they currently possessed, victory was nothing short of impossible. Meanwhile, atop Heroes Hill, Yopi materialized before the towering mountain, the teleportation spell completing flawlessly. His gaze swept across the terrain below, calm yet heavy with the weight of emotion. It had been ages since he last saw his friends, and memories rushed back in a torrent, filling him with both warmth and sorrow. His eyes lingered on the tombs scattered across the field, each stone a silent reminder of lives once shared, moments once cherished. One tomb bore a guitar, and Yopi remembered the bard who had once sung to the world, grateful for every note he'd been allowed to play. Another held a fragment of a wing, stirring memories of the saint who had vowed to pray for him, unwavering and pure. Finally, a wizard's hat caught his eye, recalling the companion who had stayed faithfully by his side, not out of duty, but simply for the joy of companionship. Overwhelmed by these memories, Yopi's eyes welled with tears, and blood mixed with grief streaked his face. This time, however, the memories were tinged with bitterness, betrayal cutting deeper than sorrow ever could. Dark energy swirled violently around him, thick and oppressive, and with a sharp command, he summoned the fallen heroes to rise. The earth quaked violently beneath them as legendary bodies clawed their way from the soil, shattering stone and dirt alike. Yopi proclaimed that these heroes would no longer walk the noble paths they once shared with him. The level 999 sorcerer, the cleric of equal power, and the bard who had once rivaled them all now rose alongside him. The strongest of heroes returned in vengeance. He sent them forth with a single, chilling purpose, to bring an end to a story that stubbornly refused to conclude, to rewrite fate itself. Back on the battlefield, a system notification blared across every player's screen. The quest's difficulty had spiked to disaster level, an ominous warning of the chaos to come. Unfazed, Jaiwu picked at his nose, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. "So what? Even the bone dragon will crumble with a single strike of my stick," he muttered, voice laced with casual confidence. It had been some time since he last unleashed his intercontinental strike, and he could feel the immense power resonating in the air, vibrating across the battlefield. Beside him, Riot exhaled slowly, unease flickering across his features. Could Jaiwu truly execute such a devastating attack safely? For ordinary players, the strike would have obliterated them instantly. He considered the approaching zombie horde as well, remembering that physical attacks without sacred attributes were almost useless against them. Even Jaiwu's planet-shattering strike would falter against Yopi's army, which would remain whole even after a server reset. No matter how strong Jaiwu was, he could not face them alone. Jaiwu only smiled, entertained by the predicament. Boldly, he declared he would win this war by himself, unflinching in the face of impossible odds. He drew his stick, disengaged the recoil control, and propelled himself forward with astonishing speed, a blur of motion cutting across the battlefield. A grin spread across his face as he soared toward the city, leaving a blazing trail of explosions in his wake, each step marking a defiance of fate itself. Sarung's eyes widened in disbelief. "Where did the little underwear guy go?" she exclaimed, her voice trembling with both awe and panic. Habiek explained calmly that Jaiwu had used the attack's recoil to fly, a maneuver teetering on the edge of insanity. Riot, watching from below, only smiled faintly, appreciating the sheer audacity of Jaiwu's actions. The scene shifted dramatically to Chrono Life's starting village, once the heart of adventure, now lying in smoldering ruin. A lone creature grunted amidst the wreckage, its hollow cries echoing across streets now twisted into skeletal chaos. In the blink of an eye, peace had evaporated. The dragon's flames had reduced the city to ash, every building a charred reminder of devastation. Players erupted in outrage, shouting in disbelief that the game had gone completely insane, lamenting that Chrono Life had shattered every expectation once again. An attendant muttered nervously, trying to calm the panicked crowd, noting that the game seemed determined to defy all logic and reason. He suggested that perhaps the server had crashed again, and players might simply try logging in once more. The players barked back in disbelief. A skeletal dragon had appeared in the village. Logging in again would mean certain death. Chrono Life teetered on the edge of total chaos, and many questioned whether abandoning it for another game might be the safer choice. A girl shrugged beside one player, noting that the sudden, random attacks made the game more thrilling than the monotonous grind they had endured. The player beside her asked if she played Chrono Life and wanted to team up, but she politely shook her head, declining the invitation with a faint smile. Suddenly, an update notice appeared on the screens of every player, and the girl gasped, unsure if the announcement was even legitimate. Shouts erupted as everyone scrambled to check the main page, convinced the developers had completely lost their minds. The girl realized that if the notice was genuine, it meant the main scenario of the game was beginning imminently. The notice explained that, sudden as it was, the event was inevitable, and the fate of the world rested squarely on the player's shoulders. Failure meant that Yopi would dominate the world of Chrono Life, plunging all life into an age of darkness and despair. Players whispered and shouted among themselves, commenting on the sheer audacity of the developer's boldness. Elsewhere, a man in a suit exclaimed that the situation was pure madness, disbelief etched across his face. He insisted that with current player levels and equipment, no one could overcome Yopi. Defeat was inevitable. Thus, he argued management must intervene, just as they had in previous crises. Diokbai retorted sharply, questioning his sanity and reminding him that company policy forbade interference, except in that one passive boy incident. The suited man, aghast, asked if the president was serious, especially after issuing such a stark notice to players. Meanwhile, on the devastated battlefield, the skeletal horde meandered aimlessly until a meteor-like figure descended upon them. It was Jaiwoo, hurtling through the air with deadly intent, his trajectory precise and unstoppable. Upon impact, he muttered that this method of travel was far faster, though the landing required careful handling to avoid self-injury. Glancing sideways, he realized skeletons had already encircled him, but he paid them no mind. He had arrived exactly where he intended to be. The skeletons screamed, bracing themselves for the inevitable strike. Jaiwoo obliterated one effortlessly, muttering under his breath about the inconvenience of their interruption. The battlefield erupted into chaos, every explosion and clash of steel providing the perfect stage for his relentless, unstoppable onslaught. From the shadows behind him, a towering, grotesque skeleton lunged at Jaiwoo with a bone-rattling screech, its claws slicing through the air. Simultaneously, the rest of the monstrous horde crashed into him from every angle, their guttural roars echoing across the battlefield, shaking the ground beneath their feet as if the earth itself feared them. Jaiwoo lifted his head with casual disdain, a sly smirk forming on his lips. Seriously, why even bother? He taunted aloud, his voice dripping with mockery. The skeleton's relentless strikes bounced harmlessly off him, failing to even graze his HP. With the fluidity of a predator, he swung his stick in a flash of motion. One skeleton's skull cracked under the precise strike, while the rest were swept aside in a wide arc, tumbling across the battlefield like fragile shards of bone. Jaiwoo laughed, a sound sharp and mocking, as he watched the skeletons collapse like brittle insects. Pathetic, he declared, eyes gleaming. You're nothing but flies to me. Yet, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Had he poured too many points into Constitution? His reflexes felt sluggish, a nagging weight slowing him down, leaving him vulnerable to attacks he normally would have danced around effortlessly. Before he could dwell further, another skeleton surged forward. Jaiwoo ignored it, already opening his skill window with an almost bored air, letting the creature's futile strikes hit nothing but the wind as he prepared his next move. A wicked grin stretched across his face. Time for a little gluttony, he whispered, letting out a chilling laugh that made even the monster behind him flinch. Sinister black tentacles slithered from his mouth, writhing like serpents in the air. Showtime, he announced with chilling calm. The skeletons froze in place, hollow sockets widening as terror seeped into their bones. The gluttony tentacle twisted and twirled above them, poised like a predator before striking. With a swift, brutal strike, the tentacle slammed into one skeleton, swallowing it whole. The creature disintegrated instantly, its bones dissolving into nothing, leaving a small puff of dust behind. As the skeletal remains vanished, Jaiwoo felt a surge. His level skyrocketed, stats climbing as though the battlefield itself recognized his growing power. He grinned broadly, almost playfully. Ah, nutritional calcium, he quipped, savoring the rush of progress as his strength solidified. Realizing that at max level his stats could double and replace the old ones, he felt an exhilarating rush. His abilities were now more potent than ever, a tangible increase he could feel in every movement. With a staggering 220-point boost in strength, Jaiwoo could now equip advanced gear previously beyond his reach, his potential finally catching up to his ambition. It struck him suddenly. He had been overlooking this overpowered skill all along, denying himself the full power that was his by right. From that instant, he swore never to be selective again. Everything before him, every opponent, every opportunity was fair game. The first whispers of fear began to ripple through the skeleton's hollow forms. Though not truly alive, they had instincts, and the sheer aura of Jaiwoo's presence, the ferocity in his gaze, shattered what remained of their composure. Only survival instinct remained, screaming through their hollow bones, urging them to flee while they still could. Even the strongest, immortal skeletons, creatures who had once faced death without hesitation, began to retreat, their movements driven solely by the crushing terror emanating from Jaiwoo. With a sinister smile tugging at the corner of his lips and the tentacle still writhing from his mouth, Jaiwoo stepped forward, each stride heavy with lethal intent. The tentacle lashed out, snatching a fleeing skeleton and swallowing it whole. In an instant, dust was all that remained, the absorption skill leaving nothing behind. One by one, he repeated the process, the tentacle striking, swallowing, and erasing each foe. Soon, only he remained amidst the scattered wreckage of bones and dust. Plunging the tentacle into a skeleton's face, Jaiwoo absorbed it instantly, his stats surging to the absolute maximum as the last remnants of his enemies vanished. From a distance, Yura cheered loudly, admiration clear in her voice. "That's Hyungnim for you. Even the passive kid wouldn't stand a chance now." Jaiwoo only nodded, acknowledging that he could never be compared to that trash. But his focus shifted when he sensed a presence approaching from behind. He turned casually, expecting perhaps some straggler left for him to deal with. After all, leaving food on the table was impolite. Instead, it was Luna, standing calmly before him. "Why are you here, cockroach?" Jaiwoo muttered, noticing her sudden appearances of late. Without warning, Luna deactivated her god mode, reverting to her usual self. Jaiwoo frowned. "Why'd you do that?" he asked. Luna answered simply. She didn't want certain eyes witnessing this moment. Before Jaiwoo could respond, she pressed her lips to his in a sudden, shocking kiss, leaving him completely stunned. Oris observed from afar, his expression grave and unflinching, while Jaiwoo was left utterly lost, his mind spinning with confusion. He had come prepared to face Hero Yopi, yet now here he was, locked in an unexpected kiss with Luna. His thoughts scrambled beyond repair. They broke apart, and Jaiwoo instinctively wiped his mouth, his face flaming red. "What the hell was that for?" he demanded, flustered and bewildered. After all, it was his first kiss. Luna scratched her chin, a playful smile tugging at her lips before she turned away. "Accident," she said lightly, feigning innocence. "I slipped on you." Jaiwoo's face darkened with indignation. "Don't make me laugh. You had your hands on my neck," he retorted, voice rising in disbelief. Luna chuckled softly, noting that he had caught every detail, sending Jaiwoo's blush into overdrive. Teasing, she pointed out that his agility was now maxed. He could have dodged if he'd wanted to. Jaiwoo tried to argue, but Luna stepped closer, lowering her voice to a whisper. She confessed that it was also her first kiss, her eyes glinting with quiet mischief. Swallowing hard, Jaiwoo demanded why she had kissed him, but she repeated simply that she had slipped. Changing the subject, Luna produced a glowing orb in her hand, the jewel of the Nameless One, a god-ranked artifact, and explained that she had come to deliver it. "No one can witness this exchange," she added, which was why she had deactivated her god mode before approaching him. Jaiwoo's expression shifted to serious as he regarded the radiant jewel, its light reflecting in his eyes. "I don't know what this is," he admitted. "But since Luna seems serious, I'll take it." Still flustered, he asked again about the kiss. Luna laughed softly, teasing his obsession, insisting yet again that it had truly just been an accident. She instructed him to handle the artifact with care, emphasizing its importance and the potential it held. At that precise moment, Sarung's voice rang out, calling for her little underwear friend, shocked that he had left alone despite her chasing him the whole way. But as Sarung arrived, she froze mid-step, her eyes locking on Luna standing close to Jaiwoo. The sight of their intimacy instantly triggered a surge of jealousy and protective instinct within her. Jaiwoo scratched the back of his head sheepishly, his usual confident smirk softened by genuine embarrassment. "Sorry about flying off like that," he admitted, his voice tinged with awkward excitement. I just got carried away." Sarung, unconvinced and eyes narrowed, grabbed the front of his shirt, leaning in with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion etched across her face. "Wait a second, who's the girl beside you?" she demanded, her tone sharp and insistent. "Introduce her now." Jaiwoo stammered, trying to explain that they had met previously, fumbling over his words as Sarung's piercing gaze refused to waver. Her determination radiated like a physical force, pressing him relentlessly to provide an answer. Meanwhile, Luna observed the mounting tension, letting out a soft, almost imperceptible sigh. With a fluid motion, she activated her god mode once more, her presence immediately altering the atmosphere around them. Her hair instantly darkened to an intense, lustrous black, cascading like a shadowy waterfall over her shoulders. Sarung froze mid-step, her eyes widening as she recognized the overwhelming power now standing before her. Luna's eyes gleamed with sharp disdain as she fixed Sarung with a piercing stare. Did that overrated girl really think she could understand me? She asked, her voice a cutting reminder of the moment she had nearly faced death at Uraken's hands. Ignoring the charged atmosphere for a moment, Luna turned calmly to Jaiwoo. Her tone was firm, leaving no room for hesitation. Are you planning to fight Hero Yopi? Her warning came with weight. The task ahead would not be simple. Yopi had reached level 999, every ounce of power amplified by the energy she had once granted him. She added that by now, Yopi would almost certainly have reached the heart of the demon world, the legendary demonic castle, where the most fearsome forces awaited. The scene shifted, and there he was, Yopi, striding confidently into the castle alongside his subordinates. Their eyes, cold and unyielding, were fixed on the fortress before them, every step exuding authority and lethal purpose. A ghostly figure emerged, known as Death, startled to see Yopi approaching. It recognized him immediately as the first of his name, the hero whom the former Demon King had once annihilated completely. Yopi raised a brow, disbelief coloring his tone. How are you still alive? He asked, incredulous at Death's enduring presence. Death responded with solemn dignity. My body is immortal. What brings you here? Yopi's gaze swept across the chamber, finally resting on a sword embedded in the ground, its blade humming with latent power. The answer is obvious, he said quietly, every word carrying weight. He revealed his purpose: to claim his hero's long sword, a weapon of unparalleled might meant only for his hand. Death's warning followed, cautioning him that the Demon King's sealed energy within the sword could have dangerous consequences. With unwavering resolve, Yopi grasped the hilt. The moment his fingers touched the cold metal, a greenish aura erupted, filling the chamber with raw, pulsating energy that made the very air shimmer. A system notification chimed sharply, confirming the condition had been met. The transformation to a hidden class had begun. Yopi watched intently as the sword's color shifted, flames of fiery orange fading to a deep, resonant green that seemed to pulse with life. Death smiled, his gaze widening in delight, marveling at the transformation as Yopi completed his class change, rising fully as the new Demon King. The ghost's voice rang out with awe. A new king has been born. The system confirmed it. Yopi now possessed the full privileges of the Demon King class, stats multiplied tenfold, and his hidden skill, Demon King's Authority, activated, granting him dominion over the entire demonic race. Without hesitation, Yopi issued his first command: summon the entirety of the demonic army to march upon and annihilate the human world. Death, hovering faithfully nearby, acknowledged his new master with a solemn bow. Yes, my lord, he intoned, loyalty etched in every shadow of his form. Rising higher, Death's shadowy figure manifested outside the castle walls, his grotesque grin stretching unnaturally wide, a harbinger of the chaos about to unfold. As Yopi commanded his legions, Death opened his mouth impossibly wide, a gaping portal forming within, the air itself bending under the sheer force of the dimensional rift. A dark, sinister energy poured outward like a river of shadows, flowing directly toward the human world, carrying with it the terror of impending annihilation. Normally, the human and demon realms could not intersect, separated by impenetrable boundaries. Only a select few, Yopi among them, knew the secret arts of dimensional teleportation. Death's legendary ability to open portals with his mouth was a testament to his position as the Demon King's most trusted assistant, the ultimate enforcer of his will. Back in the human world, Sarung stared skyward, her mouth agape at Death's enormous, gaping maw, clutching Jaiwa's arm in disbelief. He, too, was frozen, his own eyes wide with shock at the impossible spectacle. From a distant vantage, Riot exhaled slowly, murmuring Yopi's name with a mixture of awe and fear. This is the full measure of the hero's wrath against humanity, he whispered, his words barely audible over the roar of the portal. Meanwhile, Jaiwu gripped his stick tightly, questioning its significance as he drew it high, then unleashed a vertical strike so powerful it tore through the atmosphere, shooting into the void of space itself and leaving a thick plume of smoke trailing behind. Mimicking the familiar pings and beeps of a status window, Jaiwu celebrated prematurely, claiming victory, but his triumphant expression faltered as he realized all the demons remained alive. Luna's voice explained that their bodies were extraordinary, their horns coursing with infinite magic that allowed them to endure even the most destructive attacks. She added that, amplified by the energy of their new Demon King, Yopi, the army now possessed immortal forms, making them an even greater threat than before. Luna continued, emphasizing that merging this immortal demonic race with the skeletons had forged the strongest tribe, an unbeatable force. Her gaze turned sharp as she provocatively asked Jaiwu, the so-called loser lord, what strategy he had in mind to confront and overcome hero Yopi. Jaiwu exhaled slowly, energy beginning to emanate faintly from beneath him, a soft glow that hinted at something awakening. From within, the core of his unique rookie skill, the cleric soul, emerged, radiating holy energy in pulsing waves. He activated his blessing magic, noting aloud that a holy attribute was the most effective counter against the undead. Assuming a peculiar, almost awkward stance, Jaiwu launched his sanctified strike into the heavens, the energy twisting and coiling with divine intensity. The resulting attack was catastrophic, obliterating everything in its upward path, even reaching distant celestial bodies and leaving a thick, smoky trail stretching across the void. Luna gasped in near panic, her eyes stinging as though the sheer force of Jaiwu's holy assault scorched them directly. The demonic tribe, naturally strong with boundless magic and now rendered immortal, had long been revered as the strongest in chrono life. Yet one by one, they collapsed, reduced to nothing more than dust under the purifying force of Jaiwu's attack. Even Death, the Demon King's formidable assistant, began to dissolve, his expression a mixture of disbelief and awe at the devastation unfolding before him. Jaiwu remarked casually, a hint of amusement in his voice. You were never truly immortal, just fragile undead unable to withstand holy power. Already growing bored, he asked aloud why Yopi hadn't appeared sooner, watching as the proud army crumbled helplessly beneath him. Suddenly, surprise flickered across his face. The demons began regenerating. Luna explained that this was a unique ability tied directly to Yopi. As long as Yopi retained his mana, his army could not be permanently destroyed. Jaiwu sighed, understanding that he faced an endless cycle of sanctified strikes until Yopi's energy was fully exhausted. Luna interrupted, urging him to abandon caution and confront Yopi directly. Jaiwu frowned, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. Why the urgency? He asked, recalling that Luna had insisted Yopi was deep within the demon world, unreachable by him. At that tense moment, Sarung pointed toward a yawning tear in the sky, her eyes wide with both fear and determination. Could it be possible to reach the demon world through that? She asked, her voice trembling with cautious hope. Jaiwu studied the rift, nodding thoughtfully, seeing the logic behind her daring suggestion. But before they could act, Luna's sharp voice cut through the air, decisive and unyielding. No, she said firmly. That portal is one-sided. Anyone who tries to enter from here would be pulverized instantly, their life ending before they even had a chance to react. Turning her gaze toward Sarung, Luna's tone hardened further, her divine contempt dripping like venom. She scolded the young girl again, emphasizing just how naive and overrated her assumptions were. Sarung's face flushed crimson, a mixture of anger and indignation blazing in her eyes. Who do you think you are, mocking me like that? She shouted, her voice echoing with defiance. No player has ever stepped foot in the demon world. Luna tilted her head slightly, a cold, knowing smirk curling her lips. Who said that? She replied smoothly, her voice calm yet charged with an intimidating aura. As a goddess, I can traverse dimensions and reach the demon world whenever I choose. It's as simple as that. Then, extending her hand gracefully toward Jaiwu, she said, Take my hand. I'll take you to Yopi. That's why I've been searching for you all this time. Jaiwu's eyes narrowed suspiciously, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. Is that really why? He asked quietly, recalling her earlier words that had hinted at motives far more complicated than she was letting on. Luna remained silent, her gaze icy and unreadable, giving nothing away. Jaiwu's mind flashed back to the moment she had handed him the god-ranked artifact, the one that no one else was allowed to see, a gift heavy with purpose and secrecy. Finally understanding her true intention, he reached out and grasped her hand. All right, he said simply. I'll hitch a ride. Sarung, wide-eyed and completely incredulous, let out a shrill shout. Are you serious? You actually trust her? Jaiwu shrugged, holding Luna's hand firmly. I have no choice, he admitted. There's no other way to reach Yopi. At the contact, Luna's cheeks flushed softly, her eyes lighting up with warmth as a broad, joyful smile spread across her face. Can we go now? She asked eagerly, her voice bright with anticipation, brimming with the thrill of the coming journey. Jaiwu nodded, ready to move, while Sarung's voice rang out behind them, desperate and insistent. Wait, take me with you. But before she could act, a surge of intense energy enveloped both Jaiwu and Luna, a shimmering aura of dimensional power wrapping around them like a living curtain of light. I'm afraid we're already at maximum capacity, Luna said, a trace of regret in her tone. My teleport can only carry one passenger. Leaning playfully against Jaiwu, she added with a teasing grin, Enjoy our little encounter, before activating the dimensional portal with a fluid, commanding motion. In an instant, The two of them vanished from the human world, swallowed by the rippling energy of the portal. Sarung was left behind, her hand pressed to her mouth in disbelief, eyes wide as the shimmering portal closed. She let out a long, exasperated sigh, muttering to herself that from this moment forward, Luna would be her new rival, a challenge she could not ignore. Meanwhile, deep within the Demon King's castle, Jaiwoo and Luna materialized, their forms solidifying amid the ominous shadows of the fortress. Looking around cautiously, Jaiwoo asked, his voice low and tense, "Are we really inside the castle?" His gaze quickly fell upon a man standing rigidly before them, his expression cold, impenetrable, and radiating authority. Jaiwoo's voice carried a mix of caution and challenge. "Are you the hero Yopi?" The man shook his head slowly, a chilling smile barely touching his lips. "There is no longer a hero Yopi," he said, his voice low, dark, and menacing. "Now only fury resides in this body." With commanding authority, he declared that, as one of the 7 deadly sins, he would exterminate all corrupt and despicable humans. A tremendous, almost palpable fury radiated from him. Not truly Yopi, but the lingering force of Jaiwoo's previous strike, the devastation already imprinted upon the battlefield. Jaiwoo chuckled quietly to himself, noting how he had once again skipped over all the formal dialogue. Believing the confrontation concluded, he said casually, "Well, we can already head back to the village then." Luna interrupted sharply, her voice firm and unwavering. "No," she said. "This encounter is just beginning." Jaiwoo's eyes widened, the sudden declaration snapping him fully alert. Yopi, having evaded Jaiwoo's previous strike with ease, commented in a calm, measured tone. "That was an incredible attack. Not even the last Demon King possessed such power." Jaiwoo's jaw dropped in disbelief, stunned that Yopi had dodged, despite the fact that his own attributes were now maximized to the highest level. Yopi prepared his sword with precise composure, explaining that combat was about more than raw stats. Skill, observation, and anticipation governed the flow of battle. He unleashed a colossal crescent slash, a wave of force exploding outward, shaking the very walls of the castle and leaving a roaring echo in its wake. Yopi continued calmly, detailing how he could predict opponents' movements by subtle cues, the flexion of wrists, shifts in gaze, and even the rhythm of their breathing patterns. At that precise moment, Jaiwoo reappeared silently behind him, his voice carrying quiet amusement. "Noted," he said, a smirk tugging at his lips. Yopi spun around in surprise, swinging his sword, only to find Jaiwoo had vanished again. "I'm still close," Jaiwoo teased, his voice dripping with playful confidence. As Yopi's eyes followed him, Jaiwoo reappeared directly in front, effortlessly dodging another strike. "High agility really makes this fun," he taunted, a laugh escaping him as he danced around the attack. Back in the starting village, chaos reigned as the demonic dragon rampaged mercilessly, its massive claws tearing through the terrain. Sarung ran desperately, her voice shrill and panicked. "How could that little underwear guy leave me alone?" In her panic, she tripped over her own feet, sprawling to the ground with a groan of frustration, cursing her own clumsiness. The dragon roared, swinging its massive claw directly at her. But Sarung remembered the image of Luna touching Jaiwoo. Fueled by a surge of rage, she clenched her teeth, crouched, and braced herself to strike back with all her strength. The memory of Luna holding Jaiwoo's arm ignited her fury anew. With a fierce yell, she slammed her fist into the monster's belly. "Annoying!" she shouted, her voice cracking with raw emotion. The dragon groaned in pain, its massive body quivering violently from the impact. Normally, at level 25, Amor could never hope to damage a creature above level 100. But the gauntlets she now wore were extraordinary, imbued with powers that transcended normal level limitations. The hidden ability of the transcendental gauntlets automatically adapted her strike to exploit the demon's weaknesses, sending the massive creature crashing to the ground. Sarung felt a rush of overwhelming experience, her level shooting upward repeatedly until she reached level 39 in a dazzling surge of growth. The main quest bonus, combined with the high experience yield, ensured she accumulated far more points than she would have from most other bosses. Feeling unstoppable, she shouted at the remaining demons, vowing to use them as her own personal stress relief. Her confidence faltered, however, as her eyes swept over the full scale of the demonic army still arrayed before her. Swallowing hard, she called out Jaiwoo's name, a promise simmering in her voice that he would pay when he returned. Back at the Demon King's castle, Yopi studied Jaiwoo with careful, calculating eyes, acknowledging that his strength and agility far surpassed anything he had anticipated. He inferred that Jaiwoo's other attributes were also maximized, and Jaiwoo confirmed it with a subtle nod. Yopi then suggested, with calm pragmatism, that surrender might be the wisest course to avoid wasting any more time in this battle. He let out a weary smile, the kind that carried the weight of countless battles fought and lost. Each encounter in his past had been reckless, a dance on the edge of despair with no guarantee of survival. Yet, behind the tired glimmer in his eyes, there shimmered a quiet, enduring pride, a testament to the lessons learned through sheer persistence. As he spoke, his loyal allies emerged silently from the shadows, forming a steadfast wall of unwavering support. Their presence alone radiated a sense of trust and camaraderie, a visual anchor amidst the chaos that reminded everyone of the bonds that had been forged through trials by fire. Yopi concluded with a confident nod, stating that despite overwhelming odds, they had always emerged victorious. His words carried a mixture of defiance and pride, resonating like a seasoned commander who understood that true strength lay in unity and careful strategy. Jaiwu froze, disbelief etched across his face, as Yopi casually mentioned summoning his crew, a clear signal of a coordinated attack ready to unfold. Oris chuckled, clearly savoring the anticipation, while Jaiwu's own voice rose, protesting with righteous indignation. Heroes fight one-on-one, not in some orchestrated pack. Luna's eyes sharpened, a warning cutting through the tension like a blade. She reminded Jaiwu that the heroes group had never failed a raid. Their record was flawless. Underestimating them was a risk bordering on madness. Even as she emphasized the danger, she addressed him with a subtle mark of respect, calling him Mr., acknowledging his own formidable abilities amidst the mounting tension. Sarung's gaze fell upon a deep, crimson wound, watching the relentless flow of blood. Her mind raced, struggling to comprehend how a cut could have pierced so effortlessly. A jarring moment of brutal reality. The monster's piercing scream echoed across the battlefield, its body thrashing wildly in pain. Every convulsion sent tremors through the earth, a raw testament to its agony and the violence of the clash. Seizing the perfect moment, Hong lunged forward with the precision of a master hunter. Her lunar daggers sliced through the air, striking the creature repeatedly. Sparks danced across its battered form, illuminating the battlefield with flashes of silver and blue. The demon coughed up blood, its severed limbs hitting the ground with sickening thuds. For a brief moment, the chaos paused, acknowledging the lethal efficiency of Hong's assault. After the strike, Hong knelt beside Sarung, concern etching her features. "Are you okay, Miss Amore?" she asked, her voice steady, grounding the girl in a sense of safety amid the surrounding havoc. Relief washed over Sarung, a shaky smile breaking through her fear. But her respite was short-lived. New waves of demons surged forward, their relentless advance threatening to overwhelm. Sarung's alarmed cry rang out at the sheer volume of enemies. Hong's lips tightened into a grim smile. "They're endless," she remarked, eyes scanning the horizon as rare demons flooded the human world, far more than anticipated. The scene resembled a legendary war from the classics, a symphony of chaos and strategy colliding in epic proportions. Hong's thoughts flickered to critics who had dismissed chrono life as trivial, and she shrugged with a wry grin, telling Sarung, "That only makes it more thrilling." Indeed, the chaos was exhilarating, alive with possibility. Taking command, Hong's voice rang across the battlefield as she ordered the Robin Hood Guild members into action. Her authority inspired confidence, rallying the players to stand together. She instructed them to abandon stealth, switching fully into combat mode. The village's safety now relied on unity, courage, and swift action. A crucial warning followed. Yopi had granted immortality to the enemies. Hong instructed the guild to anoint their weapons with holy water, essential for piercing the demons' unnatural defenses. With that, the battlefield erupted. Players clashed with demons in a brutal melee, matching strength and skill blow for blow. Magic, steel, and tension filled the air, a storm of human and demonic might. Sarung watched, awestruck. "Is this the legendary Robin Hood summoning?" she asked, breathless at the spectacle, her first glimpse leaving her amazed. Hong replied proudly, "It's my second time as the guild's third leader. The first was against your boyfriend," she added casually, a personal touch coloring the memory. Sarung's cheeks flushed, regret mixing with delight. She had missed the first event, busy at the time, but hearing Hong say boyfriend made her heart race unexpectedly. Hong's gaze sharpened. "This isn't even the full story," she warned, the thrill of the upcoming battles pulsing in her voice. Suddenly, a blue arrow streaked across the sky, slicing through demons with brilliant precision. Its speed and power left all witnesses momentarily stunned. Sarung turned sharply, recognizing Hawkeye, leader of the Justice Guild. His arrival meant reinforcements were joining the fight, a critical shift in the battle's balance. He announced that his sentinels had reported the threat, pledging his guild's full participation. The conflict escalated into a full-scale war, far beyond a simple skirmish. Excitement surged in Sarung, yet Hong's expression remained solemn. "This isn't over," she stated firmly. "This is an all-out war." On the battlefield, banners of the Divine Guild, Cross Guild, and Holy War Guild fluttered in the wind. Humanity's largest guilds had united, standing ready against the relentless demon army tribe. Demons surged forward in a dense horde, while humans met them with disciplined, coordinated strikes. The war had officially begun. Back at the demon castle, colors erupted as the bard strummed his guitar. The skill, Seraph Song, quickened allies' movements, with a hidden secondary effect still to reveal itself. Jaiwu watched, awestruck. "What was that?" he asked. Luna explained it was the troubadour's signature ability, a melody controlling the rhythm of time, signaling the hero's raid. She urged him to team up with her before it was too late. Jaiwu scoffed, flipping her off with a defiant glare. "I know your plan," he muttered. "I can handle these punks on my own." He warmed up, crouched, and vanished, moving at the maximum speed allowed by the game. The battlefield blurred around him, a whirlwind of motion. In an instant, Jaiwu appeared before the hero's group, greeting the troubadour. His velocity left no time to react. "Focus on supports first," he declared, swinging his stick, but it met a sword's edge mid-strike. Yopi had intercepted flawlessly, maneuvering his sword with masterful precision, forcing Jaiwu to adjust his attack on the fly. Yopi's counterstrike generated a massive upward shockwave. Urus watched in awe. He deflected Jaiwu's strike by spinning his blade? Incredible. Luna added that it was the perfect parry, Yopi's ultimate skill honed through relentless training. Urus wondered if this made Yopi invincible. Luna explained that even a slight delay could cause failure, and relentless pressure could overwhelm him. Meanwhile, Seraph's song surged again. Time fluctuations amplified Yopi's group, their movements a blur that tested Jaiwu's reflexes like never before. Despite the buff, Jaiwu defended tirelessly, noting how drastically their speed had increased. Still, he felt the challenge was not over. He braced himself for the next threat. Then, unexpectedly, Yopi's forehead glowed, revealing a hidden ability, Hero's Glory. The shimmering power surged, instantly doubling his attributes at the cost of immense strength. At breakneck speed, Yopi spun into Jaiwu, delivering multiple calculated strikes, a terrifying whirlwind of force. He continued the relentless assault, yet Jaiwu blocked every strike with precision using only his stick, realizing the hero was testing the white cat nearby, pushing limits. Then Jaiwu noticed a new threat. Behind the group, a mage gathered power, staff glowing as a massive whirlwind formed in the sky, a descending force accelerating toward the battlefield. A meteor plummeted straight toward Jaiwu, arcane energy radiating a palpable, deadly aura. Jaiwu recognized the spell's extraordinary nature. Even with his agility, dodging would be easy, but there was no time for hesitation. Calmly, he raised his arm, slicing upward to split the meteor cleanly in half. Smoke cleared as he smirked, daring, "Any other tricks?" It was time to end the delay. The battlefield demanded a decisive move. Yopi grinned, regretting only that the fun had just begun. Seraph's song reached its hidden second verse, having enemy attributes, an effect that even caught Urus off guard. Urus stared, shocked and bewildered. "How is that even possible?" he whispered, struggling to comprehend the sudden shift in power. The war had escalated beyond comprehension. Every movement, every spell, every strike seemed to redefine the battlefield, testing both human ingenuity and demonic resilience. Yopi's grin widened, stretching across his face with a mix of pride and smug satisfaction. He boasted of his latest victory, explaining that Jaiwu's hidden class had amplified his attributes tenfold, finally bringing their powers to near parity. Adding to the effect, the troubadour's magical buff wove its subtle enchantment, enhancing their strength even further. For once, Yopi relished the moment of triumph, savoring the rare taste of acknowledgement and the thrill of battle's alignment. According to Yopi, Jaiwu now relied solely on his gluttony trait. Yet, with perfect timing, every swinging tentacle could be effortlessly parried, deflecting strikes before they even grazed him. The precision and elegance of the defense left Yopi both intrigued and cautious. Turning the question back to Jaiwu, Yopi's tone carried curiosity laced with challenge. Had he already revealed all his tricks? Jaiwu scratched the side of his face thoughtfully, a sly grin curling on his lips as he considered whether now was the ideal moment to unveil the next astonishing move. Yopi's brow furrowed, suspicion flashing in his sharp eyes. "What do you mean by that?" he asked, voice low and cautious, sensing Jaiwu's hidden depths yet to be revealed. Urus immediately recognized the telltale signature of a hidden passive ability, a dangerous potential just waiting to awaken. Luna, however, interjected firmly, explaining that Jaiwoo had not yet fulfilled all the necessary conditions to fully activate it. Ignoring the warnings, Jaiwoo rummaged through his coat with determined fingers, muttering under his breath about being certain he had placed the item there. Moments later, a triumphant expression spread across his face. "Found it!" he declared with confidence. To Ura's shock, Jaiwoo revealed Habiek's mirror. The moment it appeared, the hidden ability of the 8 visions ignited, magnifying the target size proportionally to its maximum mana. The transformation radiated immense power, catching everyone off guard. Energy cascaded around Jaiwoo, enveloping him in a radiant, shimmering aura. His body swelled to awe-inspiring proportions, towering over everything nearby as if he had become a living mountain, a colossal force of sheer presence and power. Meanwhile, in a distant dimension far removed from the human world, the demonic realm shimmered with a surreal transformation. The normally obsidian landscape had inexplicably turned stark white, an otherworldly glow washing over the terrain, signaling a reality bending under Jaiwoo's power. Demons surged forward in coordinated waves, yet Sarung, fearless, sprinted boldly toward them. With feline agility, she leapt, twisting midair to confront a charging demon, delivering a precise kick that sent the creature sprawling instantaneously. The surge of combat experience propelled her to level 74, marking a new milestone in her growing strength and resilience. Exhausted, Sarung muttered her frustration, questioning if her sanity could endure the relentless waves of foes. Hong reassured her firmly, confirming that her focus and composure remained intact despite the chaos around them. Hong explained that under ordinary circumstances, demons could be dispatched using sacred attacks, strategies that had reliably worked in the past. Yet these enemies were no ordinary demons. Shielded by the Demon King's protection and siphoning Yopi's infinite mana, they resurrected themselves repeatedly. The portal above perpetually fed the swelling numbers, and Sarung grumbled about the unfairness, lamenting that main scenario quests should challenge players but not verge on impossible. Her gaze caught a massive dragon barreling toward her, and she muttered in exasperation, as though even the simple act of breathing was denied in this unrelenting battle. Reacting with lightning speed, Abracadabra raised her staff, preparing to intercept the incoming threat with practiced precision. She thrust her flame spear forward, a blazing projectile streaking across the battlefield, striking the demon's belly with pinpoint accuracy, instantly flattening it against the ground. Moments later, she clarified the mission's ultimate objective: defeat Yopi, the embodiment of wrath, the singular purpose behind this war. Sarung questioned the logic of the conflict, suggesting that they could simply log off and allow the fleeting sky to handle Yopi on its own. Abracadabra warned sharply that abandoning the battle would be catastrophic. The world itself would be left desolate, plants and animals obliterated, the entire realm consumed by demonic forces if the fight ceased. Sarung argued that a game update could prevent such devastation, but Hong cut her off, sharply reminding her of a crucial announcement she seemed to have forgotten. He emphasized that the fate of the world rested solely on the main quest's outcome, an unprecedented moment in gaming history, where every action of the players directly determined reality itself. He added that while the developers' intentions were opaque, there was no turning back. Even if the world faced total annihilation, the company had made it clear that no intervention would occur, not even at the risk of ending the game's service entirely. Outraged, Sarung branded the developers as insane, condemning their negligence and questioning how a top gaming company could lack any contingency plan. Hong, however, chuckled softly, reveling in the audacity of the situation. Sarung's frustration erupted into a shout, insisting that philosophical debates were irrelevant. The other players desperately needed aid, and they couldn't afford delay. At that moment, another monster collapsed at their feet. Abracadabra reassured Sarung that most players were already aware of the crisis and were actively engaged in the struggle for the world's fate. Renewed focus washed over them. They coordinated attacks, targeting enemies' legs to topple them while keeping their ultimate vulnerability, the head, in mind. Sarung noted that both ordinary players and elite guilds fought fiercely, and Abracadabra confirmed that everyone had been defending the world from the very beginning. The somber tone broke when a man shouted about a rare item dropping, instantly triggering a chaotic scramble as surrounding players fought over it. Both women were momentarily stunned by the sudden fray. Despite the chaos, they acknowledged that every action was ultimately for the world's good. Meanwhile, in the demonic realm, Yopi calculated distances, hundreds, perhaps over 1,000 meters, while the troubadour continued strumming, the seraphic melody boosting enemy attributes to a fifth of their original power. Urus noted that this stolen ability had manifested again. Although Hyung-Nim remained unaffected, the effect seemed to influence him subtly. Luna clarified that it wasn't a typical effect, but a magic that rewound time around the target, manipulating the battlefield with temporal finesse. She noted that Jaiwoo, positioned outside its range, remained safely unaffected. Jaiwoo addressed Yopi directly, asking if the ability's name was Perfect Parry. He noted its remarkable property, the complete nullification of attacks. With a sly challenge, he invited Yopi to test it once more. Jaiwoo warned him to hold back the massive strike descending from above. At blinding speed, Jaiwoo's stick hurtled like a meteor toward the demonic world, aimed squarely at enemy ranks with unstoppable momentum. Yopi's eyes widened in shock, beads of cold sweat forming on his face, yet he closed his eyes and braced for the impact. The stick slammed into the ground with cataclysmic force, shattering the planet beneath them, fissures tearing violently across the surface in a display of raw, destructive energy. The colossal explosion transformed everything into blinding light, engulfing the battlefield in brilliance that rendered all else momentarily invisible. As the radiance faded, the magnification effects Jaiwoo had enforced dissipated, and he shrank back to his normal size, the immense power now tempered. He remarked wryly that he had obliterated the game planet, yet the server remained stable. It was, after all, an entirely separate world. Urus confirmed that Hyungnim had returned to normal, surviving the ordeal intact as a spirit. Luna groaned, exasperated at Jaiwoo's reckless antics, wondering how she would manage the fallout. Jaiwoo inquired if she had perished, but she quickly reassured him that she was unharmed. All that remained was Yopi himself. Ironically, at that precise moment, the hero coughed weakly, revealing his battered form perched precariously on a crumbling wall fragment. Jaiwoo remarked with a hint of admiration on Yopi's resilience, marveling at his survival through both the explosion and the void of space. Luna added that Yopi's end was imminent. He teetered on the brink of death, with his companions already returned to the void. Resolutely, Jaiwoo declared his intent to complete the main quest, stepping closer to the Demon King with unwavering determination. He mocked Yopi, calling him a fool and questioning whether he was already heading straight toward defeat. Yopi barely managed to open his eyes, confirming Jaiwoo's assessment with great effort. Jaiwoo pressed on, taunting him as a weakling masquerading as strong, each word dripping with confident derision. In a final, weary acknowledgement, Yopi commented that modern heroes lacked manners and humility, yet admitted that Jaiwoo surpassed anyone he had ever faced, conceding total defeat. Back in the starting village, demons surged forward against trembling players, their fear palpable as the relentless battle pressed on, threatening to engulf all who remained. The monstrous horde descended with terrifying ferocity, their jagged claws slicing through the air so fast it was almost invisible. Every strike sparked screams of panic from the players as chaos erupted like a storm around them, the ground trembling under the weight of the onslaught. Dust, debris, and the scent of fear mingled in the air, painting a scene of utter mayhem. Amid the turmoil, one of Hawkeye's most loyal subordinates barked a warning, his voice sharp against the chaos, alerting the group to the mounting pressure of the relentless creatures. Hawkeye, however, remained unshaken, his gaze calm yet piercing. With steady authority, he ordered his team to hold their positions at all costs, emphasizing that their mission wasn't to triumph over the monsters outright, but to buy precious moments, precious time, for Jaiwoo to deliver the final strike against Yopi. He made it clear, his voice cutting through the shrieks and the clashing of claws, that it didn't matter if they were injured or pushed to the brink of danger. Their duty was singular: resist, endure, and stand firm against the overwhelming tide, letting nothing sway them from their task, however brutal the assault. Amid the chaos, Sarung crumpled to the ground, her breath ragged and uneven. Her body was battered, her armor dented and torn from the unrelenting barrage. Every movement she made was a testament to sheer willpower, but exhaustion weighed heavily on her limbs, threatening to drag her down completely. Hong's voice pierced through the bedlam, sharp with concern as he called out to her. Despite the deep cuts and bruises marking her body, Sarung lifted her head, her eyes fierce yet reassuring. "I'll recover, and I'll rise again. I'll fight by your side," she promised, her voice strained but unwavering, carrying a spark of determination that cut through the fear surrounding them. Hong turned, astonishment painting his face as he met her gaze. He had assumed that, like the exhausted players scattered across the battlefield, Sarung's endurance had already broken, her spirit spent. Yet here she stood, or at least struggled to stand, defying every expectation, radiating resilience that sent a shiver down his spine. A cold dread settled over him, stark and undeniable. If the onslaught continued unchecked, the starting village, the place so many had called home, could be utterly consumed, raised by the demonic wave that threatened to erase everything in its path. Suddenly, a demon surged forward from the shadows, its massive form closing in with terrifying speed. Its claws snatched Hong in a crushing grip, and she braced herself, heart pounding, certain that this was the end. Then, as if reality itself blinked, the creature vanished. One moment it was there, solid and terrifying. The next, gone, erased into thin air. Hong's eyes widened, pulse racing as bewilderment overtook fear, her mind scrambling to comprehend the impossible sight before her. It wasn't just her. One by one, the surrounding demons disappeared as though an unseen hand swept across the battlefield, erasing them mid-assault. Silence settled in the gaps between waves of tension, eerie and complete, a ghostly calm after the storm. While Hong struggled to process the miracle unfolding, Sarung found the strength to leap to her feet. Her voice rang out, triumphant and clear, slicing through the lingering fear. We've won! Hearing her declaration, relief flooded Hong, twisting into pure joy as the tension that had gripped his shoulders melted away. Far away, in the swirling depths of the demon dimension, Yopi's form began to crumble, particles of radiant light spilling from him like a scattering of stars falling into darkness. His voice was faint, almost a whisper, admitting that his time was nearly up, that soon he would vanish completely. Jaiwoo's gaze locked onto him, unwavering, as he prepared to ask the one question that could not be left unspoken before Yopi's end. Jaiwoo asked about the legendary hero Yopi, the one even famed for slaying the Demon King. He sought to understand why someone so admired harbored such profound hatred. Yopi's answer, unexpectedly mundane, spoke of envy and admiration. How being extraordinary had drawn both reverence and resentment from everyone around him. As he spoke, tears streaked down Yopi's face, glimmering with an almost surreal luminescence as they fell to the ground, catching Jaiwoo's attention and stirring surprise in his heart. Then came the truth. Beneath the layers of legend, hatred, and pride, Yopi had always cherished humanity, a protector at his core, a soul drawn to safeguard rather than destroy. From a distance, Luna observed silently, head bowed, absorbing the gravity of the moment with quiet reverence. She remembered Yopi once declaring that his love for humans surpassed that of anyone else, a line that resonated deeply, hauntingly, as if echoing through the dimensions themselves. With Yopi's defeat, the main quest reached its conclusion. Jaiwoo received his reward. A gleaming chest, its surface shimmering, a tangible testament to the trials overcome and the victory hard-earned. Almost instantly, a system message materialized, heralding Jaiwoo as the greatest contributor in defeating Yopi alone, promising an additional, special reward as recognition of his unmatched effort. At that very moment, a brilliant light descended from the sky, radiating warmth and presence. A figure with unmistakable blonde hair appeared, gliding gracefully toward Jaiwoo, every movement elegant and serene. Recognition sparked in Jaiwoo's eyes. He knew instantly who approached. God had manifested before him, speaking in a tone both warm and teasing, remarking on how long it had been, and expressing surprise at encountering him so soon. God's gaze was filled with pride as he congratulated Jaiwoo, revealing that he had been observing all along, every step, every struggle, every victory. Admitting that he hadn't truly expected Jaiwoo to defeat Yopi, God's voice carried a rare note of amazement. Yet the truth was undeniable, victory had been achieved. Then came the promise. God would personally deliver the additional reward, a gesture of direct acknowledgement from the highest authority in the world itself. A luminous interface appeared before Jaiwoo, declaring in radiant clarity that he had fulfilled the conditions to advance his class, granting him the chance to ascend to the rank of capital sin. The system laid out the choice. Two distinct paths, the same options once offered to the human Yopi after his conquest over the Demon King. Yopi had once chosen to remain human, a decision that led to catastrophic defeat and ultimately his rebirth among the 7 capital sins. The system's message lingered, filled with lore and gravity, urging Jaiwoo to make his choice without delay. Recalling Yopi's final, radiant moments, Jaiwoo made his decision instantly, his mind unwavering as he selected the path before him. A system notification confirmed his choice, affirming the path he had embraced with quiet certainty. From a distance, Urus watched with curiosity, unable to discern what decision Jaiwoo had taken. While Luna's shock was evident, her wide eyes reflecting disbelief at the unfolding revelation. God's gentle smile carried curiosity as he asked Jaiwoo why he had chosen this particular path, his tone patient yet probing. Jaiwoo turned to face them, ready to reveal the reasoning behind the choice that would shape his destiny. The next day, in the quiet sanctuary of his penthouse, Jaiwoo slept deeply, yet the insistent ring of his phone yanked him abruptly from slumber, dragging him into wakefulness. His eyes traced the ceiling, unseeing, as the device rang again, its tone demanding attention, breaking through the remnants of dreams still clinging to him. It was Sarung calling casually, inquiring what he was up to as if unaware of the chaos of the previous day. Jaiwoo responded with ease, typing back that he was simply relaxing, indulging in a bit of legendary rest, a well-earned reprieve for the mission's top contributor. Sarung's reply hinted at plans. Her class would end soon, and she suggested they go out to eat together later, a simple invitation brimming with subtle warmth. The message snagged Jaiwoo's attention immediately. His mind blinked in confusion, questioning if it had been misdirected, wondering why she had invited him. Before comprehension could settle, Luna appeared, her grin teasing, declaring that Sarung was clearly flirting with him. Startled, Jaiwoo recoiled, demanding to know how she had entered his apartment. Flustered and off balance, he stumbled, collapsing onto the bed, while Luna's dry remark cut through the tension. He should be more careful. Falling from the bed certainly must have hurt. Irritated, Jaiwoo countered, blaming her for his fall as he had before, insisting on knowing how she had managed to gain entry once again. He threatened consequences, suggesting she could be reported for trespassing. Luna, however, waved him off with casual nonchalance, explaining she had merely come to return the shirt she had borrowed. Jaiwoo blinked, confused. When had he ever lent her a shirt? Then the memory struck, the night in question, and realization painted his cheeks crimson. The shirt she wore was unmistakably his. Embarrassment flushed deep as Luna confirmed she had taken it from his closet. Shifting topics seamlessly, she asked if he was planning to go eat, wanting to accompany him. Jaiwoo, caught entirely off guard, could only sit in stunned silence, feeling as if his world had just imploded around him. At the restaurant, the atmosphere was taut with tension. Sarung's expression was fierce, almost demonic, radiating uncontained anger, her eyes cutting like blades. She seethed quietly, barely suppressing her wrath, while Luna ate with oblivious cheer, animated and lively, completely unaware of the storm brewing beside her. Jaiwoo sat in the middle, sweat beading on his brow, every nerve on edge. Finally, Sarung snapped, calling Jaiwoo's name sharply. Her eyes locked onto him, piercing, demanding to know the identity of the woman sitting beside him. She reminded him, fiercely, that this outing had been meant to be just theirs, a moment intended for the two of them alone. Her gaze, unwavering and fiery, held him captive. Jaiwoo froze, caught in a vortex of rivalry, attraction, and raw emotion, realizing that the delicate balance of friendship, flirtation, and simmering tension had collided all at once, leaving him utterly exposed in their charged presence. Jaiwoo took a deep breath, trying to explain with a calm, friendly tone that felt natural despite the tension. Since we've spent so much time together in the game, he said, it only makes sense that sharing a meal in the real world would feel just as comfortable and enjoyable for all of us. His words were casual, yet laced with the subtle warmth of familiarity. Still, he found himself silently questioning why he felt compelled to justify something he hadn't done wrong. With a nonchalant shrug, he told Sarung not to worry over the little cockroach they'd encountered along the way. Luna, sitting nearby, shot him a sharp, icy look that could cut through steel, her eyes narrowing as she asked how he could say such a thing, especially given that mere moments ago, the two of them had been lying side by side in bed. The declaration sent Jaiwoo's mind spinning into chaos, his thoughts tangling in panic. Sarung's gaze snapped toward Luna, demanding an explanation for the cryptic remark. In that instant, Jaiwoo felt as though his entire carefully structured life had collided violently with utter unpredictability, leaving him unmoored and helpless. Luna exhaled with a sigh of genuine perplexity, her brow furrowed as she admitted that she couldn't make sense of the situation at all. After all, the two weren't even dating, yet Sarung's intensity left him feeling interrogated and cornered. Sarung, undeterred, defended herself passionately, insisting that within the bonds of their in-game guild, it was completely natural to watch out for one another. Her voice softened slightly, tinged with playful accusation, as she turned to Luna, asking about her connection with the brief sky, teasingly labeling her a bit of a stalker in the process. Luna, composed yet teasing, smiled lightly. She explained that she and the other player shared a very special bond, not just in reality, but within the immersive world of Chrono Life itself. Jaiwoo's eyes widened in shock, recalling the kiss in the game. He immediately tried to argue, insisting that it didn't count, that it had happened only in Chrono Life, a digital illusion, not real life. Luna countered smoothly, her voice confident and teasing, pointing out that every sensation in the game mirrored reality perfectly, suggesting they could even use the opportunity to compare sensations firsthand. Heat surged across Jaiwoo's face, crimson spreading like wildfire. Sarung, meanwhile, erupted in frustration, her voice sharp as she shouted at them both to stop acting inappropriately in public, demanding they cease discussing matters only they could understand. Sarung pressed further, her voice a mixture of disbelief and outrage, questioning the meaning behind Luna's suggestive comment about comparing sensations in reality. And then, in an instant, it clicked. Her expression shifted dramatically, shock and realization painting her features. Her eyes widened, and with a commanding tone that brooked no argument, she ordered both of them to stop discussing each other entirely, her voice echoing with urgency and indignation. Luna scoffed lightly, amusement dancing in her eyes. She asked if Sarung had only just realized the truth, remarking that she had always assumed Sarung was naive, but clearly, she had underestimated her perceptiveness. Infuriated beyond measure, Sarung slammed her hand onto the table, the sound loud and final. She declared she was leaving and stormed out of the restaurant, her fury leaving a palpable tension hanging in the air like smoke. The door swung shut behind her with a definitive thud. Luna remained seated, calm and composed, observing Sarung's departure with a hint of bemusement, while Jaiwoo exhaled wearily, suggesting that they finish their meal and head out as well. Later, stepping outside into the evening air, Luna admitted she was full and thanked Jaiwoo sincerely for the meal. She praised the restaurant, its atmosphere, and the careful attention to detail that had made the experience enjoyable. With a soft smile, she promised that next time, she would take him somewhere he would truly love. Jaiwoo, flustered and eager to move on, merely told her to hurry up and leave. Luna glanced at him, a gentle, reminiscent smile tugging at her lips. She remarked that the moment reminded her of the first time they had faced each other in-game, when the sun had been dipping low, casting long shadows as the day gave way to night. Jaiwoo, slightly puzzled, asked why she was dwelling on the past instead of heading home. Luna shifted smoothly, turning the conversation toward the choice he had made as the mission's greatest contributor the day before. She wanted to understand why he had selected that path. Jaiwoo recalled the events and explained that it was the same question Yopi had once asked, and he had already given that answer. Luna, however, shook her head gently, suggesting she doubted that it had been the only reason. Perhaps, she mused, the real motivation had been Captain Amor herself, Han Sarung. Jaiwoo scratched his head, genuinely baffled, claiming he had no idea what she was implying. He waved a polite goodbye, insisting he was already on his way out. Shortly afterward, the user verification for Chrono Life completed, and Jaiwoo found himself back in the sunlit, familiar world of reality. Returning, he immediately noticed that the city around him was in ruins, buildings shattered, streets scarred. Urus appeared at his side, greeting his Hyungnim warmly, eager to hear how his day had unfolded since he had been offline. However, Urus's twin dragon eyes darted around the narrow alley of the starting village, confusion evident as he asked why they were standing there, in such a confined, unfamiliar space. Jaiwoo shrugged, admitting he didn't know either, his gaze sweeping across the eerily empty streets, left desolate perhaps because the demonic world had vanished entirely. For Jaiwoo, the emptiness was a rare blessing, a chance to breathe, to explore, and to finally let down his guard, even if only for a moment. Urus questioned why he would rest in the game instead of in the real world. Jaiwoo shot back sharply, explaining that reality itself had become a nightmare after the chaos caused by those two intense fights. His moment of brief peace was shattered when a simple stick, the basic weapon given to beginners, clattered at his feet. Startled, Jaiwoo looked up, recognition flashing in his eyes. It was the young man who had handed him his very first weapon in the game, the one small act that had set him on a path to greatness. It was the noob from the beginning, the boy whose seemingly trivial gesture had once altered Jaiwoo's destiny entirely. Meanwhile, at Chrono Life Corporation, Deokbi lit a cigar, his eyes fixed on the security monitors as he meticulously analyzed every movement, every subtle reaction. He observed Jaiwoo's reunion with the young man carefully. When an underling asked what they should do, Deokbi ordered them to continue monitoring quietly, disbelief lingering in his gaze as he murmured about Jaiwoo being a god's toy, marveling at the timing of the encounter. Seeing the boy's surprise, Jaiwoo prompted him, asking if he remembered him. He recounted the incident where he had destroyed all the noob's equipment while trying to reinforce it, and how the boy had appeared, offering the stick that changed Jaiwoo's fate entirely. The young man's memory clicked into place, eyes widening with recognition. Jaiwoo's excitement surged as he pointed toward the golden statue in the village, claiming it proudly as his own. Urus interjected curiously, asking who the bald man was, leaving the noob utterly flabbergasted. The boy flailed, demanding to know what the strange creature was, while Jaiwoo realized, with a mixture of awe and amusement, that the noob could see Urus as well. Urus explained that ever since he had manifested, everyone present could perceive him, a truth that stunned and intrigued all at once. Jaiwoo formally introduced Urus, the twin dragon who had originally served as a formidable game boss. Urus bristled, his presence imposing, questioning how a mere human dared to address him directly. Jaiwoo, calm and confident, told him simply to stay still. Exhaling, Jaiwoo smiled warmly at the noob, gripping the stick in his hands, a symbol of the journey, of trials overcome, and of a life forever changed. He thanked the boy sincerely, explaining that his life had been irrevocably transformed by that single, thoughtful gift. He even offered the noob the chance to hold the stick, warning that it had endured countless trials and might surprise him with its latent power. Then, Jaiwo began recounting the entire journey, from the first fateful incident in the game to the transformation of that humble stick into a legendary weapon. Each story filled with emotion, struggle, and triumph. It was rare and intimate storytelling. Jaiwo had never shared these moments with anyone before, but here, in the quiet aftermath, he felt safe revealing everything, even the deepest recesses of his thoughts and feelings. He concluded with the tale of defeating Yopi, gaining the right to choose between joining the 7 deadly sins or remaining human, and then asked the noob what path he thought Jaiwo had taken. The noob practically vibrated with excitement, hanging on every word. Jaiwo let out a quiet sigh, finally revealing that he had chosen to remain human. He noticed the boy's curiosity about his decision and promised to explain it all in detail later. But first, he had a gift to present. With a graceful wave of his hand, Jaiwo summoned every transcendent weapon he owned, each materializing in a dazzling display of light and power at their feet. He offered everything to the noob, saying he could keep it all. To Jaiwo's surprise, the boy politely declined. Jaiwo asked why he wouldn't accept such priceless items, but the noob simply scribbled a message on a piece of paper and handed it over. Jaiwo read it, eyes widening in sheer astonishment. Later, following the address on the paper, Jaiwo arrived at a hospital, anticipation and curiosity mingling in his chest. Inside, a presence awaited him. Unexpected, heavy with silent emotion, a moment that made time itself seem to pause. He pushed open the door and saw a figure lying in the bed, a breathing mask covering their face. The room was still, the atmosphere thick with unspoken feeling, leaving Jaiwo standing there, heart pounding, absorbing the gravity of the encounter. The noob, the young companion with whom Jaiwo had shared every twist and turn of his journey, was revealed to be startlingly young. A fragile girl, her presence delicate yet poignant, standing as a living testament to courage in the face of adversity. Her condition was heartbreaking, cruelly unjust. Doctors had diagnosed her with an incurable disease, a merciless sentence that allowed her only 2 short weeks to live. The weight of that knowledge pressed down on the room like a stone, heavy and unyielding. Jaiwo froze at the doorway, his body locked in stunned disbelief. His heart hammered fiercely, and his mind raced to process the sight before him, as though time itself had slowed to reveal the cruel reality of her situation. The girl turned gently toward him, her hand trembling slightly as it brushed against the side of the hospital bed, a fragile invitation, urging him forward. It was a gesture so small, yet so filled with hope and trust, that it drew him in despite the chaos of emotions swelling within him. Jaiwo approached with careful steps, his voice soft yet filled with concern. "Do you want me to sit?" he asked. "Are you really okay?" Every word carried the weight of care, the trembling balance between hope and despair. In response, she opened a small notebook, holding it delicately in front of him. Words, carefully written, formed a bridge between them, a silent conversation speaking volumes. Her message was earnest and sincere. She apologized for the surprise, acknowledging how unusual and bold it must seem. She explained that her wish to meet him in person had compelled her to give him the address, a simple but profound act of courage. She went on, noting that her frail body couldn't endure prolonged conversation, and that this was the only way she could communicate her thoughts. She apologized again, but Jaiwo quickly interrupted, shaking his head gently, reassuring her that no apology was necessary, that her courage and honesty were more than enough. The girl wrote once more, her words shimmering with earnest longing. Jaiwo's tales in Chrono Life had been thrilling beyond measure. Now, she hoped her own story could reach someone as cherished as Appa. Though perhaps less dramatic than his adventures, her desire was simple. She wanted to be remembered. She admitted, in her fragile way, that perhaps this wish was selfish, but it encapsulated the depth of her heart. Jaiwo, moved beyond words, asked why such a longing could be selfish, explaining that he had the time and genuinely loved hearing the stories of others. She responded playfully, teasing him, claiming he had skipped all the game's dialogue because it bored him. Jaiwo laughed, the tension breaking slightly, insisting that he had done it only as part of the game. The girl turned the page, beginning to share her tale. Within Chrono Life's myriad classes, she had chosen the life of a merchant. The role thrilled her, allowing her to meet countless players while trading goods across a vast and vibrant world. She confessed that in the real world, she had few friends, her shy, withdrawn nature keeping her isolated. But in Chrono Life, everything transformed. Players welcomed her warmly, smiles brightening each day, and the game became a place of joy, belonging, and connection. Meanwhile, in his office, Deokbi lit a cigarette, contemplative. He recalled her story, marveling at her pure-hearted generosity. She had given free potions to beginners, sold items at a loss with a cheerful heart, and brightened every virtual corner she touched. By logic, she was ill-suited to be a merchant. Her aim was never profit. Yet every player adored her. Even the NPCs seemed enchanted by her kindness. Deokbi reflected that though she may not have been the sharpest strategist, her light shone like a star, softly illuminating those around her with a quiet brilliance. Then one day, without warning, she stopped logging in. Players speculated endlessly, studying, taking a break, or other reasons. But each passing day intensified their longing, their curiosity swelling with every sunset. Time passed swiftly. Her companions grew stronger, leaving the starting village for grand adventures. New players came and went, and soon, no one remained who had truly known her. Then, as Deokbi recounted, she returned. Her character reappeared in the game, yet everything had changed dramatically. Her iconic pigtails were gone, replaced with simple, modest clothing that reflected humility and quiet dignity. Silently, she began donating her items to newcomers, one by one, communicating only through emoticons, never speaking a word. She even gave away the stick, a weapon that beginners could normally obtain freely, leaving her inventory entirely empty. One player, ungrateful and brash, tossed the stick to the ground, mocking her generosity and calling her a loser. The girl stared calmly at the discarded stick, then picked it up again, holding it with serene determination and a soft, unwavering smile. At that moment, a faint sound caught her attention. Cries of suffering drifting from a narrow alleyway. Curious and cautious, she approached, only to find Jaiwoo lying amidst the shattered remnants of his possessions. Yet his spirit remained intact. Despite the destruction surrounding him, Jaiwoo smiled through tears, a glimmer of hope burning brightly in his eyes even as his belongings lay in ruin. The girl lowered her gaze to the stick in her hands, a symbol of perseverance and hope, and stepped toward him with quiet resolve. She wrote that her story was ending here, short, but complete, a final chapter of everything she wished to share. What followed was Jaiwoo's story, the legend of the level 99 reinforced stick, forged through relentless trials, determination, and unwavering courage. She admitted she had tried to appear strong throughout, yet when she learned of her terminal illness, she had cried endlessly, grief spilling unrestrained from her heart. She wondered if she would ever see her friends again, fearful that time might erode their memory of her. Though sick people often yearn for the impossible, her singular desire was simple, that at least one person would remember her. Later, in Seoul, Jaiwoo bolted from the hospital without hesitation, heart racing and mind aflame, racing toward his apartment like a man possessed. He slammed the door open, frustration etched across his face, and seized his Chrono Life glasses, determined to re-enter the game and take immediate action. Inside Chrono Life, at the base of the twin-headed dragon Urus, Jaiwoo erupted into action. He slashed through the monster army relentlessly, each strike accompanied by a roar of fierce determination, the battlefield trembling under his assault. He advanced with unstoppable momentum, obliterating every obstacle in his path, leaving chaos and destruction in his wake. With each swing of his stick, massive explosions erupted, shaking the ground and scattering enemies like leaves in a storm. Urus, watching from a distance, called out to his Hyungnim, astonishment plain in his voice, as he observed Jaiwoo's unprecedented display of raw emotion and fury. The dragon's eyes widened, questioning why Jaiwoo had begun striking down the monsters with such relentless, almost vengeful, intensity. In that instant, Jaiwoo recalled their earlier conversation at the hospital, the moment he had asked if there was any hope, any surgery that could save her life. The girl had written back that her disease was exceptionally rare, with only a handful of cases worldwide. The surgical costs were astronomical, and though her parents promised everything possible, Jaiwoo had immediately interrupted, declaring that he would pay for it all. He was unwavering, insisting that it didn't matter if it cost millions, billions, or more. She would undergo the surgery no matter the price. From a distance, Urus observed anxiously, calling out to his Hyungnim, sensing the magnitude of the moment and the intensity of Jaiwoo's resolve. Jaiwoo exhaled, beads of sweat trailing down his brow, yet his mind remained fixed on the memory of their exchange. The girl, stunned by his determination, opened and closed her mouth, struggling for words. She finally pleaded, warning that false hope could only intensify her suffering. Even a successful operation wouldn't guarantee her survival, and the probability of success was merely 30%. Jaiwoo argued passionately, declaring it was still worth attempting, far better than resigning to despair and letting those final 2 precious weeks pass without trying. Tears streamed down her face as she begged him not to treat the matter lightly, trembling as she reminded him that this wasn't a game item, that real lives were at stake, not a simple upgrade or enhancement. Jaiwoo's eyes burned with determination. Even a 30% chance was reason enough to try. He refused to relent. The girl confronted him, voice fragile but piercing. What if she didn't survive? Her question struck deep, sharp and relentless. Wouldn't it be far worse to risk losing her entirely in surgery than to live out the 2 weeks she had left, however fleeting? The question hung in the air, heavy and unyielding, as the weight of life, hope, and determination pressed upon Jaiwoo, demanding an answer only he could give. The girl's voice trembled, barely above a whisper, as she confessed the fear that gnawed at her. If she didn't survive, would everyone forget her existence? Jaiwoo's expression softened, radiating both warmth and unwavering resolve. He leaned closer, reassuring her with a calm, steady voice that she needn't worry about such thoughts. His promise hung in the air. The surgery would succeed, and she would always be remembered by those who truly mattered. Yet, she continued to scribble in her notebook, her pen moving with an urgency that suggested her mind was far more tangled than he could imagine. Each stroke reflected a depth of thought he hadn't yet touched. Her words, quiet but piercing, conveyed the full weight of her illness. He couldn't fathom how disease could eat away at her life, destabilize her family, unsettle her friends, and disrupt the rhythm of every day she had once known. It wasn't just her body that ached. It was the entire world around her, trembling under the strain. To her, the world seemed to crumble fragment by fragment. Meanwhile, in Ura's home dimension, Luna sensed the mounting tension and hurried forward, her wings slicing through the air as she approached the unfolding scene. The twin-headed dragon pivoted, catching sight of the girl rushing toward Jaiwoo. Despite her frail frame, her determination radiated outward, unstoppable as she closed the distance between them. Urus remarked casually on how often she had been appearing of late. Luna replied with a wry smile, confessing she despised always showing up, as if her once mysterious aura was slowly fading with each visit. Moments later, she launched herself into Jaiwoo's arms in a sudden embrace, her voice light but firm as she explained she had come to do him a favor, her resolve unmistakable even in her soft tone. Jaiwoo remained composed, yet his eyes were sharp and calculating. He asked simply whether she had prepared what he had requested, his voice calm but carrying the weight of expectation. Her eyes sparkled with quiet confidence as she confirmed everything was perfectly in order. Jaiwoo nodded, a surge of determination igniting within him, and readied himself to depart, his focus absolute. Back at the hospital, the girl curled tightly on her bed, her knees drawn to her chest as if trying to shield herself from the fear that threatened to consume her. She replayed Jaiwoo's words in her mind, remembering how he had insisted the surgery was the right path, the only path that could save her. Her body shook with quiet sobs, each tear a testament to her terror. She felt as though everyone had already forgotten her, that she would vanish into nothingness without leaving even the faintest mark. Her fear deepened, consuming her entirely, a desperate longing to be remembered. Then, unexpectedly, Jaiwoo's hand rested gently on her shoulder, anchoring her trembling heart. She looked up, startled, her gaze darting to Appa's stick at her side, wondering how it had returned there without her noticing. Her initial surprise blossomed into astonishment as she realized her room was now filled with people. Friends, allies, and companions, all surrounding her with warmth and familiarity. Jaiwoo's smile was firm, unyielding, as he reminded her of his promise. No one would ever forget her, not for a single instant. One woman stepped forward, recalling the sweet potato the girl had given her that had enabled a class change. Another added how her group still relied on the weapons she had gifted them, and that when they returned to repay her, she had already vanished from the starting village. Together, they assured her that she had never been forgotten, not even for a moment, each word a lifeline knitting her heart back together. The girl bit her lip, fighting to hold back the flood of emotion, but tears streamed freely down her cheeks, unstoppable in their sincerity. She reached up to wipe them away, only for the tears to multiply, flowing with a raw and heartfelt intensity that mirrored the depths of her relief and joy. Jaiwoo's warm gaze met hers, his smile soft and full of unspoken affection. He told her that everyone there still loved her. Days later, fortified by their support, she summoned the courage to undergo her surgery, promising herself that she would return brilliantly. With the players Luna had painstakingly gathered rallying around her, she entrusted her life to that slim 30% chance, her bravery shining through as a beacon of hope. Beneath her sweet and delicate exterior, her strength was formidable. Despite unimaginable hardships in the real world, She always returned to chrono life with a bright smile, uplifting everyone around her. Her generosity sometimes left her at a disadvantage as a merchant, yet her spirit remained unshakable, resolute. Now, standing before Jaiwoo, she faced him fully restored, radiating the same courageous light and vibrant spirit that had defined her from the start. Jaiwoo turned toward her, his jaw dropping, overcome with emotion. Words failed him. Tears streamed as he smiled, his heart overflowing in a moment of pure, unguarded joy. This was the one person to whom he had ever completely opened his heart. That child, unwavering and true. Her character in Chrono Life was known as Starry Flower, a name that now carried weight far beyond its pixels. Meanwhile, the demonic world, a realm severed from the human dimension, had recently fallen alongside the demise of the Demon King, Yopi. Yet, all the lost data had been recovered, restoring fragments of the annihilated world back into existence. Within the restored demonic realm, tribes stirred once more, their grunts and roars echoing as they clashed violently among themselves. Fury erupted over their inability to dominate the human world, the void left by Yopi's death fueling a brutal, unforgettable war that shook the dimension to its core. Amid the chaos, a lone figure observed with deep concern, eyes narrow and calculating, tracking every movement with careful precision. Death himself watched the turmoil, noting the pure disorder of the scene, and recognizing that only one path could restore morale, the power of the Demon King's essence. The gem containing that essence, when absorbed, could grant the hidden Demon King class, a prize of untold power. He discovered the small gem rolling across the ground, likely left behind when the former Demon King perished. Fortunately, unlike the warrior's greatsword, the gem remained unsealed, yet it could not simply be handed to anyone. Death pondered how long he might have to wait for a worthy candidate, even considering seeking one himself. Then, his mind settled on Jaiwoo, the human with latent demonic potential, and a wide smile spread across his face. This was the perfect candidate. Meanwhile, in Chrono Life's common dimension, Jaiwoo gripped his staff tightly. With barely a fraction of his power, he swung upward, effortlessly striking down a level 4 rabbit bear, which collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Humming a lively tune, Jaiwoo tossed the rabbit bear's teeth into his bag. Consuming them would restore his energy and bolster his stamina. Soon after, he announced it was time to move on. Horus, slightly puzzled, asked why they were leaving so swiftly. Jaiwoo explained they had gathered sufficient resources, no need to linger. Moreover, he suspected the forest held no more rabbit bears, planning to return only after the creatures had regenerated. Back at the starting village, Jaiwoo searched near the entrance for their designated meeting spot, his eyes scanning the bustling area. Townsfolk whispered and pointed as they noticed him. Their first time seeing him in person, surprise and curiosity etched on their faces. Finally, he spotted his target and waved energetically to signal his arrival. In response, Biol's face brightened with a warm smile, and she called out affectionately, "Stick Uncle." Jaiwoo confirmed that the person before him was indeed Biol, also known as Starry Flower, her strength and resolve unmistakable. She had faced a rare, life-threatening illness with only days to live, yet she confronted it bravely and emerged victorious. Now fully recovered, she returned to Chrono Life with her spirit unbroken and her radiant smile lighting the hearts of everyone around her. Jaiwoo carefully slid the ingredients across the table, his fingers steady as he watched Biol's reaction. She accepted them with a gentle nod, a faint, almost shy smile tugging at the corners of her lips as she murmured her thanks, the warmth of her gratitude radiating quietly in the room. With deft, practiced motions, Biol began combining the components, her hands moving swiftly yet elegantly. Within moments, several sparkling vials shimmered into existence. Jaiwoo's eyes widened in awe, and a grin spread across his face. "That's a lot," he remarked, chuckling. "If you sold them all, you'd be making quite a fortune." Biol shook her head gently, her expression softening. "I didn't make them to sell," she explained, a quiet sincerity in her voice. Jaiwoo's eyebrows lifted in surprise, clearly taken aback by her selflessness, unaccustomed to such generosity. Curiosity piqued, Jaiwoo asked why she had gone to the effort, and Biol simply walked over to the NPC carpenters nearby. She offered each a vial, her actions understated yet filled with purpose. There was no ceremony, no fanfare. Only a simple, heartfelt generosity that spoke volumes. The carpenters' faces lit up with gratitude as they accepted the potions, their tired eyes brightening. "Thank you for this," they said, their voices filled with genuine relief and appreciation. Biol smiled warmly, watching them with quiet satisfaction. "You have to admire their dedication, rebuilding the village so tirelessly," she said softly. Jaiwoo, standing just a few steps away, exhaled a quiet sigh, touched by the scene of shared effort and simple, unassuming kindness. A spark of excitement entered Jaiwoo's voice as he added that soon they would head out again, hunting down a few more rabbit bears. The promise of adventure shimmered in his tone, reflecting the eagerness to continue their journey together. Later, in a quiet corner of the real world, Sarung curled tightly on her bed, hugging her knees. Shadows of doubt and unease clouded her eyes, her gaze fixed on the floor as if seeking answers in the grain of the wood beneath her. Her heavy gaze mirrored the weight pressing on her chest. Luna's earlier words echoed in her mind, leaving a suffocating tension that made even the simplest breaths feel arduous, a constant reminder of unresolved worry. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, thoughts drifting repeatedly to Quinquina's name. Each recollection stirred a deep ache in her chest, a bittersweet pang she couldn't shake no matter how she tried. Her Uni noticed the shift, brow furrowed in concern. "That guy, he's a scoundrel, isn't he?" she said, tilting her head thoughtfully. "Why are you down again? Did he reject you?" Her voice, though soft, carried a probing edge, as if she were determined to uncover the truth. Sarung shook her head quickly, denying it, but her Uni's eyes didn't waver. "Something clearly happened," she insisted, voice firm yet gentle, probing just enough to demand honesty without causing pain. After a brief pause to steady herself, Sarung lifted her head and spoke directly to her Uni by name. "Ani, I want to talk about a friend of mine," she began, her voice carrying a mixture of hesitation and urgency. She recounted how this friend had confessed feelings for a seemingly ordinary guy, one who, at first glance, appeared no different from any other player, blending into the background, unremarkable at first sight. Sarung continued, detailing how the shared moments, small annoyances, and everyday interactions had slowly nurtured affection. Her friend had found herself waiting, quietly growing fond of him without even fully realizing the shift in her own heart. Even without understanding why, the waiting continued, subtle yet persistent, her emotions simmering beneath the surface, forming a quiet, unacknowledged bond. Through acts of help, tears one moment and laughter the next, her friend realized something startling. This person occupied her thoughts constantly, filling every corner of her mind with his presence. Now, she craved understanding, longing to bridge the distance between curiosity and affection, seeking a deeper connection than mere acquaintance could offer. Sarung concluded that her friend didn't truly like him yet. Not in the expected way, but the desire to be closer, to see more of him, was undeniable. "She just wants to see him more, much more often," Sarung admitted with a nervous laugh, which came out strained and uneasy, making Ani shift uneasily, sensing the weight behind the words. Ani, blunt and unwavering, told her to stop hiding behind partial truths and confront the reality. She needed to decide what kind of relationship she truly wanted with him. Pushing further, Ani asked if Sarung thought she was oblivious, reminding her that the guy in question was indeed Quinquina from her friend's circle, a fact impossible to overlook. Sarung lowered her gaze, voice soft, confessing, "Yes, that's him." Ani exhaled, the weight of reality settling between them, gently yet firmly affirming what Sarung already feared. "When an idol starts dating," Ani said, "most fans simply abandon her." Her tone was matter of fact, not cruel, but a sober reminder of the harsh reality of her world. Her Uni continued, explaining the fragile bond between idol and fan, warning that even an innocent romance could risk everything Sarung had worked so hard to achieve in an instant. Sarung lowered her eyes, lost in thought, the weight of the industry's harsh truths pressing down on her, each moment of reflection a quiet torment. Ani softened her voice, reassuring her that her choices were hers alone, that no one else could dictate the path of her life, affirming her autonomy with quiet strength. She promised unwavering support, a steadfast presence regardless of the decisions Sarung made. Tears welled in Sarung's eyes as she hugged her sister tightly, finding comfort in that unspoken vow. To lighten the moment, Ani teased gently, joking that if Sarung ever found herself in financial trouble, she could manage another celebrity. "Better start saving your severance pay," she quipped. Sarung laughed through her tears, the sound fragile but genuine. The conversation shifted back to seriousness as Ani pressed Sarung to finally confront her feelings for Quinquina. Sarung looked down, admitting quietly, I still don't know," her uncertainty heavy in the air. But then, fleeting memories surfaced. Luna embracing Jaiwoo, and the brief moment Sarung had imitated herself. A spark of determination lit in her chest, mixing annoyance with resolve. Biting her lip, she declared firmly, "I want Quinquina to be mine." Her voice steady, the first clear assertion of her intent. Ani cheered, proud of her singer's boldness, yet immediately cautioned her. Jaiwoo was an adult, Crossing certain lines could have serious consequences. The excitement tempered with reality. Sarang paused, plotting carefully. Her strategy was clear. She would make him notice her, make him fall, and then wait 3 days for them to begin dating, the plan meticulous and deliberate. With the plan set, she turned to Ani, admitting her inexperience with men and asking for guidance. Ani nodded, promising support whenever Sarang needed counsel. Relieved, Sarang flopped back onto her bed, determined to log in and meet Quiquinia, instructing Ani to send advice through the game's messaging system. Ani let out a delighted sigh. "All right, let's begin," she said, picking up her phone and opening a search engine, anticipation and excitement flickering in her eyes. Sarang's search history suggested their YouTube channel, but she typed a new query with determination. How to flirt with a guy. Ironically, Ani herself, a 27-year-old manager well known in the industry, had never dated, making the lesson all the more amusing. Meanwhile, in Chrono Life, the demon Death drifted among the trees, muttering in frustration about the difficulty of locating his target. Entering the human world unprepared made it feel like searching for a needle in a haystack. He couldn't ask the demon tribe for help, leaving him to navigate alone. Suddenly, a violent tremor shuddered through the ground beneath him, capturing his full attention. Death's eyes widened at the destruction spreading across the terrain. A flicker of excitement sparked within him. Finally, he had found what he sought. As the smoke cleared, Jaiwoo stood tall amidst a field of fallen rabbit bears, his calm but focused expression surveying the aftermath. He commented casually on the generous drop rate, noting how efficient farming had been, and declared they would hunt 30 more before ending their day's efforts. Suddenly, a rabbit bear roared in fury beside him, charging forward, but Sarang was already in motion, unwilling to wait. With a burst of blinding speed, she propelled herself at the creature, her form a streak of decisive motion that left little time for reaction. The bear swung a massive paw, but Sarang twisted gracefully midair, spinning with precise control before delivering a devastating kick directly to its face. The beast collapsed instantly, unconscious, striking the ground with a heavy, echoing thud. Sarang landed elegantly beside it, every movement fluid, as if she had danced through the entire encounter, a perfect synthesis of grace and lethal efficiency. Her landing punctuated the display of skill, a flawless balance of power and elegance, leaving a lingering impression of control and mastery in every motion. At that moment, the room seemed to hold its breath, the precision and poise of Sarang's movements embodying both strength and refined technique, commanding attention without a word. Every gesture, from the sweep of her kick to the gentle adjustment of her posture, radiated confidence and capability, leaving a silent testament to her years of practice and unshakable resolve. Jaiwoo froze completely, his mind blank and heart hammering against his chest. For a long, suspended moment, all he could manage was to call out her name, disbelief tangled with awe as his voice cracked slightly, echoing across the quiet forest. Sarang stepped closer, her presence undeniable. Her cheeks glowed with a deep, rose-colored flush, her silence speaking volumes, radiating a quiet confidence and warmth that made words seem unnecessary. She extended a fist, tightly clenched, toward him, offering the teeth she had collected. Jaiwoo accepted them with shaking hands, his voice wavering as he muttered his thanks. The air between them pulsed with a mix of tension, anticipation, and unspoken connection, thick enough to almost touch. Nervously scratching at his face, Jaiwoo tried to ease the tension, his voice breaking the silence as he apologized for the earlier restaurant incident. He admitted he shouldn't have brought the cockroach without warning, confessing that he hadn't realized the friction between them would make the situation so awkward. Seeking to mend the moment, he suggested they go out for dinner later, hoping that a casual meal could smooth over the lingering discomfort and rebuild the fragile rapport between them. Sarang's eyes widened at first, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. Then, a small, knowing smile curved her lips. "Well, since you insist so much," she said, a playful lilt in her voice, "I suppose I can carve a little space in my busy schedule to eat with you." She stepped closer, her voice dropping to a teasing whisper. She mentioned how the cockroach had earlier joked about them being side by side in bed, and hinted at some in-game activity she wanted to compare with reality, her expression daring and mischievous. Sarang's eyes narrowed, sharp and inquisitive, as she pressed him for clarification. Every glance and subtle gesture carried her curiosity and challenge, a silent demand for honesty from him. Jaiwoo attempted to deflect, claiming it was nothing of consequence, but Sarang was relentless. Her gaze locked onto his, steady and unwavering. "Something happened, didn't it?" she insisted, leaving no room for evasion. A surge of fear washed over him, making him sway slightly. Before he could recover, Sarang moved with astonishing speed, knocking him to the ground. "Why are you so shocked? Speak up now," she demanded, her voice sharp, barely containing the intensity of her fury. Panicked, Jaiwoo pleaded for her to focus on defeating the rabbit bears together, but she cut him off, eyes blazing. "Shut up," she snapped, her anger palpable, reverberating in every syllable. Meanwhile, Death approached silently, scanning the area with keen awareness. He had sensed his target nearby, yet the exact location remained elusive, the tension building with each passing second. Suddenly, a desperate cry for help tore through the air. Death's eyes widened as he witnessed a scene that seemed impossible, his mind struggling to reconcile what he saw with reality. Sarang had Jaiwoo firmly in her grip, her expression contorted with pure, unfiltered rage. Death froze, utterly dumbfounded, questioning whether he was seeing reality or some twisted, illusory version of it. The very same Jaiwoo who had bested Demon King Yopi was now being overpowered by a single girl. Death's disbelief mounted. Truly, the old adage rang true. There is always someone stronger. The raw intensity of the human world combined with the demonic ferocity in Sarang's face radiated a fearsome aura, enough to make even the boldest tremble. Observing that primal, terrifying fury, Death's decision solidified. Sarang was undeniably destined to inherit the Demon King's mantle. With this certainty, he stepped closer to the pair, anticipation and approval mingling in his measured approach. Confused and alarmed, Sarang demanded to know what was happening. Death ignored the question, extending his hand toward her and offering the orb. "You deserve this," he said simply, his voice calm yet weighty with inevitability. Though she didn't fully grasp his identity or the orb's significance, Sarang obeyed instinctively, reaching out and taking it into her hand. The instant her fingers touched the object, a searing green light erupted, engulfing the area in blinding brilliance. The system's voice rang clear and commanding. She had obtained the essence of the Demon King, and her class was transforming into the hidden Demon Queen class. Far away, in a desolate expanse of space, God observed with quiet satisfaction. All the components he had sought were finally in place, the puzzle of fate aligning exactly as intended. Originally, the final piece should have been Yopi, yet the recent events had altered the expected course entirely, reshaping the narrative in ways even he hadn't foreseen. With Luna having revived him successfully, all that remained was to observe the stories unfolding, watching each new twist with careful attention. However, when it came time to confront Yopi, Sarang had surprised everyone by approaching Jaiwoo with an unexpected request, to form a group with her. God sighed, noting this was the first time anyone had openly defied Luna's plans. A small but significant act of rebellion that altered the trajectory of the story. Ultimately, he realized it no longer mattered what tricks Luna had devised. The events had already shifted irrevocably. He pondered silently whether this would mark the story's final chapter. Back in the forest, an immense surge of energy rippled outward, bending the very air with its intensity. The ground trembled, leaves swirling in the shockwave as power radiated outward from a single source. Jaiwoo instinctively shielded his face, shouting, "Who turned on the lights?" only to blink in astonishment as he realized it was Sarang herself, hovering effortlessly, her entire form enveloped in a radiant, almost blinding aura. In that suspended moment, her class transformation fully materialized, a brilliant and awe-inspiring spectacle that altered the very atmosphere around her. The system announced her newfound privileges, her stats surging tenfold, filling the area with a palpable sense of overwhelming, almost tangible power. Sarang's eyes narrowed, indignation flashing through the crimson glow. "What is this? Why are you changing my class without my consent?" she demanded, a spark of anger igniting in her gaze. She insisted the change be reversed, while Jaiwoo, equally stunned, turned to Urus for clarification. Urus shrugged helplessly, admitting ignorance. The system continued, declaring she had unlocked the origin of the Demon King, and Sarang screamed in frustration, demanding it all stop. To guide her understanding, the system activated the Demon King's tutorial, signaling the commencement of a skill demonstration, a direct immersion into the power she had just inherited. Immediately, she felt the surge of power course through her veins. Her pink hair gradually shifted to pristine white, and her adventurer's attire melted away, reforming into a sleek, formidable costume that marked the complete transformation of her appearance. As the transformation settled, she gazed at herself in disbelief, running her fingers through the unfamiliar white strands, absorbing the feel of her new attire and the weight of the immense power now at her command. Jaiwoo seized the moment to comment, noting that she had been forced into this change without consent. A clear violation of personal agency, even amidst such extraordinary circumstances. Death explained that the skill allowed her to assume the Demon King's form, granting access to limitless magical power, a key to unbounded potential. He clarified that in this origin form, she could wield only unique skills, aside from the passive authority skill that remained constantly active, a restriction that focused her tremendous abilities. Intrigued, Sarung asked about these unique skills, curiosity and excitement mixing in her tone, eager to understand the full scope of her new capabilities. The tutorial reactivated instantly, as though anticipating her questions and ready to guide her through the mastery of her newfound powers. Her accessory glowed intensely, revealing 3 reddish, shimmering stones embedded within. A vivid manifestation of her awakened demon essence, now fully underway. The system confirmed synchronization had begun, reporting the process as stable with only a 1.3% noise level, signaling precise alignment with her new powers. Majestic, imposing horns sprouted from her head, and her eyes flared red, the unmistakable sign that the essence of the Demon King had been fully unlocked within her. Jaiwoo and Urus watched silently from a distance, captivated and impressed by the breathtaking spectacle unfolding before them. Raising her hand toward the sky, Sarung conjured a sphere of destructive energy, watching it expand to an absurd magnitude before launching it upward in a thunderous, awe-inspiring explosion. The system confirmed that this skill permitted limitless magical creation and projection in any direction. Even Sarung herself blinked in astonishment, stunned by the sheer scale of her own power. Suspended midair, she marveled aloud at the ability, questioning whether such overwhelming skill truly belonged to her, her awe barely restrained by disbelief. Gradually, her horns retracted, and she descended gently to the forest floor. Jaiwoo approached with a wide grin, praising her appearance and remarking on the astonishing increase in her strength. Sarung, caught between awe and panic, turned to him. "What am I supposed to do now, suddenly transformed into a demon queen?" she asked, her voice laced with both wonder and worry, searching for guidance. Her mind raced with questions. Would she be forced to fight humans or even Jaiwoo? And why had her hair and equipment changed so drastically, leaving her in this powerful, unfamiliar form? Her gaze locked onto Jaiwoo's, seeking reassurance, her questions spilling forth as she struggled to comprehend the sudden, breathtaking transformation that had swept over her. Sarung tilted her head slightly, a flicker of curiosity and uncertainty dancing in her wide eyes. "Do I look strange?" she asked softly, her voice trembling with a faint hint of anxiety, betraying her inner doubts despite her composed posture. Jaiwoo's cheeks flamed a deep crimson, but he scrambled to reassure her, forcing a calm tone that barely masked his nervousness. "No, it's not that strange," he said, though the flustered look in his eyes betrayed the tension he tried to hide. From a distance, Death observed silently, muttering under his breath in disbelief. He could hardly comprehend that Sarung had mastered both the origin and destruction magics immediately after her transformation, all while maintaining a synchronization noise level of just 1.3%, an achievement beyond any conventional understanding. Grimly, he concluded that the darkness residing within Sarung's heart far surpassed that of the famed hero Yopi, a revelation that left him both unsettled and quietly intrigued. Irritation flared in Sarung's eyes as she glared at Death, her voice slicing sharply through the tense air. "What are you?" she demanded, stepping closer with a defiant stance. "And why won't you return me to my original form?" Death's expression remained unervingly calm. "Impossible," he stated evenly. "Once a body absorbs the essence of the Demon King, it cannot be undone. Moreover, you are now classified as a unique boss monster. Should your life end, your character will be permanently deleted." Jaiwoo, unable to resist, quipped that Death looked comfortable, confessing he had always wanted to touch him once. An opinion Urus quietly endorsed, eliciting an eye roll from Sarung. Ignoring the distractions, Sarung pressed the question further. Was she trapped in this form forever? Beth, however, remained evasive, refusing to divulge any method to reverse her transformation, noting that it better served his interests for her to remain the Demon Queen. Fury bubbling over, Sarung unleashed a rapid flurry of punches towards him. Jaiwoo leaped in, exasperated. "Are you insane? You could have just asked to cancel the Demon King's origin," he shouted, trying to rein in the chaos. Struggling to redirect her focus, Jaiwoo quickly reminded her. "We still need more rabbit bear teeth. Baal must be waiting for us." The urgency of their mission was impossible to ignore. The scene shifted dramatically to Ardennes Castle, one of Chronolife's 3 principal strongholds, its towering walls a symbol of unyielding strength. For years, its massive, seemingly impregnable walls had deterred any threat, until a singular, extraordinary event began to unravel that belief. A soldier perched atop the rampart leaned forward, squinting in disbelief. "Did you see that?" he asked a nearby comrade, his finger trembling as it pointed toward an approaching, incomprehensibly fast figure. The object of their attention moved with impossible speed, then leapt skyward with a breathtaking display of agility. To their horror, a massive wolf scaled the castle walls, each sinewy muscle rippling as it climbed with terrifying precision, a predator beyond imagination. One guard froze, paralyzed by fear, eyes wide as the beast leapt onto the rampart, its jaws and claws gleaming, salivating hungrily at the sight of the humans below. The men craned their necks upward, terror etched deeply into their faces. One of them screamed for his mother, his voice raw and panicked. "A monster! It's upon us!" In a heartbeat, the creature struck, effortlessly slaying 2 soldiers. A surviving guard stammered, his voice trembling. "It's a werewolf?" But the wolf only laughed, a chillingly human sound that mocked his feeble observation. "That's what you call this body? Are your eyes merely for show?" Before the guard could process the speaking wolf, more creatures landed upon the ramparts, each larger and more imposing than the last. The lead wolf's tone was sharp and commanding, a voice that froze the blood. "We are not monsters. We are human beasts." With a swift, merciless swipe of its claws, the wolf sent the guard crashing lifelessly to the ground. Other soldiers rushed to defend the ramparts, but the attackers had already encircled them. The castle was trapped within a deadly embrace of a fully mobilized, merciless army. Watching the devastation from afar, Hawkeye could hardly believe his eyes. I can't believe this," he muttered, stunned at the audacity of the assault. It was incomprehensible that anyone, or anything, had breached the fortress's once impenetrable walls. "Human beasts or whatever you are, it doesn't matter," Hawkeye declared, bracing himself. "We'll eliminate you." The remaining guards steeled themselves, readying for combat. Broadcasting live, he told his viewers, "This is insane. If you enjoy this, hit subscribe, it's about to get wild." He tried to discern the identity of these creatures. Monsters don't usually speak, unless they were boss monsters or human hybrids, but before he could reason further, horror overtook him. His entire army was annihilated in an instant. As the smoke cleared, it was evident that a small contingent of human beasts had wrought total destruction. Pale and terrified, Hawkeye bolted without hesitation. Even his viewers, usually thrill-seekers, implored him through messages to flee at all costs. Instinctively, he obeyed, his flight swifter and more desperate than anyone had ever seen, his mind reeling from the unprecedented devastation in Chrono life. But one of the human beasts approached silently from behind, relentless in its pursuit despite Hawkeye's legendary elven agility. No matter how fast he ran, he could not evade the predator. The creature's jaws clamped down, and he felt his frantic escape slow to a halt. In the blink of an eye, Ardennes Castle had fallen completely. The lead wolf let out a triumphant roar, its sound reverberating across the shattered ramparts. The once proud fortress and its formidable army had been utterly defeated by just 3 enigmatic beings, who revealed themselves simply as human beasts. Elsewhere, in another realm, Death's voice rang out with chilling finality. "It is time," he declared, cold and unwavering. He ordered Queen Sarung to summon her entire army to annihilate the human world, but her response was swift, resolute, and defiant. She refused. Death pressed further, painting vivid images of continents drowned in blood and corpses piled into mountains. But Sarung sharply cut him off. "Stop talking about that," she snapped, her voice slicing through his dark rhetoric. The ghost questioned her resistance, claiming it was the law of the jungle, but Sarung's answer was simple and self-aware. She was too weak. Death's brow furrowed in confusion, and she clarified that her level was still insufficient. When Death asked for her current level, she revealed it had surged dramatically during the mission against Yopi, now standing at level 92. She had begun at level 25, but her triumph over the demon army had propelled her to this formidable height. Death's eyes widened at the low starting point. Then, asking about Jaiwa's level, he received a calm response. "It's the maximum." The ghost's confusion deepened. He recalled Jaiwu had been defeated by Sarung previously, and that he consistently addressed her with respect as Captain Amor. As Jaiwu began explaining the circumstances, Death's expression turned grim, realizing the situation was rapidly spiraling beyond his control. Suddenly, reality itself began to fracture around them, shards of the world splintering like cracked glass. Screams erupted as the sky appeared to split open, an ominous rift glowing menacingly above. Jaiwu's mind raced. He had seen this phenomenon before. Then, from the tear in the heavens, a gigantic claw emerged, and within its monstrous grasp floated Luna, serene and untouchable. Overwhelmed, the group's terror mingled with disbelief, prompting them to mutter insults, calling her a cockroach despite the danger. Luna's icy gaze swept across the group, finally settling on Sarung and her newly transformed form, a cold assessment passing through her eyes. A subtle smile curved her lips as she noted that Sarung had grown in a more delicious manner since their last encounter. She began advancing, each step deliberate, calculated, and menacing. Luna considered whether to strike first, while Sarung's eyes blazed with raw, unrestrained fury, preparing to meet her head-on. The tension thickened, crackling between them like static electricity, the air heavy with the anticipation of unimaginable power about to be unleashed. The air between Sarung and Luna was thick, almost vibrating with the sheer intensity of their standoff. Their eyes locked, unwavering, each holding the other in a silent, electric battle of wills. Luna slowly raised her staff, deliberate and heavy with intent, the atmosphere around her coiling with an ominous weight. Sensing the imminent threat, Jaiwu surged forward, his voice cutting sharply through the tension. "Stop!" he yelled, positioning himself firmly between the two, determination etched across his features. Jaiwu's eyes widened, a wave of alarm surging through him as he caught sight of the staff's tip, slick with fresh blood. "Are you really planning to end Captain Amour's life?" he demanded, his tone trembling with shock and disbelief. Luna's gaze remained icy, unflinching as it met his. With calm precision, she stated, "Yes, that was my intention." But then, a fleeting glimmer of reconsideration brushed her features. Her lips curled into a sarcastic laugh, soft but cutting. "Although, thinking it over now, it would be such a shame," she murmured, "to almost do something utterly meaningless, even in a moment like this." Sarung's glare sharpened, a storm of fury igniting deep within her chest. Her mind raced, the realization hitting her like a hammer. Her very existence had nearly been erased in an instant. Luna's voice rang out, directed straight at Sarung with a smooth, almost seductive cadence. "In this world, your name must be Love," she declared. "Congratulations on embracing your destiny as the Demon Queen. You've blossomed beautifully, more than anyone could have imagined." Sarung's eyes widened, disbelief mixing with shock as Luna continued, her words sweet yet icy. "You're so beautiful. It almost tempts me to take your life myself." Jaiwu stepped closer, confusion painting his face. "What are you talking about? You helped before the surgery without a word. Are you good or bad?" His voice trembled with uncertainty. Luna paused, a playful lilt threading through her tone. "The way you speak. It's charming. Seems you prefer a good woman." She teased further, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "If you wish, I could pretend to be kind and sweet. Just for you." Jaiwu shook his head firmly. "Do as you like. If there's nothing more pressing, just leave." Luna tilted her chin, thoughtful. "Are you aware that Chrono Life is nearing its final phase? The game is reaching its climax." Jaiwu scoffed, disbelief flickering in his eyes. "Online games don't truly end. Publishers can endlessly update, creating new tales." Luna smirked, her confidence unwavering. "Perhaps, but soon the truth will unfold. Chrono Life is evolving rapidly. Chorus of pride has captured attention, and the fallen head has transformed into gluttony." In a flash, Riot of Sloth appeared, followed by the resurrection of Yopi of Wrath. The sheer scale of these events could fill decades of tales. Ordinary players didn't just survive Yopi's army. They overcame extreme trials, completing this deadly mission with astonishing speed. Soon, a new demon queen emerged, her essence merging with the fallen demon king Yopi, a rebirth of immense power. Then Luna aimed her staff at Sarung, its tip shimmering with an eerie blue light. Sarung blinked, taken aback, while Jaiwu's voice erupted in panic. "Luna, don't do it. Stop." A faint smile curved Luna's lips. "Relax, I have no intention of killing her. Not yet," she said, her voice soft as she whispered an intricate spell, weaving a teleportation incantation. Jaiwu's eyes widened as recognition struck him. "Sarung!" he shouted. But before he could reach her, she vanished, leaving nothing but a whisper of air in her place. Staggering, stunned, and utterly bewildered, Jaiwu reached toward where she had been, his hand brushing only empty space. "What are you doing? Where did you take her?" he demanded, panic rising in his voice. Luna's face remained serene, unreadable. I've sent her to the final chapter of the game, she replied, her tone calm, almost detached. Elsewhere, the lingering smoke of battle began to thin. Sarung coughed violently, crouching low as she adjusted to the alien surroundings, her senses strained in the unfamiliar space. Frustration laced her voice as she glared around. What is Luna thinking? What kind of place is this? Her gaze swept over the scattered, defeated soldiers strewn across the ground. Her eyes widened in realization as she took in the vast arena. Arden Castle in the back plain. Jaiwoo's distant voice echoed in her mind, questioning Luna's choice to send her here. Luna's voice cut sharply through, explaining that this was the first practice of the final chapter, a confrontation set against the ancient race of the northern continent. Suddenly, colossal beast men emerged, their towering forms casting long, sinister shadows over Sarung. She froze, horror rooting her in place. From a distance, Jaiwoo exhaled a relieved sigh. I thought it would be worse. All that worry for nothing, he muttered, a small, tentative smile tugging at his lips. He reasoned aloud. They're just beast men. Animals, really? And with Captain Amor as the Demon Queen, there's no chance of defeat. Luna gave a nod of agreement, acknowledging the logic in his words. Sarung leapt skyward within Arden Castle, her form slicing through the air as she unleashed her dragon's false skill upon a wolf. The ground beneath it shattered violently, a spray of blood erupting as the force of her power lifted her spirits. For the first time, she felt a weightless surge of unshakable confidence coursing through her. But to her astonishment, the wolf rose again, muttering in irritation, ready to continue the fight. Her eyes widened further, disbelief etched across her face. How was it still standing after such devastation? And it had just spoken? The wolf growled, a chilling, guttural sound, teeth glinting sharply. I will devour you. Jaiwoo, observing nearby, caught Luna's explanation. These creatures were far from ordinary beasts. She elaborated that when a player changes class, all their attributes are multiplied tenfold, a surge of power few could imagine. But ancient beast men already possess tenfold strength over humans. Luna added, her words sinking in. Jaiwoo's jaw dropped. Impossible. Are they truly on par with the Demon Queen? Luna confirmed. These are no ordinary beasts. They are ancient beastmen. According to the original narrative, they shouldn't even appear for another 10 years. The challenge before the newly reborn Demon Queen intensified, the weight of the fight pressing down from all sides. The wolf declared its skill with a thunderous roar. Beast claws. In an instant, a devastating arc of energy tore through the arena. Sarung barely had time to react, stunned by the raw destructive force slicing through everything before her. Even as she dodged, the shockwave shattered the mountains behind her, a violent testament to the skill's power. Turning back, Sarung realized with a shiver that a single hit would have torn her body to pieces instantly. Without warning, the wolf reappeared, its voice laced with mockery. Where are you looking? It immediately activated Wild Hunt. Multiple slashes streaked through the air, converging on Sarung and erupting into a cataclysmic explosion that shook Arden Castle to its foundations. Jaiwoo, observing from afar, muttered in disbelief, noting the chaotic imbalance reminiscent of Yopi's demon invasion. Luna, overhearing him, raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. I didn't expect you to say that, she murmured. Anything is possible. Jaiwoo, irritated, snapped, shut up. Ignoring his protest, Luna continued, her voice unwavering. I'm serious. Everything, the chaos with Riot, Yopi, the demon onslaught, the beastmen, the game's climax. It all points to you. Jaiwoo objected sharply. I'm innocent. Luna cut him off, voice firm. Stop pretending to be clueless. You're a singular presence in this world. She added that some speculated his reinforced plus 99 stick was the real catalyst, though she stressed that true power always depended on the wielder. Unfazed by theories, Jaiwoo replied with unshakable resolve. I don't care. No matter what, I will save Captain Amor. He demanded that Luna transport him to Arden Castle, but she refused, her expression inscrutable. A wave of frustration washed over him as he weighed his dwindling options, the path forward dark and uncertain. He considered disabling the rebound control to attempt flight, but the distance made it impossible to reach in time. Running there on foot was out of the question, leaving him with scarcely any viable alternatives. Luna's voice echoed in his mind, calm and certain. Give up. Don't worry. Sarung is the Demon Queen. She will never fall, and even if she did, nothing you could do would change it. In that instant, Jaiwoo lifted his gaze skyward, a determined smile forming across his face. He braced himself, stealing his heart and mind for the impossible challenge that lay ahead. Jaiwoo crouched low, his body coiled like a spring against the ground, catching Luna entirely off guard. Her eyes flickered with confusion, head tilted as she tried to decipher his sudden, enigmatic stance, unsure of what astonishing move he might be preparing. "I'm starting now," Jaiwoo declared, his voice steady yet charged with raw determination. His gaze sharpened, and with a precise shift of weight, he planted his foot firmly on the earth, grounding himself like a predator about to strike. Then, in an instant, he exploded into motion, sprinting forward with every ounce of strength, his speed blurring the world around him. He darted with uncanny agility, weaving side to side in intricate, almost hypnotic patterns before spinning into tight, rapid circles that churned the air with dizzying force. Luna's jaw dropped, disbelief etched across her features. "What is he doing?" she whispered, her eyes locked on the whirlwind of motion as Jaiwoo carved a mesmerizing path across the terrain. The wind he generated screamed around her, whipping fiercely against her face, forcing her to shield herself as the invisible pressure pressed relentlessly. Gradually, a vortex began to form, twisting violently, its spiraling body absorbing every ounce of his kinetic energy and growing in terrifying magnitude. Luna's eyes widened in awe. From mere motion alone, he had conjured a massive tornado, a testament to sheer skill and meticulous precision. Far away, at Ardennes Castle, the smoke from the earlier explosion began to drift away, unveiling Sarung still poised, every muscle taut, her expression calm yet unwavering, fully prepared for the next confrontation. The wolf's growl rumbled deep in its chest, a grim acknowledgement of her tenacity. "You've resisted well," it snarled, teeth bared. "But this is your limit. Soon, I will devour every bone in your body." Meanwhile, on a distant plain, Jaiwoo's tornado continued to swell, asserting itself as a formidable force of nature, commanding the space around it. Luna, who had initially guessed he was preparing to take flight, finally grasped the truth after watching him run without pause for over 10 minutes. He was meticulously fulfilling the exact conditions needed to unlock a hidden speed ability, one that could alter the course of battle. At the precise moment, Jaiwoo came to a halt, a confident smile playing on his lips. With steady resolve, he activated his light-speed run skill, poised to unleash the next phase of his plan. The ability launched him with staggering velocity, so intense that he briefly pierced the atmosphere before crashing down onto the castle grounds with a thunderous impact. The wolf reeled back, stunned by the sudden, overwhelming arrival. Jaiwoo's voice rang out, defiant and commanding. "I've come to save Captain Amor." Sarung, steady amidst the chaos, offered a wry retort. "A little late, don't you think?" Undeterred, Jaiwoo pressed forward, his gaze fiery as he called out the beastmen for daring to harm his captain. The wolf, drawn by the scent of another human presence, was soon joined by its two subordinates, forming a tight, threatening circle around Jaiwoo and Sarung. A bearman, confusion clear in his eyes, muttered, "More humans? I thought the palace was already cleared." The wolf sneered, dismissing him as expendable. "Trash, your work here is done." The bearman tried to justify himself, insisting, "There's nothing to worry about. Everything is going according to plan." Before his words could finish, Jaiwoo's staff struck upward, obliterating him in a single, devastating blow. Almost instantly, an immense beam of destructive energy shot skyward. Nearby, a crocodile monster shrank back, trembling, as Jaiwoo's voice cut through the tension. "Why waste words when the end is inevitable?" he demanded. Terrified, the two remaining beastmen fled in panic, but the crocodile, rallying its courage, charged forward with teeth bared, demanding to know Jaiwoo's identity. Jaiwoo twirled his staff casually, a smirk tugging at his lips. "You'll never know," he said, only to be interrupted by Sarung's sharp call. "Wait," she urged. Cool and composed, Jaiwoo acted as though the struggling monsters were mere annoyances. "What's going on?" he asked lightly, a teasing lilt in his tone. For a fleeting moment, Sarung's eyes dropped, her thoughts drifting to Luna, who always seemed inseparably tied to Jaiwoo. Swallowing her hesitation, she requested the chance to face her previous opponent. "I want to grow stronger too," she said, voice firm, "so I can fight alongside Quaquinia." Observing the exhaustion in the two monsters, Jaiwoo agreed, leaving them to Sarung. Meanwhile, the panting lizard struggled for breath, but Jaiwoo seized its tongue and dragged it along. "Come with me," he commanded sternly, "so you don't interfere with Captain Amor." While Jaiwoo negotiated with the lizard, Sarung and the wolf sized each other up, tension crackling in the silent standoff. Sarung's fist clenched, determination blazing in her eyes. "Fight," she ordered the wolf. And we'll end this quickly. The wolfman scoffed, his gaze sharp. You've already lost, he taunted, curiosity flickering. And who is this Quaquinia? He had felt the lingering power of Jaiwo's previous strike, recognizing its danger, and considered reporting immediately. Sarung's eyes burned with defiance. Who said I've lost? This fight isn't over. The wolf growled low, teeth bared. I'll grant your wish to end your life, it muttered, secretly planning an escape should an opening arise. Before it could act, Amor struck sharply at its head, leaving the wolf reeling, dazed and disoriented. Sarung surged forward, faster than ever before. Blows exchanged with lightning speed, each strike resonating with lethal precision against her opponent. The wolf winced from searing pain, attempting a counterstrike with its beastly claws, but Sarung's skillful kick sent it flying, the fight firmly under her control. She halted midair, poised perfect, every movement deliberate, controlled, and executed flawlessly. As the wolf lunged with its wild hunt technique, Sarung crouched, eyes sharp, analyzing every twitch and motion with unerring accuracy. With an elegant leap, she evaded the strike, body light and responsive, every move flowing exactly as her mind envisioned. Shock replaced the wolf's rage, and it cursed her silently. Amor channeled her magic into a weapon, shaping it with precise intent, destructive energy humming through her hands. Her crystals glowed fiercely as she invoked the essence of the Demon Queen. Synchronization complete, her magic surged to staggering power. Go to hell, she bellowed at the wolf. She unleashed a cataclysmic strike, energy compressed into a blow of overwhelming force, tearing through the air toward its target. The wolf froze, paralyzed by sheer terror and astonishment. Its jaws gaped helplessly before being swallowed by the massive explosion. Sarung landed lightly, the essence of the Demon Queen dissipating as she exhaled deeply, relief washing over her in quiet waves. Experience surged through her, elevating her level dramatically in an instant, jumping to an astonishing level 139. Jaiwo's admiration was clear. I wanted to help, but now I see. You can truly defend yourself, he said, awe in his voice. Sarung shook her head, concern clear. That's not the point, she said. Her attention focused on the fact that her level had multiplied 40-fold in a single moment. Jaiwo explained it wasn't a glitch. Their opponents were ancient beast men, beings destined to appear a decade from now. Sarung suggested extracting details from the surviving monster and inquired about the lizard, only to learn it was eating. Annoyed, she scolded him, arguing over reviving the creature, their bickering echoing lightly amid the aftermath. Meanwhile, deep within the Arden Palace forest, Hawkeye leaned heavily against a tree, bloodied, battered, and utterly drained, energy nearly spent. A griffin approached, wings slicing the air with disdain. Those from the south are foolish, it sneered. You cannot escape me. As regent of this palace, even in death, you will rise again immediately. Hawkeye's brow furrowed. Why chase me so relentlessly? He demanded. I could seize the palace myself. The griffin's eyes glinted with cold calculation. The palace was never the target, it replied. The objective was to find you right here at this precise location. Hawkeye shrugged, attempting defiance despite exhaustion. I'm not a furry, he muttered, lips twitching in grim amusement. As he drew nearer, the enormous creature's sister loomed into view, eyes narrowing with curiosity and suspicion. Her voice rang out with a mixture of awe and incredulity, demanding to know whether Hawkeye possessed the ability to broadcast his thoughts or messages telepathically, reaching countless beings across vast distances in a single moment. Hawkeye shook his head, a small smirk tugging at his lips as he admitted he hadn't mastered any such mystical skill. Only after a heartbeat did realization dawn. This griffin wasn't speaking of arcane powers at all, but of his YouTube livestream, the digital platform through which he reached thousands of viewers with ease. The griffin's plan became clear. It intended to hijack Hawkeye's channel to broadcast an urgent warning to every race scattered across the southern continent. Preparations began instantly, the live stream flickering back online within moments, ready to convey its dire message. Gamers and curious onlookers alike gawked as the stream, previously cut off abruptly during chaos, suddenly restarted under Hawkeye's firm control. The familiar interface buzzed back to life, screens lighting up with renewed energy and anticipation. Hawkeye had always prided himself on producing top-tier content, ensuring that relevance and engagement were paramount. This moment was no exception. Every decision he made was deliberate, every action calculated to maintain influence over the unfolding events. Yet, watching the Arden Palace crumble under the assault of monstrous invaders had shaken him to the core, challenging his confidence and leaving him unwilling to accept the previous failure. When he had fallen to the wolf's deadly attack, the livestream had been hastily terminated, a protective measure to prevent chaos from spilling into the wider world before he could regain control. Now, anger simmering beneath the surface, he pressed his own lips firmly closed, signaling to the Griffin that it was free to begin speaking to the global audience. The Griffin obliged without hesitation, appearing on the screen with startling clarity, its presence commanding immediate attention and leaving viewers momentarily speechless. Introducing itself as a member of the ancient humanoid race from the distant northern lands, it announced its urgent mission, to deliver a warning to every race inhabiting the southern continent, a declaration heavy with gravity and foreboding. Curiosity ignited in the chat as viewers bombarded the feed with questions about these ancient beings. The Griffin calmly addressed each, explaining that it had witnessed the southern continent successfully fend off the Demon King's armies, a feat both miraculous and hard-earned. It acknowledged the near-catastrophic peril the continent had faced, praising the resilience and unwavering efforts of the southern races in securing a victory that had been anything but guaranteed. Then, its tone darkened. The Griffin reminded all viewers that demons were ancient adversaries, a perpetual threat across generations, and the urgency of its message grew ever more ominous. It declared, with chilling finality, that exactly 30 days from this moment, forces from the northern continent, long dormant and ancient, would launch a full-scale invasion. Failure to submit or offer allegiance would result in catastrophic defeat. This pronouncement marked the onset of the main chrono-life quest, the looming invasion of the ancients. A system notification immediately reinforced the danger, warning players that this challenge would dwarf the previous demonic incursion in both scale and difficulty, emphasizing that only extraordinary effort could secure victory. A chubby player, observing with wry amusement, commented on the developer's audacity, questioning the rationale behind such overwhelming and unprecedented challenges. Hawkeye's viewership numbers skyrocketed in response to the broadcast, the topic dominating global discussions across the gaming community, chatter-filling forums and social feeds alike. Meanwhile, Diokby lit a thick cigar, contemplative, reflecting on the developer's declining reputation and the public's rapidly shifting perception, the gravity of the situation evident in the curl of smoke. Back on the continent itself, the Griffin concluded its message with an air of detached authority, stating that it would no longer intervene in local affairs, and that neither Hawkeye's actions nor his potential demise would alter the overarching plans. Nonetheless, it promised 30 days of relative calm for the southern inhabitants, a narrow window before the impending invasion would commence. With a single, powerful leap, the Griffin vanished from sight, leaving Hawkeye standing alone, the resolve darkening his expression as he absorbed the weight of the announcement. Elsewhere, inside the monitoring room of Chrono Life, Hong remained seated, her gaze fixed intensely on her phone, completely absorbed by the unfolding news and its implications. A young man nearby recognized her as the same woman he had unsuccessfully tried to charm during the last major demon attack, only to be rebuffed with polite but firm refusal. Seeing her deep focus on the coverage of the ancient beasts, he cleared his throat, attempting to spark a conversation by remarking on the frequency and magnitude of recent events, hoping to draw her into casual discussion. Hong, clearly irritated, brushed him off curtly, telling him not to disturb her. His hopeful expression faltered, and he muttered under his breath, frustrated and embarrassed by her dismissal. Her eyes remained riveted on the screen, the words ancient beasts, repeating in her mind as the full weight of player frustration and escalating tension settled heavily around her. A game once designed as an exciting escape had transformed into a source of overwhelming stress for participants, their sense of control slipping further with each relentless challenge. This shared strain ignited a volatile mixture of fury and determination within the player community, uniting them in both dread and resolve. Although a customer service center existed to handle grievances, players now understood that reporting issues would achieve little, and most had abandoned formal complaints entirely. Diokby observed silently, acknowledging that the company had become the public's villain. Yet he understood this was not the first time they had faced player ire, the cycle familiar and almost predictable. Despite the mounting challenges, he knew the road ahead would be arduous. Chrono Life's ratings had plunged to historic lows, a shadow of its former glory. Ironically, as the game's reputation faltered, the number of active online players simultaneously shattered previous records, a testament to the addictive draw of its content despite growing frustration. Meanwhile, Sarung caught up with Jai Wu, playfully nicknaming him Pansy, and asked if he had seen Hawkeye's livestream, emphasizing that the beasts were now scheduled to strike in just 30 days. She explained that players were in chaos, demanding accelerated level increases, yet the leveling zones were overcrowded, and the new quest could not yet be initiated. Sarung pondered whether simply grinding levels for a month would suffice, especially since this content had originally been intended to remain locked for another 10 years. Recalling the sheer strength of the lone werewolf they had faced, She worried aloud about the magnitude of the threat once all other enemies arrived. Suddenly, Jaiwoo's voice rang out, startling her. He shouted in disbelief, incredulous that they expected him to wait an entire month before responding to a situation so outrageous and urgent. Instead, he declared his intention to travel immediately to the northern continent, refusing to delay even a moment. The sheer audacity of his words struck terror into Sarung. Yet without hesitation, Jaiwoo activated his light-speed ability, launching himself forward with wild, unbridled determination in his eyes. His expression bordered on manic, a wide, thrilling grin stretched across his face as he hurtled through the air, leaving a blur in his wake. Sarung could only scream, her voice carried by the wind, imploring the ancient beasts below to flee as Jaiwoo sped past, a streak of chaos and energy. Jaiwoo's relentless dash carried him ever closer to his objective, tongue sticking out in sheer exhilaration, a glint of madness in his eyes. Eventually, he paused mid-flight, spinning around with a mischievous smirk, surveying the terrain below. Scanning the northern lands from above, he announced with glee, "This must be the northern continent," and immediately surged downward, his light-speed dash slicing through the sky, voice ringing with wild excitement. His frenzied momentum came to an abrupt halt when his forehead collided with an invisible barrier, a sudden, jarring stop that threw him slightly off balance. Confusion flickered across Jaiwoo's face as he realized some protective field or shield barred his passage, shimmering faintly but impenetrable. A system message materialized before him, stern and authoritative. The northern continent was currently inaccessible, and he would need to return when the area officially became available. Irritated, Jaiwoo muttered under his breath, cursing the game's interference. Nearby, Deokbi laughed uproariously, teasing that Jaiwoo's predictable impulsiveness had prompted the installation of the barrier in the first place. When an employee reminded Deokbi of his promise not to meddle with player activities, he waved it off, noting that public opinion had already cast the company as villains, rendering further caution moot. Sarung finally caught up, summarizing the situation for Jaiwoo, her voice gentle but informative, acknowledging the frustration of being barred from the northern continent. She teased him lightly, suggesting that this was the reason behind his sulking, and reminded him with a sly smile that he, like all other players, would simply have to wait the full month before the developers reopened access to the area. Jaiwoo's eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint as he leaned back slightly, a wide grin spreading across his face. "I'm bored, so I'll just destroy everything," he announced, his tone dripping with reckless amusement. The sheer audacity and intensity of his words sent shivers racing down Deokbi's spine, his body trembling involuntarily as fear and anticipation battled within him. At that exact moment, Luna appeared beside them with an effortless grace, her presence immediately cutting through the thick tension like a refreshing breeze. Her voice, calm yet laced with authority, broke the momentary silence. "Don't be foolish, Jaiwoo," she said, her tone carrying both a serene composure and an unyielding firmness. She explained patiently that even if Jaiwoo were to obliterate the land beneath them, it would only trigger the server to restart yet again, leaving the ultimate outcome unchanged. Jaiwoo's brow furrowed in confusion, a hint of frustration flashing in his eyes. "What do you mean? And why did the cockroach come back here?" he demanded, voice edged with disbelief. Luna's gaze softened slightly, a flicker of anticipation shimmering behind her eyes. "I wanted to see who would prevail, the newest demon king or the ancient beasts," she admitted, a faint, knowing smile tugging at her lips. "Though, truth be told, I already had an inkling of the result," she added, her voice threaded with subtle amusement. She leaned in slightly, a teasing edge curling her words. "Though, I had hoped at least one of Sarung's legs would have been gone," she confessed. Sarung's body stiffened instantly, a cold dread creeping up her spine, her hands trembling ever so slightly at the implication. Sarung's voice quivered, betraying her fear as she demanded, "Why do you keep provoking me, Luna? Why pick fights like this?" Luna ignored the question entirely, her eyes twinkling with mischievous amusement as she stepped closer, asserting her presence without a word. "I realized we never properly introduced ourselves," Luna said smoothly, her aura radiating authority. "I am the goddess of life. It's a pleasure to meet the new demon queen," she declared, her tone calm yet impossibly commanding. Sarung barked in irritation, flaring with youthful defiance. "I don't care. I don't want to know anything about you." Her sharp retort cut through the air, her stance bristling with impatience and disbelief. Unfazed, Luna continued, her voice casual yet laced with an unspoken authority. I'm 21, she revealed, leaning ever so slightly closer. And our acquaintance isn't limited to this game. We also know each other in real life. Her tone softened, almost instructive as she addressed Sarung directly. So, Sarung, you shouldn't be so harsh. It's proper to respect your elders, especially since you're only 17, she said, a gentle admonition threading her words. Sarung's retort came sharp and fast, her eyes blazing with indignation. Respect someone who disrespects everyone and takes lives? Why should I? Her voice cracked slightly, blending anger, disbelief, and youthful rebellion into a single, fiery proclamation. Before their argument could escalate further, a commanding voice rang out, slicing through the tension like a blade. Demon Queen! Death's voice carried urgency and intensity. I was searching for you, Sarung. Are you still alive? If not, I can always find another, stronger Demon King, he declared, a mix of warning and casual confidence in his tone. He continued, his voice dropping to a more conversational pitch. What were you doing here alone? Surprised, Sarung turned her gaze sideways, catching sight of Luna and Jaiwoo already moving off toward the village without her. Heart racing, Sarung sprinted after them, shouting with determination, Wait, I want to go too. Her legs pumped furiously as she chased after the pair, unwilling to be left behind. Jaiwoo glanced back over his shoulder, a small, playful smirk tugging at his lips. All right, he said casually, but let's not start a fight in the village, he warned, a subtle gleam of amusement dancing in his eyes. Far to the west, across the vast, golden desert expanse, a deep rumble began to echo beneath the sand, rolling like distant thunder and sending vibrations through the dunes. Without warning, the earth tore open as a massive worm erupted from beneath the sand, its colossal, twisting form towering above the barren landscape, sending clouds of dust into the scorching air. The Emperor Sandworm let out a deafening roar, its gaping maw aimed directly at a nearby group of players, each frozen in a mix of awe and sheer terror, eyes wide as fear gripped their hearts. A wizard's voice pierced the chaos, cutting through the roar. The monsters appeared. Everyone, attack together, he shouted, urgency cracking his tone. Arrows hissed through the air, spells erupted in bursts of fiery light, and projectiles streaked toward the beast in a synchronized onslaught. The sandworm responded with a furious, earth-shaking roar, unfazed and undeterred by the relentless barrage. From a distant vantage point, Hawkeye, Hong, and Abracadabra observed the unfolding battle, their expressions etched with a mix of concern, calculation, and silent apprehension, each aware of the peril below. Hong murmured thoughtfully, her eyes narrowing in analysis. The Justice Guild is growing stronger. After being defeated by the three ancient beasts, they even cut down their sleep to train faster. But will it be enough for a threat intended for 10 years from now? Abracadabra shook her head sharply, voice cutting with conviction. Impossible. Even a single ancient beast is as formidable as a high-level boss. Hawkeye nodded solemnly, the weight of reality settling in. There's no way. The hero's strength will be needed once more. Abracadabra muttered under her breath, frustration lacing her words as she recalled past battles. It's reckless to rely on others. During the Demon King's invasion, we had to fight the army while leaving the main battle to someone else, she reflected, exasperation evident in her tone. A heavy silence fell for a moment, broken only by the spark of determination in Hong's eyes. I might have an idea, she said, voice tinged with hope and resolve. If it works, we could face the ancient beasts on equal footing, she explained, the faintest trace of optimism threading her words, a rare light cutting through the looming darkness. Hawkeye frowned, skepticism etched across his face. How? He asked, brows furrowed with concern. Hong exhaled softly, a hint of frustration lingering. We can't possibly complete 10 years of training in time, but even attempting it is worthwhile. The only catch, we'll need the hero's cooperation, she admitted, weighing the burden of reliance. She sighed, the weight of circumstance pressing down. After all this planning, we still have to rely on the hero, of course, she murmured, a mixture of exasperation and reluctant acceptance in her tone. Back in the starting village, Biol called out with urgency, her small frame bouncing slightly with emphasis. Big brother Jaiwoo, where were you? You disappeared and left me waiting? She demanded, frustration and relief mingling in her voice. Jaiwoo smiled apologetically, explaining that he had been hunting for more rabbit bear teeth to stock supplies. Biol blinked, curiosity igniting in her eyes, as she noticed the others trailing behind him. "Who are Sarung and Luna?" she asked, eager to understand the new faces in their midst. Jaiwoo provided a casual explanation, recounting that Beol hadn't met them before, and sharing the tale of the stick and the surrounding events to bring her fully up to speed. Sarung's chest tightened, tears welling as sorrow washed over her. "It's so sad," she whispered, voice trembling with raw emotion, vulnerability threading every word. She inquired about Beol's well-being, but the little girl glanced around shyly, embarrassment coloring her cheeks. "People are staring. It's a bit awkward," she murmured softly. Beol's eyes sparkled with curiosity, a detective's gleam in her expression. "I have a question. Which one of these two is your big brother's girlfriend?" Jaiwoo quickly deflected, handing her a bag with supplies. "Neither. Just take the ingredients," he said firmly, steering the conversation away from delicate matters. Beol studied them thoughtfully, a quiet smile forming as her young mind analyzed the relationships unfolding before her. "Seems Manhwa Amor likes him, probably because of everything they've endured together. And little sister Luna, she's curious about him too," she mused, piecing together a delicate puzzle of emotions. Nodding to herself, Beol concluded, "A love triangle, that's what this is." Eyes wide with youthful certainty. Turning to Jaiwoo with innocent curiosity, she pressed, "So, which one do you like more? Or do you like both?" Jaiwoo blinked, flustered, stammering, "What are you talking about? You're too young for this." But Beol persisted relentlessly. "It must be hard. They're both beautiful. But I need to know. Do you have someone else in mind?" Finally, Jaiwoo played along, teasing with a grin. "You're right. The person I like is Urus." Both girls froze in shock, eyes wide, before Jaiwoo quickly burst into laughter. "Just kidding," he exclaimed, shaking his head with amusement. Shifting focus, he snapped back to the pressing matter. "Forget that. Why do I have to wait a whole month?" Beol's eyes twinkled mischievously as she suggested, "Enjoy chrono life during that time. You always rush through it, never really appreciating the world around you." Jaiwoo's mind wandered briefly to the bearded uncle, Diakbai, recalling the same advice. "Take time, enjoy the game, and stop destroying everything in a frenzy." Annoyed, Jaiwoo muttered under his breath about Diakbai, who had dared to interfere despite promises of player freedom. At that precise moment, Hong descended gracefully beside them. "Long time no see, hero," she greeted warmly. Jaiwoo returned the sentiment, but shock quickly replaced casual banter as Hong revealed she needed a favor concerning the ancient beasts. Both Jaiwoo and the girl's expressions froze in disbelief. Following the orders, he stepped forward with measured confidence, his presence commanding attention as he addressed the mighty leader of Aventador. His voice resonated across the chamber, each word carrying the weight of inevitability. "The invasion will commence in exactly 30 days, he declared, the gravity of the impending storm clear in every syllable, echoing ominously through the vast hall. Aventador, the majestic blue dragon, fixed his piercing gaze on him, scrutinizing each movement with ancient patience. After a long, deliberate pause, a rare smile curved the dragon's lips, pride shining through. "Well done," he rumbled, his voice a blend of authority and satisfaction. "Prepare yourselves. Soon, the entire southern continent will belong to us." Suddenly, a blinding surge of light erupted from Aventador, striking the griffin's eyes with intense brilliance. His massive form shimmered, scales gleaming with raw energy, aura radiating sheer, overwhelming power that made the very air around him hum with intensity. In a fluid transformation, Aventador shifted into his human form. His hair retained the same piercing blue as his dragon scales, cascading with a luminous sheen. Each step onto the ground was deliberate, measured, as he passed the griffin with a casual glance. "It's been far too long since I last saw you, Urus," he murmured, his voice threaded with nostalgia, authority, and a subtle weight of unspoken history. Elsewhere, Urus sat contentedly, savoring a succulent chicken leg, utterly unaware of the monumental declarations and plans being exchanged far from his leisurely indulgence. Hong picked up the thread of conversation, explaining that the plan would require the hero's active intervention. Her gaze swept across the group, carefully gauging reactions. Sarung nodded thoughtfully, cautious optimism flickering in her eyes, recognizing the difficulty of the task, but believing they still had a fighting chance. Luna, in contrast, remained firmly opposed, her expression a resolute mask of concern. "This isn't a favor," Luna stated firmly, shaking her head with conviction. "It's a sacrifice. If we keep granting these so-called favors, people will only grow accustomed to asking for more, she warned, a serious edge threading her calm tone. Her warning deepened. And there's chrono life to consider. If this plan conflicts with their interests, Jaiwoo could easily end up blacklisted from the game, she added, a note of caution underscoring her every word. To Luna's astonishment, Jaiwoo's lips twisted into a wry, almost sinister smile before he erupted into hearty laughter, the sound slicing through the room and defusing the tension momentarily. Scoffing at the concerns about the company, he waved a dismissive hand. Who cares about them? They started this mess anyway. I'm in. I'll grant this favor to Hong. I love this plan, he declared, enthusiasm blazing in his tone. Without another moment's hesitation, he rose, determination flashing vividly in his eyes. I'm leaving now, he announced, urgency vibrating through every word. In the very next instant, Jaiwoo launched into a light-speed run, leaping and tearing through everything in his path. Dust and debris spiraled into the air, leaving the girls behind coughing and squinting as the table trembled beneath the chaos. Bile frowned in confusion. Why did he leave right in the middle of dinner? She asked, eyebrows knitting together. Hong sighed softly, a small smile touching her lips. He went to fulfill his wish, though he didn't need to be so hasty, she remarked, shaking her head lightly. The little girl's eyes widened with curiosity and slight panic. I'm sorry. What favor? Her focus had been split between eating and listening, now fully drawn in. Hong patiently summarized the situation. In 30 days, extraordinarily powerful monsters would emerge, threatening the world's balance. And to stand a chance against them, we need to grow stronger, Hong continued, her voice measured. Bile's eyes lit up at the idea. Level up? She suggested eagerly. Hong nodded, explaining that the prime leveling zones were already crowded with guilds and countless players competing for resources. But there was another option. There's a way to grow stronger without grinding endlessly, Hong revealed, her tone hinting at a clever alternative. The right equipment can tip the scales significantly. Curiosity piqued. Bile asked, where did Jaiwoo go? He headed to Chrono Life's most formidable leveling spot, the nest of the two-headed dragon, Urus. Hong answered, his voice steady, calm, and authoritative, signaling the significance of Jaiwoo's target. At the nest, Jaiwoo arrived to a chaotic battlefield, monsters swarming relentlessly from every angle. His objective: secure the powerful equipment they needed and then make it available for the broader player base. With a single, precise swing of his staff, Jaiwoo unleashed destruction on a planetary scale, tearing through the landscape, leaving gaping craters and upheaval in his wake, the air vibrating with the force of his blows. Bile gasped in horror. You can't do that. It'll collapse the entire game economy. Equipment will lose its rarity and value. Hong nodded solemnly. I know, but there's no other way. Jaiwoo isn't the type to care about such trivialities. The only reason he's doing this is because the company blocked him from entering the northern continent, she explained, her voice firm with quiet resignation. And you should never underestimate someone who has nothing to lose, Hong added in a low, almost conspiratorial tone, a note of warning threading her words. Later, in a bustling plaza filled with eager players, Jaiwoo's voice rang out, cutting through the crowd. An opportunity you can't miss, he shouted, commanding attention as he announced the arrival of rare items from Urus Nest, inviting players to trade in their old gear for coveted new equipment at surprisingly low prices. A young boy stepped timidly forward, clutching his coin purse. I want a sword. I'm level 19, he stammered. Jaiwoo smiled warmly, handing him a skeletal sword for 10,000 gold. The boy's eyes widened in disbelief and excitement. The boy bolted with exhilaration, eager to level up rapidly. Immediately, a flood of players surged forward, placing their orders. From a distance, Sarung observed in awe. There are so many people, and it's only the third day, she murmured to Hong, her voice tinged with astonishment. Why not use the auction house? She asked, eyes narrowing thoughtfully. It would be much faster. Hong explained patiently. I asked him the same thing. He said a major merchant would buy everything instantly, and that would ruin the chance for everyone else to get the items. Recognition dawned in Sarung's eyes. Riot. As they continued discussing, a figure approached, his presence impossible to ignore amidst the crowd. An imposing, armed man drew near, towering over most, the weight of his presence demanding attention. Hong's eyes sharpened instinctively. 2 meters tall, wielding an enormous sword. Could this be the one they suspected? Jaiwoo continued his announcements, oblivious, until his line of sight was suddenly blocked. The giant man stopped directly in front of him, voice low and commanding. "I want what you sold that level 19 rookie," he demanded, exuding an unmistakable aura of authority and menace. Chaos erupted behind him as players shouted, protesting that he had cut in line. One audacious player questioned his manners, only for the giant to snatch him by the face and hurl him across the plaza. A massive plume of dust and debris exploded from the building where the player landed, leaving everyone staring in stunned silence, mouths agape, unsure of the violent spectacle they had just witnessed. The fallen player lay crumpled, battered, while the giant's voice rang out cold and steady. "Anyone else got a problem with me cutting in line?" Silence fell like a heavy curtain. The remaining players instinctively backed away, intimidated by the sheer presence before them. Jaiwoo's voice cut through, calm yet unyielding. "If it's the skeleton sword you want, that'll be 10 million gold," he stated, unwavering. The man's irritation flared visibly. "You sold it for 10,000 before. Why the sudden jump?" Jaiwoo's expression remained serene, almost teasing. "The higher the buyer's level, the higher the item's value," he explained simply, as if stating a universal truth. With a subtle tilt of his head, he issued a challenge, eyes gleaming. "If you don't like it, fight me. Step up if you dare," he said, voice sharp, daring the man to test him. The giant's expression hardened, gaze locking onto Jaiwoo with lethal seriousness, the tension between them palpable. Sarung whispered, curiosity and fear mingling in her voice. Who is he?" Hong's eyes followed the confrontation with keen interest. "That's Benedict," he explained, "a high-level ranker notorious for PK, player killing. He's ruthless. Even a minor annoyance could cost someone their life." After a tense pause, Benedict begrudgingly handed over 10 million gold, teeth gritted, pride wounded but yielding nonetheless. Jaiwoo accepted it with a nod. "Next time, don't cut in line," he said simply, dismissing the confrontation with controlled composure. Hong chuckled softly, impressed. "Even Benedict had to show some manners this time," she observed, a small smile tugging at her lips. Shifting topics, Hong turned to Sarung, inquiring about her own progress, imagining that the Demon Queen must have grown significantly stronger. To her surprise, Sarung shook her head. "Not that much. I'm around level 210 now, but it's not a huge jump," she admitted, tone modest, yet a glimmer of determination lingered in her eyes. Hong's eyes widened in sheer disbelief as she processed the numbers before her. Just a few days ago, Sarung had been struggling at level 139. Yet now, in what felt like the blink of an eye, she had soared far beyond, leaving everyone around her marveling at the incredible pace of her growth. The sheer magnitude of her progress made Hong momentarily speechless, a mix of awe and concern flickering across his face. Sarung explained with calm clarity, her voice steady and measured, that she had taken to farming tirelessly whenever the little underwear guy ventured into Urus' nest. The monsters there were formidable, pushing her to her limits. She could only defeat one or two at a time before she needed to retreat, regroup, and muster her strength again, each encounter testing her endurance and skill to the utmost. A hint of exasperation laced her tone as she added that the little underwear guy constantly taunted her, calling her weak, a provocative challenge that seemed designed to push her abilities to their breaking point. Luna and Hong exchanged impressed glances, their eyes reflecting astonishment at Sarung's perseverance, skill, and unwavering focus despite the relentless pressure. In a private reflection, the leader of the Robin Hood Guild considered the truth. Sarung still underestimated her own strength. For any ordinary adventurer, reaching level 200 would require at least 2 grueling years. Yet she had defied all expectations, blazing past milestones with astonishing speed. Curious, Hong asked whether she intended to level up today as well. Sarung confirmed with a modest, small smile that she would, immediately after Jaiwoo finished selling the mountain of items he had accumulated, ensuring their efforts bore maximum reward. Hong nodded, a surge of optimism filling him. Quietly, he mused to himself that Sarung had the potential to become one of the greatest hopes in the looming war, a beacon of strength and resilience for those who would follow her lead. Later, deep within the treacherous valleys of Urus, a monstrous creature lunged forward with terrifying speed, claws glinting sharply in the dim light, aiming to tear into Sarung with predatory precision. With effortless grace, Sarung sidestepped the attack, her body flowing like water, a teasing smirk playing across her lips. "Is that all you've got?" she taunted, confidence radiating from her stance, making it clear that the creature's strikes no longer instilled fear. The monster retaliated, its horrifying eyes splitting open to reveal writhing, grotesque mouths inside. A sight so repulsive that Sarung instinctively recoiled, her stomach twisting at the sheer monstrosity before her. The writhing mouth surged forward relentlessly, yet Sarung stood her ground. The crystal embedded on her chest began to glow with brilliant light, while her horns shimmered into existence, a radiant aura of raw, unbridled power surrounding her. Undeterred by the abomination before her, Sarung lunged forward, weaving nimbly between each strike. Every dodge was precise, every movement fluid, her predatory intent unmistakable as she closed the distance with lethal intent. Stopping just inches from the creature, Sarung reached out and touched one of its writhing tentacles. A surge of destructive magic coursed through her hand, piercing the monster's form, staggering it violently before it succumbed to her strike. Without missing a beat, she unleashed another wave of destructive magic, obliterating the creature entirely as it crumpled to the ground, vanquished, leaving behind only the echo of its defeat. Even as the monster's remnants twitched in a final, futile attempt to escape, it was completely vanquished. Sarung absorbed the experience points flowing from its essence, and with a deliberate wave of her hand, she dispelled the lingering essence of the Demon King embedded within it. Shaking her head, a mixture of annoyance and humor in her voice, she muttered that the monster had been terrifying, and it was utterly unacceptable for such a creature to roam freely, attacking others with those grotesque, writhing tentacles. At that precise moment, Jaiwu appeared beside her, a teasing grin spreading across his face. "Done already? You're getting good at this," he joked. Sarung replied modestly, a faint, proud grin forming. "It's nothing, after all. I am the Demon Queen, Captain Amor," she said, her confidence laced with quiet authority. Her eyes then fell upon the mountain of equipment Jaiwu was hauling behind him. The sheer scale was staggering, an avalanche of potential power that left her momentarily speechless, her breath catching in awe and disbelief. Crouching slightly, she muttered under her breath, irritation flickering across her expression. She hated the little underwear guy and wished to be left alone in this remote spot, away from the endless distractions and chaos he inevitably brought. From a distance, Luna floated silently, her expression unreadable and serious, observing the exchange with meticulous attention. Time seemed to slow, each moment stretching and passing almost magically, the air heavy with anticipation. Every faction busied themselves with final preparations, each individual aware of the weight of the impending battle. At last, the long-anticipated day arrived, thick with tension, expectation, and the electric buzz of countless warriors poised for conflict. In the icy caverns of the northern continent, Aventador advanced steadily, his face a mask of grim determination. "Move out now," he commanded, his voice echoing with unwavering authority, cutting through the cold air like steel. He declared the invasion officially underway. To his right, beastmen bellowed in unison, their primal cries of war reverberating through the cavern, filling every shadowed corner with anticipation and dread. A mirrored roar rose from the beasts to his left, while Aventador remained a commanding presence atop a rock, exuding dominance, control, and unshakable authority over the chaotic scene unfolding around him. Facing a vast legion of ancient beasts, Aventador shouted, his voice carrying over the cacophony. "Today, the southern continent shall be erased from history." Every word resonated with power, reverberating across the cavern and beyond. In an instant, his body radiated with blinding light as he transformed back into his magnificent blue dragon form. His wings unfurled with majestic power, casting enormous shadows across the cavern floor. Maintaining his full draconic form, Aventador unleashed a deafening roar that shook the very air, a sound that was both terrifying and awe-inspiring, signaling the start of an unprecedented assault. Meanwhile, on the plains of the southern continent, guards stationed along the walls of Arden Castle braced themselves. Sweat trickled down tense faces as they tightened their grips on weapons, muscles coiled like springs, ready to unleash at the first sign of attack. Despite fear clawing at their hearts, they held positions with rigid discipline, the enormity of the approaching army pounding their resolve with every heartbeat. Tens of thousands of monstrous beings surged forward, an unrelenting tide threatening to crush Arden Castle, the continent's strategic choke point and last line of defense. The castle's imposing walls were the only barrier standing between the southern heartland and annihilation. Arden was more than stone and mortar, it was the fulcrum upon which the fate of the entire continent would pivot. Suddenly, a dinosaur-like monster peered down, eyes widening as a massive explosion erupted directly ahead. Startled, it barked orders to the others, alerting them to the assault. From atop a distant mountain, Abracadabra and her team of mages had launched a precise magical bombardment, their arcane energies converging on the enemy ranks. Abracadabra, staff raised high with authority, commanded a storm of fire magic to rain down upon the advancing monsters. The air shimmered with energy as bolts and blasts struck the enemy. Watching from below, Griffo sneered, impressed yet wary of the audacity of the southern mages daring to engage outside the safety of the castle walls. Before he could react, a sharply aimed arrow from Hawkeye struck his neck with lethal precision. Shock coursed through him as he spun around, finding the archer poised, deadly and unwavering, a clear warning that the defenders would not confine themselves behind walls. "This is a head-on battle," Hawkeye declared, commanding the archers to unleash a torrent of flaming arrows that rained down upon the creatures. The monstrous ranks roared in anguish, staggering under the relentless assault. At that moment, the main gate swung open. Commanders Suho and Sentry took their positions at the forefront. Suho remarked on the rarity of such a joint battle since their past defeat by a single foe, and Sentry nodded, memories of prior struggles flickering across his eyes. "Time to reclaim our honor," Suho declared, determination radiating from his stance. His comrade affirmed the sentiment, their resolve unified and unshakable. They surged forward, summoning the army of knights behind them for a full-scale charge. Steel clashed, banners waved, and the earth trembled as human forces collided with monstrous adversaries in a symphony of chaos. Nearly 25 million players were engaged in this historic battle, a scale unmatched in the game's history. Yet, despite the chaos and slaughter, everything could be overturned in the blink of an eye by a single individual's actions. Observing the scene, Jaiwu raised his stick high, murmuring with quiet anticipation, "I've waited too long for this moment. Now, it's time to wreak havoc." As he prepared to strike, Sarung's voice rang out sharply. "Wait, if you use your ability now, everyone here will die," she warned, urgency threading every word. Jaiwu merely shrugged, a confident smirk curling his lips. "It's fine. Users can always revive. It's the monsters who won't get a second chance," he replied, unwavering. He assured her that victory was guaranteed despite the risks, gaze locked intently on the battlefield, assessing every detail, every movement. Sarung hesitated, seeking to argue, but ultimately conceded. Jaiwu's logic was sound, his confidence undeniable. With the matter settled, Jaiwu positioned his stick to strike, but in a sudden blink, he vanished from sight, leaving only a fleeting distortion in the air, a whisper of movement that left all present in stunned silence. Sarung stared in utter bewilderment, mind racing to comprehend how the little underwear guy could vanish so completely without a trace, her heart pounding with a mix of awe and fear. Meanwhile, within a strange, shifting data dimension, Jaiwu swung his stick, but nothing happened. Confusion creased his brow as he realized he had been here before, the environment somehow familiar yet alien. At that precise moment, a commanding, resonant voice echoed through the void. The presence of God called his attention. "It's been a while since we last met," it intoned, a voice at once familiar, commanding, and awe-inspiring. Jaiwu let out a long, weary sigh of mild exasperation. "I'm getting tired of you popping up like this," he muttered, irritation and fatigue threading his words. "What do you want? Can we skip the preamble?" "I'm busy," he added, a hint of playful impatience in his tone. God's voice cut through the stillness, calm yet edged with authority, as if each word carried the weight of inevitability. "I brought you here, Jaiwu, because I long to see you understand, truly understand me," he said, the tone almost gentle but underscored by undeniable power. Then, with a subtle, warning emphasis, he added, "Not even the bearded one can interfere this time." The words hung in the air like a quiet tremor, hinting at dangers yet unseen. Far above, in his secluded chamber, Diakbai pressed his eyes to the window, every muscle in his body taut with attention. His gaze followed the unfolding events below with meticulous care, tracking each flicker of movement across the battleground as though the very outcome depended on it. Yet even Diakbai's eyes betrayed distraction. The raging war elsewhere gnawed at his focus, leaving him tethered by responsibility rather than by desire. Though he watched intently, the conflict occupied too much of his mind to act directly. Back within the strange, shimmering dimension, Jaiwu's patience snapped like a taut string. "That's bullshit," he barked, the words slicing through the eerie, hovering calm like a knife. His voice carried the sharp bite of determination, cutting through the mystic quiet. "This isn't the time to forge understanding," he declared, every syllable weighted with defiance. After a month spent anticipating this very battle, he refused outright to let God meddle. His eyes blazed with unrestrained intensity as he demanded, almost searing through the space between them, to be returned to the castle immediately. It's the only way you can hope to leave this unscathed, he warned, the heat of his conviction radiating in waves. A bead of cold sweat traced God's temple, catching the dim light. He exhaled slowly, resignation softening his usually imperious tone. I can't do that, he admitted, the words measured, yet laced with a subtle, uneasy weight. He explained, calm but grave, the peril lying in wait. If Jaiwu returned now, a single strike from the protagonist could obliterate everything in an instant, leaving no trace, no chance for reprieve. Following his usual cautious pattern, God added a rare, cryptic caveat. This time, the story could not conclude with such swift and final devastation. Something more lingering, more complex, was at play. Frustration exhaled sharply from Jaiwu as he leaned closer, suspicion sharp in his narrowed gaze. I know what you're up to, he accused, his voice threading caution with accusation. You're a spy sent by the developers. God denied it softly, but the tension thickened like mist, coiling around the edges of the dimension. Irritation flared as Jaiwu leaned further in, unwavering even in the presence of God's omnipotence. Speak, who are you really? Why am I here? He demanded, voice edged with steel. God, feeling the pressure, relented, preparing to reveal the truths he had kept concealed. He began cautiously, laying the foundation before the revelation. First, understand this, he said, deliberate and precise. I have no ties to chronolife. There is only one reason I brought you here, singular yet profound. I am here to enable you to fulfill every sin. The weight of the declaration resonated like a bell toll in the empty expanse. Meanwhile, at the war castle, chaos erupted with feral energy. Carrie lunged with unrelenting speed, her spear glinting under the sun as her storm lunge skill hammered relentlessly against monstrous foes, each strike ringing out like thunder. One beast staggered beneath the onslaught, yet its snarl twisted into mockery. Not bad for a human, it sneered, teeth bared as it lunged forward with raw, vicious intent. Suho met the charge with perfect timing, a shimmering shield of divine magic flaring into existence just in time to absorb the assault. Even in defense, a calm, confident smile lingered across his face, unwavering in the storm of battle. Raising his sword skyward, Suho conjured a massive sacred hammer, its divine energy glowing as he brought it down in a strike of absolute precision. The monstrous creature crumpled instantly, leaving nothing but silence in its wake. Experience gained, Suho waved off any gratitude from the saint, his focus already shifting. But Sentry's sharp voice cut through, insisting that she could have finished the fight herself, pride and determination lacing every word. These players had spent 30 grueling days preparing, and now the fruits of that relentless labor were visible in every calculated movement and precise strike. They had leveled at astonishing speed, honed intricate tactics within their brigades, and armed themselves with the most formidable relics scavenged from Urus' dungeon. Each weapon glimmered with lethal potential, proof of their relentless commitment. Even Abracadabra, a single presence on the field, radiated an aura of newfound strength. In just a month, they had transformed from mere participants into warriors of an entirely elevated tier. At this juncture, the players matched the monstrous legions in skill and strategy, standing toe-to-toe with foes whose ferocity was legendary. Yet this balance was delicate, a fragile equilibrium that could shatter like glass under the slightest pressure. Hong's gaze shot upward, catching sight of a massive blue dragon cutting a terrifying arc through the sky. In an instant, the battlefield tipped into chaos as the creature unleashed a colossal fireball, hurling every player skyward, the ground erupting beneath them in a violent explosion of dust and flame. Back in the data room, Jaiwu leaned forward, curiosity sharpening. His brow furrowed as he pressed God on the intricate task of fulfilling all sins, every question edged with urgency. He gave God the floor but made it unequivocally clear, once the explanation was concluded, he would depart immediately, leaving no room for delay. God's response was measured, laced with gratitude for Jaiwu's patience, yet careful to withhold the deeper truths. Much remained unspoken, a silent weight hanging in the air. Instead, he extended a small flame, flickering like a living fragment of light, offering it to Jaiwu's outstretched hand. Jaiwu's eyes widened as the embers danced, tiny sparks reflecting in his pupils. God explained these flames were remnants of all creation itself, granting Jaiwu the power to observe any place he wished, to see beyond ordinary perception. Seizing the gift, Jaiwoo tuned into the war channel. The vision that met him made his heart race. The battlefield lay in chaotic ruin, dust swirling from the dragon's explosive assault, the air thick with heat and despair. Amidst the smoke, Suho spat blood but remained steadfast, his colossal shield protecting a portion of the players, a bastion of hope in the devastation. He muttered in disbelief at the dragon's fiery assault, the sheer force of it bending the landscape. Sintry, dazed and blinking through the haze, could only whisper in astonishment, "What on earth is that?" As the smoke lifted fully, the monstrous form of Aventador emerged, towering above all, imposing and unyielding. It was Aventador, the northern dragon, legendary in both stature and terror, every scale a testament to draconic power. Urus watched silently, eyes wide with shock. He explained that Aventador commanded the beastmen and stood among the three great dragons of legend, a pillar of myth made flesh, the pantheon of draconic might, the two-headed dragon, Aventador himself, and Gallardo, the triumvirate whose strength was unmatched. Jaiwoo admitted his ignorance of these names. Urus, shrugging, noted that the others would appear in their own time, the saga far from complete. Curiosity sharpened, Jaiwoo asked if these dragons surpassed Urus in power. Urus chuckled softly, recalling battles where he had bested the others, a subtle grin betraying his confidence. Then, with deliberate weight, Urus disclosed the critical truth. Aventador embodied the sin of greed, the very essence of insatiable desire made manifest in dragon form. Back amidst the battlefield's chaos, Sentry drove her spear deep into the ground, unflinching as she faced the colossal dragon looming before her. Her voice carried a blend of shock and unwavering resolve. Though a dragon led the beastmen, they bore the relics of Urus' dungeon, weapons of draconic magnitude and unparalleled potency. She declared, defiant and unbowed, "Aventador may strike to destroy, but they would rise again, undeterred, honoring Suho's protective sacrifice." Aventador paused, massive form still, as if weighing the courage radiating from this mere human before him, then initiated a transformation that would leave witnesses stunned. A blinding light erupted across the battlefield, searing eyes and vision alike. When it faded, the dragon stood in humanoid form, an impossible metamorphosis that left Sentry frozen in awe. In this new voice, rich and mocking, Aventador ridiculed Sentry's mention of Urus, incredulous that a human dared speak the name of his kin. Cold disdain laced his words as he remarked on Urus' adaptation to life on the southern continent, a subtle taunt wrapped in familial reproach. Jaiwoo's shock deepened, seeking clarity from Urus. Calm and unflinching, Urus dismissed the notion. Aventador remained, in essence, still but a child. Sentry exhaled sharply, irritation flaring at the dragon's audacious pretense of human guise. Her defiance surged like wildfire. "Do you truly wish to test me?" she demanded, spear poised, a lethal arc ready to sever him in a single, decisive strike. Without a moment's hesitation, she lunged forward, every muscle coiled, spear spiraling through the air in a perfect, lethal arc. An attack forged of her unwavering resolve and maximum strength, determined to challenge the impossible. The force of Aventador's strike tore through the battlefield like a living earthquake, sending a shockwave that obliterated everything behind him. Debris and dust erupted into the air, momentarily blinding the onlookers. For a fleeting heartbeat, Sentry believed she had finally cornered him, and a flicker of hope ignited in her chest, burning bright against the oppressive tension of the moment. But Aventador barely even twitched. His mocking gaze swept over her, eyes cold and disdainful, as his voice cut through the air like a blade. "Do you think such feeble strikes could touch me?" he scoffed, comparing her efforts to those foolish souls who gaze into a puddle and believe they can reach the sun itself. Shock rippled through Sentry as realization sank in. He hadn't even bothered to dodge her attack. With chilling certainty, Aventador declared, his voice unwavering and final, that no matter how fiercely they fought, they would never reach him. Every ounce of effort would fall short, meaningless against his overwhelming might. Then, in a sudden, fluid motion, tentacles erupted from his back, identical in form to Uraken's, and they shot forward with terrifying precision. Without hesitation, they pierced Sentry's body, and the battlefield froze in stunned silence, the horror of the moment pressing down like a physical weight. Sarung's eyes widened in disbelief, her scream slicing through the air as she desperately shouted for them to stop, fully recognizing the horrifying scale of power before her. Around them, shock and awe rippled through every player. Aventador's mouth twisted into a salivating grin as he lifted Sentry's helpless form, announcing himself as the Dragon of the North Pole, the living embodiment of greed and gluttony, a terror that now walked among them. Jaiwoo's gasp shattered the tension, his voice brimming with incredulity. How can he represent two sins at once? His eyes widened, struggling to comprehend the impossible duality confronting them. Turning sharply to Urus, Jaiwoo demanded answers, his voice crackling with impatience and disbelief. Urus hesitated, admitting that the question was valid. He too had assumed Aventador represented only greed. Jaiwoo's frustration surged, and he shouted toward the hovering divine entity, demanding clarity. The god's gaze hardened, stunned that any mortal dared to speak so boldly, yet it knew resistance was futile. Despite the insult, the deity recognized it had no choice but to reveal truths long concealed, the weight of revelation heavy upon the moment. Do you remember why you were brought here, Jaiwoo? The god asked, fingers snapping sharply, the sound slicing through the tense air like lightning. Immediately, a colossal hourglass plummeted from the sky, catching every eye. The sheer scale drew gasps from the players, each bead of sand seeming to carry centuries of weight. The god's voice thundered across the battlefield, explaining with gravity that the 7 main quest bosses of Chrono Life each embodied a deadly sin, tasked with completing their assigned transgression fully, their roles in the world of mortals both terrifying and absolute. He elaborated, Urus, the embodiment of pride, had fulfilled his sin long ago. Yopi, wrath incarnate, had approached success but ultimately faltered. Urakan, bearer of gluttony, had been cut short, his sin unfinished because the protagonist had ended his life prematurely. Thus, Aventador had inherited gluttony, now standing as the only boss capable of completing it in Urakan's place, his power amplified beyond measure. Even the god admitted his own surprise at this dual inheritance, though it made sense in the context of Aventador's original sin of greed, the combination forming a uniquely terrifying force. Tapping the hourglass with deliberate intent, the deity christened it the Hourglass of Sins. Once filled, it would mark the culmination of all sins, a moment of ultimate reckoning. Jaiwoo pressed, asking whether the sand filled whenever a boss completed their sin, and what it truly meant to fulfill one. His voice carried a mixture of curiosity and foreboding. The answer was simple, yet chilling, its implications clear to all who witnessed. The stakes of the world were more terrifying than anyone had imagined. Meanwhile, Aventador flexed his new tentacles, which slithered forward with predatory grace, striking down every archer in their path. With a surge of insatiable absorption magic, he devoured their levels and attributes, erasing them entirely from existence, leaving nothing but empty space in their wake. Hawkeye's shout rang out, urging the troops to form a defensive line, but the sheer speed of the dragon's advance left no room for preparation, no pause for strategy. Once more, Aventador's tentacles swept forward, a devastating, fluid motion that annihilated every archer in its path while absorbing their power, growing even more formidable with each stolen ability. Hawkeye's frantic yell echoed across the battlefield, questioning their inaction, but was abruptly cut off, as a massive tentacle wrapped around his waist, siphoning his life force. Blood spattered the ground as Abracadabra, perched on a distant mountaintop, cried out in despair at the scene unfolding below. In an instant, the tentacles surged again, striking Abracadabra's stomach and devouring every ally in range, their strength fueling Aventador further, escalating his level and dominance with terrifying efficiency. Aventador smirked, eyes glinting with amusement at the frailty of the southern humans, savoring the imbalance of power. The surrounding monsters rallied behind him, voices raised in reverence, hailing him as the Almighty. Their roars of devotion reverberated across the battlefield, while Hong found herself suddenly encircled by a tide of monstrous adversaries. A guild member's warning came too late, the painstaking balance they had achieved shattered in an instant. Even the players' revival abilities faltered, ineffective against the relentless, life-consuming gluttony of Aventador's power. Gritting her teeth, Hong's eyes narrowed, the reality sinking in. The battle had irrevocably swung against them, the tide now fully in the dragon's favor. Stepping forward with resolute authority, she declared herself chief commander in Hawkeye's absence, ready to marshal the remaining soldiers with unwavering determination. Her voice cut through the chaos, commanding focus and coordinated strikes, with a vital caveat. Avoid Aventador's gluttony skill at all costs. If a comrade was impaled, another had to act swiftly to end them before Aventador could complete his absorption, or risk losing them forever. With a fierce cry that resonated across the battlefield, Hong led a synchronized assault, her determination infectious, rallying the soldiers into a cohesive, defiant line. They struck with precision, wounding some of the beastmen, yet Aventador's tentacles readied for another devastating absorption, poised to devour any who dared approach. Hong's reflexes, honed through countless battles, sliced one tentacle cleanly in half, halting its advance just long enough to give her allies a fighting chance. "I won't let you touch me with those wicked limbs," she shouted defiantly, her voice carrying across the battlefield, filled with unyielding resolve. Aventador only smiled, sighing theatrically, then extended an even larger tentacle toward her, the sheer scale of it dwarfing the surrounding soldiers. To everyone's shock, more tentacles began to sprout, multiplying rapidly, eventually capable of numbering an incomprehensible 100,000, swarming humanity's forces with relentless precision. His power eclipsed even Uraken's ancient gluttony, further amplified by the sin of greed, unlocking a level far beyond what anyone had anticipated. The combined force of greed and gluttony made Aventador the embodiment of a living nightmare, an overwhelming threat no army could hope to fully counter. A sword clattered to the ground as one massive tentacle brushed Hong's face, a chilling reminder of the danger encroaching on every front. In that instant, she realized with stark clarity that 30 days of relentless leveling, preparation, and strategy had forged the deadliest enemy they had ever faced, surpassing all expectations of danger. Sarung braced herself, drawing power to unleash the Demon Queen's destruction skill, her magic coiling like a storm ready to erupt. The attack tore through the battlefield, raising a choking cloud of dust that made Hong cough violently, the force shaking the very ground beneath them. She marveled at the overwhelming power, wondering if this truly was the unique skill of the Demon King, stunned by the sheer magnitude of its destructive force. Descending into the chaos, Sarung stood firm amidst the swirling dust and debris. Hong, elated and relieved, called out to her beloved, grateful that Sarung's intervention had spared her life in the midst of unimaginable devastation. A chill ran down Hong's spine as Sarung's voice sliced sharply through the chaos, colder and more biting than he had ever heard. "It would be tragic," she said, each word heavy and devoid of warmth, leaving him frozen, momentarily stunned by the sudden shift in her demeanor. Turning her piercing gaze on him, Sarung's eyes drilled into his very soul, warning him to keep his distance. "I can't protect you while facing something this strong," she explained, her previous attack barely grazing Aventador. Hong's confusion deepened. Sarung's sudden transformation made her seem like an entirely different person, a force of sheer resolve he had never witnessed before. Her eyes swept over the battlefield with razor-sharp precision, taking in the hundreds of beast men swarming across the terrain. Each one bristled with raw aggression, their malice glinting in eyes that gleamed like shards of sharpened steel. Within seconds, Sarung assessed the impossibility of victory. Steeling her will, she summoned Death, who had remained loyally at her side. "As the Demon Queen, I declare the full might of the demonic species is at war against the beastmen," she commanded, her voice resonating with authority so potent it made the very air around her quiver. She instructed Death to open the portal to the demonic realm. With unwavering devotion, he nodded, his voice firm. "It shall be done, my great lord," he replied, vanishing into the swirling rift that tore reality itself asunder behind him. Hong's eyes widened as he looked skyward, witnessing Death's colossal mouth forming in the heavens, the dimensional portal rending the sky as if it were paper. Before he could fully process the surreal spectacle, a devastating blow struck him, sending him tumbling across the ground in a cloud of dust and debris. Choking on the choking dust, Hong caught Jaiwoo's frantic, apologetic voice cutting through the chaos. "I'm sorry, I just realized I accidentally ran over Death while descending." The words barely registered amid the swirling panic and the roar of battle. Sarung's expression remained stern, yet as soon as she recognized Jaiwoo amidst the debris, she deactivated the Demon King's essence. "Jaiwoo!" she called, a spark of relief flickering across her otherwise stoic features. Hong's heart leapt. Finally, the hero of the chronolife world had arrived, accompanied by players from across the globe. Elsewhere, Diakbi lit his cigar with a sharp flick, muttering under his breath. "Finally, the damn guy shows up, but why only now?" Suspicion creased his brow, his gaze narrowing as irritation gnawed at him. He pondered the oddity. Jaiwoo should have been active since the very start, moving swiftly across the battlefield, yet he had only just appeared, a delay that seemed almost deliberate. Perhaps, Diakbi mused, this tardiness was orchestrated by that strange, enigmatic man whose presence always heralded chaos. The scene shifted briefly to an earlier moment. God seated beside a massive hourglass, calm but focused, the weight of time and inevitability pressing in around him. He had told Jaiwoo that the sin was nearly complete, that he could release him at will, gesturing toward the exit as though it were a simple, inconsequential matter. Jaiwoo's irritation flickered like a storm across his features. "Is this how you handle things?" he snapped, every word carrying a sharp warning. This is the last time I'll allow it. He threatened with unwavering clarity. If God ever trapped him like that again, he would tear him apart before even stepping through the portal, his tone devoid of hesitation or doubt. Back in the present, God exhaled deeply, a rare softness tinting his usually unyielding voice. Don't worry, he said gently. We'll never meet under those circumstances again. He explained that the game had entered its final act, the climax drawing near with a sense of inevitability that pressed down on all who remained on the battlefield. On the field, Sarung's emotions erupted in a torrent. I can't believe this. Where the hell have you been all this time, little underwear guy? She shouted, frustration and fear blending into a fiery torrent. Do you even realize how terrified I've been, standing alone against all this? Her voice carried further, scolding Jaiwoo for running over death, lamenting that now the demons could no longer be summoned to their aid. Hong exhaled a shaky breath of relief, watching Sarung's fiery outburst slowly calm. Perhaps her earlier concern had been a fleeting illusion, a mirage conjured by stress and fear. Nearby, Death lay unconscious, a silent casualty amidst the chaos, the weight of his absence keenly felt by all. Sarung turned, her gaze sharp and unwavering, asking what they would do now, facing an entire army without the crucial support of the demons. Jaiwoo's eyes swept across the massive battlefield, taking in the chaos. Aventador stood at the center, dark aura coalescing around him like a storm made flesh, an overwhelming embodiment of power. He sighed softly, patience threading through his tone. Don't worry, Sarung, just relax and watch. I'll handle the cleanup from here, he said, the calm in his voice a stark contrast to the turmoil around them. Sarung felt warmth rise to her cheeks, a mix of relief and admiration at Jaiwoo's composure, even in the face of utter chaos. With measured, deliberate steps, Jaiwoo advanced toward Aventador, halting to meet the dragon's piercing gaze head-on. His expression remained edged with irritation, an almost human touch juxtaposed against his level 999 might. Aventador, a staggering level 3890, looked down on him with pure derision, the tension between them crackling like static in the air. From a distant vantage, Diakbai chuckled softly, cigar clamped between his teeth. Finally, he murmured, the strongest user of chrono life versus the ultimate boss. Spectators gasped, unable to conceal their astonishment at the titanic confrontation about to unfold. Aventador's cold gaze swept over Jaiwoo, lingering with contempt on the meager staff in his hands and his peculiar attire. How dare a pathetic human stand before me? The dragon hissed, each word dripping with scorn. He introduced himself arrogantly, voice echoing across the battlefield. I am Aventador, the North Pole dragon, eternal and unyielding, leader of millions of ancient beasts, embodiment of greed and gluttony. And yet here I see this blasphemy. A mere human in underwear daring to obstruct me. I should tear you in half this instant. Before his threat could even materialize, Jaiwoo flicked his staff with a casual precision, striking Aventador sharply on the neck. Shut up, he said flatly, each syllable commanding attention. Aventador froze, stunned beyond comprehension. What is this? You call that an attack? Yet the strike's impact registered immediately. Destruction radiated outward, cascading in a torrent of interplanetary-scale devastation. Every beastman on the battlefield stood agape, silence gripping their throats, unable to comprehend the sheer magnitude of what had just transpired. Moments later, Aventador collapsed to the ground, half of his massive form obliterated, staring up at the calm, unyielding figure of the protagonist with wide, disbelieving eyes. The dragon's voice trembled as he uttered a single word, disbelief woven into every tone. What just happened? Diakbi's cigar slipped from his lips, clattering to the ground as shock rippled through the crowd. No one had anticipated such an anticlimactic, yet utterly decisive, conclusion to the duel. Jaiwoo bent slightly, eyes locked on Aventador with cold amusement. You're just a disgusting mutt who talks too much, he said, pausing to glare at the game developers and the self-proclaimed god. Everyone's been getting on my nerves lately. Unfortunately for you, it's time for some real beatings. The dragon groaned, blood flecking his jaws, utterly incapable of retaliating or moving with purpose. Jaiwoo crouched lower, eyes piercing, and asked almost mockingly, Did that hurt? Aventador's eyes widened in incomprehension. What did that human just say? Jaiwoo's expression darkened, a macabre smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Too bad for you. There's much more to come. In a single fluid motion, Jaiwoo delivered a devastating punch, sending Aventador hurtling backward, and followed instantly with a crushing, precise kick that shook the battlefield. He struck relentlessly, a continuous barrage that the dragon could do nothing but endure, each blow rattling its immense frame and leaving tremors in the earth. Jaiwu slammed his staff into Aventador's back with brutal force, scales flushing red from the impact, the air itself trembling from the sheer intensity. The onslaught was merciless, each strike calculated to dominate utterly. Sarung watched, recognition and awe flickering in her eyes. The underwear guy had fully slipped back into his unstoppable, almost villainous persona, a force of nature in motion. One of the beast men shouted in desperation, urging others to rescue Lord Aventador. A surge of them charged forward, attempting to intervene, yet Jaiwu's focus never wavered, each step precise, each strike inexorable. Jaiwu stood motionless, unwavering amid the chaos, a faint curl of a macabre smile stretching across his face. His eyes glimmered with a mixture of anticipation and dark amusement, reflecting the thrill of the storm about to erupt before him. With a calculated flick, he tucked his staff into his underwear, his lips curling in twisted satisfaction. "Perfect, exactly what I wanted," he murmured, the absurdity of the gesture a stark contrast to the lethal intent blazing in his eyes, signaling that this was no mere show of theatrics. In his other hand, Jaiwu drew his weapon smoothly, voice low and chilling. "I've been waiting for this moment," he said, the words threaded with anticipation and menace. As the horde of monsters surged forward, he moved his staff in one deliberate motion, unleashing an immense explosion directly into their charging line. The resulting shockwave obliterated everything in its path. Monsters scattered like leaves in a gale, terrain cracked and shattered, and even mountains crumbled under the overwhelming force. The few survivors staggered backward, wide-eyed and whispering in disbelief, questioning whether such devastation could truly exist. Jaiwu's expression shifted immediately, already scanning the battlefield for his next opportunity. Eyes sharp and calculating, cold precision radiating from every movement. One unfortunate monster turned just in time to meet Jaiwu again, staff poised and his face twisted into a disturbingly deranged expression. The blow landed squarely on its head, shattering its balance and leaving it dazed. Others surged forward with defiant roars, hurling insults at him, mocking the audacity of a human who dared to challenge them, certain they were driving him toward inevitable doom. Jaiwu, still facing away, rotated his neck in a flawless, owl-like motion, eyes locking onto the approaching foes with unnerving focus, chilling each monster to its core. The horde froze in place, their resolve crumbling in the face of such eerie composure, trembling as waves of dread surged through their bodies. Meanwhile, Aventador lay motionless on the scorched ground, his immense presence a looming shadow. One desperate beastman crept forward cautiously, a tremor in its step, seeking aid that would not come. Tears streamed down its face as it confessed to failure, shame and rage coiling tightly in its chest for having been unable to stop such a monstrous adversary. It lamented that had they been stronger, they could have served their master, Aventador, more effectively, but he gave no sign of acknowledgement, indifferent to the creature's pitiful plea. Summoning courage for one final request, it asked that Aventador consume it willingly with his gluttonous power, a surrender to his insatiable appetite. Aventador's gaze hardened, low and commanding. "Do you understand what that means?" he growled. "Once absorbed, revival is impossible until I myself fall." The beastman nodded, understanding, reasoning that survival meant inevitable, tragic deaths at Jaiwu's hands. Better to surrender willingly to Aventador, their lord, who had sacrificed so much for them. It added one final stipulation. Upon Aventador's ultimate victory, they would lift their voices to the heavens, roaring with all their might to celebrate their master's triumph. Hong, observing the scene unfold, could only marvel at the drama, a sense of awe and disbelief flooding his mind. Other spectators shared in his confusion and quiet melancholy, questioning the events, as Brief Sky seemed to dominate the battlefield as an unexpected villain overshadowing all else. Jaiwu abruptly halted, a flicker of amusement dancing in his eyes. "Everyone's here," he remarked casually, scanning the gathered forces with a measured glance. Tilting his head mockingly, he added, "Seems like you've been having fun. I'll join the party." In a single, fluid motion, Jaiwu leapt forward, staff spinning with a perversely twisted expression that made even hardened monsters flinch. Before he could reach the monsters, Aventador's tentacles lashed outward, striking down his own subordinates with terrifying precision, leaving Jaiwu momentarily stunned by the unexpected cruelty. The monster lord struck each subordinate decisively. "Thank you for your service," they cried, humbled. They admitted they had been a nuisance until the very end, yet honored to serve such a formidable master. Immediately, Aventador activated his absorption magic, devouring them entirely, assimilating their levels and abilities into his ever-growing arsenal. The farewell was dramatic and poignant, stirring a mixture of awe and sorrow among all who witnessed the assimilation. For a fleeting moment, allies and enemies alike felt a profound melancholy, mourning the demise of the ancient human beasts, their sacrifices etched into the memory of the battlefield. Jaiwu stomped sharply onto the cracked earth, shattering the somber mood. "Cheating, Aventador," he mocked. "Absorbing your own kind to power up?" He scoffed again, eyes cold. "I can't blame you, they were useless anyway. Better to absorb them and increase your level." Even so, Jaiwu continued to taunt. "Trash," he laughed, amusement flickering in his eyes. What kind of leader eats his own followers? The absurdity only deepened his dark delight. The surrounding onlookers shuddered at the cruelty, yet a grim, reluctant laughter rippled through them, unable to suppress the spectacle's twisted charm. The insult ignited Aventador's fury, eyes blazing as his rage answered Jaiwu's mockery. "You're right," he admitted through gritted teeth. "I have consumed all my useless followers." Then, a subtle, unexpected shift began to manifest, an ominous sign of power recalibrating. As Aventador lashed out with his tentacles, his arm began regenerating, knitting itself back together at astonishing speed, restoring to pristine perfection. Jaiwu's eyes widened. The monster had fully recovered. "I'm no longer so hungry," Aventador declared, his voice resonant with a newfound, fearsome power. "I've reached level 9,999. With this restored might, Aventador surged forward, and Jaiwu met him head-on, bracing for the inevitable clash. Gritting his teeth, Aventador raised his fist, aura flaring, preparing for a strike that could shatter mountains. Jaiwu mirrored his readiness, staff poised, face twisted with the same chilling intensity, every muscle coiled for impact. When they collided, the force unleashed a colossal wave of destruction, the impact radius expanding rapidly, visible across the battlefield. Sarung, Hong, and all surviving subordinates were flung far from the epicenter, dust and debris clouding the air like a tempest. Rocks and rubble levitated violently, grinding together in the chaos, heralding the true beginning of the ultimate confrontation between Jaiwu and Aventador. In their first clash, Aventador staggered from the rebounding blows, while Jaiwu's eerie smile remained intact, untouched and unflinching. Jaiwu swung his staff once more, the collision forcing both combatants backward, and in the process, Aventador lost an arm, temporarily incapacitated. Yet, with defiant grit, the dragon regenerated his hand instantly, refusing to concede. This was the reincarnation ability, a formidable regenerative power of the lizard-human beasts, akin to a supercharged healing factor, a testament to his near-mythical resilience. Moreover, as the sin of greed, Aventador possessed an enhanced gluttony, capable of absorbing the abilities of those he defeated. Harnessing this newly acquired power, he surged forward again, managing to pierce Jaiwu's body with a crushing strike, leaving everyone on the battlefield frozen in stunned silence. Aventador had absorbed roughly 1 million ancient human beasts, assimilating all their abilities, a reservoir of unimaginable power, reshaping the scale of the conflict. He retracted his hand from Jaiwu's body, preparing for yet another devastating strike, the air thick with tension. As the sole dragon of the ancient beast race, Aventador stood atop the apex of his kind, relentless and unyielding, his assault on the protagonist ceaseless and terrifying. And so, the titanic clash raged on, the strongest predator against the indomitable hero, each strike reshaping the very battlefield beneath them, the earth itself trembling with every collision. To everyone's astonishment, Jaiwu's healing factor sprang into action instantly. The gash across his abdomen began to close, flesh knitting itself together with uncanny speed, muscle and sinew regenerating until his body was whole once more, the wound vanishing as though it had never existed. He stood tall amid the devastation, unscathed and resolute, his midsection restored perfectly, the surrounding chaos only highlighting his unbroken form. Every tremor of the battlefield seemed to acknowledge his recovery, the air itself vibrating with the raw intensity of the moment. Tilting his head with a mocking flourish, Jaiwu's voice dripped with scorn. "Is the charade over?" he murmured, a chill underlying every syllable. In one fluid, precise motion, he struck Aventador's head with his staff. A blinding explosion of pure light erupted, soaring high into the sky and illuminating the battlefield in dazzling brilliance, leaving all who witnessed it temporarily blinded by its intensity. Aventador reeled, massive body battered and wounded, struggling to maintain balance. Yet even as he tried to recover, he refused to yield entirely, the stubborn pride of a legendary dragon etched into every scaled contour. He readied himself for another strike, muscles coiled for power, only to discover that Jaiwu had vanished entirely. Nothing remained but a lingering echo, a whisper of his presence in the battlefield's charged air. Shock rippled through Aventador. His gaze swept the area frantically. There was no sign of the protagonist anywhere, leaving the mighty dragon off balance, vulnerable in a way he had never experienced before. Then, in an instant, the strike landed. Jaiwu had activated his lightspeed ability, materializing behind the dragon. Aventador's jaws dropped for a fraction of a second before the unseen assault slammed into him from behind, precise and devastating. Blood spurted as Jaiwu's relentless onslaught continued, strikes landing in rapid succession. Each blow calculated and unyielding, granting no respite, no opportunity for the dragon to breathe or retaliate. From the ground, Sarung watched, heart pounding in her chest. For the first time, a flicker of hope surged within her. Jaiwu might finally secure victory against this monstrous dragon. But before relief could settle, Aventador's body began to glow with an intense, otherworldly radiance, reigniting Sarung's awe and alarm simultaneously. Ascending into the heavens, the dragon's voice thundered across the battlefield. "I desire nothing further," he declared, his aura radiating supreme authority. "I have no followers left, no will to conquer this continent any longer." Diokbi's alarmed voice cut sharply through the air. "Wait, is he planning to unleash his ice breath?" He barked out a desperate warning. If a level 9,999 dragon unleashed such cataclysmic power, the entire continent would be annihilated. Frantically, he ordered the servers to be shut down immediately, hoping to prevent total disaster. Undeterred, Aventador ignored all warnings. Summoning the very elements themselves, he unleashed a final, colossal blast of ice aimed directly at the earth. The sheer force warped the surrounding air, cracking the ground and sending shards of ice spiraling outward in every direction. Jaiwu remained unshaken, standing his ground with unwavering resolve. He activated a hidden strength-bound ability, the soul of the battle giant. This extraordinary power granted him the essence and abilities of the ancient giants, fully awakened only after he had defeated a bear with a single, decisive strike. With the giant's soul active, the damage, range, and impact of his attacks multiplied 1,000-fold. Jaiwu swung his staff effortlessly, and Aventador's devastating assault began to dissolve before it could land. The overwhelming force radiating from Jaiwu surged outward, consuming every ounce of the dragon's ice energy, leaving Aventador stunned and unable to comprehend the sheer power bearing down upon him. Fear flickered across the dragon's eyes. He had never faced a power like this. Before he could react, Jaiwu's attack enveloped him entirely, inescapable and relentless. The strike pierced through the planet itself, continuing in a straight trajectory that devoured the Milky Way, consuming everything in its path with unstoppable cosmic force. When the fury subsided, only Jaiwu remained, floating calmly amid the void of empty space, alone yet unscathed, surveying the aftermath with silent authority. He remarked lightly, observing the cosmic carnage, that perhaps one last enemy remained, the sin of envy, a shadow still lingering in the distance. Sarung rushed to his side, calling out his name with relief and admiration intertwining in her voice, the tension of the battle finally loosening. She praised him for defeating the monstrous dragon, acknowledging him as the greatest subordinate. Jaiwu nodded quietly, their silent acknowledgement passing between them. Yet the brief celebration shattered as Sarung glanced back and saw the monster materializing rapidly nearby. Startled, she questioned whether it could truly be Aventador, and if he had somehow survived. Jaiwu shook his head calmly. He explained that the dragon had teetered on the brink of death, barely hanging on by a thread, its remaining strength negligible. Jaiwu instructed Captain Amor to hold back, warning that the enemy might attempt a final, desperate trick before truly meeting its end. Approaching the faltering monster, Jaiwu noted wryly that even for a level 9,999 beast bearing two sins, remnants of its strength lingered, and that was hardly impressive. Defeated, Aventador admitted his loss, quietly requesting that Jai would take his life, resignation and pride mingling in his tone. Jaiwu replied without hesitation, assuring him that it was already planned, and no further instruction was necessary. Raising his staff toward the dragon's horn for the final strike, Jaiwu watched Aventador's memories flicker, visions of subordinates kneeling before him, apologizing in silent reverence. At the very last instant, Jaiwu paused, interrupting the blow. Ending it like this would be too anticlimactic, he said, leaving Aventador frozen in shock and disbelief. Then, unexpectedly, Jaiwu proposed a new plan, The dragon could become his ego weapon, recalling the same approach he had used with the two-headed dragon, Urus. He explained his reasoning. Having reached maximum level himself, taking Aventador's life would provide no further gain. All his attributes were already maxed. Even Aventador's gluttony ability could offer no enhancement to Jaiwu's power. Thus, Jaiwu intended to offer Aventador the same fate as Urus, forging a bond rather than ending his existence. Hearing Urus' name, Aventador's eyes flared in shock and disbelief. "Brother?" he roared, voice a mixture of longing and astonishment. He confessed to sensing Urus' energy throughout the battle, yet he had struggled to ignore it, lamenting that his brother had witnessed him subdued by a mere human. From afar, Urus confirmed the situation, prompting a bitter laugh from Aventador, a tangled mixture of pride and resignation. The dragon mocked his brother, noting that even the proud, two-headed Urus had lost dignity, never imagining he would fall into the hands of a human. Yet Aventador firmly rejected Jaiwu's proposal, declaring he would rather die eternally than serve a human he deemed pathetic, instantly nullifying any chance of a master-servant bond. Jaiwu merely smiled, a soft sigh escaping his lips. "It's all right," he said, accepting that he could not force the dragon's will. He admitted genuine surprise at Aventador's rejection, never anticipating such independence from a creature of its kind. His calm, unshaken demeanor further unsettled the dragon, leaving Aventador uncertain how to respond. Jaiwu concluded matter-of-factly that nothing more could be done for now. To resolve the remaining issues, he planned to journey to the northern continent the following day, the next chapter of his relentless saga already taking shape.